Chapter 1, The Vengeful Spirit. With a resounding slap, Zhen felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Pain coursed through her hand, yet the visage of her half-sister, Zhen, was likely in greater agony. Zhen. Are you out of your mind? How dare you strike me? I will tear you apart. Zhen lunged at her in a frenzy, only to be seized by her hair. Tear me apart? I am most curious to see how you intend to do that. The onlookers, who had previously reveled in tormenting Zhen, now stood frozen in terror. Moments ago, they had witnessed her subdued and without the strength to retaliate. Now she appeared possessed, her gaze transformed from that of a timid girl to a vengeful specter. Indeed, Zhen was a spirit of vengeance, though her demise was yet to come a decade later, following her inheritance of her mother's legacy and the flourishing of her endeavors. The architects of her downfall were her so-called family, her half-sister Zhen and her treacherous stepmother, Qiu Yuru. Even her own father, Yixingming, a man of respected standing, played a complicit role in her tragedy. However, Zhen had not anticipated her rebirth to occur a decade prior, in the spring of 1986, when she was a mere 18, only months away from the pivotal Gaokao examination. The catalyst for this confrontation was her 18th birthday, marked by a gift from her mother in Beijing, accompanied by words of encouragement to study diligently. Consumed by envy, Zhen, incited by the presence of this gift, gathered a group to humiliate Zhen, resorting to violence. In this moment, Zhen grasped Zhen's hand and forcefully struck her head against the ground. The few who dared approach were paralyzed by her ferocity. Initially, Zhen screamed defiantly, but soon her cries dwindled to desperate pleas for mercy. Zhen felt no fear. She understood that this opportunity was singular. By subduing Zhen decisively, she would ensure that this impudent girl would never again covet what rightfully belonged to her. In her previous life, her acquiescence had only emboldened the mother and daughter duo. When Zhen had suffered a fractured rib, they had claimed it was a result of her own clumsiness, and without evidence, her father's influence allowed their misdeeds to go unpunished. Now, drawing a deep breath, Zhen felt relief wash over her. This time, she would not allow history to repeat itself. She remembered how, in her past, it was Zhen's final kick that had led to her injury. Such an event would not transpire again. Zhen, did you not wish for my demise? Before I leave this world, I shall take you down with me. Sister, please spare me. Silence. Who do you think you are? You, a wretched product of infidelity, dare to address me as sister? Zhen, my mother will not let you go unpunished. Zhen, stripped of her facade, seethed with indignation. Then perhaps you should inquire whether I will show mercy to your mother. With one final surge of strength, Zhen rendered Zhen unconscious. As students scattered in panic, some seeking the guidance of the principal, most fled in fear, aware of their complicity in the earlier harassment. Now, witnessing Zhen's wrath directed at Zhen, they were overwhelmed. The scene was left desolate, with only the unconscious form of Zhen and the visibly drained Zhen remaining. It appeared that the art of striking was indeed a skill unto itself. Chapter 2, For whom the show is performed. Zhen, what is happening? Zhen, being an exemplary student, elicited a less severe tone from the director, who was aware of her frequent bullying by Zhen. I don't know, she just brought a group of people to attack me, and then she accidentally fell. Director. Please call an ambulance. I am struggling to breathe. The ambulance transported both sisters of the Yi family to the hospital, and as the deputy mayor, Yixingming was the first to receive the news. He knew that the trouble was caused by that birthday gift. Even after divorcing, Yang Wanqing had made it her mission to ensure he never had peace. Despite knowing he had a stepdaughter the same age as Zhen, Zhen's mother always orchestrated such situations. Although Zhen typically tolerated the bullying, she stubbornly resisted whenever matters concerning her mother arose. He never anticipated that this time both would end up in the hospital together. Yixingming, do not stop me, I will kill that little wretch. Lower your voice. Outside Zhen's hospital room, the deputy mayor was embroiled in an argument with his wife. Inside the room, the director wore an expression of embarrassment, especially with other patients present. The complexities of Deputy Mayor Ye's family situation were already known to them. Director, I'm fine, you may leave now. Zhen had been diagnosed with multiple soft tissue contusions, and although it was less severe than her past fractures, she certainly could not leave at will. In her previous life, she had not been so fortunate. The fractures had been serious, and after surgery, she nearly lost the ability to stand again. Nonetheless, 3 months later, she insisted on entering the examination hall, only to discover that her admission results had been usurped by Zhen. All of this was orchestrated by Qiu Yuru. while Yi Xingming advised her to turn a blind eye and to retake the exams the following year. Yi Zhen had indeed performed poorly this time. Believing that a year of review would yield better results, so she acquiesced. However, she had been overly naive. How could Qiu Yuru allow her to outshine her own daughter? Thus, various obstacles were placed in her path. And her examination eligibility was revoked before the second year's college entrance examination. In her past life, she had been too weak to confront Yinan for usurping her identity and academic status. Yet this life would be different. Yinan and her mother would not be able to gain any advantage from her. She intended to repay the wrongs inflicted upon her by this mother-daughter duo in double measure. "Dad, please let Auntie in." Yi Zhen's tone remained timid, betraying no difference from her usual demeanor. Qiu Yuru almost barged in, but upon seeing the director and others present, she restrained herself. "Yi Zhen, explain to me how Anan got her injury." Yi Zhen's face reflected a sense of grievance as she looked at Qiu Yuru with a fearful expression. Aware that Qiu Yuru would not dare to act against her with outsiders present, she decided to play the part. "Auntie, do you not wish to know how I got my injuries? What does your injury have to do with me? Dad, do you not want to know why I am covered in wounds? Will you not ask what Jianan has done to me?" Yi Zhen felt her acting skills had improved with her rebirth, and tears flowed readily. "You little wretch, for whom are you performing this charade?" Qiu Yuru trembled with rage upon seeing her daughter's forehead injury, disregarding the rights and wrongs of the situation. In her eyes, Yi Zhen's very existence was a mistake. Chapter 3, A blow to the heart with a resounding slap. Yi Xingming struck down, momentarily taken aback himself. His greatest flaw was his obsession with face. How could he bear to witness Qiu Yueju treating Yi Zhen in such a manner in front of others? Though the slap was not his intention, it had been delivered. And he was left with no recourse. "Look at how the child is suffering. Could you not speak to her properly?" he bellowed at Qiu Yueju. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Qiu Yueju found herself at a loss. After years of marriage, it was the first time Yi Xingming had dared to lay hands on her. "You dare strike me?" she screamed, charging at him in a frenzy, and soon the couple was entangled in a fierce struggle. Yi Zhen felt an exhilarating thrill. Yi Xingming was a man who cherished his pride, and until now, Qiu Yueju had always ensured he maintained it in public. Today, however, due to Yi Nan's injury, she had cast aside all decorum. To Yi Xingming, her actions were nothing short of childish. No matter how grave the situation, it paled in comparison to his pride. Yi Xingming had not intended to truly harm her, it was merely a moment of impulse. Yet, Qiu Yueju was relentless, truly mad with fury. "You've lost your mind," he shouted as he retaliated with fists and kicks, initially attempting to restrain himself, but soon found himself unable to hold back. This woman was serious. And he too ended up striking with genuine force. Onlookers were at a loss, unsure how to intervene, for it was evident that the couple was genuinely at odds. The headmaster merely shouted for them to cease, but dared not approach, watching helplessly as they battered each other, leaving both bloodied and bruised. "Olji, what has happened?" They were only separated when the police arrived, revealing a scene of chaos, one with scratches across her face, the other with a swollen visage. Yet, Qiu Yueju was still intent on charging forward, feeling a sense of grievance she had never experienced before. As the vice-mayor, Yi Xingming was known throughout the town. And the seasoned officers frowned as they surveyed the couple, bewildered by the turmoil. What on earth has transpired? Yi Xingming winced as he touched his own face, the pain causing him to draw in a sharp breath. "Why are you here?" "We received a report indicating a student had been severely beaten," they replied. Yi Xingming narrowed his eyes at Yi Zhen, but before she could speak, the attending physician entered. "I made the call to the police," Dr. Tan declared with righteous indignation. "Vice-Mayor Yi, this child is your own flesh and blood, is she not? Look at the state she is in. Have you never inquired about her well-being? Her body bears no unscathed area, new injuries overlay old ones. To put it bluntly, this could be deemed intentional harm, potentially leading to imprisonment. Have you not seen how my Anan is disfigured?" Qiu Yueju shouted, unable to contain her agitation. "Silence!" Yi Xingming snapped, still concerned about his image even amidst such chaos. He was not blind, he was acutely aware of the suffering Yi Zhen had endured at home. Yet, what could he do? Both were his biological children. Although outsiders believed Yinan to be his stepdaughter, he knew full well she was his own flesh and blood. coupled with his current relationship with Yizhen's mother. It was a precarious balancing act. Thus, he often turned a blind eye to the situation, but this time was different. The severity of the injuries could lead to accusations of intentional harm. Yianan could suffer the consequences, but what of his reputation? The entire town would know he allowed his stepdaughter to bully his biological daughter. Where would he put his face? Chapter 4, Making a Mountain Out of a Molehill. Zhen, look. Yi Xingming attempted to persuade his daughter to trivialize the issue. Unfortunately, Qiu Yuru was not inclined to do so. Despite her adeptness at playing the role of a virtuous wife and mother, Yianan was the apple of her eye, and now that her precious daughter was hurt, how could she possibly endure it? Furthermore, having just been physically assaulted by Yi Xingming, her patience had worn thin. Why waste words on her? She must have provoked Anan first, which led to Anan's reaction. Silence yourself. Yi Xingming frowned, exasperated. You insist on escalating matters. And your daughter may as well abandon her university aspirations. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuru finally fell silent, for her daughter's future was indeed of paramount importance. Zhen. Regardless of the dynamics between you sisters, this is a family issue. There is no need to involve the police. Look at you two. Dad. I have but one request. Speak. Yi Xingming was elated, knowing that Yi Zhen was a compliant child. I want Yianan to publicly apologize to me in front of the entire school. What? Qiu Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief. Officer, given my circumstances, should I have an injury assessment? I can hardly breathe, and my entire body aches. Could there be internal injuries? Yi Zhen cast a dispassionate glance at Qiu Yuru, clearly dismissing her concerns. Very well, let Anan apologize to you, in front of the entire school. Yi Xingming immediately acquiesced. Yi Xingming. Qiu Yuru protested vehemently. In her eyes, her daughter was more grievously harmed than Yi Zhen, and it was a miracle she hadn't sent Yi Zhen to the police station. Expecting Yianan to apologize was a fanciful notion. I will have the final say in this matter. Let Yianan apologize, or you can take her and leave. Yi Xingming's expression darkened. In his view, Qiu Yuru was being unreasonably obstinate today. Could this situation truly escalate? If it did, their family would become the laughingstock of the town. He understood that Yi Zhen's request was not unreasonable. If he refused even this, what would others think? Moreover, there were so many outsiders present. As for Qiu Yuru, she could always placate her daughter later at home. Young lady, you must think this through. Doctor. Tan frowned slightly. Old Tan, this is a family matter. Yi Xingming clearly felt displeased. He and Dr. Tan were classmates, and many had pursued Yi Zhen's mother in their youth. Old Tan was merely a defeated rival in that regard. Uncle Tan, I am fine. Since you are fine, we shall take our leave. The police officer understood that such matters typically resolved themselves privately, especially since they were family. I will see you out. Yi Xingming wore a congenial smile as he escorted everyone from the hospital room, but Qiu Yuru remained. Previously, Yi Zhen had regarded Qiu Yuru as somewhat clever. But today, after being struck by Yi Xingming, her mind seemed clouded. In a moment of folly, she attempted to intimidate Yi Zhen before anyone had distanced themselves. Had it been the old Yi Zhen, she might have genuinely feared her, but the current Yi Zhen was no longer the timid girl of the past. Having returned to this life with a thirst for vengeance, she would not allow Qiu Yuru to manipulate her. You see, if I were to raise my voice now, how would everyone perceive you? Yi Zhen coldly remarked, her words barely audible, meant only for Qiu Yuru's ears. Yi Zhen's bed was positioned by the window, and Qiu Yuru's stance effectively shielded her from the gaze of onlookers. Qiu Yuru raised her hand, still intent on retaliating for the slap Yi Xingming had delivered moments ago. The very sight of Yi Zhen infuriated her. For Yi Zhen bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, Yang Wanqing. Had it not been for Yang Wanqing, how could Yi Xingming have ever forsaken her? Chapter 5, With a stepmother comes a stepfather. Yi Zhen, it was you who caused An's injury, wasn't it? Qiu Yuru declared, her hand swiftly striking down. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhen seized her wrist with considerable force. Are you rebelling? Qiu Yuru hissed. Aunt, I apologize. Please do not hit me, Yi Zhen replied coldly, her grip unwavering. Yet her words were laced with a tone of reluctant submission. In the hospital room, other individuals were present, notably police officers who had just stepped outside. Yi Xingming's expression shifted as he rushed back in, witnessing the scene of Qiu Yuru attacking Yi Zhen from behind. "Qiu Yuru, have you lost your mind?" Yi Xingming stormed in, delivering a kick that sent Qiu Yuru staggering away. "Dad, Aunt is trying to kill me." Yi Zhen, curled up on the bed like a frightened chick, trembled uncontrollably. "Olji, this little wretch," Qiu Yuru exclaimed incredulously, astonished that Yi Zhen had learned such tactics, which were originally her own. "Be quiet." Yi Xingming snapped, feeling that Qiu Yuru had thoroughly embarrassed him. "If you utter another word, you can leave." "Perhaps we should examine her injuries," suggested the two police officers, wary of escalating the situation. They were aware that if anything serious occurred to the child, they would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Despite Yi Xingming's public reprimands, who knew what transpired behind closed doors when they returned home? After all, it is often said that with a stepmother comes a stepfather. "No, it's not that serious. We can resolve this within our family," Yi Xingming stated, glancing at Yi Zhen, hoping she would speak up. "Uncle, there's no need for an examination. I would like to make a statement. You all witnessed her strike me, right? My medical records will also substantiate my injuries. If they worsen, it will be attributed to her actions." "You little wretch, what are you saying? When did I ever touch you?" Qiu Yuru replied, her expression one of disbelief. Without hesitation, Yi Xingming slapped her. "Get out." "Yi Xingming, just wait. This is not over." Qiu Yuru covered her face, glaring at her husband before departing. "Olji, I believe we should follow through with the proper procedures. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain later." Yi Xingming's awkward smile betrayed his inability to oppose the situation any further. The statement took little time, yet Yi Zhen left nothing unsaid. The matter was straightforward. Despite being a familial dispute, inflicting soft tissue injuries was no trivial matter. Yi Zhen required at least 2 days of hospital observation to rule out any internal injuries, which would be a different concern altogether. "Brother, what happened? I heard Yi Zhen was hospitalized due to being beaten by Yianan." Yi Xinglan, Yi Zhen's second aunt, burst into the room. Among the family, she had always been the most supportive of Yi Zhen, primarily due to her close relationship with Yi Zhen's mother, Yang Wanqing, as classmates. If it weren't for Yi Xinglan, Yi Xingming and Yang Wanqing might never have met, and this complicated fate could have been avoided. "Aunt, why are you here?" Upon seeing Yi Xinglan, Yi Zhen's tears began to flow. In her previous life, it was Yi Xinglan who secretly purchased a train ticket for her to find her mother in Beijing. Without her aunt's support, Yi Zhen would have never found the courage to embark on that journey. "If I hadn't come, they would have bullied you to death. Did I not tell you before? If Qiu Yuru and her daughter bother you again, come find me. You, my dear, have let this escalate to the hospital. Yet you didn't even think to inform me." Chapter 6, Are you waiting for me to hit you? What are you shouting about? Aren't you afraid of making things worse? Yi Xingming clearly disapproved of his sister's lack of leniency. "What have I done wrong? What did I say that was inappropriate?" Yi Xinglan was equally unyielding. Before her marriage, she had been a fiery spirit. The greatest regret of her life was bringing her good friend home, only for her elder brother to take a liking to her. Their mother, fiercely protective of her offspring, blamed the divorce between her eldest son and daughter-in-law entirely on the latter. In her eyes, wasn't it common for men to have admirers outside? Such matters could easily be overlooked. It was Yang Wanqing who escalated the situation to divorce, bringing disgrace upon the Yi family. However, the affection between Yi Xingming and Qiu Yuru was not mere admiration, it was an illicit affair. Had she known of their entanglement sooner, she would never have allowed Yang Wanqing to marry her brother, as she would certainly side with reason over kinship. Moreover, when her sister-in-law sought to take the child away, their mother refused vehemently, while Yi Xingming remained completely silent. From that moment on, Yi Xinglan felt a deep disappointment in her brother. If you had agreed to let your sister-in-law take the child, would any of this have occurred? Enough of this, what use is there in such talk? You're here just in time. Keep an eye on her these days. When she is discharged in a couple of days, take her directly to our mother. Yi Xinglan, being self-employed, had more flexible hours, so she was more than willing to take care of Yi Zhen. Given Yi Zhen's circumstances, he could never bring her back home. Yi Xingming left with a sullen expression, yet Yizhen felt a wave of joy upon seeing her second aunt. She remembered how her aunt had secretly sent her away in her previous life, and how the entire Yi family blamed her for acting unilaterally. Yet, her aunt had never expressed regret. She later found great success in her career, and had it not been for her husband's betrayal, which left her destitute, she might not have fallen gravely ill. In this new life, Yizhen vowed not to repeat the same cowardice. She would protect those she wished to safeguard. "What are you doing standing there, you silly girl? Has Qiu Yueru been troubling you?" Yizhen smiled. She wouldn't dare. Yi Xinglan raised an eyebrow. In the few days they had been apart, the girl appeared transformed, at least her eyes sparkled with life. "What happened? Did that mother and daughter bully you again? You should stand up for yourself. If she insults you, retort back. If she strikes you, strike her back. Your father may be useless, but you have me and your grandmother. Aunt, I truly am fine. You're busy with your shop." Yi Xinglan and her husband had opened a small eatery near the high school, which was why she had received the news so promptly. "Busy? Only during breakfast and lunch. Besides, your uncle is there too." Before they could finish their conversation, Qiu Yueru barged in, having just been informed that Yi Anan had woken up. In front of her mother, she exaggeratedly recounted her grievances, which ignited Qiu Yueru's fury as she stormed in, disregarding everyone else and heading straight for Yi Zhen. "You little wretch. You're the one who hurt Anan so badly, and you still refuse to admit it." As Qiu Yueru swung her hand, Yi Zhen's reflexes were swifter. And even Yi Xinglan, who attempted to intervene, was caught off guard. "You dare to strike me?" Qiu Yueru finally processed the situation a few seconds later. "If I don't strike you, am I to wait for you to hit me?" Yi Zhen replied coldly, and for a fleeting moment, Qiu Yueru sensed a murderous intent in her gaze. Chapter 7, The Wicked Woman Destroying Others' Families. "Qiu Yueru, what are you doing? You come in and start hitting people. Is this how a stepmother behaves?" Yi Xinglan naturally chose to stand by Yi Zhen, for she had never held any fondness for Qiu Yueru. "It was her who hit me," Yi Xinglan exclaimed. Qiu Yueru had always looked down on her sister-in-law and even harbored a deep resentment towards Yi Xinglan. Had it not been for her introduction of Yang Wanqing, how could Yi Xingming have strayed? She had been in a relationship with him at that time. Yet upon meeting Yang Wanqing, he discarded her, leaving her to bear the shame of being the third party. "You are the one ruining others' families, you wicked woman." Yi Zhen seemed to transform, her demeanor completely altered. "If it weren't for you, my parents would never have divorced. You come into our home, parading around with someone else's illegitimate child, and dare to call me a harlot? I think you are the most disgraceful one here." The attention of everyone in the hospital room was drawn towards them. There were 6 beds in that ward, and with the family members present, there were nearly 10 people in total. Yi Xingming was a prominent figure in town, when he divorced and married Qiu Yueru, who came with a child. The gossip was rampant. Although people had gradually forgotten about it over the years, today's commotion, coupled with Yi Zhen's words, seemed to revive their memories, casting Qiu Yueru in a different light. After being pampered by Yi Xingming for a decade, she could hardly tolerate this. Moreover, it was a scar in her heart, and Yi Zhen's statement was like tearing it open anew. How could she endure that? "You wretched girl, you've gone too far. If I don't beat you to death this year, I won't bear the name Qiu. Qiu Yueru, stop this. Do you think the Yi family is without defenders?" Yi Xinglan could not stand by and watch her niece being bullied. "If you dare to hit her, remember the police have taken statements. And the hospital has my injury records. If you want to pave the way for your daughter, go ahead and strike." Yi Zhen was unafraid of her threats. Having been given a second chance at life, she understood that living authentically was paramount. She would not cower as she had in her past life, where her fears only led to her own suffering. If fate had granted her a fresh start, why should she live in timidity? Her second aunt was right. If Qiu Yueru insulted her, she would retaliate, and if Qiu Yueru struck her, she would respond in kind. In fact, the act of striking was rather exhilarating, albeit it left her hand slightly numb. "What is going on?" "This is a hospital." The attending nurse entered, aware that Dr. Tan had specifically instructed her to keep an eye on this situation. "1 bed, 1 family member, everyone else, please leave. If you have issues, go home and discuss them with Yi Xingming. What do you think you are accomplishing by squabbling like children? Yizhen's temperament was well known. If Qiu Yuru's daughter hadn't provoked her, would Yizhen have acted? As Yixinglan spoke, she began to push Qiu Yuru out. She had to protect her niece. After all, it was her duty to honor her sister-in-law's trust. Qiu Yuru found Yixinglan's behavior most irksome. Although Yianan was also her niece, since the two of them entered the Yi family, Yianan had never been treated as a granddaughter of the Yi family. This was primarily due to Yi Xingming's fears of past events resurfacing, which led him to treat them with disdain, leading outsiders to think that Yianan was merely someone else's child, bearing Yi Xingming's surname despite originally having the surname Qiu. Chapter 8. Previously, there had been an autopsy, yet the members of the Yi family, particularly her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, were well aware of this matter. Nevertheless, they remained distant from her and her daughter. The more this was the case, the deeper her resentment towards Yizhen grew. Of course, she harbored a lingering frustration. She had always aspired to bear a son for Yi Xingming, yet for reasons unknown, she had not conceived over the years. Coupled with the strict family planning policies and Yi Xingming's position as a local leader, they could not afford to err. Thus their ambitions of having a son remained unrealized. Through this incident, Qiu Yuanzhu discerned that not having a son was untenable. Had Yianan been a boy, Yi Xingming would undoubtedly have shown her greater favor today. Otherwise, he would not have dared to strike her in front of so many witnesses, asserting his authority. She catalogued today's grievances against Yizhen, anticipating that the moment she bore a son would also be the day she expunged Yizhen from the Yi family. Recently, she had heard of a remarkable practitioner who claimed to possess a remedy that would guarantee a pregnancy, and moreover, a male child. She intended to seek this remedy the following day. Having been dismissed, Yixinglan returned to see her niece smiling. "Little girl, I never realized you were so formidable. But if you're this capable, how did you end up hospitalized by that little wretch Yianan?" "If I hadn't been hospitalized, who would have known she assaulted me?" Yizhen replied with a smile. She certainly could not divulge to her second aunt that she had been reborn. In this life, she aimed to live well, to protect her mother, her second aunt, and all those who treated her kindly. Indeed, you should have acted this way long ago. Had you done so earlier, your mother in Beijing would have felt much more at ease. Otherwise, she frets over you with every letter. Second aunt. I intend to go to Beijing to find my mother. Very well. Your second aunt wholeheartedly supports you. Not only shall we go to Beijing, but we shall also aim for a prestigious university. Henceforth, you will stay at my home for the next 3 months, to prevent any distractions from your studies. I will stay with Grandma. Qiu Yuanzhu would not dare act against me in front of her. Yizhen understood that her second aunt's mother-in-law was not an easy person. Nor was her second uncle a source of comfort, so she could not add to her second aunt's troubles. As for Grandma, although she knew that her grandmother favored her less because she was a girl, she was still the eldest granddaughter. Strangely enough, the current generation of the Yi family had only produced daughters, which left the matriarch in a state of despair after repeated disappointments. On the other side, Qiu Yuanzhu returned to Yianan in a fury. Yianan's injuries were not severe. Primarily, she had been startled, and now that she had awakened, her wounds were dressed and nothing major remained, prompting the doctor to discharge them. Discharged? Just like that? What about the scar on my daughter's head? If she stays here, the scar will remain regardless. That is unacceptable. My daughter aspires to attend university and marry into a prominent family. How could she possibly do so with a scar? Qiu Yuanzhu could not come to terms with this reality. The doctor nearly rolled his eyes. Then you should instruct her to be more careful when walking next time. The location of this scar is quite fortunate, she could style her bangs to cover it. If she were to fall elsewhere, however, it would be irreparable. My daughter was assaulted, how could she possibly have fallen? You must be accountable for your words. How am I not accountable? Do you know what my previous profession was? I was a forensic pathologist. Had I not been unable to find a partner, I would not have transitioned to this field. Qiu Yuanzhu looked at the doctor in horror, immediately pulling her daughter up. What bad luck. Truly bad luck. No wonder I felt today was so unfortunate. It turned out this was the reason. Chapter 9, Not letting her suffer in vain. Is that it? Come back in 3 days for a dressing change, don't forget. The doctor sanitized his hands. Was he really that intimidating? After all, what he said wasn't entirely untrue. He had switched careers because finding a girlfriend was considerably easier in a hospital than at the police station. However, he had given it some thought. Once he found a girlfriend and secured a wife, he would consider switching back. He always felt that confronting corpses was far simpler than dealing with living beings. At least corpses didn't engage in trivial chatter. Yet, he had only focused on bandaging and had examined closely. If someone had indeed yanked her hair and slammed her head against the ground, it could potentially explain her injuries. He resolved to inquire more thoroughly next time. "Mom. Slow down. My head hurts." Yeanan was finding even the act of frowning to be painful. "Hurry back and wash up, rid yourself of the bad luck. How can we be so unfortunate to encounter such a doctor?" "Wash what?" "The doctor said I can't get my wounds wet for a week," Yeanan replied weakly. "Well, at least wash your hands thoroughly," Choyuru said impatiently. "By the way, didn't you say you were going to confront Zhen? Did you hit that little wretch?" It was better not to mention it, but as soon as Choyuru did, her irritation flared. "That little wretch has lost her mind to dare lay a hand on me." In Choyuru's view, Zhen's audacity stemmed entirely from the fact that Yi Xingming had assaulted her earlier that day. "Mom, she dared to strike you?" Yeanan could hardly believe Zhen had become so bold. Had she truly lost her senses? "We're going to your grandmother's house," Choyuru declared. She couldn't let Yi Xingming's actions go unpunished, and her daughter's injuries couldn't be overlooked either. "I'm not going," Yeanan protested. Aware that her grandmother disdained her. Even knowing she was the old lady's granddaughter, she still felt unwelcome. "Are you really going to let Zhen get away with it? Didn't she end up in the hospital too? She hasn't gained anything from this. Then you can wait for her to be discharged and file a complaint against her. Can't you think a little more flexibly? Why haven't you learned any of my cleverness?" Choyuru lamented, her frustration palpable. As soon as Choyuru left, Zhen lay on her hospital bed. Calculating that Choyuru and her daughter would undoubtedly slander her first. In her previous life, when she had been hospitalized with a fractured rib, Yeanan hadn't done anything yet but had already gone to their grandmother to spin tales about her, claiming she had become foolish from studying too much, stumbling even while walking. Moreover, in this life, Yeanan hadn't gained an ounce of advantage. She had even ended up disfigured. Based on her understanding of Choyuru and her daughter, they would surely embellish every detail and lay the blame squarely on her. "Second aunt. I recall that your classmate is a community officer, right? He oversees the area where my grandmother lives? Not only is he my classmate, but he is also your mother's classmate. Why do you suddenly want to know this? I think it's best that my grandmother is informed of certain matters beforehand. It's better to have a record of what I've done than to be wrongfully accused by others." Yi Xinglan immediately understood Zhen's intent. "You lie down. I'll make a phone call and be right back." Just then, Choyuru had barely left the hospital when the community officer had already arrived at the Yi household. The Yi family had one son and two daughters. And after all three had married, only the elderly matriarch remained at home. However, although she was referred to as elderly, she was only 60 years old, robust and vigorous, with a voice that could easily intimidate. "What? You say my granddaughter was assaulted? Who did it? Do they really think the Yi family is easy to bully?" Chapter 10, Are You Mourning? The elderly lady casually remarked, yet inwardly schemed to take advantage of the situation. After all, anyone who dared to strike her granddaughter clearly disrespected her son, and that was intolerable. "Dear madam, please do not rush. This is merely an internal family conflict. It was indeed your son's stepdaughter, Yeanan, who struck your granddaughter, and it appears the assault was quite severe. Consequently, the local police have taken a statement regarding the incident. I was contemplating that. This is an affair of your family, as the matriarch. Might you not educate your children properly? I have heard that your daughter-in-law has also been prone to violence against the child in the hospital, which is certainly detrimental. Both Xingming and Xinglan are well acquainted with this matter, which concerns your family's reputation significantly." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's expression soured. She recognized that this was indeed about Choyuru, that vile woman, who had given birth to another wretch. Yeanan was no different from her mother. Had it not been for Choyuru's cunning ploy to conceive her son's child, their family would not have been torn asunder. Even now, she could hardly bear to look at Choyuru. Had it not been for the promise of a grandson, she would never have permitted her entry into the household. Yet here they were, a decade later, and not a single child had come forth, let alone any sign of life. Though Yi Xingming often claimed that his position forbade him from having more children, the reality remained unchanged. Yi Zhen was the child of his former wife. While Yi Anan merely appeared to be his stepdaughter, they were essentially childless. If they truly wished for a child, could they not find a way to ensure its existence? In truth, it was Qiu Yueru's incompetence that was the real issue. Compounded by her instigation of family discord and encouraging her daughter to bully Yi Zhen, something the elderly lady could not abide. Though both were her granddaughters, her affections were far more inclined towards Yi Zhen, whom she had watched grow from a young age, as opposed to the latecomer, Yi Anan. Once the police officer departed, the elderly lady felt a surge of pent-up frustration. Thus, upon seeing Qiu Yueru and Yi Anan enter, the tears flowed freely, quickly giving way to ire. Crying? Are you in mourning? She thundered, startling Qiu Yueru into silence. Mother, that was not my intention. Not your intention? Then why the tears? And what is the meaning of that on her head? Are you truly so eager for my demise that you allow this child to don mourning attire? At that moment, Yi Anan, her head wrapped in a bandage, indeed bore an unsettling resemblance to a mourner. Grandmother, it was Yi Zhen who did this to me, she protested, attempting to stifle her tears. After years of being called a bastard, hearing Yi Zhen's insults amidst a crowd was deeply humiliating. Hold your tears. The elderly lady regarded the pair with disdain, perceiving them as petty. Do not think that my silence all these years indicates ignorance. I am fully aware of how you both have bullied Yi Zhen in that household. Do you truly believe I am blind? She dared to strike you? You should be grateful she did not retaliate. Pray tell, how did Yi Zhen end up hospitalized due to your actions? Mother, who told you such nonsense? It was Yi Zhen who attacked Anan. Look at her face. Mother, you cannot be so biased. Both are your granddaughters, you cannot favor Yi Zhen alone. Be silent. I have but one granddaughter, Yi Zhen. The elderly lady's eyes narrowed, pondering the true lineage of each child. Who could truly discern their origins? Chapter 11, A Disturbing Reflection. Mother, if others are unaware, does that mean you are oblivious as well? Qiu Yuer felt utterly wronged. She believed her schemes were justified. Yet Yi Xingming willingly fell into her trap. Furthermore, as an unmarried mother, she had endured years of scorn and judgment from others. Hadn't she suffered enough? Although Yi Anan was undeniably the granddaughter of the Yi family, the old matriarch's words must have deeply hurt the child. I do not know, she retorted. But I distinctly recall when Xingming brought you home, you promised me a grandson. So I ask you, where is he? Mother, let us leave. Yi Anan had never held any affection for this grandmother, she had disliked her from a young age. Ever since she and her mother entered the household, the old woman had only ever demanded a grandson, never sparing her a glance. While the matriarch did not seem to hold Yi Zhen in particularly high regard, at least she acknowledged her as her own granddaughter. This disparity fueled Anan's resentment toward Zhen. In Anan's eyes, Zhen had usurped her father's affection, otherwise she would not have been labeled a bastard for so many years. Yet today, Yi Zhen instilled a sense of fear in her. There was a fleeting moment when she seemed to transform into an entirely different person. In the end, Qiu Yuer and her daughter retreated in disgrace, just as Yi Zhen had anticipated. Thus, she harbored considerable confidence in the old matriarch's formidable presence. Yi Zhen was discharged from the hospital 3 days later. After all, she was in her final year of high school, entering a crucial review phase, and could not afford to fall behind. This time, she would grant no opportunities for the mother-daughter duo to harm her. She was determined to study diligently, secure admission to her desired university, and reunite with her mother in Beijing. During her days in the hospital, she found herself consumed by unsettling thoughts. Could her mother's accident in the previous life have connections to that mother and daughter? In her past life, she had never pondered such matters. Now, given a second chance, she felt compelled to contemplate the implications. If both she and her mother were to perish, who would stand to gain the most? Certainly, it would be her father, Yi Xingming. This realization altered the way she regarded him. What are you staring at? He snapped. I let you stay at your grandmother's for your own good. Do you truly wish for chaos in this household? Yi Xingming looked at his daughter with growing impatience. The past few days had left him exhausted. with dark circles under his eyes due to Qiu Yuer's incessant demands. Was it truly so outrageous to have smacked her in front of others? Why was he now denied the comfort of his own bed? It appeared that soothing Qiu Yuer would not be an easy task, especially with the matriarch involved. He would have to address the situation delicately. He did not disdain the idea of having a son, yet it was no simple matter. With 2 daughters both nearing adulthood and himself approaching 40, he was at a pivotal point in his career. If his aspirations were to be jeopardized by the birth of a son, he would prefer to forego fatherhood altogether rather than risk his position as deputy mayor. Who knew? In a few years, he might ascend to the roles of mayor or party secretary. How could he allow the prospect of a single child to jeopardize his future? Of course, having a son was not entirely out of the question, however, it could be arranged discreetly. And the mother of his son need not be Qiu Yuer alone. Given his current standing, there were certainly women eager to bear him a son. But the timing simply was not right. Thus, he continued to endure Qiu Yuer's tantrums, for his reputation was of utmost importance at this juncture. His outburst had been a consequence of her shortcomings as a stepmother, and he regretted not having resolved the matter more judiciously. He had even conducted a self-assessment before the party secretary upon returning home, though it was merely for appearances. Chapter 12. A typical egoist. Zhen possesses a profound understanding of her father, a quintessential egoist who prioritizes his own reputation above all else. Regrettably, due to his lack of education and capability, he remains stagnant a decade later, while his colleagues who ventured into business earlier have already amassed considerable wealth. Consequently, he has turned his ambitions towards her and her mother. Given Zhen's mother's character, rekindling any relationship or engaging in business collaboration with him is utterly implausible. Yixingming observes his daughter in silence, her cold gaze fixed upon him, and he cannot help but feel a twinge of unease. He has scarcely taken an active role in her upbringing. During her childhood, her mother managed her, and after their divorce, an elderly lady took on that responsibility. When she returned to his care for her education, he remained acutely aware of the machinations of Qiu Yuer and her daughter towards Yi. Yet he chose to turn a blind eye. Before the college entrance examination, do not return. It would only distract you from your studies, he declared. Knowing well that Zhen excelled academically, he harbored hopes that her success in gaining admission to a prestigious university would reflect favorably on him. As for Yianin, she mirrored her mother-esque capriciousness, lacking any semblance of seriousness, easily making friends with those of similar academic standing, neither particularly distinguished nor notably poor. With only 3 months until the examination, he could not allow trivial matters to jeopardize Zhen's opportunity to enhance his standing. Last year, the son of the town's education chief secured a place at a university in Beijing. Though ordinary, it still bore significant prestige. Furthermore, if his daughter were to gain admission there, he would be relieved of any financial burdens regarding her living expenses and future costs, a prospect he found most agreeable. He was aware that Yang Wanqing ran a clothing business in Beijing, albeit merely a modest stall, which he regarded with disdain. Nevertheless, the prospect of being free from financial obligations for his daughter's expenses delighted him. Besides, even if he were to be involved, Qiu Yuer would be unlikely to contribute any funds. Moreover, with Yianin also aspiring to attend university, financial support would be necessary regardless of her eventual placement. Zhen remained silent, reflecting on her prior neglect of her biological father. Upon reconsideration, she surmised that Qiu Yuer and her daughter likely lacked the capability to achieve much on their own. However, the potential involvement of her father could complicate matters significantly. The elderly lady had lived independently for many years, as their town was not vast, and her children resided nearby. Her 2 daughters visited frequently, allowing her to manage her own affairs. The elderly matriarch was fully aware that Yixingming was her sole son, yet she held disdain for each of his wives. His first wife, though beautiful and composed with a respectable background, never integrated into the family, maintaining an aloof demeanor that understandably led her son to seek affection elsewhere. The second wife, lacking in beauty, exhibited a cunning demeanor, appearing petty and overly eager to please her husband, which the matriarch found utterly contemptible in comparison to the first. Had it not been for her, Yixingming would not have faced divorce, yet it had occurred, and there was little she could do about it now. The matriarch's greatest desire throughout her life had been to embrace a grandson. Qiu Yuer had promised to bear a son for the Yi family upon her marriage. Yet 10 years had elapsed without a trace of fulfillment, further diminishing her regard for the daughter-in-law. Although she held a preference for male offspring, Zhen remained her granddaughter. And lacking any grandsons, she maintained a modicum of affection for her. Chapter 13, The Inherent Antagonism Between Mothers-in-Law and Daughters-in-Law. Dead girl, why can't you possess your mother's tenacity? How can you let those two bully you? As soon as the elderly lady saw Zhen, she began her tirade. Zhen was accustomed to it, during her parents' divorce. The old woman had hurled insults at her incessantly. Reflecting on her past life, Zhen realized that this was likely the reason her personality had transformed so drastically. After all, she had been merely 7 years old then, at an age of fragile understanding. This time around, however, such events would never recur in her life. What could my mother have done? In the end, she couldn't even take me away, Zhen countered for the first time. The old lady paused momentarily, then grabbed a broom from the bed and hurled it at her. Father, how can I study like this? Zhen did not flinch and merely swatted the broom aside. The elderly woman's eyes widened. You insolent girl, are you rebelling? Mother, please refrain from criticizing her. This girl has been behaving strangely these past few days. Yi Xingming remarked with a furrowed brow, having also noticed her peculiar demeanor, which was why he couldn't take her back. If he did, who knew what kind of chaos would ensue? He was already overwhelmed dealing with Qiu Yu. If a confrontation arose, he would be at a loss as to whom to support. The old lady, being one who bullied the weak and feared the strong, ceased her scolding upon witnessing Zhen's defiance. Is it true? Did you injure her head? She had seen how severely Yi Ainan's head had been bandaged. It was not a trivial injury. She is clumsy, she fell while walking, Zhen did not confess, but it mattered little, the old lady had already drawn her conclusions. If Zhen were not involved, Qiu Yu would not have brought Yi Ainan to complain to her. Had you been like this earlier? Would they have dared to bully you? The old lady remarked, her lips pursed, but it was clear she approved of Zhen's actions. In her eyes, the inherent enmity between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law meant she derived pleasure from Qiu Yu's misfortunes. As for Zhen's mother, that was a matter of the past. Over the years, Yang Wanqing had not neglected her child, providing money and clothing during holidays, most of which were sent to Yi Xinglan. Occasionally bringing a few pieces for her as well. Why didn't she send anything to Yi Xingming? It was simply because she feared that those items would not reach her daughter. Yi Xinglan often lamented why her mother had not allowed Yang Wanqing to take the children away. Had Yang Wanqing taken them back then, Zhen would not have endured such mistreatment in this household. Yet, in the old lady's eyes, even if Zhen was a daughter, she was still a scion of the Yi family. Allowing Yang Wanqing to take her away to find a stepfather meant severing her ties to the Yi lineage. She could never allow her bloodline to be cast adrift, not even if it was her granddaughter. Zhen remained silent, merely taking her school bag and heading to the west room. The old lady's 3-room house had the west room vacant, filled with various odds and ends on the bed, where Zhen had lived in her childhood. Didn't you just come home from the hospital? Wait until your second aunt arrives this afternoon to tidy up. The old lady still felt a pang of affection for her granddaughter, having watched her grow up, which was a stark contrast to her attitude towards Yi Ainan. I need to review, I've fallen behind in my studies. Although she had entered the review phase, what Zhen had missed was not merely a few lessons, but a decade's worth of education. Fortunately, she had studied her senior year twice, especially the second time when she had given her utmost effort. So many concepts still lingered in her memory. However, time was of the essence. If only she had another year, achieving admission to a prestigious university would be a certainty. But alas, that year was no longer available to her. Chapter 14, A bowl of water cannot be held level for 3 months. Zhen endeavored to reclaim a decade's worth of time, a formidable task indeed. She compelled herself to memorize every detail. The subjects of advanced mathematics, physics, and chemistry could not merely be committed to memory, they demanded her utmost diligence. Therefore, her time was of the essence. Zhen secluded herself in the west room, leaving only the elderly matriarch and Yi Xingming in the east room. Look at you. You can't even keep a wife, and now you expect her to revolt. And that wretched girl, she is just like her mother. Has she ever regarded me as her true grandmother? Mother, it's not easy for you. Being a stepmother is a challenging role. At that moment, Yi Xingming felt the need to defend Qiu Yu. If it's so difficult, does that mean she allows that wretched girl to bully Zhen? The old lady was not easily deceived. even in a childless quarrel. It was Zhen's mother who instigated it. She keeps sending things over. Naturally, the children would feel envious, leading to disputes. In such instances, Yi Xingming was eager to shift the blame onto others, particularly targeting Yang Wanqing as the instigator. It was Yang Wanqing who bought those for her daughter. She should have the capability to procure similar items for her own child. The matriarch, upon hearing this, was displeased. After all, she had also received gifts from Yang Wanqing. Accepting favors made her feel indebted, yet she understood that Yang Wanqing's intentions were to encourage her to treat the children with greater kindness. However, with the children no longer residing with her, she felt powerless. "Mother, the child will stay with your son until after the college entrance examination. She excels in her studies. We must not hinder her progress," Yi Xingming stated, as he retrieved 20 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the Kong. "Do you think I am in need of this meager sum?" The matriarch scoffed. "I am aware that you do not require my trifling amount. I simply wish to relieve you of some burden. Most importantly, Yi Zhen staying with you alleviates a significant inconvenience for me." Yi Xingming laid down the money and also placed the malted milk essence and canned goods that his sister had brought from the hospital for Yi Zhen on the Kong. "Mother, I shall take my leave now. Go on. Go home and make your wife understand. After all these years, she hasn't even produced a child. Yet she dares to come here and complain. Why must you bring that up again?" Yi Xingming frowned. Knowing that his mother's reproach regarding his son was a matter she could not overlook. "I have explained this to you numerous times. It is not that she is unwilling to bear children, my career is in a crucial phase of growth. If she were to conceive now, it would adversely affect my prospects." "What nonsense. Don't speak to me of such trivialities. If she were truly capable of bearing children, I would gladly take and raise them. The crux of the matter is that she cannot." Yi Xingming was acutely aware of the truth. Qiu Yuru was indeed incapable of giving birth. "Enough, mother, I am leaving. If the child needs anything, let her reach out to Xinlan. I know she does not wish to see me." The matriarch gazed at her son with disdain. "You cannot even manage a single bowl of water evenly. Who do you think will support you in your old age?" She refrained from continuing, sensing her son's reluctance to hear more. Sighing, she watched him depart. She was not blind. If Yi Xingming had only these 2 daughters in his life, then in his twilight years, he would ultimately depend on Yi Zhen. The 2 children had grown up together. Yi Zhen, having taken after her mother, was a kind-hearted child. In contrast, Yianan was just as selfish as her mother. Though she had turned her back on the Yi family by following Qiu Yuru, perhaps she still harbored resentment towards Yi Xingming. Had it not been for Yi Xingming, how much suffering would the 2 women have endured? While Yi Zhen had faced her share of hardships over the years, she had at least not been so self-centered. Chapter 15, The Legendary Coward. The following day, Yi Zhen returned to school, and everything remained as it had been a decade ago, save for the fact that at this time 10 years prior, she was still confined to a hospital bed. As she stepped into the classroom, an immediate hush enveloped the room. All eyes were upon her. And once she settled into her seat, the whispers began to circulate. Notably, those few girls who had been close to Yi Anan dared not meet her gaze, particularly since they had been involved in the altercation. Seating arrangements were largely determined by academic performance, placing Yi Zhen in the front rows, while Yi Anan found herself relegated to the last 2 rows. In the far corners of the classroom sat the 4 most mischievous boys who were a constant source of exasperation for the teachers. Yi Anan had also taken a few days off and returned to school today with a new hairstyle, sporting a thick fringe to conceal her wounds. Though it did not detract from her attractiveness, it appeared somewhat peculiar, especially as the weather grew warmer and others opted for lighter bangs. She seemed intent on avoiding any gusts of wind. Yi Anan entered the classroom after Yi Zhen and was taken aback by her swift return. She had anticipated that Yi Zhen would remain in the hospital for a few more days, relishing the rare opportunity where someone was there to attend to her needs, as long as she was not at home to irritate her. Yet, here was Yi Zhen, back so soon for class. Yi Anan's concern did not stem from Yi Zhen's return to school but rather from the impending necessity to apologize publicly, as her father had insisted on multiple occasions. This issue had caused several heated arguments between her parents, and it was the first time she had witnessed them quarrel so fiercely. Unlike previous minor disputes, this time, Yi Xingming stood his ground firmly. insisting that Yi Anan must apologize, regardless of Qiao Yuetru's arguments. However, Yi Anan harbored a different perspective. She believed Yi Zhen's current bravado was merely a consequence of the doctor's involvement and her father's support of Yi Zhen. She contemplated that with a little intimidation, she might evade the need to apologize altogether. Yet, the memory of that day when Yi Zhen had viciously yanked her hair and slammed her head into the ground sent a shiver down her spine. What had possessed Yi Zhen that day? Was she truly possessed? Determined to test her theory, Yi Anan resolved to attempt to intimidate Yi Zhen once more. If she succeeded, perhaps she could avoid the apology and continue to maintain her upper hand over Yi Zhen. After all, her father had taken away several exquisite outfits sent from Beijing, including one that had just arrived for Yi Zhen's birthday. The thought of that dress lingered in her mind. Wearing it might make her the center of attention at school, though it mattered little whether she garnered universal admiration, she merely desired to capture someone's attention. Just as Yi Anan was lost in her thoughts, that very person appeared. Unbeknownst to Yi Zhen, who had been absent for a week, the teacher had reassigned her deskmate and introduced a new transfer student. Thus, when Jing Yuhan took the seat beside her, she was momentarily taken aback. In their final year, teachers seldom paired boys and girls at the same desk, and her previous deskmate had been a girl, now seated behind her. Jing Yuhan had transferred 5 days earlier and had swiftly become the new heartthrob of the school, though he bore an air of seriousness, focused on the impending college entrance exam rather than casual conversation. For the past few days, he had been sitting alone, and upon seeing Yi Zhen, he paused momentarily, soon realizing that she was the fabled coward who had been sent to the hospital by the sister of his rival. Chapter 16, The Classmate with a Story. Upon seeing the name inscribed on his book, Yi Zhen finally connected this individual to a name lingering in her memory, Jing Yuan. The unattainable love of Yi Anan, her white moonlight. In her previous life, she had only heard whispers of this name. It was Jing Yuan who had inspired Yi Anan to strive for acceptance into a prestigious school in Beijing, ultimately leading Qiao Yueryu to go to great lengths to usurp Yi Zhen's academic records. Thus, this figure bore a share of the responsibility for the tragic circumstances that had befallen her in her past existence. While Yi Zhen was not one to harbor grudges, it was difficult to forget entirely, and in this moment, she categorized Jing Yuan alongside Yi Anan. Jing Yuan was perplexed. There seemed to be a flicker of animosity in the way this timid girl regarded him. If memory served correctly, today marked their first encounter. "Hello, I am Jing Yuan, the new transfer student," he announced, striving to exhibit a degree of composure typical of a gentleman. Although his voice was barely audible, the surrounding classmates nonetheless caught his introduction, and a hush fell over the classroom. For days, this heartthrob had shown little interest in the female students, yet here he was, introducing himself to Yi Zhen. "Yi Zhen," she replied with a nod, returning to her studies. Her brief acknowledgement, though minimal, was sufficient to ignite a fierce jealousy in Yi Anan. After all, she had yet to utter a single word to Jing Yuan. Each time she stood before him, she felt like a fool. When she had mustered the courage to introduce herself, he had merely cast her a cold glance before returning to his studies. Yet now, Jing Yuan not only initiated conversation with Yi Zhen but received a response as well. Seething with jealousy, Yi Anan longed to occupy Yi Zhen's seat. She prided herself on being superior to Yi Zhen in every regard. Why, then, could she not outshine her academically? Regret washed over her. Had she known it would come to this, she would have dedicated herself to her studies, striving to surpass Yi Zhen. As whispers filled the classroom, the teacher entered with the morning test papers. "Look at you all, still chattering away. Observe your diligent classmates, engrossed in their studies. I am not exaggerating. The college entrance examination is a pivotal point in your lives, and the outcomes will be evident soon enough." Yi Zhen raised her gaze to meet the teacher's, a subtle smile gracing her lips, an elusive feeling that was profoundly comforting. She had indeed returned, back to a time when she could still amend her mistakes. And all was not lost. In that fleeting moment, Jing Yuan caught a glimpse of the smile on Yi Zhen's face. Although it quickly transformed into her resolute and composed demeanor, he discerned that she was a classmate with a story to tell. Perhaps she was timid. Perhaps she had endured hardships that left her hospitalized, or perhaps it was simply her way of enduring. His mother had always advised him never to rely on others' opinions of a person, as those views might be objective but seldom accurate. Yet, he had no time to delve into the stories behind this girl, as his sights were firmly set on the nation's finest university. If her aspirations aligned with his, perhaps he would be inclined to assist her, if only she were not so shy and their paths did not diverge. Before entering this prestigious high school, Jing Yuan had only needed a report card from his last examination. His ambition was to be the top student. He rifled through his memories and recalled that while Yi Zhen's academic performance was commendable, it only placed her within the top 50 of the school, a substantial gap between them. Chapter 17, I will make you understand what regret truly is. This long-lost sense of familiarity did not leave Yi Zhen bewildered, for her aspirations were crystal clear. She aimed to gain admission to Beijing with the highest possible scores. Although she had spent 2 years in her senior year, nearly a decade had passed without her touching a book. It seemed improbable to recover all the material she had once studied in such a short time. The reason she devoted 2 days to her studies was to rekindle that bygone feeling. Now, as she gazed at the morning examination paper, a flicker of confidence returned to her. Their homeroom teacher, an English instructor, commenced the morning assessment with vocabulary, and fortunately, the one thing Yi Zhen had not forsaken over the past decade was her vocabulary. Her spoken English had also flourished. Given her preparations for engaging with foreign businesses in Beijing, rendering English a manageable task for her. When she and Jing Yuan simultaneously submitted their English tests to the teacher, both paused momentarily. Even the teacher was taken aback, as he had grown accustomed to Jing Yuan's rhythm over the past few days. He was consistently the first to submit and invariably achieved the highest scores, rarely making mistakes. The teacher sensed that Jing Yuan not only dominated their class but likely excelled across the entire year. As for Yi Zhen, after 3 years of teaching her, he understood her well. She was a diligent student. Though her innate talent may not have been exceptional, her hard work would certainly secure her a place in a respectable university. Yet, it was indeed surprising that she could submit her paper simultaneously with Jing Yuan today. Furthermore, upon a brief glance, he noted that she had made no errors, which astonished him even more. Quickly. 5 more minutes, then we will proceed to the math test, the teacher announced. A chorus of lamentations filled the classroom. Why all the fuss? Look at Yi Zhen. She hasn't attended for a week yet, has lost no time in her studies, and you still dare to complain? Teacher. Yi Zhen was among the top 5 in our class, and in the top 50 of the entire year. Can't you find someone else to compare us with? The complaining student was Zhang Yong, one of the 4 stalwarts of the class. It wasn't that he didn't study, rather, he struggled to grasp the material. Of course, he had gained admission to this prestigious high school through a donation made by his father. At that time, the elite schools had sponsorship slots, and few could afford to pay 2,000 yuan outright, but Zhang Yong's family was among those few. Thus, despite his low scores, he still attended this esteemed institution. After graduating high school, he had even pursued Yi Zhen, seriously stating that even if they both forewent university, his family could support them and still make them the wealthiest in town. However, Yi Zhen's family looked down upon his, and after she moved to Beijing, they lost contact. Reflecting on Zhang Yong now, he seemed to be doing reasonably well aside from his academic struggles, at least possessing commendable character. Especially during the times when Yianan confronted Yi Zhen, he had defended her, while Yianan often resorted to underhanded tactics. Just like today, as the first class concluded, Yianan approached Yi Zhen and whispered, "Come outside with me for a moment." Yi Zhen glanced up at her and curtly declined, fully aware of Yianan's petty tricks. Did she truly believe she was the old Yi Zhen? A few words would not intimidate her. Evidently, her previous warning had been too lenient, as Yianan had already forgotten it within days. "Yi Zhen, you shall not regret this," she said, but because Jing Yuan was present, Yianan refrained from being excessively brazen. Unfortunately for her, Yi Zhen was unfazed by her antics. With a cold smile, Yi Zhen retorted, "Yianan, I grant you 1 day to prepare. If by tomorrow's physical training session you do not publicly apologize to me before the entire school, you will come to understand what true regret is." Chapter 18, How would you choose? Yianan stared in astonishment at Yi Zhen, now fully convinced that Yi Zhen had indeed changed. The former Yi Zhen would never have dared to utter such words. Jing Yuhan turned to look at Yi Zhen. Realizing that rumors should not be taken at face value, at least the Yi Zhen before him did not resemble the coward described in tales. A coward would not dare to speak in such a tone, as it would only invite trouble. It appeared that he needed to reevaluate his perception of his deskmate. Especially considering that during the recent morning assessment, Zhen's ranking was just beneath his own. Clearly, he had underestimated her. Zhen, however, paid no heed to Jing Yuhan's opinions, as he had already been mentally blacklisted by her. In contrast, Yi Anan thought differently. Had this been the old days? She might have confronted Zhen with harsh words, but in the presence of Jing Yuhan, she could not bring herself to do so. In fact, she dared not utter even a single sharp remark. Instead, upon hearing Zhen's words, she left with red-rimmed eyes, as if she had been the one wronged all along. If the previous Zhen might have overlooked such manipulations, the reborn Zhen was no longer the same person. How could Yi Anan's petty tricks escape her notice? Yi Anan, have you bumped your head and lost your wits? Whom do you think you are deceiving with this feigned victimhood? If you refuse to apologize, perhaps you should explain to the police how I acquired these injuries. Do not present yourself as a wronged little wife. You were not so demure when you brought people to assault me. Sister, do not go too far. Zhen scoffed. I have no sister like you. My father merely took pity on you and granted you his surname, yet some people wish to usurp what is not theirs. Do not think that because you bully me and seem to have the upper hand, others will forget who you truly are. Fuming, Yi Anan covered her face and ran away in tears. Had it not been for Jing Yuhan's presence, she would have undoubtedly lunged at Zhen. But in front of her white moonlight, she wished to maintain her best facade. Jing Yuhan did not expect to witness such a drama during the 10-minute break. When the bell rang and before the teacher arrived, he quietly remarked, "It seems you are quite different from the rumors, after all." Zhen cast him a sidelong glance but paid him no mind. Her time was precious, aside from her studies and dealing with Yi Anan and her mother. She did not wish to expend too much energy elsewhere. As for Jing Yuhan, she had yet to devise a strategy for him. Although they had known each other for less than a day, he was easily perceptible. Someone who excelled academically and was handsome often cared deeply about surpassing others. Therefore, Zhen believed that as long as she focused on outshining him in her studies, she would be fine. However, she was not entirely confident in her abilities yet. So she resolved to put forth her utmost effort. During the intermission, Zhen approached the head of the academic affairs office, for he was most familiar with the situation. Apologizing in front of the entire school? The headmaster looked at Zhen with concern. Headmaster, you were present during the incident. I was indeed present, but your father. You need not concern yourself with my father. This matter occurred within the school premises. There are investigation records at the police station. I neither requested a reprimand nor a disciplinary record against her, I merely desire a public apology. Is that too much to ask? This matter requires some consideration. Does it not? Zhen understood that this consideration merely meant he would communicate with her father. As the entire town knew that Yi Xingming would endure humiliation to save face. Have you contemplated, headmaster, that a public apology in front of the faculty and students would only embarrass Yi Anan? If this escalates, the shame will extend beyond her. If you were in my father's position, how would you choose? Chapter 19, The Necessity of Bearing a Son. Indeed, Yi Anan was summoned for a discussion by the director. Her eyes welling with tears of grievance. She dared not return to seek support from Yi Xingming, for he would undoubtedly not side with her in this matter. Yi Xingming was solely concerned with his own reputation, thus, it was imperative that this issue be resolved within the confines of the school. A public apology was inescapable. The mere fact that the director had called her indicated that he had conferred with Yi Xingming regarding this incident. In recent days, her mother had been causing quite a stir at home, yet for reasons unknown, Yi Xingming remained obstinate and unyielding. And incensed that her mother had grown weary of her futile efforts and had redirected her focus entirely on the prospect of producing a son. Her intuition proved correct. Qiu Yu, after being provoked by the matriarch of the Yi family, had resolutely resolved to bear a son, for without such a child, her standing in the Yi household would be utterly insignificant. Over the years, her relationship with Yi Xingming had dulled significantly. After all, a wife is less esteemed than a concubine, and a concubine less than a mistress. Prior to Yi Xingming's divorce, she had employed various clandestine methods to maintain an affair with him. However, once he divorced and she assumed the role of his legitimate partner, the novelty of their relationship had faded. What remained were the mundane aspects of life, domestic chores and the presence of Yi Zhen, the child from his previous marriage. who would never align with her interests. As for Yianin, she was merely a daughter, one not acknowledged by the Yi family. And her academic performance paled in comparison to Yi Zhen's. She understood Yi Xingming all too well, his vanity eclipsed even his own life. Yi Zhen had the ability to bolster his reputation in this regard, hence he would always protect her. However, if Qiu Yuru were to bear a son, the dynamics would shift. She recognized that the Yi family was in dire need of a male heir. If she succeeded in this endeavor, she would become an invaluable asset to the family. At that point, all discussions of Yi Zhen and her legitimacy would be rendered irrelevant. And even the matriarch would regard her with newfound respect. In truth, she did not wish to regard the matriarch with any reverence, given their past separation. Yet she was acutely aware of Yi Xingming's nature. Despite his outward indifference, men inherently possess a preference for sons over daughters. This inclination was especially pronounced in someone like Yi Xingming, who had already begun to lose interest in her. Should a woman arise, willing to bear him a son, he would undoubtedly expel both mother and daughter without hesitation. Moreover, he would seize upon her perceived mistreatment of Yi Zhen as justification, never acknowledging Yi Enen as his true daughter. Yi Zhen had grown up by his side, and if he remained indifferent to her, how much less regard would he have for Yi Enen, a mere illegitimate child? Thus, Qiu Yuru was determined to bear a son to solidify her position within the Yi family. Even if Yi Zhen excelled academically in the future, it would only serve to enhance Yi Xingming's temporary prestige. A daughter, after all, is but water spilled. Only a son could provide a solid foundation. However, when Qiu Yuru consulted a fortune teller, the woman, appearing younger than Qiu Yuru herself, declared outright that she could not conceive. "Do not shake your head," Qiu Yuru implored. "My sister has suffered greatly, she only wishes for a son to safeguard her future. You must assist us." The fortune teller scoffed, well aware of the misdeeds Qiu Yuru had committed. Alarmed, Qiu Yuru quickly placed a coin beneath the fortune teller's mat and, noticing her cousin's gesture, hastily added another 2 coins. "Please, grant us your guidance." Chapter 20, I made her apologize on her knees in the end. Qiu Yuru spent 5 yuan to seek guidance from a fortune teller. The primary reason for her visit was that she had another child after Yianin. Although that child was not Yi Xingming's, she had initially intended to pin the blame on Yi Xingming, but upon calculating the dates, it became evident that it was impossible. Thus, she resorted to traditional methods to terminate the pregnancy. The fortune teller revealed that the child was a boy, harboring resentment. It was this lingering resentment that had prevented her from conceiving over the years. Even if she were fortunate enough to become pregnant, the pregnancy would not be viable. The fortune teller provided her with a talisman and instructed her to find a westward direction. After nightfall, she was to burn the talisman, preferably accompanied by incense and paper money, to bid farewell to the child. Only by sending the child away could she hope to conceive again, otherwise, the likelihood of ever having children, be they sons or daughters, was exceedingly slim. If this had been a decade ago, she would not have dared to entertain such thoughts, as they would have been deemed superstitious. However, in recent years, societal attitudes had shifted, allowing her to return home with immense gratitude. Upon her return, Yianin caught sight of her mother preparing these items. "Mom, that wretched Yi Zhen actually made me apologize to her in front of the entire school during the physical education period." Qiu Yuru did not even glance up. "Then apologize?" "Mom." Yianan's voice rose an octave. "Why should I apologize to her? She was the one who hurt me." "Mom, you should talk to Dad." "I absolutely refuse to apologize to her, especially not in front of everyone. Where would I put my face?" Qiu Yuru sighed. "My foolish daughter, can't you see? Your father cannot assist you in this matter. In his eyes, Yi Zhen's academic performance surpasses yours. If she gets into university, it will reflect well on him, and he may speak on your behalf. Moreover, that stubborn Yi Zhen was relentless about this issue. One could only wonder who she inherited such tenacity from. Talk to Dad for me. He usually listens to you." "Humph. Listen to me? If he truly listened, would he have allowed so many people to witness him strike me?" The mention of this incident filled Qiu Yuru with anger, but the fortune teller's words from earlier that day eased her frustration. "Daughter, let us endure this for now. However, rest assured, it will not be long before we reclaim what is rightfully ours. Just wait, once I conceive a son, I will make Yizhen kneel and apologize to you. Yianan frowned. Her mother had uttered similar words before, yet no child had materialized over the years. It was likely that the mention of Yizhen's grandmother had provoked her mother, sparking a desire for a son once more. Yianan had never considered that elderly woman to be her grandmother. She had never regarded her as a true matriarch. Having lived nearly 18 years, she had come to realize that she had only one true family member, her mother. Even her father was of little use, as it was only her mother who could protect her at critical moments. Mom. Yianan hesitated. Daughter, I have consulted someone. And this time it will surely succeed. Perhaps by the time you are accepted into university, I will already be pregnant. At the mention of university, Yianan fell silent, for she was uncertain if she would even be able to gain admission. She was acutely aware of how she had managed to enroll in this prestigious high school. Merely staying afloat in her class was already a significant achievement. Aspiring to attend university seemed far-fetched. Settling for vocational school would be a victory in itself. Mom, I want to go to Beijing. She knew that Jing Yuan aimed for Tsinghua or Peking University. Alright, as long as you can get in. Your father and I will do whatever it takes to support you. Chapter 21, Superstition is Undesirable Mother. If both Yizhen and I are admitted to universities in Beijing, and our family can only afford to support one of us, who do you think father would choose? Of course, you, Qiuhuiru responded without hesitation. As if it were self-evident. Yizhen still has her own mother. Mother, what if Yizhen outperforms me in the exams? What if she gets in, and I don't? With merely 3 months remaining, Yianan was preoccupied with these questions. Qiuhuiru gazed at Yianan, admitting that she had not contemplated this possibility. How could you possibly fail? If that little hussy, Yizhen, can succeed, so can you. And then, there are still 3 months. You must exert every ounce of effort to get into university, do you understand? We cannot allow Yizhen to gain the upper hand in this matter. The old lady already looks down on us. Yianan bristled at this, as if she cares about me. She only has eyes for Yizhen. I'm practically non-existent in her eyes, as if I'm not even related to the Yi family. That's precisely why we must prove ourselves. And then, if you surpass Yizhen in the college entrance examination, and I bear a son, then our mother-daughter duo will dominate the Yi family. Yianan remained unconvinced, retorting. Getting into university isn't as simple as saying it. Besides, with only 3 months left, I can't possibly learn enough. I understand. Yianan said, seeking refuge in her room to escape the nagging. Regardless of her daughter's sentiments, Qiuhuiru continued her tirade for quite some time before finally relenting. Yizhen knew that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Yianan would inevitably issue a public apology, as she had no other recourse. However, even if the mother and daughter could endure for a time, they would never tolerate it indefinitely. Therefore, she resolved to strike first. Yizhen had intentionally come to eavesdrop, and she was taken aback to discover that Qiuhuiru had not yet abandoned her obsession with bearing a son. However, her persistence was futile, as in the previous timeline. Yi Xingming had an affair before Qiuhuiru could produce a son. Rumor had it that the woman had arrived at their doorstep, heavily pregnant, demanding recognition. Subsequently, the child mysteriously disappeared, and the matter was dropped. It was highly probable that Qiuhuiru and her daughter were implicated in the incident. That transpired while she was in Beijing. Calculating the timeline, Yi Xingming should already be showing signs of infidelity. This was likely one of the reasons why Yi Xingming was unwilling to tolerate Qiuhuiru this time, as his affections had shifted, rendering Qiuhuiru an inconvenience in his eyes. Upon hearing the sound of a bicycle bell at the entrance of the alley, Yizhen knew that Yi Xingming had returned. She promptly pushed open the gate. Qiuhuiru was utterly unprepared for Yizhen's return, and her countenance immediately hardened. What are you doing back here? It was worth noting that Yi Xingming had taken all of Yizhen's clothing, even Yianan's favorite piece, without leaving anything behind. I'm here to retrieve my books, Yizhen stated. Yi Xingming had indeed taken many of Yizhen's belongings, but he was uncertain about which books she needed. Yianan also heard Yizhen's voice and burst out of the room. You dared to come back, Yizhen. A fierce glint appeared in Yianan's eyes. She had finally found an opportunity for retribution, and Yizhen had conveniently delivered herself to their doorstep. Yianan, you should be focusing on writing your apology letter, Yizhen retorted, unfazed. Yi Zhen, if I don't beat you to death today, I'll disown the Yi name. Yi Yanin charged forward, intending to tear at her hair. Just as she had held her down that day, attempting to break her head. You rebellious brat, are you trying to revolt? Yi Xingming had just pushed his bicycle into the courtyard when he witnessed the scene. Without hesitation, Yi Xingming dropped his belongings and rushed over. While Qiu Yueru hastily stepped in to protect her daughter. Yi Zhen felt that her acting skills had improved considerably. As her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Yi Xingming. Father, I'm so glad you're back, otherwise, I don't know how I would have died. Yi Zhen. Stop pretending. Although Yi Yanin dared not strike, her mouth continued to spew venom. She was the one who usually feigned helplessness. So how had Yi Zhen managed to usurp her role and gain sympathy? Silence. Do you think I'm deaf? Yi Xingming bellowed. Xingming, you can't just listen to Yi Zhen. Qiu Yueru protested unhappily. What did she say? I heard everything you said from the moment she entered the courtyard. She simply came back to retrieve her books. She didn't intend to do anything. He paused, then continued, Qiu Yueru, have you heard what people are saying about you outside? Like the seasoned manipulator she was. Tears welled up in Qiu Yueru's eyes upon hearing Yi Xingming's words. Xingming, when I married you, I knew that as a stepmother. I would be criticized no matter what I did. But all these years, others may not know, but surely you do, have I ever laid a finger on Yi Zhen? Yi Zhen chuckled, indeed, she never lays a hand on me, it's always Yi Yanin who does the hitting. That's their usual tactic. Over the years, Qiu Yueru had always played the role of the benevolent figure in front of Yi Xingming. Yi Xingming was fully aware of this. Yet he had always turned a blind eye. Furthermore, Yi Zhen's reserved nature in the past meant that she never contested or vied for attention, so Yi Xingming feigned ignorance. However, now that she had been given a second chance at life, she would no longer allow them to bully her. Father. Auntie has indeed never laid a hand on me, however, when Yi Yanin hits me, she's practically handing her the knife. Yi Zhen retorted. Some women are born with a natural charm. Yi Zhen may not have possessed that skill, but she had a voice. You little brat. How dare you speak to my mother like that? Yi Yanin exclaimed, clearly attempting to assert her mother's authority. She raised her hand to strike, eager to avenge herself. Before Yi Yanin's slap could land, Yi Xingming kicked her away. Father. Yi Yanin stared at Yi Xingming in disbelief, knowing that he had never laid a hand on her. Let alone shown such favoritism towards Yi Zhen. Qiu Yueru, is this the kind of daughter you've raised? Do you take my words as mere wind? Yi Xingming glared. As if he hadn't been present. His words had barely left his mouth when Yi Yanin dared to strike Yi Zhen in his presence, showing utter disregard for him. Speak properly, why are you hitting the child? Qiu Yueru interposed, naturally protecting her daughter, realizing that her daughter had chosen the wrong moment to assert her authority. Has she listened when I speak properly? Yi Xingming countered. Yi Zhen, go and gather all the things you need, I'll take you back to your grandmother's house. All right. Yi Zhen responded, her face beaming with a hint of triumph. She had not expected Yi Xingming to be so supportive. Yi Yanin was shaken by Yi Xingming's kick and dared not do anything to Yi Zhen. Tears streamed down Qiu Yueru's face. Attempting to use her manipulative tactics to elicit sympathy. Unfortunately, Yi Xingming, for some reason, didn't even spare her a glance. Yi Zhen packed her books into a cardboard box. Along with her childhood toys that had been taken by Yi Yanin, leaving nothing behind. As she carried the box out, she intentionally brushed against Qiu Yueru's paper money, causing it to scatter across the ground. Auntie, superstition is undesirable, you should know what my father's position is. Chapter 22, a little surprised Yi Xingming had not previously noticed. But upon Yi Zhen's remark, he became aware of the paper money and neatly folded gold ingots that Qiu Yueju had piled aside. These items had once been contained within a plastic bag, but with Yi Zhen's touch, they cascaded onto the floor. What is the meaning of this? Qingming Festival is not upon us yet, what purpose do these serve? Nothing much, just encountered a little issue. And the master advised me to offer these to dispel bad luck, Qiu Yueju replied while glancing at Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen chuckled, bad luck? Surely. You cannot be referring to me. As soon as Yi Zhen uttered these words, Yi Xingming cast a piercing gaze towards Qiu Yueju. I advise you. Do not bring me such nonsensical items. Feeling unjustly accused, Qiu Yueju hurriedly shoved the items back into the bag, her frustration palpable. You need not wait for me to eat, merely observing you two has filled me with ire. As Yi Xingming and Yi Zhen departed, he remarked. You two can eat without me. Qiu Yueju was infuriated to the point of nearly discarding the items in her hands. Yi Zhen understood Yi Xingming all too well. His actions were not intended to defend her but rather indicated his growing disdain for Qiu Yueju. It was entirely possible that he was already harboring feelings for someone else, merely awaiting the right moment to act. You as well, next time you come back, do inform me beforehand, Yi Xingming said curtly to Yi Zhen upon exiting. What is wrong with returning to my own home? That house was built after you married my mother. Yi Zhen retorted, feeling that Qiu Yueju and her daughter were insignificant. Child. Yi Xingming was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter her assertion. Indeed, Yi Zhen's statement held truth. Those 3 rooms were constructed after his marriage to Yang Wanqing, long before Yi Zhen was born. When Yang Wanqing divorced, she made it clear that half of the house belonged to her daughter, rendering Yi Zhen's statement entirely valid. Did your mother tell you this? Yi Xingming's immediate thought was that Yang Wanqing had shared something with Yi Zhen, perhaps with the involvement of his sister, Xinlan. Do not blame everything on my mother. I am 18, not a child. I understand everything, I simply choose not to speak of it, Yi Zhen replied, her tone firm. Yi Xingming took a deep breath, exasperated. You all truly do not allow me any peace of mind. I cannot speak for others, but you should keep a close eye on Qiu Yueju, lest she brings trouble upon you without your knowledge. What trouble could she possibly cause me? He scoffed. Who knows? Who knows what she has been up to behind your back? Some matters need not be explicitly stated, it was better for Yi Xingming to ponder, especially given his naturally suspicious disposition. Enough, enough. You are but a child, focus on your studies. The college entrance exams are merely 3 months away. Direct your energies towards your learning, he instructed, visibly impatient. Having seen the pile of paper money earlier, Yi Xingming had not thought much of it until Yi Zhen's comment now made him believe Qiu Yueju was indeed hiding something from him. Reaching the entrance of his mother's alley, Yi Xingming said, You may return alone, I have other matters to attend to. He wished to avoid returning home to be nagged by the elderly woman, and more importantly, he did not wish to encounter Qiu Yueju and her daughter. He certainly did not wish to see Yi Zhen either, the chaos Qiu Yueju had brought into their home vexed him. After Yi Xingming departed, Yi Zhen remained busy. While academics were important, opportunities to confront Qiu Yueju and her daughter were infrequent. Upon entering, she had indeed noticed Qiu Yueju's pile of items, which had led to her unexpected delight when she stumbled upon something while retrieving her books. Thus, she had deliberately knocked Qiu Yueju's belongings to the ground, allowing them to conveniently fall back into the plastic bag. With nightfall approaching, it was likely that Qiu Yueju intended to wait until dark to complete her task. After finishing dinner and tidying up, Yi Zhen announced, Grandma, I have 2 problems I cannot solve, I am going to a classmate's house for help. Studying was the perfect excuse, and the elderly lady was aware of Yi Zhen's academic prowess. It is already dark, why not wait until tomorrow? No. I am stuck on these problems. I shall return shortly, I still need to review tonight. The elderly woman frowned, You and your late night studying. If you do not get into university, think of how much electricity you will waste. Grandma, do not worry, I will certainly be accepted into university. It is merely a question of which one, Yi Zhen reassured her. The elderly lady pursed her lips, recalling that both her son and daughter had remarked on Yi Zhen's academic abilities, and perhaps, indeed, their family might produce a university student after all. After Yi Zhen left, the elderly lady sighed, lamenting how wonderful it would be if Yi Zhen were a grandson instead of a granddaughter. By this time, it was nearly 8 o'clock. And soon after, Qiu Yueju and her daughter emerged from their home. Qiu Yueju, a true mother, was intent on doing something for her daughter. Mother. What are you planning to do? Are you truly seeking to cast a curse on Yi Zhen? Is that even possible? That little wretch is hardly worth my efforts. Qiu Yueju scoffed. Then what is your intention? Do not ask too many questions, once this is done, you shall soon have a brother, she cryptically replied. Yi Anan pouted, fully aware that if a brother were to arrive, her position within the household would likely diminish. However, it mattered little, for she was soon to take her university entrance exams, and where she would be accepted was a matter to be addressed later. The master had instructed them to head west, hence the mother-daughter duo began their journey in that direction, seeking a secluded spot for their endeavor. However, they dared not venture too far. Nearby was a village named Shiguan, which had ample open land, separated from the residences by a wide road measuring around 50 meters. In mid-March, the fields in northeast China were barren. Many residents, despite living on the city fringes, still held rural household registrations, allowing each family access to land. Once Qiu Yueju deemed the location suitable, she unpacked the items, ensuring not to forget the talisman provided by the master. After reciting an incantation, she ignited the talisman and tossed it into the pile of paper money. Immediately, she sensed something was amiss as the flames surged alarmingly high, leaping toward Jianan and causing her to scream in terror. Qiu Yueju was bewildered. The flames were behaving erratically, spreading uncontrollably. Before long, the fire had engulfed the surrounding dry grasses, igniting them instantaneously. By the time Qiu Yueju realized the situation, the flames had already spread significantly. "Mother, what do we do?" Jianan was horrified, having never witnessed such chaos before. "Why is this happening? What are you doing? Why are you setting fire to our land?" a voice shouted. And soon a swarm of people armed with brooms rushed over. "Who is this? Why are you burning paper on our property?" Chapter 23, Seeking Trouble Unnecessarily. Qiu Yuru had yet to comprehend the situation when a throng of individuals surged forward, extinguishing her flames. Thankfully, they did so. For the surrounding grass was igniting rapidly, exacerbated by a sudden gust of wind that caused the flames to leap higher. Grasping Yanan's hand, Qiu Yuru attempted to flee, only to be encircled by several women. The leader sternly demanded, "Who do you think you are? What is the meaning of burning paper on our land? This is simply inviting misfortune." "We didn't. I had no idea this was your land." Qiu Yuru stammered. "It doesn't matter whose land it is. You are attempting to start a fire. It's a dry day." Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. The men who had assisted in extinguishing the fire were equally displeased. It was only due to a shout from one of them that they became aware of the arson. Yet, who was the first to shout? Well, 119 was available. Phones were not ubiquitous, yet Yizhen managed to call for help. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered around Qiu Yuru and her daughter, preventing their escape. The fire brigade soon arrived. Qiu Yuru was taken aback. She had never anticipated that someone would report the fire. The master had instructed her to find a secluded spot to discreetly send away the aggrieved child, but whether the child was sent away remained uncertain, as she nearly lost her own freedom. In the late hours of the night, Yi Xingming went to the fire station to fetch them. Upon seeing the disheveled appearances of Qiu Yuru and her daughter, his anger flared. He had to wear a polite smile to thank the firefighters. Yet as the vice-town mayor, he held some stature. The firefighters reassured him that it was no trouble on their part. However, the farmers were displeased. Especially considering the incident occurred on their land, they certainly deserved an explanation. Moreover, it was thanks to the villagers that a catastrophe was averted that night. It was not a special occasion, and even if it were, such behavior was unacceptable. This was common knowledge, even among elementary school students, let alone the family of a vice-town mayor. Thus, Qiu Yuru's actions were indeed quite foolish. Rest assured, I will personally handle the villagers' concerns. I will address this matter and continue to educate my family on appropriate conduct. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused, he stated. I blame my busy schedule for not attending to my family's upbringing. I shall certainly learn from this. You are too modest, Vice-Town Mayor. This has nothing to do with you, the firefighters replied. If the villagers inquire further, we will respond as you suggest. Yi Xingming expressed a multitude of thanks before finally escorting the mother and daughter out. Once outside the fire station, his expression darkened. Qiu Yuru and Yianan, following closely behind, dared not utter a word. Qiu Yuru was more concerned about whether the items had been successfully sent away. She pondered whether she should return to the master the following day. If they remained unsent, would it not lead to greater troubles in the future? Did you hear what I said? Huh? Qiu Yuru was momentarily dazed, having completely missed Yi Xingming's words. Father said for you to go to the villager's house early tomorrow morning to apologize, Yianan whispered. Oh. No, wait, didn't you just say you would go personally? I go personally? Yi Xingming glared at her. You created this mess, and you expect me to handle it? I'll tell you. If you cannot manage this by tomorrow, do not bother returning. Before Chiu Yu could protest, Yianan tugged at her. Mom, it's nearly midnight. Let us discuss this at home. It was already 11 o'clock, and who would argue in the streets at such an hour? Moreover, the mother and daughter had initially been in the wrong. What was there to argue about? Yianan was also puzzled as to why her mother had gone to burn paper. Her mother's tone suggested it had nothing to do with Yi Zhen. Yet she could not explain it. The thought of having to publicly apologize to Yi Zhen in front of the entire school during morning exercises made her head throb. She hadn't even written the apology letter. Not to mention her unfinished homework. The next morning, Yianan arrived at school with dark circles under her eyes. Although she usually went to bed late, the previous night had been especially taxing due to the argument between Chiu Yu and Yi Xingming. Conversely, Yi Zhen felt refreshed. After delivering the letter to the fire station the night before, she had returned home. She arrived early that day and, upon seeing Yianan's condition, felt particularly amused. Of course, she was also looking forward to Yianan's public apology. Remembering the sight of the mother-daughter duo covered in soot, Yi Zhen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the paper money had been infused with firecrackers, which her cousin had gifted her, insisting she take care not to let the mischievous boy play with them. Little did she know it would be used in such a manner. She had kept her distance during the chaos, watching as the two panicked. Regrettably, she hadn't clearly seen their expressions, but they must have been quite comical. Next time, she would position herself closer to enjoy the spectacle. As Yianan entered the classroom, she was met by Yi Zhen's triumphant expression. She shot Yi Zhen a glare and retreated to her seat. Hey! Yianan, are you all right? I heard you got in trouble last night. I was thinking of asking if you needed a leave of absence. Zhang Yong exclaimed dramatically. He lived nearby and had witnessed the fire truck take the pair away, as well as overheard Yi Xingming scolding them. In their small town, such trivial matters spread quickly. Zhang Yong, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Yianan was not one to take insults lightly. Your mother really went to great lengths, cursing Yi Zhen like that? The rumor had spread that Chiu Yu was disdainful of Yi Zhen, leading her to engage in such antics at midnight, only for the heavens to intervene. It seemed she almost brought disaster upon herself, a case of self-inflicted misfortune. You know, originally, it was your daughter who bullied her daughter, and now that she is fighting back, you resort to this? Zhang Yong, don't spout nonsense. Am I wrong? Can't you see what's happening? You really think your antics went unnoticed? Zhang Yong's expression was one of disdain. Enough. You're in your final year. Don't you know better? The homeroom teacher entered with the morning test papers. Zhang Yong, sit down. If you want to study, at least don't disturb others. All right. Zhang Yong complied readily, plopping down at his desk. He had no aspirations for college, his father merely forbade him from returning home to sell pork, assuring him he would support him no matter where he ended up, which added to his pressure. Chapter 24, a little stabbing during break after the exercises concluded. The voice of the headmaster resonated through the school's loudspeaker, announcing that a brief assembly would be held to address a recent incident of severe discord among students. The choice of the term severe instead of fight suggested a lighter reprimand, yet the headmaster clearly aimed to instill a sense of deterrence. In this incident, Yianan from Class 3 of the senior year was sternly criticized. Dear students, as we approach the end of our studies, should we not devote our time to learning? If there are matters to resolve, please do so at home. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that it pertained to the conflict between Yianan and Yi Zhen. Their relationship, perceived as intricate by their peers, revealed that Yianan, the stepdaughter of the Yi family, had usurped her position, ironically becoming the mistress of the household. Blushing, Yianan ascended the platform to publicly apologize to Yi Zhen in front of the entire school and read her letter of apology. This act catapulted her into notoriety. The entire school became aware of how a stepdaughter had bullied the biological daughter, raising eyebrows regarding her mother's past actions that dismantled another family to marry Yi Zhen's father. Yi Zhen was well aware of the faade. She understood that this mother-daughter duo harbored no genuine feelings. Chiu Yu, after all, was a woman of dubious character, having destroyed another's family while proclaiming herself the victim, blaming Yang Wanqing for intervening in her relationship with Yi Xingming. Yijin recalled every word Qiu Yuru had uttered in her previous life and was resolute in ensuring that the duo would not have an easy time. However, for the next 3 months, she intended to focus her energy on her studies while also guarding against past events from repeating themselves. Having been given a second chance at life, she could not allow herself to be bullied by this mother-daughter pair once more. Some matters did not require her direct involvement, as evidenced by her return home from school that day, where she found her second aunt, Yi Xinlan, discussing Qiu Yuru's recent troubles with the elderly matriarch of the Yi family. It was unclear how this news had become so widespread, but it was rumored that Qiu Yuru had visited the village with goods, only to provoke dissatisfaction among the villagers. A confrontation ensued, resulting in Qiu Yuru, who typically flaunted her status, being publicly humiliated, even attracting the attention of law enforcement. Whispers circulated that she was still at the police station. Yi Xingming aimed to downplay the situation, but it only grew more chaotic. Burning paper? Qingming has passed, who is she burning paper for? The elderly lady frowned at the mention, disapproving of such superstitions. When I brought her something yesterday, she claimed it would bring misfortune. Such underhanded tactics delighted Yi Zhen. Bring misfortune? Who is the one truly cursed? The old lady's displeasure grew, especially since she had always held Qiu Yuru in disdain, viewing her as a seductress. And only her blind son could fall for such a woman. While it was true that Qiu Yuru had initially courted Yi Xingming, the matriarch had opposed their union from the start. Eventually, Yi Xingming's affections shifted to Yang Wanqing, a match the matriarch favored, but Qiu Yuru remained tenacious, clandestinely maintaining her relationship with Yi Xingming and bearing Yianan, yet doubts lingered about Yianan's true parentage, as she bore a striking resemblance to her mother and not the Yi family. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Focus on your studies. Your second aunt has prepared a delicious pork rib soup for you tonight. Yi Xinglan genuinely cared for Yi Zhen, reflecting on how, had it not been for her, Yang Wanqing might have secured a better match. After all, many sought Yang Wanqing's affection. Of course, she also recognized that if her brother had not been with Yang Wanqing, Yi Zhen would never have existed, leaving her with a sense of guilt toward the child. I knew my second aunt would care for me, Yi Zhen exclaimed. Rest assured, I will study diligently and aim for a prestigious university. Indulging her again? Does Hu Shirquan know about your expenditures? Why should I inform him? Yi Xinglan replied, disgruntled. Their entire family feasts while I cannot treat my own mother and niece to something nice? You keep an eye on your store. Your little shop is run by you and your in-laws, yet they vanish during work hours only to appear at mealtimes. Not to mention your little brother's family, how can they be so shameless? Do not mention them, just the thought infuriates me. Having been riled up, Yi Xinglan had rushed over to prepare pork rib soup for Yi Zhen. Why didn't you bring Huze along? I miss him, Yi Zhen inquired. Huze, her second aunt's youngest son, was a lively 8-year-old, comparable to the Monkey King in mischief. However, this time, she had to commend him for his efforts. Let us not speak of that little rascal, he failed another exam, and I have yet to find the time to discipline him. Yi Xinglan lamented. Her 2 sons, her eldest was 1 year younger than Yi Zhen and attended a different high school, while the younger was in 2nd grade. Performing worse than his brother, were a source of great worry for her. How is Hui doing? After my exams, I will compile a set of typical questions for him. I fear he may not even understand them. Just yesterday, he told me he did not wish to continue studying, believing he would never gain admission to a university. Speaking of her 2 sons brought Yi Xinglan distress. She felt that having 2 sons was not as advantageous as having an obedient daughter. Do not worry. Once I am done with my exams, I will tutor him. The elderly matriarch's spirits lifted at this promise, considering it a testament to her affection for her granddaughter. I just worry that even with your help, he may not grasp the material. After your exams, you should visit your mother, she misses you. Indeed. There is no rush. I will go once I receive my admission notice. Yi Zhen could not afford to leave just yet, she needed to secure her acceptance letter, ensuring that the mother-daughter duo would not sabotage her once again. She intended to make sure that when the time came, she would not allow them to interfere as they had before. Chapter 25, Not intelligent enough. That evening, after finishing dinner, Yi Xinglan was soon approached by her younger son, who informed her that his father wanted her to return home. In Hu Shirquan's view, Yi Xinglan's anger over trivial matters was unwarranted. His parents were even assisting at the snack stall. Was it so unusual for them to dine there? As for his brother, he did not come to eat every day. Only occasionally. Besides, they operated the snack stall. Surely they wouldn't chase away customers. Tell your father that I won't be returning tonight. Nor will I go to the shop tomorrow. He can wake up early to buy groceries himself. I am exhausted and need a few days to rest. Look at you. How can a couple argue over such trivial matters? One had to admit that the old matriarch held traditional views. She considered these to be minor issues. Her daughter was also someone else's daughter-in-law. A little patience would suffice. In these times, a divorce would invite gossip. Grandma, just let me rest for a couple of days. Returning home means more work. Besides, my uncle should at least have an attitude about this. You young one, what do you understand? Grandma, I'm 18. I'm not a child anymore. And so what? Your second aunt is going to divorce over such minor issues? Who said anything about divorce? I'm talking about my uncle's attitude. If he sincerely apologizes to my second aunt, she would likely relent. What does it mean to send the child over? The old woman pondered, realizing the truth in his words. Jose, go back and tell your father, as I said, that he should come over himself. Just as Jose was about to leave, Yijin pulled him aside and handed him a big white rabbit candy. I knew you were the best sister. Jose beamed, revealing his two prominent front teeth. What I just said, don't attribute it to your father. Just convey what your grandmother said, understood? Understood. I'm also tired of my grandma and my uncle. Every day, my mom toils from dawn till dusk at the snack stall. They think they can take advantage of her. They wouldn't dare if I were around. If I were, I'd certainly chase them away. One must commend this little fellow for his understanding of human relationships. Then you should help your mother more. And if you see her working and your father idling about, call him over to help. This household is not solely your mother's responsibility. Why should she bear all the burdens alone? Sister, I understand. Jose exclaimed as he dashed off with the candy. Later that evening, Yi Xinglan brought fruits to Yi Zhen, who was still busy solving problems. Time to sleep. It's already 11 o'clock. People are indeed different. If Hui were as diligent as you, I would be grateful. Second aunt, university is not the only path. Perhaps there are better roads suited for Hui. Don't push him too hard. Yi Xinglan sighed, resigning herself to the situation. Ultimately, studying is a matter of personal effort. Yi Zhen smiled, suddenly recalling something. Second aunt, today Yi Enan apologized to me in front of the entire school. Really? Yi Xinglan laughed. That little brat is just like her mother. If she dares to bully you again, let me know, and I will confront Qiu Yuru directly. Rest assured, second aunt. I won't be bullied by them again, and they won't have an easy time for a while. That Qiu Yuru brought this upon herself. Why engage in such foolishness as burning paper and inviting misfortune? Yi Xinglan was aware of Qiu Yuru's penchant for seeking fortune-tellers, possibly targeting Yi Zhen. However, given the current circumstances, Yi Zhen remained unscathed while Qiu had made a mess of herself. Serves her right. Yi Zhen, for this period, focus solely on your studies. Less than 3 months remain. Let us see what we can achieve. Your mother has told me she is waiting for you in Beijing. Regardless of your exam results, do not feel pressured. If you perform well, we shall apply to a prestigious university. If not, we'll settle for an average one. The important thing is reuniting with your mother in Beijing. Everything else will fall into place. Yes, I understand. Your mother also mentioned that during your exams, she will return to cheer you on. Really? Yi Zhen's eyes sparkled with delight. In her past life, the time spent with her mother was far too brief. In this life, she vowed to protect her mother and ensure no misfortune befell her again. So, just focus on your revision. Finish your fruit quickly and get to bed. I know. Second aunt. You should go to sleep too. Perhaps my uncle will arrive early. The mention of her husband filled Yi Xinglan's eyes with disappointment. He could come or not come as he pleased. Second aunt, since the shop is yours, you don't need to overexert yourself. Just ensure you hold the purse strings. As long as you control the finances, even if your uncle's family tries to take advantage, they won't gain much. Your second uncle is quite stingy. He believes money should remain in his hands. Has he saved any money? Not a penny. Then, you cannot rely on him. Remember, you have 2 sons. You will have many financial needs in the future. Since you cannot depend on him, depend on yourself. Sometimes, I think my mother's approach is indeed correct. Since my father strayed, why not divorce? Otherwise, she would be trapped in this relationship forever. But it has been tough for you. It has only been these past few years. My mother is now independent and can earn money. I just need to study hard and join her. We will reunite as mother and daughter. That is far better than my mother being tormented daily by a woman like Cho Yu-ru. If my mother had never divorced, she would have remained stagnant. After the divorce, life has resumed. Perhaps she will even meet someone who treats her well. In truth, Yi Zhen's words were also directed at Yi Xinglan, though it was evident that Yi Xinglan did not fully grasp the underlying meaning. Yi Xinglan looked at Yi Zhen with tenderness, stroking her hair. You, my child, are so understanding. Yi Zhen smiled. Second aunt. I will be filial to you in the future. You hold the same place in my heart as my mother. Yi Xinglan's eyes reddened as she nodded with a smile. You are a good child, it's just unfortunate you didn't have a good father. But fear not, for you have your second aunt to care for you. Now, focus on your studies, I won't disturb you. You should sleep soon, don't wear yourself out. I know, you should go to sleep as well. Watching Yi Xinglan close her door, Yi Zhen sighed softly. It seemed her second aunt still did not comprehend her words. Perhaps disappointment had not yet accumulated sufficiently. Her mother had likely released her grip only after reaching her limits. She believed that her mother was wise for not allowing herself to be trapped in that marriage. Although she had not experienced marriage in either of her lives, she could see that a woman would only find true happiness by loving herself more. Those who placed their happiness and future in the hands of men were not merely foolish, they were simply not intelligent enough. Chapter 26, A Sight for Sore Eyes Indeed. Early the next morning, Hu Shirquan arrived, exhibiting a commendable attitude of remorse. He did not come empty-handed, he brought a delicious elbow of meat for his mother-in-law. Yi Xinglan's countenance visibly brightened, her stern face unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. With a few kind words from old lady Yi, she decided to return with Hu Shirquan, largely because she could not bear to leave her 2 children at home unattended. Moreover, her snack shop, a venture she had painstakingly established, was doing reasonably well, and it was the primary source of income for the household. However, this time, Yi Zhen's words resonated with her. Even a child understands that relying on a man is futile, true security lies in holding on to one's own finances. As a woman approaching 40, how could she have failed to grasp this? It appears Yi Zhen indeed possesses wisdom, having inherited it from Yang Wanning. Yi Zhen was correct, had Yang Wanning not divorced, she would have remained ensnared in stagnant waters. Stepping out into the world was akin to being reborn. As for her brother and Qiu Yueju, they were an ill-matched pair. Concerning her own relationship with Hu Shirquan, she would take it one step at a time. Women often find themselves in this predicament, they possess clarity regarding others' marriages, yet become bewildered when it comes to their own. Yi Zhen departed for school early, and as she left, Hu Shirquan had just entered the house. The outcome was predictable. Especially in this era, where most would avoid divorce unless absolutely necessary. Qiu Yueju had suffered greatly the previous day, arriving bearing gifts only to be attacked. Her fury had reached a boiling point. Thus, when Yi Xingming urged her to reconcile, she resolutely refused. Consequently, Yi Xingming left her at the police station. Qiu Yueju spent the night there, and after much persuasion from the officers, she finally signed the reconciliation document. This morning, she emerged from the police station in a disheveled state and, just a few steps away, encountered Yi Zhen, who was heading to school with her backpack. Stop right there. Upon seeing Yi Zhen, her anger flared. Something about yesterday's events felt amiss. The paper money and gold ingots had been meticulously folded by her own hands, leaving no room for error. If that were the case, the fault must lie with Yi Zhen, who had undoubtedly knocked over the offerings, though she was unaware of what else had been added. Yi Zhen glanced at Qiu Yueju and couldn't help but chuckle. She had never seen Qiu Yueju in such a disheveled state. Oh. It seems you've offended a little ghost. Your face is quite a patchwork of bruises, it looks rather comfortable. The streets were sparsely populated, and even if there were passers-by, not everyone recognized her or Qiu Yueju. Compared to the likes of a green tea girl, Yizhen felt she was no match for Qiu Yueju, and truthfully, she found the latter's current appearance amusing. "You insolent girl." Qiu Yueju, filled with rage, felt an urge to retaliate against Yizhen. "What is that on your shoulder?" Yizhen stepped back, her expression as if she had glimpsed something she shouldn't have. Qiu Yueju had been preoccupied with her own thoughts these past few days, convinced that the incident had not been resolved satisfactorily, and that the resentful child had not been sent away properly. Now, with Yizhen's words, she became frightened, her legs weakening as she forgot about confronting Yizhen. She flailed her arms in a futile attempt to dismiss the burden on her shoulder, a gesture that would have struck any observer as peculiar. Ignoring her, Yizhen continued on her way, while Qiu Yueju soon realized that numerous bystanders were casting odd glances her way. Hastily, she adjusted her hair and headed home. As she entered the alley, she spotted Yi Anan rushing out with her backpack, clearly running late. "Mom, you're back!" Yi Anan exclaimed with relief upon seeing her mother, though she felt a pang of sympathy at Qiu Yueju's disheveled appearance. "Where's Dad?" "My father? He's at home." In truth, Yi Xingming had just returned. But Yi Anan dared not reveal this, for her father had warned her against discussing his whereabouts from the previous night. Yi Anan, now old enough to sense changes, suspected her father might have strayed, perhaps even found someone else. "Hurry to school." Qiu Yueju, oblivious to any change in her daughter's demeanor, was solely focused on confronting Yi Xingming. She intended to demand answers about their life together. At that moment, Yi Xingming had just changed his clothes. He certainly could not divulge where he had been the night before. Indeed, the allure of wildflowers outside was intoxicating. Back when Qiu Yueju was a wildflower, he found her enchanting, but once that flower was brought home, the fragrance had altered. Naturally, so had Qiu Yueju's figure. Nearing 40, she could not compete with youthful women. Storming into the house, she slammed the door with a loud bang. "Yi Xingming, I spent an entire night at the police station, and you just left me there? Whom do you blame? Did I not come to get you? I offered you a way out, yet you insisted on pursuing the matter further. Did you not see how she assaulted me? You went to her territory to burn paper, she merely asked you for compensation, so you should give it to her. She wanted 100 yuan, it is just 100 yuan. Do you think it is a small amount? She hit me. Did you not extort 100 from her? Isn't that a fair trade? Just sign the document, and it will be over. I cannot allow her to hit me for nothing." Qiu Yueju had not looked in the mirror before, unaware of her own state. Now, seeing her reflection, she nearly lost her mind. Had she known she would look this way, she would have never signed anything. "Yi Xingming, am I not your wife? You stand idly by while your wife is assaulted. And you cannot even take my side? I am, after all, the deputy town chief. How can you expect me to help you? Moreover, was not this situation instigated by you? Explain to me why you were burning paper in the first place. That's none of your concern." At the mention of this, Qiu Yueju fell silent. She could not allow Yi Xingming to discover the truth. In his eyes, she was a woman of unwavering loyalty, one who had vowed to be with him alone throughout her life. Even during those years when she awaited his divorce, she remained pure. But could one truly maintain such fidelity? She was young and beautiful, with only a daughter by her side. Men would pounce on her like wolves on prey. Where had Yi Xingming been during that time? He was busy living a small life with his wife and child. Occasionally, when he came to offer them charity, she had already begun to contemplate leaving him, which led to her conceiving another man's child. Little did she know that the man was unreliable, merely seeking to take advantage without any intention of marrying her. The reason was simple: his family would never accept a woman with a child, especially one as notorious as Qiu Yueju. In this era, bearing a child out of wedlock was considered a moral failing, a stigma that could ruin a woman's reputation. Thus, she had no choice but to terminate the pregnancy and cling to Yi Xingming, for Yi Anan was his flesh and blood. And she was determined to bind herself to him for life. Chapter 27, A grave injustice. Whenever this matter is brought up, you refuse to let me intervene. Qiu Yu, I caution you, Yizhen is my own daughter, and should you dare to harm her in any way, do not blame me for disregarding our marital bond. Yi Xingming still believes that Qiu Yu's actions are driven by Yizhen. Is she truly your daughter? is an not? If it were not for an would I have endured so much suffering? At this juncture, Qiu Yuru feels deeply wronged. And just as she is about to speak, Yi Xingming silences her with a single remark. Enough, is this never ending? Every time we discuss this, you become unbearably aggrieved. Did I not make it abundantly clear that after our marriage, we cut ties? You are the one who clings to me day and night. Were it not for an do you think I would have divorced to marry you? Whenever a minor issue arises, Qiu Yuru resembles a lamenting figure, recounting her past struggles. Yi Xingming usually listens in silence, but today he can no longer contain himself. The truth is, after marrying Yang Wanqing, he genuinely wished to sever ties with Qiu Yuru, but she would not agree. She would wait for him outside his workplace every day, her eyes glistening with tears, which softened Yi Xingming's heart. Yi Xingming never claimed to be virtuous, their relationship rekindled through such encounters. At that time, he had been married to Yang Wanqing for 6 months, and as soon as the news of her pregnancy emerged, being a man ruled by his desires, he surrendered to the allure of Qiu Yuru. Thus, Yianan and Yizhen were born merely 2 months apart. However, reflecting on the matter now, Yi Xingming believes he is not at fault. It was Qiu Yuru who pursued him, and as a man, how could he resist? Therefore, the blame lies with Qiu Yuru. Ah. Yi Xingming, do you now regret it? Do you regret divorcing Yang Wanqing? Then why not seek her out now? Spare me your futile words. When you insisted I divorce, did you ever voice such sentiments? Qiu Yuru, overwhelmed with anger, sheds tears, wondering how she failed to see Yi Xingming's true nature. Now he shifts all blame onto her, despite being the one who promised her a rightful place. Yi Xingming, did that wretched girl Yizhen say something to you again? Do not involve her in this, she is still a child. I am telling you. She will soon be taking university entrance exams, refrain from disturbing her. I feel deepest remorse for the child following my divorce from her mother. You and Yianan have treated Yizhen poorly for years, do not assume I am unaware. At this moment, he finally acknowledges his wrongdoing towards Yizhen, a thought he had never entertained before. Yi Xingming, you lament your wrongs to this and that, do you believe you have been just to me? When I was heavily pregnant and ridiculed by others, what did you say? You insisted I terminate the pregnancy, yet I refused. But you promised you would take responsibility. You were fully aware I was already married. My notion of responsibility was to help you find a place for the procedure, yet you insisted on bearing an. Without an, who would know of your illegitimate child? I never stopped you from seeking another partner, it was your choice to refuse. Declaring that if you bore a child, it would be from the Yi family, and if it were to die, it would die as a Yi family ghost. And I fulfilled my promise. I divorced Yang Wanqing and married you. Was that not sufficient? Do you comprehend the risks I took in marrying you? I wagered my future to be with you. Now you regret it? You wish to divorce? Qiu Yuru, can you cease this theatrics? When did I express a desire for divorce? I have sent Yizhen to my mother's, was it not to spare you the sight of her? Which would only bring you displeasure. I have gone to such lengths, what more do you expect? Yizhen is also my daughter, is she not? Have you not always found her displeasing? Yi Xingming, in his current position, could hardly contemplate divorce. While the allure of other women may seem tempting, risking his future again would be unwise. Besides, he recognizes that such women do not seek a lifelong commitment, he is over a decade their senior. Moreover, Qiu Yuru is no ordinary woman, she had orchestrated the downfall of his marriage with Yang Wanqing through unknown means. Yang Wanqing, a woman of integrity, could not abide such underhanded tactics, and perceiving Yi Xingming as unworthy, she initiated the divorce. Her sole condition was to keep the child. Yet Ye's matriarch would not concede. Ultimately, she was forced to relinquish her child and depart, a pain akin to having her heart ripped out, from which she took a long time to recover. As for Qiu Yuru, she entered Yi Xingming's life a year after his divorce, claiming that their union was a result of introductions post-split. However, any discerning individual would know that their ties had never truly been severed. Listening to Yi Xingming's tone, Qiu Yuru realizes he has no intention of divorcing, which brings her some solace. I am not being dramatic, had Yizhen not struck an, would I have been so incensed? You know how much an has suffered under my care. I cannot bear to see her hurt. She was left scarred from the altercation, and you failed to witness it. Yizhen is your daughter, does that mean an is not? Do you genuinely believe you can rely on Zhen in the future? She is striving solely to emulate her mother, and once they are reunited, she will have forgotten her biological father. In your old age, you will have to depend on us. Do you not fear alienating us with your treatment of Anan? Qiu Yu, let us speak honestly. I am well aware of Zhen's character. If she were not provoked by Anan, would she have retaliated? It takes two to tango. Anan has been spoiled by you all these years, she has also endured hardships alongside you. It is precisely for this reason that I have favored her. However, both are my flesh and blood, can we not move past this? At this moment, Yi Xingming's tone softens considerably. Yu, I have 2 daughters, and I am fully aware of their natures. In the future, neither will forsake me. In our old age, it will still be us 2 together. Yi Xingming's words reach the depths of Qiu Yuru's heart, and she, feeling aggrieved, responds, you understand. Yet you treat me this way. You embarrassed me in front of so many. Qiu Yuru steps forward and covers his mouth, silencing him, if you do not speak. Can we not move past this? Very well, let us put it behind us and strive for harmony. Yi Xingming lets out a long sigh. Relieved that this matter may finally come to a close. Little did he know, these past few days had turned several of his hairs gray. Meng. I have thought it over, once our daughters marry, they will belong to other families. We still need a son of our own. Let us conceive another. Are you out of your mind? At this age? Furthermore, that would be considered a violation of family planning regulations. Do I wish to jeopardize my position as deputy mayor? Chapter 28, a face full of constipation. Qiu Yuru shot him a glare. With policies above and countermeasures below, she resolved that once she conceived, she would discreetly retreat. And after giving birth, she would claim the child was found. She was determined to have this son. Yi Xingming felt that Qiu Yuru had truly lost her mind. At her age, having a son seemed utterly implausible. Enough already. With your health. You talked about having a son 10 years ago, yet there has been no sign of it. This time is different. Qiu Yuru refrained from elaborating. It was not wise to speak too much before the deed was done. Isn't it time for you to go to work? She asked. Your absence is causing you trouble. Yi Xingming frowned as he looked at the disheveled Qiu Yuru before suggesting, take a leave of absence. Don't go to work for a few days. Focus on your recovery first. He had arranged for her to take a lowly position as a custodian at the supply and marketing cooperative. With 2 custodians, her absence would hardly be missed. Besides, as the deputy town chief's wife, her presence there would amount to nothing more than knitting and reading the newspaper. I understand. Now you should get to work. After bidding farewell to Yi Xingming, Qiu Yuru had just taken a bite of her meal and tidied up when she decided to visit her cousin at Xian's place. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable weight pressing on her shoulders, neither too heavy nor too light. Sis, do you think that vile girl Zhen could be right about me? My shoulders feel all wrong. Stop overthinking. Perhaps it's just an injury from yesterday's altercation. Otherwise, why would you feel so off? It's not the kind of pain. It feels as if something is pressing down on me, Qiu Yuru whispered. Sis, do you think Xian is reliable? If not, perhaps we should seek someone even more formidable? Her cousin shot her a disapproving look. Speak carefully, this matter is potent only if one believes. If you doubt, it loses its power. Besides, the last prediction she made was invalid. Surely because you did not perform the proper rituals, you must truly wish for a son. I believe. Of course, I want a son, especially after everything that has transpired these past few days. My resolve has only strengthened. However, Xian refused to let her enter, stating that not only had she failed to properly send off the previous child, but the current one now bore even greater resentment. In your current state, I cannot assist you. You should seek someone to perform a ritual to resolve this issue, otherwise, you may face grave misfortune for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuru's expression shifted in shock, and she hastily retrieved 5 yuan. She pleaded with Xian to help her dispel the negative energy. But Xian politely declined, explaining that this was beyond her capabilities. Regardless of how Qiu Yuru and her cousin pleaded, Xian barred them from entry. Returning from Xian's, Qiu Yuru's complexion had waned. Although times had become more lenient, finding someone to perform rituals was still a challenge. Moreover, Yi Xingming was far too concerned with appearances to allow her to seek such help. Sis, please help me think of a solution. What should I do? Don't fret, let me inquire a bit. How can I not fret? Qiu Yuru felt the weight on her shoulders intensifying, nearly rendering her breathless. On the other hand, Yizhen was blissfully unaware of the lengths Qiu Yuru was willing to go for a son. She knew that Qiu Yuru seemed to lack the fate of bearing a son, as Yianan was not her only daughter. Recently, Yizhen had dedicated all her time to studying, as the town had few bookstores, only a Xinhua bookstore and a small shop near the school gate. After class, she would visit to find useful exercises, lamenting the insufficient time for preparation. If only she had an additional year, she might be more adequately prepared. Yet, 3 months felt alarmingly short, especially with the countdown on the classroom blackboard reminding her of the passing days without progress. During an afternoon study session, Yizhen found herself stuck on a complex problem for 10 minutes. Jing Yuan had just seen her grappling with it. And by the time he completed the earlier fill-in-the-blank and multiple-choice questions, she was still entangled in that same problem. He reached over, took her exam paper, and found a blank sheet to meticulously write out each step of the solution. If you don't understand any part, just ask me, he said. Focused on his task without looking up. After spending days together, Yizhen had not exchanged many words with him. Yet she sensed he was not the person she had once imagined. However, Yi and Anne's feelings for Jing Yuan were well known. It was no mere crush but an open affection. Unfortunately, Jing Yuan had never reciprocated her feelings. This step isn't clear. Yizhen did not hold back. Since there was a free tutor available, why not take advantage? In recent days, whenever faced with a challenging question, she would rush to the office. At this point, she could afford to cast aside her modesty, for the knowledge she gained would ultimately belong to her. What use is modesty? Staring blankly won't he solve anything? Jing Yuan murmured, his voice low for the sake of the quiet study environment. Nevertheless, Yizhen heard him clearly. She had to admit he was clever. And her comprehension skills were sharp. Within minutes, she grasped the type of question he had explained. Thank you. Yizhen's gratitude was sincere, after all. He was sacrificing his time to help her. Expressing thanks was only right. Don't mention it, we are classmates, after all. If you encounter more problems, just let me know. If I can't solve them either, we'll ask the teacher. No need to waste time rushing back and forth to the teacher. Jing Yuan replied with a hint of arrogance. Yizhen smiled and nodded. Since he had said so, she intended to take his advice. Running to the office was indeed a waste of time. Just as Jing Yuan was about to say something else, a paper ball flew from behind, landing squarely between him and Yizhen. The paper ball had been thrown from the left rear, precisely from Yianan's seat. When Yizhen turned to look, she saw Yianan leaning on her desk. A cold smirk appeared on Yizhen's lips. Such petty tricks could not fool her. However, she had no time to waste on Yianan and handed Jing Yuan another question. Did Yianan not despise Jing Yuan helping her with his explanations? The mere thought of Yianan's contorted expression brought Yizhen a sense of satisfaction. It was a delightful twofold victory she was eager to relish. Yianan took quite some time before cautiously lifting her head, only to find Yizhen and Jing Yuan engrossed in discussion, their faces adorned with smiles, their heads nearly touching. Especially Jing Yuan. He had never smiled at her in such a manner. Yizhen, that little vixen, did she not realize that Jing Yuan was the object of her affection? What was the purpose of positioning herself so close? Chapter 29, A Mother Knows Her Daughter Best. Yizhen felt quite embarrassed for having taken up so much of Jing Yuan's time, especially considering the invaluable nature of a scholar's time. Thank you so much. This is a compilation of English grammar that I've gathered. Feel free to borrow it if you find it useful. Yizhen was aware that among the 3 major subjects, Jing Yuan was relatively weaker in English. While he excelled in vocabulary, his performance in reading comprehension and grammar exercises was not as impressive. Over the past few days, after taking several English tests, she noticed that Jing Yuan consistently scored around 90, while she often achieved scores above 95. The maximum scores for the college entrance examination were 120 for mathematics and Chinese, 100 for English, physics, chemistry, and politics, and 70 for biology. Jing Yuan's weak subjects were English and politics. As for Chinese, scoring above 100 was considered high, given that few could achieve high marks in writing. Jing Yuan did not regard Chinese as a weak subject. Previously, Yi Zhen had lagged behind him in vocabulary during morning drills, yet her test scores always exceeded 95. Clearly indicating her proficiency in English. The reason for her strong command of the language stemmed from her continued studies after moving to Beijing in her previous life, where she also made friends from abroad. She had reached a level of fluency that allowed her to converse effortlessly with foreign acquaintances. Thus scoring above 90 in English was no challenge for her. However, she recognized the risks associated with neglecting her other subjects. She had placed considerable pressure on herself this time, primarily to achieve commendable results and avoid disappointing her mother. Last night, she penned a letter to her mother, which she promptly mailed this morning, assuring her that they would reunite in Beijing. She was determined to strive towards this goal. All day, Yianan kept a watchful eye on Yi Zhen and Jing Yuan, fixating on any interaction between them. She noticed that whenever Jing Yuan spoke to Yi Zhen, his eyes sparkled with warmth. Jing Yuan was the boy she admired, and before his arrival, she had deemed all the boys in school unworthy of her. Although she consistently denied that Yi Zhen was more beautiful than she was, the truth was evident. Her mother had once remarked that had it not been for Yang Wanqing's beauty, Yi Xingming would never have escaped her grasp. It was solely because of Yang Wanqing's allure that Yi Xingming was captivated and quickly abandoned her to pursue Yang Wanqing. Moreover, due to the relationship between Yang Wanqing and Yi Xinglan, the fate that was originally hers slipped away. Consequently, she became an invisible mistress, while Yang Wanqing became the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Yi Zhen had completely inherited her mother's virtues, and although Yi Xingming was not unattractive, it could be said that Yi Zhen had inherited the best traits from both parents. Despite her lack of effort in grooming, her natural beauty sufficed. Even in a worn school uniform, she radiated a youthful charm, her beauty refreshingly unique. In contrast, Yianan was one who paid great attention to her appearance and had developed well, a trait she inherited from her mother, which led her to never perceive Yi Zhen as more attractive. Nevertheless, she harbored jealousy towards Yi Zhen for receiving beautiful clothes from their mother, as these garments were never seen by Yi Xingming but sent directly to Yi Xinglan, who then passed them on to Yi Zhen. Currently, at school, there were no strict requirements for wearing uniforms, making Yi Zhen's lovely outfits all the more envy-inducing for Yianan. Had it not been for the birthday gift from Yang Wanqing, Yianan would not have felt such burning jealousy and sought to confront Yi Zhen. Little did she expect that not only did she fail to bestow any punishment on Yi Zhen, but she ended up being bested by her instead. Even now, the scar on her forehead remained. If not for her thick bangs, she could only imagine how unsightly it would be. She vowed to avenge this grievance. That evening, Yianan returned home in a huff, while Qiu Yuanzhu wore a worried expression, having yet to find a solution to her troubles. Seeing Yianan's demeanor only fueled her irritation. "What's the matter with you? That little wretch Zhen wouldn't dare to bully you, would she?" In this regard, Qiu Yuanzhu felt somewhat reassured, believing that her daughter could not be so easily victimized by Yi Zhen. Yianan was so enraged she could hardly articulate her thoughts. How could she endure the sight of the boy she liked smiling so brightly at Yi Zhen? What's wrong? Speak up. She's shameless. There's a new boy in our class who excels academically, and she has latched onto him. I wanted to ask him for help with a few problems, but she monopolized him throughout the entire study period. What nonsense. You're upset over that? If he doesn't help you, just ask someone else. Wait, isn't that boy quite handsome? Yianan, this isn't the time for such distractions. Focus on your studies and stop with the nonsense. What nonsense? That boy is diligent and quite enthusiastic about helping others. If he assists me, my grades might improve. You think your mother hasn't been through this? I know all your little schemes. It must be said, a mother knows her daughter best. With a mere blink from Yianan, Qiu Yuanzhu could discern her thoughts. With your grades, how much could you possibly comprehend if he were to explain things to you? Yianan fell silent, yet her heart brimmed with discontent. Mom, please think of a way for me. Either don't let Yi Zhen take the college entrance examination, or let her scores be attributed to me. Have you lost your mind? Do you think the Education Bureau is a family business? Regardless, I can't allow Yi Zhen to be so smug. What if she gets accepted and I don't? Qiu Yuanzhu took a deep breath, equally concerned about this possibility. but knew it was beyond her control. Enough of this nonsense. Focus on your review, any improvement is better than none. If you can't get into a university, you can at least aim to become a kindergarten teacher. With your father's connections, can you really be left without a job? Just aim for a decent score. We'll figure out the rest. You can't possibly be worse than Zhen. But I want to go to Beijing. Xing Yuan mentioned that he aims for Tsinghua or Beida, and based on his current performance, he has a solid chance. Every year, their high school produced several students who entered these prestigious institutions. It was no joke. What do you want to go to Beijing for? That wretched Zhen is only going there for her mother. What's your reason? I just want to go. She couldn't admit it was for Xing Yuan. If you want to go, then work hard. Qiu Yuanju's thoughts were no longer on Yanan. Mom, I'm serious. You have to help me find a way. I remember my uncle works at the County Education Bureau. Can you ask him for help? What kind of help? Let my test paper be swapped with Zhen's. If that happens, wouldn't her scores be mine? Child, can't you think of anything more practical? Though she scolded her, Qiu Yuanju secretly contemplated the feasibility of the idea and resolved to inquire further in due time. Chapter 30, The Burden of the Maternal Family During this period. Qiu Yuru found herself unable to attend to Yanan, and besides, this matter was not something they could easily accomplish. What was most pressing for her now was to conceive a child. Fortunately, she had a capable cousin who quickly arranged everything for her. However, this endeavor cost her dearly. What could have been resolved with a few coins ultimately drained nearly 200 from her, as she engaged in various rituals and offerings, leaving her with barely half of her funds. Both she and Yi Xingming earned fixed salaries, and the latter only received small gifts during the holidays. As a deputy town head overseeing cultural affairs, he wielded little real power. Gifts typically came from junior officials under his purview. Yet Yi Xingming felt quite satisfied with his title. After all, there were several deputy heads in the town, not to mention the head and the secretary above him. In reality, there were multiple deputy secretaries as well, and he was several ranks below them. Once Qiu Yuru completed her arrangements, she felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders, as if a heavy burden had been removed. However, when Yi Xingming asked her for money, she was taken aback. 200? Why would he need so much? For gifts, to whom was he planning to give such an extravagant amount? You have no idea, he said. I heard at the county meeting the other day that Old Su is being transferred. Old Su was the secretary in charge of education in their town. A figure of considerable authority. You're not in education, his transfer won't benefit you. Whether it benefits me or not is not for you to decide. If you give me 200, I can buy some cigarettes and liquor to smooth things over. But what if the matter doesn't go through? Qiu Yuru was reluctant to part with the money. She had just spent nearly 200, and if she handed over more to Yi Xingming, she would be left with nothing. If the recipients deemed the matter unresolved, they would surely refuse the gifts. Enough with your questions. Haven't you always wanted to teach at the school? If I become the Deputy Secretary of Education, won't it be a simple matter for you to get a position there? The thought of education reminded Qiu Yuru of a conversation she had with Yanan, but she knew better than to mention it to Yi Xingming. He would surely disapprove since Zhen was his biological child as well. Why don't you ask my cousin? He is a deputy section chief in the county's education bureau. Surely he can influence the appointment of our town's deputy secretary, right? Yi Xingming seemed to finally grasp the situation. Qiu Yuru, you're not telling me you're out of money. I hand over my salary to you every month, where does it all go? To you. How much do you give me? You give your mother 20 each month. Spend 30 on cigarettes, and what's left for me? That's over 50. Yi Xingming held a deputy section chief's position, earning a salary of 106, which was already above average for their small town, while Qiu Yuru only earned a little over 60. And you think 50 is enough to feed 2 children? Don't bring up the children. Have you ever given Yizhen a single cent for pocket money? All of his tuition and book fees come from me. This remark only aggravated Yi Xingming further. As a deputy town head, was he not expected to socialize and entertain? How could he establish his status without indulging in good cigarettes? 30 cigarettes a month were barely sufficient. Even without providing for Yizhen, can't you manage your own daily expenses? And what about you? You only take home a little over 60 yourself. All of that goes to support your useless brother. It was undeniable that Qiu Yuru's maternal family was a considerable hindrance to her, which was part of the reason the elder of the Yi family had initially looked down upon her. In this era, who wouldn't investigate a prospective bride's family background? At the very least, one should inquire about the virtues of her parents. The Qiu family was notably lacking. Not only was Qiu Yuru unremarkable, but her parents were equally unimpressive. Her father was a notorious drunkard, needing at least 2 liang of liquor upon waking, consuming a jin each day. He ultimately drank himself to a stupor before Qiu Yuru even married. Her mother's reputation was hardly better. She had more than one lover, and it was rumored that both children were raised by these men. Even while her father was alive, her mother was unfaithful. Qiu Yuru also had a brother, though his paternity was questionable. He was of no use either. Now that their mother was older and without support from her lovers, she relied entirely on Qiu Yuru, as her brother was utterly unreliable. That brother had only found a job at a factory through Yi Xingming's connections and, having married in his 30s, was now in his 40s, leading a mediocre life, entirely dependent on his sister. Stop making excuses, Mao Qing is now in his mid-30s. Yi Xingming retorted. Yes, and he can't even support his wife and child. Isn't that child unwell? Qiu Yuru frowned. If he didn't drink all day, could he produce such a child? It had been suggested that Qiu Yuru's brother was not their father's child. And it seemed her mother-in-law had not wronged the Qiu family in that regard. Mao Qing truly took after his father. I lent him 100 for the child's medical expenses, Qiu Yuru admitted candidly. Yi Xingming was rendered speechless. That 100 is accounted for, right? Who knows how much more you've given? I truly don't have that much. Qiu Yuru, displeased, rummaged through her wardrobe and handed Yi Xingming the 200. It's not that I'm unwilling to give you money. I just fear that the person you found is unreliable. Accepting the 200, Yi Xingming remained displeased. Qiu Yuru, tell me the truth, how much money do we have left? You mentioned having 2 fixed deposits. Aside from those, how much do you have on hand? Just over 200. That's all that's left for this month's living expenses. Are you suggesting that we will have to dip into our savings for the children's college tuition? What do you think? With the little you provide me each month, saving up 2,000 would be a miracle. Originally, she had intended to save the 500, but it had vanished just like that. Fine, Qiu Yuru. You're capable. Starting next month, I'll manage the finances, you needn't worry about it any longer. With that, Yi Xingming took the 200 and left, not allowing Qiu Yuru any time to explain. She was left seething, with pain in her chest. How had she never noticed this side of Yi Xingming before? In just a few days, how had he changed so drastically? For several consecutive nights, he had taken his dinners at the elder's house. Surely, Yi Zhen hadn't said anything to him again? Chapter 31, A Heartbeat Extra. Yi Zhen was still attending her evening self-study session. As a day student, she had been living off campus for 3 years because Qiu Yuru was unwilling to pay for her accommodation. The school mandated that day students could leave their evening studies an hour earlier than boarders, allowing them to return home by 8 o'clock. However, for the past few days, she had been leaving at 9, just like the boarders. Here, she found solace and focused solely on her studies, free from distractions. Recently, she had been diligently practicing certain problems that had haunted her dreams. Astonishingly, she had dreamt of the questions from her college entrance examination, an experience that seemed almost surreal. Yet the memories were vivid. She could even recall the essay prompts, having read them multiple times in her dreams, as well as the 2 challenging math questions she had left unanswered back then, all crystallized before her eyes. The line between dream and reality had begun to blur, as that examination was now a distant memory. Yet, since fate seemed to be offering her hints, why not give it a try? Thus, she sought out similar problems and practiced fervently over the past few days. Xing Yuan, also a day student, decided to stay late at school upon noticing Yi Zhen's extended hours. Many students shared the same situation, which proved beneficial. Studying until 9 allowed them to return home by 9:30, have a bite to eat, and then study a little more before sleeping. Scholars like Xing Yuan never studied past midnight, he typically retired before 12, and even if he stayed up until then, he rarely managed 6 hours of sleep. Unlike those who burned the midnight oil until 1 or 2. As the 9 o'clock bell rang, Zhen began to pack her belongings and make her way out, with Xing Yuan following closely behind. However, while Xing Yuan rode a bicycle, Zhen walked. To his surprise, he discovered that their homes lay in the same direction, allowing him to ride past her each time. Yesterday, he deliberately slowed down and noted that her residence was indeed not far from his own. However, he had heard that was no longer her home, since after the last incident, she seemed to have stopped living there. Yianan boasted that her mother would never allow Zhen to return home, yet Zhen paid her no mind. It must be said that Zhen often exuded an air of aloofness. She exchanged only a few words with her classmates seated around her, rarely engaging with others, except for him. They had developed a natural rapport when discussing problems, whether in mathematics, physics, or English. Under Zhen's guidance, Xing Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that even English problem-solving had its own patterns. Zhen walked briskly. After all, it was late, and safety was paramount. Her grandmother's house was at least a 30-minute walk from the school, but if she hurried, she could reach it in 20 minutes. On occasions when she was late in the morning, she would even run. Just as she picked up her pace, she heard the sound of a bicycle approaching from behind. Robberies were rare these days, thanks to stringent law enforcement measures. Suddenly, she heard a screech, and the bicycle came alongside her. "Hop on, I'll give you a ride," Xing Yuan said, propping himself on the pedals with a flourish. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhen shot him a glare and continued walking. "Hey! This isn't what I had in mind. We're headed in the same direction, I can get you there quickly," he insisted. "No thanks, just go ahead." Zhen did not slow her pace. Although few students remained, there were still teachers leaving work. "Just get on," Xing Yuan called out. "If you don't, I'll just follow you." He leisurely pedaled beside her. Despite her speed, Zhen could not outpace a bicycle. "Xing Yuan." She finally halted, looking at him seriously. "I mean no harm. It's simply convenient," he replied. "Just go, it's not a good influence," she insisted. "I'm perfectly aboveboard, why should I worry?" "Xing Yuan. I genuinely have no ulterior motives," he protested. "Then hurry along and ignore me." "What's going on with you two?" A teacher from class 2, their homeroom instructor who was on duty that night, passed by. Upon seeing Xing Yuan, his expression softened. "Xing Yuan, what's the matter?" "Sir." "She took my exam paper and stuffed it in her bag, I was just asking for it back." The teacher, familiar with both students, knew them to be diligent and well-behaved. However, being well-behaved at school did not preclude the possibility of other complications. The school had strictly prohibited early romantic relationships, though he understood such rules could not truly prevent them. Zhen pretended to rummage through her bag. "I don't have it, you must have forgotten it at school." "Perhaps that's the case." "Well, I'll be on my way." Under the teacher's watchful gaze, Xing Yuan mounted his bicycle and rode off. "Zhen. Both of you are good students, there are only a few days left, hang in there. Don't let your grades slip." "Sir, we're really just fine," Zhen replied, wishing she could pull Xing Yuan back and give him a good scolding. "All right, head home early, it's getting late and unsafe." Zhen nodded, knowing that further explanations would only complicate matters. After all, one need not fear shadows if one's actions were upright. As for Xing Yuan, she would deal with him tomorrow. However, there was no need to wait until tomorrow, for he was already at the entrance of her grandmother's alley. "What did old Gui say to you?" Zhen shot him a glare, uninterested in conversing. Xing Yuan hurried to explain, "I didn't say anything wrong. My home is just ahead. I rent a place, see, I told you it's convenient. From now on, I can take you, and we'll get there much faster. It only takes me about 10 minutes to ride here, half the time." "Keep your distance, I'm not thanking you," Zhen replied, exasperated. She truly didn't need the trouble, especially considering what would happen if Yianan found out. She simply wished to navigate these 3 months in peace. And once the exams were over, she would have time to deal with her friend's antics. "Here I am, trying to be kind. And it feels like I'm being taken for granted," Xing Yuan lamented, visibly disappointed. "Xing Yuan. I just want to study earnestly and achieve my best results to get into a university in Beijing. Jing Yuan's eyes brightened. Do you want to go to Tsinghua or Peking University? You overestimate me. If I could even reach those two universities by standing on my tiptoes, I would strive tirelessly. The truth was, Zhen felt that even standing on her tiptoes, she would still fall short. If you can't reach it by standing, then jump. I believe you can do it. Jing Yuan had witnessed her diligence and realized that he had previously thought he was working hard enough. But now he understood that his efforts paled in comparison to Zhen's. A smile graced Zhen's lips. It was the first time since her rebirth that someone had recognized her efforts. Thank you. For what? I'm speaking the truth. I'll help you jump. With that, Jing Yuan rode off on his bicycle. On that spring night, a girl's smile etched itself into his heart. In that moment, Zhen's heartbeat quickened. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that a boy had offered to accompany her on her journey. Chapter 32, This girl is quite impressive indeed. The following day, the homeroom teacher summoned Jing Yuan to the office first. Jing Yuan adamantly insisted that he was merely inquiring about the papers from Zhen. He believed that Zhen had mistakenly placed his papers into her backpack, however. He was mistaken, the papers were right on his desk. This was truly a misunderstanding on teacher Guo's part. I had clarified everything with him last night. Yet he still mentioned it to you. Really? The teacher evidently found it hard to believe his words. Of course it's true, teacher. I have a clear goal and would never squander my time aimlessly. With Jing Yuan asserting this, what more could the teacher say? It was a rare opportunity for their class to have a promising student like him, and he needed to safeguard that potential. Zhen was undoubtedly impressive as well. But if Jing Yuan's grades were to slip even slightly due to early romance, it would mean losing his chance at prestigious universities. The teacher's expectations were not particularly high. As long as Jing Yuan maintained his grades during the remaining 2.5 months, that would suffice. As for Zhen's performance, it had evidently been on the rise lately. This was a positive trend, although Zhen could not guarantee admission to a top university, given her current momentum. It was certainly feasible for her to secure a place at a renowned institution. This was a crucial moment, and had the teacher known, he would have refrained from seating them together. Yet now, changing their seats would be too conspicuous. Teacher, please don't speak to Zhen anymore, we are truly fine. Girls can be sensitive, and I wouldn't want this to affect her studies. Old Su frowned, clearly concerned about the situation. You're caring this much. Yet you insist there's nothing wrong? He nodded helplessly. I don't need your assurances, just maintain your grades for the next 2.5 months. Rest assured, teacher. Jing Yuan replied. Wait a moment, when the mock exam results come out, you must show them to everyone. Just a week prior to the mock exam, Jing Yuan had confidently secured the top position in the entire year. He glanced at Zhen's results, 4th in class, 18th in the grade, trailing his score by over 40 points. As for Zhen, upon arriving that morning, she noticed her classmates whispering among themselves, and the moment she entered, silence fell over the room. This was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired. But this time she had a vague awareness of the reason. Jing Yuan would undoubtedly cause her trouble. Yianan had learned of the incident from others. As a boarding student had secretly climbed over the wall the previous night to buy something and had witnessed Jing Yuan riding his bicycle with Zhen, only to be intercepted by a teacher from class 2. Currently, there were only 6 classes in the senior year, and the news had first circulated among the boarding students. However, since most seniors were boarders, it was akin to the entire school being aware of the situation. Moreover, who was Jing Yuan? He had only just arrived and already claimed the top spot in the grade, and his score had surpassed the second-place student by more than 20 points. Some had already glimpsed the overall rankings from other classes. Jing Yuan was undoubtedly a candidate for prestigious universities. It was no surprise that even the principal was keen to protect him. On top of that, he was quite handsome, although he had a somewhat aloof demeanor. Especially during his first week, his eyes rarely lifted. Yet, within just a few days, he had been claimed by Zhen. As for Zhen, she had previously been viewed as a victim, but the narrative had shifted. Those who had witnessed her fiercely confront Yianan now regarded her as formidable. Driven to madness by Yianan, it was evident that a madwoman could do anything. Fully aware of Yianan's infatuation with Jing Yuan, she had boldly pursued him. essentially declaring war against Jianan. It seemed this girl was indeed quite impressive. Yet, she possessed the resources to back it up. Not only was she beautiful, but she also excelled academically. After returning from her hospital stay, she seemed invigorated, and when the mock exam results were released, Jing Yuhan stood first in the entire grade, while Yi Zhen had surged into the top 20. It was noteworthy that she had previously oscillated around the 50 mark. And this was her first time achieving such high scores. She had scored 98 in English, nearly perfect. Yianan, on the other hand, looked at her own results, finding herself ranked 8th from the bottom in her class. While she was not at the very bottom, breaking free from this position would be exceedingly difficult, especially since she was currently unsure how to study effectively. Turning her gaze back to Yi Zhen's results, she noted that Yi Zhen, who had previously been around 7th or 8th in class, had now climbed into the top 5. This was just the mock exam, which was said to be the closest indicator of actual college entrance examination scores. It was rumored that for the second and third mock exams, the difficulty would be eased to bolster the confidence of the students, but the difficulty of this mock exam was comparable to that of the actual exam, making everyone confident in their results. As Yi Zhen beheld her scores, joy blossomed within her heart. For the past decade, she had dreamed of this moment. In her previous life, during the year of her reinstatement, she had exerted every ounce of her strength, only to be informed a month before the exam that she was no longer qualified to participate. That summer had been the coldest she had ever experienced, feeling as though it rained incessantly. Even when she later arrived in Beijing, it took her a long while to regain her composure. In the streets of Beijing, she had unexpectedly encountered Jing Yuhan and Yianan. Jing Yuhan had been walking while Yianan pursued him. As for the nature of their relationship, she had cared little, knowing only that her life had been ruined by Yianan. Reflecting on this, she cast a cold glance at Jing Yuhan beside her. A sudden chill in the April air caused Jing Yuhan to shiver. He lifted his eyes to meet Yi Zhen's frosty gaze. "Don't be angry. I've already explained everything to the teacher," he murmured as he leaned closer. Yi Zhen shifted away slightly, baffled by his thought process. Did he not realize that this would lead to misunderstandings? "Stay away from me. I don't understand a question," Jing Yuhan shamelessly announced, pulling out his English exam paper. He had scored 89 in English. Had it not been for that, his score would have been even higher. Did the teacher not explain it thoroughly? Didn't you understand? Yi Zhen shot him an incredulous look. Who would believe him? A top student like him could not possibly fail to comprehend the teacher's explanations. I genuinely didn't understand. Please explain it to me again, one question at a time. Yi Zhen sighed, tempted by the allure of assisting him. As she indeed had a math problem she needed clarity on. Yianan felt as though she might go mad. Throughout the day, she had done nothing but observe the two of them. The entire school was buzzing with rumors of their early romance. And even the homeroom teacher had spoken to Jing Yuhan. Yet, they seemed oblivious to the need for discretion, still sitting so close together. When would the teacher finally separate them? Determined, Yianan resolved to linger after evening study to wait for Yi Zhen and Jing Yuhan to leave school together. She would not allow them another opportunity to be together. Jing Yuhan was the one she had set her sights on first, and Yi Zhen could never claim him. As the bell rang at 8 o'clock, signaling the end of classes, Yi Zhen packed her bag and left, while Jing Yuhan remained engaged in discussions about physics problems with a classmate behind him. By the time he realized Yi Zhen had already departed, Yianan was quick to follow suit. Yi Zhen, stop right there. Yi Zhen shouted as she exited the school gate. Chapter 33, the young man Yi Zhen paid her no heed and continued on her path. Yianan rushed up from behind, oblivious to the multitude of onlookers. Determined to teach Yi Zhen a lesson today, she directly positioned herself in front of Yi Zhen, who stood there calmly. What do you intend to do, Yi Zhen? I warn you, keep your distance from Jing Yuhan. Yi Zhen smiled. What can I do? He is my deskmate. The farthest distance between us is simply my right side to his left hand. Yi Zhen, do you have no shame? Yi Zhen found herself both amused and infuriated by this remark. Yianan, what claim do you have over Jing Yuhan? Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a tone? It doesn't matter who he is to me, I was the one who noticed him first. You two simply cannot be together. Oh, you noticed him first, so he belongs to you? Then why not tell him that yourself? Or perhaps you could seek the teacher's help to change my seat. Yianin, what on earth are you doing? Zhang Yong rode up on his bicycle, having left school slightly later to retrieve his bike from the shed. He was aware of the commotion and felt uneasy about the day's events, for he harbored feelings for Yi Zhen. Yet he understood that a relationship with her was unlikely, especially after her recent achievement of ranking in the top 20 of the school, which only widened the gap between them. Stay out of this, Zhang Yong. Yianin regarded him with disdain, knowing he always sided with Yi Zhen. Although their families were somewhat distantly related, Zhang Yong had a habit of meddling. Had he been present the last time she had confronted Yi Zhen, she might not have acted so rashly. The thought of having to apologize to Yi Zhen in front of the entire school only fueled her anger further. Yianin, have a little dignity. Has Jing Yuhan ever looked your way? Zhang Yong's words rang true, albeit harshly. Zhang Yong, don't think I'm unaware of your feelings for Yi Zhen. If you like her, go after her. This cowardice is unbecoming. Shut your mouth. Yianin snapped back, realizing Zhang Yong had struck a nerve, particularly in front of Yi Zhen. Before Yi Zhen could intervene, a distant sound of bicycle bells grew closer, prompting everyone to part ways as they recognized the approaching figure. Jing Yuhan stopped directly in front of Yi Zhen. Get in, I'll take you home. All eyes turned to Yi Zhen, even silencing the quarrel between Yianin and Zhang Yong. Yi Zhen glanced at Jing Yuhan and promptly hopped onto his bicycle. Make way, make way. With a swift motion, Jing Yuhan pedaled away, leaving behind a crowd that seemed to have just witnessed a sensational news story. What had merely been gossip during the day had now transformed into undeniable reality, as numerous witnesses confirmed the unfolding drama. Is high school truly this wild? Has young love become so brazen? Yianin ground her teeth as she watched Jing Yuhan carry Yi Zhen away, wishing she had a weapon to eliminate her rival. Zhang Yong shot her a mocking glance before riding off, leaving Yianin as the sole embarrassment at the school gate. Once a secret admirer of Jing Yuhan, her feelings were now common knowledge, complicating her already intricate relationship with Yi Zhen, who was rumored to be the daughter of her stepmother. The spring breeze rustled through the fabric of the boys' uniforms, and the essence of youth enveloped Yi Zhen. She was uncertain what consequences her impulsive actions would bring, but she had jumped onto Jing Yuhan's bike without hesitation, motivated by her desire to confront Yianin. Tomorrow, if Lao Su asks, just say I dragged you into the car, Jing Yuhan declared, fully aware that they would both be summoned for a talk, potentially involving their parents. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. His mother was absent, and his father was perpetually busy, leaving him largely to his own devices. Given the results of the recent mock exam, he believed he could handle the situation himself. Yet Yi Zhen's home life was far more complicated. You're not living at home, right? So, your mother won't make things difficult for you, will she? I can explain to Lao Su. I can manage my own family affairs. Thank you for tonight. Jing Yuhan slowed as they approached Yi Zhen's residence. Have I caused you more trouble? Do you think that if you didn't Yianin would let me be? Yi Zhen dismounted from the bike. What will you do? Jing Yuhan halted, propping himself on one leg. I only lack time, 2.5 months. After the college entrance exams, we'll see who ends up where. Yi Zhen's gaze remained steady, revealing another side of her to Jing Yuhan. 2.5 months, right? I'll help you. Yi Zhen shook her head with a smile. No one can help me. I know the only one who can assist me is myself. Jing Yuhan, focus on your studies and don't let this affect you. You're the most likely candidate I've seen for Tsinghua or Peking University. If you succeed, I can boast that my deskmate got into Tsinghua or Peking University. Therefore, mind your own business and just study hard. Tomorrow, I'll ask the teacher to change our seats. No, I disagree. I can manage without being influenced by you. But changing seats is out of the question. He feared he would lose control and find himself glancing in her direction, uncertain if his feelings were romantic. But he certainly admired her. Yi Zhen, don't forget what I told you last night, I want to soar with you. So now, Tsinghua and Peking University are not just my goals, but ours. As for where we go from here, that's a matter for the future. For these 2.5 months, I intend to lift you up. If that doesn't suffice, we shall fly. You are not allowed to request a seat change. Wherever you go, I will sit beside you. I don't care what others say, I simply want to soar with you. Jing Yuhan. Zhen regarded the earnestness in his eyes, realizing he was sincere. That's settled then. Xing Yuhan, unwilling to hear more, pedaled away. Knowing that Zhen's home was only a few minutes away. Lao Su will speak with you tomorrow, remember not to admit anything. He shouted this as he rode off. Zhen took a deep breath, unafraid of facing the teacher, but uncertain where her path with Xing Yuhan would lead. She even felt guilty for having used him just moments ago. Chapter 34, clearly here to stir trouble. Yianan was on the verge of madness as she flung her backpack onto the floor, the sound echoing through the room. When Qiu Yuru entered with a plate of fried eggs, she found her daughter in a fit of rage. What on earth is the matter? It must be noted that, as a concerned mother, she had previously prepared late-night snacks for her daughter while avoiding Zhen, typically allowing Yianan to visit her room for meals. With Zhen absent, she now felt free to care for her daughter openly. I want to strangle that wretched girl, Yianan fumed, her anger boiling over, especially upon witnessing Zhen ascend to the back seat of Xing Yuan's car. The jealousy consumed her, she yearned to drag Zhen from that seat and kick her mercilessly. She could not fathom how Xing Yuan had developed feelings for Zhen. After all, she had known him long before Zhen had even crossed his path. Why, then, did it seem that the moment Zhen arrived, she eclipsed everyone else in his eyes? What's wrong with that wretched girl? Qiu Yuru attempted to soothe her daughter, who wiped away her tears. Zhen is now with the boy I like. What? Qiu Yuru exclaimed. That little vixen is just like her mother, always stealing someone else's man. But when did you even start liking someone? I haven't, it's just a crush, Yianan replied, her voice tinged with guilt. She had only mentioned her feelings in passing, knowing her mother would disapprove, and had subsequently kept silent. Understanding dawned on Qiu Yuru. You little rascal. Have you been chasing after someone, only to be ignored? Not exactly, he hasn't paid attention to any other girls either, Yianan protested. But why did he have to notice Zhen? Is Zhen in a romantic relationship now? Qiu Yuru inquired. Yes, that boy ranks first in the entire year. What do you think? Qiu Yuru blinked, her composure faltering. She had intended to dismiss early relationships as inconsequential, hoping they would eventually affect Zhen's grades. However, upon learning the boy's academic standing, her confidence wavered. And what about Zhen's performance? I have no idea, Yianan replied, her irritation palpable. And what of your own results? About the same as before. Yianan's voice dropped even lower. Qiu Yuru sensed the truth, her daughter had likely performed poorly. How much lower are we talking? What's your total score? Are you above the cutoff? The teacher didn't mention the cutoff. Deep down, Yianan knew she was below the threshold. Although they were at a prestigious high school, a certain percentage would inevitably fail to qualify for university. She suspected she was among that unfortunate 10%. The teacher suggested that girls with lower scores consider vocational programs in early childhood education or nursing, but she was reluctant to accept such a fate. No way. I have to go to school tomorrow. What for? Yianan feared her mother intended to inquire about her grades, which she found mortifying. I am, in name, Zhen's mother. If she is dating, I have the right to intervene. Yianan laughed at this. Yes. Mom, you must make things difficult for her, so all the boys steer clear of her. Rest assured, I will not allow her to have it easy. I shall repay the grievance she has caused you. Qiu Yuru brushed aside Yianan's bangs, revealing a deep scar. Is Dad not home? Yianan was anxious that her words would reach Yi Xingming. That scoundrel is off drinking somewhere, Qiu Yuru speculated, suspecting her husband of infidelity. Her hesitance to give him 200 yuan stemmed from the belief that the money was not being spent on gifts. Just then, the front door creaked open, heralding Yi Xingming's return, his arrival marked by the sound of his bicycle. Mom, don't let Dad know about this. I am aware. Hurry and eat your eggs. Then review your studies. You must not fall too far behind Zhen. Yianan thought to herself that no amount of effort could surpass Zhen. But realizing her mother's impending school visit would undoubtedly disrupt Zhen, her spirits lifted. She eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. She knew very well her mother's capabilities. With a little commotion, the entire school would learn that it wasn't the stepmother's fault that Zhen was struggling, but rather that Zhen was disobedient, making Qiu Yuru's position as a stepmother all the more challenging. As for Yi Zhen, she could not have anticipated being summoned by her homeroom teacher the following day. Nor that Qiu Yuru would be present. No wonder Yi Enan had greeted her with such a smug expression that morning. The two of them were clearly up to no good. Yi Enan, feeling aggrieved, had enlisted Qiu Yuru to assist her in stirring the pot. Upon seeing Yi Zhen, Qiu Yuru's eyes reddened. Yi Zhen, why are you still angry with Auntie? Come home. I have told your father several times to bring you back, yet you refuse. You, of all people, should not be surprised that I am dating at such a crucial moment. Who told you I was in a relationship? Was it Yi Enan? Yi Zhen laughed. Did she mention that she chased after him for 8 blocks, only to be ignored? That's impossible. Qiu Yuru was determined to undermine Yi Zhen. Listen, teacher, this has nothing to do with our Enan. She tends to involve her when things go awry. Your early romance is tied to Enan, is it? Mr. Lu furrowed his brow, fully aware of the complicated relationship between Yi Zhen and her stepmother. Did this stepmother truly care for Yi Zhen? Or was she merely seeking to create trouble? Yi Zhen had made substantial academic progress, and Mr. Lu's primary aim in speaking with her was to ensure she maintained her grades. In this context, discussions about prohibiting early romances would only serve to demoralize the students. If this were earlier in their high school years, he would have called both girls in for a discussion, but now that they were in their final year, as long as their grades remained unaffected, he would turn a blind eye. Yet, it was evident that Yi Zhen's stepmother was here to stir the pot, having arrived uninvited. That Yi Enan's mother, Yi Zhen, has now ranked among the top 20 in the entire year. What good is that? She shows no respect for me as her mother. I have a mother, my biological mother is still alive. You can be a mother to whom you wish, but I do not require it. I cannot afford to lose face. Did you hear that, teacher? This is how she treats me at home. You have no idea how much I've suffered since marrying her father, and my Enan is merely standing up for me, yet she has been punished for it. Chapter 35, There is only one biological daughter. Yi Zhen chuckled, for Qiu Yuru was as insufferable as ever, spouting platitudes with such eloquence. Ever since you brought Yi Enan into our lives, you've been eager to have me wash your dirty laundry. What nonsense are you talking about? Qiu Yuru's expression shifted slightly at the accusation, but she quickly regained her composure. Teacher, I genuinely care for the children. At such a pivotal moment. How could they be involved in early romance? No, I must meet their parents. This could jeopardize Yi Zhen's chances of entering university. Qiu Yuru's true intention was to escalate the situation and embarrass Yi Zhen. Yi Enan's mother, listen to me. We cannot jump to conclusions. You know this is a crucial time. I believe Yi Zhen understands the situation better than anyone. Teacher, you cannot heed Yi Zhen's words. How can we listen to a child regarding such significant matters? Early romance is serious business, and if something goes awry, who will take responsibility? You are Yi Zhen's homeroom teacher, you cannot say that. Miss Su, this situation is familiar to Ms. Qiu. After all, she once unknowingly fell into an early romance and ended up giving birth to Yi Enan. However, not everyone is as shameless as she is. Yi Zhen. What are you saying? This time, Qiu Yuru lost her composure, standing abruptly, only to be restrained by the other teachers nearby. What did I say wrong? You're not suggesting that Yi Enan is my father's daughter, are you? I was born 2 months after Yi Enan. And you married my father when I was 8. Even if you wish to shift blame, it cannot fall upon my father. Qiu Yuru, speechless with anger, knew all too well that Yi Xingming had made it clear that their past was not to be disclosed. If anyone learned that he had cheated during his marriage and fathered Yi Enan, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. Ms. Zhou. Perhaps your concern should lie with your precious daughter Yi Enan, who bears your blood. After all, character is inherited, and I share no relation with you. Any traits cannot be passed on to me. Yi Zhen, dare you speak such nonsense? I'll tear your mouth apart. Qiu Yuru, in a fit of rage, pointed at Yi Zhen, hurling insults. Ms. Zhou, refrain from making baseless accusations, there are numerous teachers present. It is not I who speaks untruths, but you. Not everyone is like you, you are mistaken. Manage your own daughter, I do not require your concern. Yi Zhen, you wretched creature, you are just like your mother. Had your mother not stolen your father from me, you would not even exist. In a fit of rage, Qiu Yuru let slip the harsh truth. Yi Xingming had received a call from the director of education just 20 minutes prior. He had not anticipated that Qiu Yuru would create a scene at the school. As he stepped into the teacher's office, he overheard Qiu Yuru's outburst, infuriating him to the point of slapping her. Is this woman out of her mind? How could she speak so recklessly? Yi Xingming, you strike me again. Qiu Yuru exclaimed, exasperated. Dad, why did you hit my mom? Yianen, having secretly listened from outside, rushed in. Of course, she was not the only one. Other classmates were eavesdropping as well. Dad, did you hear what she just said? Yizhen was determined not to let them off easy, now everyone was present. Do not listen to her fabrications. Dad. Yianen clung to Qiu Yuru, her eyes brimming with tears. She longed for her father to acknowledge her publicly as his daughter. Dad, I ask you now, think carefully before you answer, is she your biological daughter? Yi Xingming frowned, feeling that Yizhen was being inappropriate. Could such questions even be posed? No, how could she possibly be my biological daughter? I have only one biological daughter, and that is you. And what of Qiu Yuru? Were you and my mother already together before the divorce? How could that be? We were introduced only a year after my divorce from your mother. This delay in marrying was intentional. Yi Xingming. Qiu Yuru yelled in frustration. Be quiet. What are you doing here? I have said countless times that I will take responsibility for Yizhen. She is not your daughter. Why are you here? Knowing she is about to take her college entrance exams, only to create trouble? Is this how a stepmother behaves? Is it wrong for me to care if she is in a romantic relationship? I came to inquire about the situation, is that wrong? Qiu Yuru believed she was entirely justified. Yi Xingming turned to the homeroom teacher, Yi Vice Town Chief, stating that this was merely a rumor, unfounded gossip. We have asked both children, and they deny any such occurrence. Yet, inexplicably, Yizhen's stepmother comes to question this matter. Yi Xingming glared fiercely at Qiu Yuru and her daughter, clearly believing they were the source of the trouble. Leave. Go back. Manage your own daughter. I do not need your interference. She has me as her father. Even if I cannot oversee everything, she still has her biological mother. Qiu Yuru covered her face and shot a glare at Yizhen before dragging Yianen out. She recognized that remaining would yield no benefit. Such a golden opportunity was slipping through her fingers. At that moment, Yianen felt utterly wronged. Being pulled from the teacher's office, she burst into tears. Feeling that her own father, in front of so many teachers and classmates, denied her existence as his daughter. What could be more tragic than this? Previously, Yizhen had declared her to be a bastard before their peers, and now her father confirmed it. How could she ever show her face at school again? The person she cherished had chosen Yizhen, and now even her biological father refused to acknowledge her. What purpose did her existence hold? Stop crying. What is there to cry about? Qiu Yuru completely failed to comprehend her daughter's distress, as she was still seething with anger. Who is that boy? Tell me who he is, I will confront him. Mom, please don't embarrass yourself. What do you intend to do with him? Then tell me what his parents do. I will confront them. I refuse to believe that I cannot handle that little wretch. Madam, there is no need for your concern over my and Yizhen's affairs. Not only are we fine now, but once we both gain admission to prestigious universities, I will introduce her to my parents, and they will not oppose our relationship. Jing Yuan, having been present amidst the commotion, felt compelled to join the fray. Qiu Yuru stared at the confident young man before her, momentarily speechless. No wonder her daughter was infatuated with him. He was handsome and academically gifted. Such a son-in-law would be hard to find. Chapter 36, The Blind with Open Eyes. However, Qiu Yuanzhu quickly realized that such a son-in-law did not belong to her, but rather to that woman, Yang Qingwan. The thought ignited a deep-seated resentment within her. Child. How can you be so oblivious at such a young age? I am acting in your best interests. Jing Yuan sneered, well, thank you very much. I have not perceived your concern for us at all. Instead, it appears you wish to create a scandal for the entire school. If you could leverage this situation to escalate matters, I would not be surprised if you hoped for Yizhen's expulsion. It must be said that Jing Yuan had struck a chord with Qiu Yuanzhu, for she indeed harbored such intentions. Even if expulsion was too severe. What if the boy's parents came to school to confront Yizhen? Would she be able to focus on her studies? How can you distort my good intentions? As a mother, how could I not consider your well-being? Qiu Yuanzhu persisted in her defense. Qiu Yuanzhu, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Yi Xingming emerged from within, seizing Qiu Yuanzhu's arm and pulling her outside. You need to go home. Yi Xingming, this is Yi Zhen's little boyfriend. He is the top student in the entire year. If he performs poorly because of Yi Zhen's influence, won't his parents come looking for you? Yi Xingming regarded the youth before him and had to admit that his daughter had a keen eye for character. This lad clearly exhibited promise. You and Yi Zhen. Uncle, we are merely classmates. Our goals align, which are to gain admission to prestigious universities. Perhaps because we have been studying together frequently. Our classmates and teachers have misunderstood our relationship, particularly Yi Yanan. I have explicitly rejected her advances, for it is not Yi Zhen who distracts me, but rather Yi Yanan's incessant interruptions. Xing Yuan. Yi Yanan, who was already heartbroken, felt even more wounded upon hearing such cutting words. It stung more than her father's denial of her existence. Yi Xingming realized that all of this turmoil stemmed from Yi Yanan's machinations. Dear Xing, we are counting on you to look after Yi Zhen. I hope you both can work hard together. Yi Xingming was not foolish, with Yi Zhen being the top student. There was no way her academic performance could falter. The homeroom teacher had just mentioned that Yi Zhen had risen over 20 places in her grade. This was a significant leap, putting her on track for a prestigious university. At that moment, Qiu Yuanzhu and her daughter sought to ride on Yi Zhen's coattails. But he would not allow it. If Yi Zhen performed admirably in the college entrance examination and gained admission to a renowned university, he would certainly host a grand thank-you banquet, enhancing his own reputation. It was known that their town seldom produced students of such caliber, let alone those bound for elite institutions. Understood, uncle. I also hope you can clarify matters at home so that it does not interfere with Yi Zhen's studies. Xing Yuan did not mince words, feeling a twinge of disdain for Yi Xingming, who could not even manage his household affairs yet aspired to be vice mayor. Yi Xingming awkwardly nodded, his face stern as he dragged Qiu Yuanzhu away, casting a warning glance at Yi Yanan as they exited. Unfortunately, Yi Yanan, with swollen eyes from crying, could see nothing, feeling as if her world had crumbled and that no one loved her. Meanwhile, Yi Zhen's teacher had to console her for quite some time before releasing her from their discussion. Initially, the teacher intended to have a serious conversation with her, but instead, they found themselves offering comfort. All the teachers in the office felt immense sympathy for Yi Zhen. What kind of stepmother would act in such a manner? Even if one did not harbor affection, there was no need to ruin another's life. Qiu Yuanzhu's purpose in coming today was to destroy Yi Zhen, as well as Yi Yanan. Had she not learned her lesson from her previous public apology to Yi Zhen? It was evident that students who struggled academically wasted their time on trivial matters. Yi Zhen was now a protected individual. In the recent mock examinations, many students who typically performed well saw their scores drop, while Yi Zhen's rose significantly. Clearly, even if she and Xing Yuan were romantically involved, they were both making strides academically. In such circumstances, teachers could hardly voice their opinions, especially after the commotion caused by Yi Zhen's stepmother that morning. The educators could only offer consolation. Rest assured, teacher. My mood will not be affected. Yi Zhen. With just over 2 months remaining, if studying at home proves inconvenient, I can speak to the school. Otherwise, you might consider boarding. We can manage to find a bed for you, or even a spot in the teacher's dormitory. It would be a pity if a student like you were influenced negatively by family matters. Teacher, it's all right. After my discharge from the hospital, I moved to stay with my grandmother. Upon hearing this, the teacher felt relieved. Is it convenient at your grandmother's? That stepmother of yours won't. She wouldn't dare, Yi Zhen asserted, making her teacher understand her situation. The age-old conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would likely not bode well for her relationship with her grandmother, which eased the teacher's concerns. This entire affair had even reached Ji Xinglan, who ran a snack stall at the school gate. While students' dating was trivial, the uproar caused by Yi Zhen's stepmother was anything but. Furious, Yi Xinglan returned home to report to the elderly matriarch when the afternoon rush subsided. Though she longed to berate Qiu Yuanzhu, her disdain for the woman was palpable. She had no desire to engage with such a person. Nevertheless, Yi Zhen's situation could not be brushed aside, prompting her to seek out the elder. What did you say? Qiu Yuanzhu caused trouble for Yizhen at school? Yes. I heard from the students that she stormed into the school, insisting that Yizhen was in a relationship. The teachers denied it. But she insisted that Yizhen was disobedient and treated her poorly as a stepmother. I also heard that the boy is someone Yinan has her eye on. And because he has been spending more time with Yizhen, Qiu Yuanzhu decided to confront her. That Qiu Yuanzhu, if I leave her be for a few days. She truly learns nothing. You can scold her, but she won't listen. In the beginning, she visited frequently, but now, after a year, she only comes once in a blue moon. She has no regard for you as her mother-in-law. I can't fathom what my brother sees in her. Your brother is simply blind to the truth. Go fetch him. He wouldn't come even if you asked. Do you think he is unaware? Perhaps he knows everything but pretends not to see. Tell him that if he doesn't come, I will go to his house tonight. If he isn't afraid of me reprimanding his wife, he should come. The elderly matriarch was genuinely incensed. Yizhen was such a diligent child. And she had been unaware of it until recently, as the child had not lived here before. Over the past half-month. Although she had been asleep each time Yizhen returned. There had been several occasions when she woke in the middle of the night to see Yizhen's light still on, peeking in to find her diligently studying. Chapter 37, Giving her a taste of her own medicine. In recent times, the matriarch had been experiencing pangs of regret. She lamented her decision to prevent young Wanqing from taking Yizhen with her years ago. As Yizhen had endured undue hardship at the hands of that mother and daughter duo. Now, the girl was fervently striving to gain admission to a university in Beijing to reunite with her biological mother, a prospect that tugged at the old woman's heartstrings. Frail with age, she felt limited in her ability to intervene, save for ensuring a reserved steamed bun in the pot for her granddaughter each evening. Accustomed to frugality, she couldn't provide lavish, nourishing meals. Only Yi Xinglan occasionally visited, preparing a decent meal. Whenever Yizhen was absent, Yi Xinglan would lend a hand with chores like laundry and cooking. The matriarch had always harbored a disdain for Qiu Yueru. But her son had long become impervious to her influence. Thus, she resigned herself to whatever transpired, finding solace in their separate residences. As for the distant matter of old age care, why dwell on it? She couldn't even rely on her son, let alone her daughter-in-law. The matriarch adopted a laissez-faire attitude. But Qiu Yueru's penchant for stirring trouble was an entirely different matter. The matriarch was no ordinary woman, she had earned a reputation for her formidable nature in her youth. Having single-handedly raised 3 children. Moreover, she had nurtured her son into a respectable figure. Regardless of other considerations, few individuals attain the position of deputy town head. A testament to her successful upbringing. While Yi Xingming's philandering was beyond her control as a mother, she couldn't bear to see her granddaughter suffer. Especially since she had insisted on Yizhen staying. Furthermore, young Wanqing had consistently shown filial piety over the years, a commendable feat for a divorced woman. All right. I'll go find him now and tell him to come over after work. Yi Xingming frowned upon seeing his sister. What brings you here again? What do you think? Mom wants you to go over after work. If you don't, she'll march straight to your house. Yi Xingming inhaled deeply, relieved to have a private office. He promptly shut the door. What nonsense have you been spouting to the old lady? Nonsense? Your own daughter is being bullied to the brink by those two, and you, as her father, are blind to it? I'm not blind. I went there today and dragged Qiu Yueru back from school. I didn't see you. You're not a teacher. You can't see everything. I went early in the morning, you were probably busy then. Then go back and explain everything to Mom. Alright, I'll go back later. I haven't even finished work yet. Just go. Anyway, Mom said if you don't go, she'll come to your house tonight. As for Qiu Yueru, you'll have to deal with her then. Mom has no intention of letting her off the hook. Alright, stop adding fuel to the fire, will you? I'll go after work. Yi Xingming was at his wit's end. Qiu Yueru had been a profound disappointment. Yet, Qiu Yueru remained obstinately self-righteous. Placing all the blame on Yizhen, insisting that she was merely correcting Yizhen's early romance as a stepmother. Yi Xingming refused to engage with her, instructing her to focus on her own daughter. Yi Xingming didn't dare to arrive empty-handed, purchasing gifts for both the matriarch and his daughter. He felt that today's incident had humiliated his daughter, and Qiu Yueru had severely damaged his reputation as well. What on earth was wrong with this woman? Had her brain turned to mush? What was she thinking all day long? Upon seeing her son enter, the matriarch's face darkened. Look at you. Why are you getting so worked up? Why am I getting worked up? If you can't control that wife of yours, I'll go to your house and do it for you. The matriarch glared at her son, her anger palpable. Mom, I've already disciplined her. Please don't get angry and harm your health. Tell me, what is your wife thinking? Is she trying to prevent my granddaughter from going to college? We, the Yi family, have finally produced such a promising child. If she dares to sabotage her behind her back, she'll regret it. Mom, rest assured, I'll resolve this matter. She definitely won't dare to do it again. And that Yianin, you need to keep an eye on her too. I still doubt whether she's really your daughter. Yi Xingming wanted to affirm it, but Yianin indeed bore little resemblance to him, while Yi Zhen had some semblance of his features, which he acknowledged. He couldn't discern any of his traits in Yianin, who more closely resembled the Qiu family. Isn't she? I've raised her for so many years. That's different. If she hadn't insisted that Yianin was your child, do you think I would have allowed them into our family so easily? What was she thinking? Qiu Yueru had been acting irrationally lately, engaging in futile and thankless endeavors. I'll have a serious talk with her when I get back. Brother. Yi Zhen is at a crucial juncture. If Qiu Yueru continues like this and Yi Zhen's grades decline, preventing her from going to college, how will you explain it to Yang Wanqing? You and Mom insisted on keeping the child back then, refusing to let Yang Wanqing take her. Is this how you treat her? Xinglan, watch your words. Yi Zhen is a child of the Yi family. What if Yang Wanqing remarries and takes her away? The matriarch disliked hearing such remarks. My brother can remarry, so why can't Yang Wanqing? Besides, even if she remarries, Yi Zhen will still bear the Yi surname. What difference does it make? It's different. Who knows what a stepfather might be like? What if he mistreats Yi Zhen? The matriarch had many concerns, all stemming from self-interest. Has Qiu Yueru been good to Yi Zhen? Like stepmother, like stepfather. Xinglan, what are you saying? Am I not aware of how Qiu Yueru has been treating Yi Zhen? You're not aware? You're fully aware, turning a blind eye and allowing them to bully Yi Zhen all these years. I don't know how you can call yourself a father. I heard that Yi Zhen's grades improved to the top 20 in the entire grade in the recent county mock exam. That means she's definitely going to a top university. Are you going to rely on a daughter with a degree from a prestigious university to take care of you in your old age, or Qiu Yueru and her daughter? You should think about it. Yes, let him think about it himself. The matriarch had also pondered this issue, realizing that she couldn't rely on Qiu Yueru and her daughter. Hence her deliberate remark. All right. I understand what you mean. I'll give Qiu Yueru a piece of my mind when I get back, so she won't dare to act recklessly again. You said it yourself. Yi Xinglan had achieved her objective and didn't linger. Seeing her daughter leave, the matriarch's tone softened considerably. Son, I'm not telling you to go back and beat your wife, but your wife needs to be sensible. Just think about how much trouble Qiu Yueru has caused you lately. If you ask me, you've spoiled Qiu Yueru all these years. You've spoiled her so much that she's lost sight of who she is. Chapter 38, I never intended to let her go as Yi Zhen returned home in the evening. She found Yi Xingming still lingering, evidently waiting for her. This is specially reserved for you, he said, presenting a plate of braised beef. I'm not hungry. Yi Zhen replied dismissively, pushing it aside as she retrieved her books and test papers from her backpack. Yi Xingming felt a bit awkward but settled down at the study desk. By the way, I heard from Teacher Su today that your mock exam results have significantly improved, placing you among the top 20 in the entire year? Yes, Yi Zhen responded with a hint of indifference, unfurling her test papers and commencing her practice. She recalled that Jing Yuanan had explained this particular problem to her before school ended, and she wanted to solidify her understanding by working through it again. Dad knows that your aunt has wronged you. Yi Zhen abruptly slammed her pen down on the paper, turning to face her father with a serious expression. She has not merely wronged me, she seeks to ruin me. Her gaze was icy as she scrutinized the man she considered her father. Desperate to understand his thoughts when Qiu Yueju and her daughter had taken her acceptance letter in her previous life. And no, it's not that serious, Yi Xingming stammered. attempting to defend Xiao Yueju. She merely wanted to use this as an excuse to make you uncomfortable at school. Perhaps even to confront that boy's parents and create a scene, ideally getting you expelled. There are rules at their school. If early relationships are discovered and not corrected, they can expel the student with poor grades, Zhen retorted sharply. Weren't you the one who said you weren't in a relationship? I am not. But what if Qiu Yueju insists on labeling me? Does she not understand how easily public opinion can sway? If everyone accuses me of having a relationship, will they believe me when I deny it? Yi Xingming fell silent, as he too held doubts, especially after meeting that boy, who was indeed outstanding. At this age, who could truly say? Seeing each other daily and developing feelings was hardly abnormal. Moreover, both children excelled academically, as the teacher pointed out, their mutual progress was commendable. Since the teacher had endorsed their camaraderie, he felt there was little more to say. Regardless of whether they were genuinely dating, he could not allow this to disrupt his child's education at such a critical time. Father believes you, I assure you, he stated, though Yizhen's expression remained unyielding. Her gaze piercing through him, revealing his unease. Dad, my expectations are modest. With just 2.5 months until the college entrance examination, I wish to focus on my studies. This is the most crucial exam of my life. Yi Xingming nodded vigorously, comprehending her intent. Rest assured, I will speak to your aunt and ensure she does not interfere again. You cannot guarantee her actions. She simply does not want me to succeed. Rest assured, she does not intend to let me off the hook, and I have no intention of sparing her either. But now is not the time. I have no time to waste. If pushed to my limits, I cannot predict my reactions. Should anyone hinder my examination, I will ensure she lives in unrest for the rest of her days. I mean what I say. You child. Enough. You may leave. I still need to study. With that, Yizhen turned back to her test papers. Yi Xingming remained silent, observing his daughter diligently answering questions. He could not help but acknowledge that her tenacity was inherited from her mother. Very well, study hard, I shall take my leave, he said. Understanding that her fervor stemmed from her desire to leave him for Beijing to find her mother. On the other hand, Qiu Yueju had been seething all afternoon. Angered by Yi Xingming's public reprimand, she had meticulously crafted her plans, yet someone had managed to bring Yi Xingming to the school. Yi Anan returned home with tear-streaked cheeks, having skipped her evening study session. Do you know what the boy's parents do? Don't the school or his parents care? Mom, it doesn't matter. Haven't you realized? Just because they excel academically, the teachers are now favoring them. Yi Anan felt a sense of discontent but was powerless to change the situation. Jing Yuanan had previously ignored her, but now he regarded her with a cold indifference. How can this be overlooked? If the teachers cover for them, what about their parents? If I were that boy's father and my son topped the class, what would happen if he were distracted by romance? Moreover, why should Yizhen benefit so easily? Perhaps she was merely exploiting that boy's academic prowess to get close to him. The thought of Yizhen's significant improvement infuriated her. Why should Yang Wanjing's daughter outperform her? It was precisely because Yang Wanjing graduated middle school while she barely completed elementary school that the matriarch of the Yi family had looked down upon her. Of course, she also detested her own impoverished background and her deceased father, but what did that matter? Had she not married Yi Xingming? Thus, such matters were not absolute. Even if Yizhen excelled in her studies, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. I have no idea what Jing Yuanan's parents do, he just transferred here recently. Supposedly following his father, Yi Anan said, shaking her head. How can he transfer here in his senior year? His father must be someone important, she mused. Yi Anan shrugged. How would I know? Enough of this, I will find out myself. Who will you ask? Do you not know who my mother is? I have my ways. Now go cool your eyes with some cold water, they look like they've been through a storm. Mom, my father does not acknowledge me as his daughter. Mentioning this made Yi Anan's eyes redden once more. Whether he acknowledges you or not, you are still his biological child. Qiu Yueju felt her anger rising. But. Enough with the buts. What good is crying? If you excel in your studies, just wait and see if he acknowledges you. In Qiu Yueju's eyes, Yi Anan's poor academic performance was a grave sin. Had Yi Anan been a diligent student, Yi Xingming's attitude would have been entirely different. Yi Anan no longer wished to engage with her mother, feeling trapped in a cycle revolving around grades. What did that have to do with anything? When Yi Xingming returned, he found both Qiu Yueju and her daughter asleep. Considering that Yi Zhen was reviewing and completing her assignments, and observing that Yi Anan's room was dark, his disdain for Yi Anan deepened. "You've returned." Qiu Yueju turned on the light upon hearing his movements, only to find him standing there coldly. "What is it now?" she asked, her irritation rising at the sight of his expression. "How do you think I feel?" Yi Xingming retorted. "Don't push me too far, Qiu Yueju." Qiu Yueju took a deep breath, believing today's incident would end there, yet the person wronged had yet to speak. "Yi Xingming, please enlighten me on how I have overstepped. Do you know how heartbroken Anan is? You publicly denied her as your daughter. Do you even realize how she cried?" Chapter 39. The county chief's son Yi Xingming was taken aback by Qiu Yueyu's demeanor, realizing that this woman showed no signs of remorse whatsoever. "Did you not hear that boy say it was your daughter, Yi Anan, who repeatedly disturbed him?" "What do you mean my daughter? Anan is not your flesh and blood." "Who can say for certain?" Although Yi Xingming did not fully trust Qiu Yueyu, he had been frequently entangled with her during that period, especially when young Wanqing was pregnant. Qiu Yueyu had seized the opportunity to seduce him. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Anan was considered his child. And he had reluctantly accepted Qiu Yueyu's claims over the years. Yet, Yi Anan's looks and intellect bore no resemblance to him. "How could you, Yi Xingming? Do you not recall the hardships I endured because of you?" Qiu Yueyu lunged at him, seemingly aggrieved beyond measure. "Enough, enough." Yi Xingming pushed Qiu Yueyu away, exasperated. "It's the middle of the night, do you want the neighbors to overhear this nonsense? You heartless man." Qiu Yueyu collapsed to the floor, weeping profusely. "Stop with your pointless tirades. I am not falling for your tricks today," Yi Xingming warned her firmly. "Do not lay a finger on Yi Zhen. That child is preparing for university. After she completes her studies, she will go to her mother's side, and you two will never meet again. Why provoke her unnecessarily? Why create a scene at school? What are you thinking? I am merely concerned for her. Do not speak to me of concern. You care for her? She would be happier if she were a complete failure. Let me tell you, Qiu Yueyu, our family has produced only one university student in generations. If Yi Zhen encounters any problems during her college entrance examination, our marriage will be over. What if she fails to get in?" Qiu Yueyu retorted defiantly. "With her current grades, there is no way she would fail. Instead of fretting, you should focus on your own daughter. Anan is also your daughter. Even if she doesn't get into university, you must find her a job. If she cannot enter a university, a vocational school will suffice. At least she would have a certificate. After graduation, you could help her secure a teaching position, or if worse comes to worst, let her attend nursing school and become a nurse. She cannot simply do nothing at home. Can you truly arrange for her to become a teacher? To be a teacher, she would first need to pass a decent secondary school exam, correct? Do not tell me she cannot even manage that. How could that be possible?" Qiu Yueyu was uncertain herself, Anan was a deep thinker, and with only 2 months remaining, she worried that Yi Zhen's influence might detract from her studies. "Why are you bringing Yi Zhen into this? I observe that her thoughts are far from focused on her studies. All day long, she is either devising ways to bully Yi Zhen or trying to get closer to the boys. Perhaps she is merely seeking assistance with her studies. What of it? Just because your daughter engages in academic discussions with them, my daughter cannot? That would require them to acknowledge her first. Stop making excuses for your daughter. I cannot bear that shame." The couple continued to bicker for quite some time before settling down for the night. Once the lights were extinguished, Qiu Yueyu crept into Yi Xingming's bed, only to hear him snoring almost immediately. She was unsure if he truly fell asleep that quickly. She nudged him, but he merely turned away, refusing to engage with her. Fuming at his back, Qiu Yueyu realized she needed to mend their relationship if she ever hoped to conceive a son. While she contemplated how to improve her rapport with Yi Xingming, she was relentless in her pursuit of matters concerning Yi Zhen. The following day, she inquired about the identity of the top student from the prestigious high school. To her astonishment, she discovered that Jing Yuhan was the son of the newly appointed county chief. This high school was well known throughout the county, and thus, he had chosen to enroll there rather than attend the county school. Rumor had it that County Chief Xing was divorced and raised his son alone, which is why Jing Yuhan was living with relatives. Although Jing Yuhan had initially considered boarding at the school, he found it too restrictive. He possessed the ability for independent study, so he opted to stay with his guardians, who were close family friends, and he also had a younger brother in junior high, allowing them to study late together. Who are you referring to? The newly appointed County Chief Xing? Yi Xingming was astonished by Qiu Yueyu's revelation. Indeed. I have inquired thoroughly. It is that very Jing County Chief. I told you, Aranan has discerning taste. Yi Xingming shot her a glare. What business do you have prying into other people's affairs? You are not considering reporting to County Chief Xing, are you? I would like to. But would I even have the chance? Qiu Yueyu replied curtly. Do you really think the county chief's son would be interested in your daughter? Your daughter is remarkable. I warn you, do not interfere with that boy, regardless of whether he and Yizhen are involved in a romance. Stay out of it. Qiu Yueyu scoffed. I know your intentions, you would be thrilled if they were to date, wouldn't you? That way, you could have an advantageous connection. Do you honestly believe your daughter is a goddess? Perhaps he would break up with her after getting into university. Shut your mouth. I have heard that County Chief Xing is divorced and raising his son alone. What are your true intentions? Do you wish to divorce me and marry the county chief? If I were to divorce you, perhaps I could marry a provincial governor. Qiu Yueyu's disdain for Yi Xingming was palpable. Go ahead and marry him. I won't stop you. When Yianan returned home, she overheard her parents arguing but could not decipher their words. She then retreated to her own room. Previously, she had shared a room with Yizhen, but now that she was alone, the space was entirely hers. Glaring at Yizhen's empty bed, she angrily hurled her backpack at it. She had just seen Yizhen walking alongside Jing Yuhan, although Yizhen had not ridden in his car. They were engrossed in conversation, and their relationship appeared anything but platonic. Even the teachers were turning a blind eye, while their classmates tacitly accepted the nature of their relationship. Neither Yizhen nor Jing Yuhan felt the need to clarify anything, they were too preoccupied with studying to waste time on such trivial matters. Chapter 40, Allies by Agreement. Though these matters require no explanation. The situation shifted when Jing Yuhan appeared at the entrance of Grandma Yi's alley at 6 in the morning. Yizhen looked up at him and asked, "Why are you here so early?" The school had mandated attendance before 7, but with a cafeteria available, breakfast could still be purchased until 6:30. Auntie had suggested that she simply eat at the snack bar, alleviating her grandmother of the burden, but Yizhen was reluctant to trouble anyone. She knew that each breakfast she had at Auntie's would stir up untold conflicts between her aunt and uncle. Yizhen had timed her departure perfectly. Arriving at this hour would allow her to catch breakfast at the cafeteria. Even if she missed it, she could always grab a bread roll from the small shop at the school gate to tide her over. Jing Yuhan, however, did not usually eat breakfast at school. He typically arrived right before 7, sometimes even stepping into the classroom just as the bell rang. I thought I'd join you since there's no breakfast at home, he said with a grin. Let us go. I'll take you. Yizhen shot him a glare but continued on her way. Jing Yuhan caught up to her, exclaiming, Are you unaware of the time wasted? Just think, saving these 10 minutes could allow us to tackle a significant problem. Yizhen ignored him and pressed on, unwilling to indulge in his nonsensical chatter. Yizhen, we agreed to be allies. Is this how you treat an ally? He persisted. Within the walls of the school, we are allies, outside, we are merely classmates. She turned to face him. Jing Yuhan, that was part of our agreement too. Even as mere classmates. It wouldn't hurt for me to give you a ride. Hop on, your hesitance betrays your guilty conscience. My feelings for you are purely appreciative, nothing more. Yet. As he uttered those words, a twinge of insecurity crept in. Even if there were other sentiments, he could not voice them just yet. That's not acceptable. Just go ahead. She insisted. I'm in no rush, he replied, so I'll take my time riding alongside you. But you said that's a waste of time. If you leave early, you could finish half a paper. No worries, I found another set of problems we can tackle together. Let us see who completes them faster. These are actual college entrance exam questions from other regions. My mother sent me 2 sets. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Yizhen broke into a run, acutely aware of how difficult it was to procure such exam materials. The local bookstore rarely stocked them. Most available practice papers were those printed by the school, often smeared with ink, rendering her sleeves black after just 1 set, yet they were still treasured. She even kept a set of sleeves in her backpack to avoid daily laundry. Washing sleeves was far more convenient. Hey! Why are you so averse to just taking a ride with me? Everyone already knows about us. It's not as if you care about that, Jing Yuhan remarked, puzzled by her reluctance. Besides, at this hour, no one would see them. He couldn't fathom her reasons for avoiding the association. By the time they arrived at school, it was only 6:20. They first dropped their backpacks in the classroom before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. Every class had its early birds, and one astounded student, upon seeing the 2 of them enter together, nearly choked on his baozi. Are you 2 for real? He exclaimed. This student was a top performer, having held the first rank in class before Jing Yuhan arrived, now trailing by nearly 30 points. Have you had breakfast? He inquired, waving his baozi. He had been the first to queue, opting for baozi over the hassle of porridge, which left him momentarily speechless. At this time, food prices were low, with school breakfasts costing just a few dimes. However, boys tended to eat more. The baozi came in vegetarian and meat varieties, 1. 5 dimes for vegetarian and 2. 5 for meat. Girls typically settled for 1 baozi and a bowl of porridge. The porridge also cost 1. 5 dimes, while an egg was 2. 5. Boys might easily consume 4 baozi. Yizhen had a vegetarian baozi, porridge, and an egg, sufficient for her. Jing Yuhan opted for 2 baozi, 2 eggs, and a bowl of porridge. They hastily finished their meal and returned to the classroom to tackle problems. Arriving back at 6:40. They had 20 minutes to solve as many questions as their abilities allowed. The academic prodigy observed them fervently scribbling and felt a pang of anxiety, sensing that he might soon be outpaced by Jing Yuhan, while he had expected to be surpassed by Jing Yuhan, who had just transferred and exuded an air of superiority that left little room for competition. Being outshone by Zhen was something he could not accept. When Yianan entered the classroom, she saw Jing Yuhan and Yizhen each engrossed in their papers. Recalling her mother's words from that morning, she felt perplexed. It was clear that she and Jing Yuhan were no longer a possibility, yet her mother seemed to imply that she should make her presence felt in front of him. Did her existence truly hold such significance? Jing Yuhan didn't even spare her a glance. She now distinctly felt that they inhabited different worlds, a reality brought about by Yizhen. If it weren't for Yizhen, at least Jing Yuhan wouldn't regard her with such disdain. Yes. It was disdain. The expression on his face when he looked at her was unforgettable, reminiscent of her father's disapproval. Currently, Yianan scarcely spoke to Yi Xingming, actively avoiding encounters. After all, she had the perfect excuse of early mornings and late nights, while Yi Xingming seemed to have eyes only for Yizhen. Thankfully, Yizhen was not a son. Had she been, Yianan would have found her standing in the family even less secure. If Yizhen had been a son, it would not have been her but the 2 of them who would have been cast out. She was unsure whether to feel fortunate or despondent. The second mock exam approached swiftly, and the pace of review was incredibly rapid. Whenever she grasped a particularly challenging concept, they would swiftly move on to the next. She regretted choosing science. Just like Yizhen, her mind was ill-suited for it. She should have opted for the humanities, though that too seemed futile. As she struggled to retain information, she felt on the verge of a breakdown, especially when witnessing the ease with which Yizhen and Jing Yuhan conducted themselves in front of classmates and teachers, devoid of any pretense. How could the school enforce strict regulations against early romances while turning a blind eye to Yizhen and Jing Yuhan? Hey! Did you know that Jing Yuhan and Yizhen came together this morning? As soon as she sat down, her gossiping desk mate informed her. Together? Yes. I heard they live quite close. Jing Yuhan picked Yizhen up for school. Yianan glared at Yizhen's back, wishing she could bore a hole through it with her gaze. Who told you that? The girl shook her head. I saw them together in the cafeteria this morning. Don't spread rumors if you haven't seen anything. What do you mean by rumors? Their relationship is practically an open secret at school. Chapter 41, The Beauty of Thoughts. Enough. Stop talking. Yianan was utterly exasperated. Her deskmate rolled her eyes and fell silent. Both of them were at the bottom of their class, and the notion of completing assignments was almost laughable, as even if they attempted, the results would be far from satisfactory. If they managed to memorize a few words in the morning, it was already a significant achievement. Otherwise, they resigned themselves to waiting for punishment writing. It baffled them that, despite being in their final year of high school, they still struggled with English vocabulary and faced penalties of 30 repetitions for each mistake. Consequently, their time was squandered on these punishments. While the top students dedicated their hours to studying, this was the evident disparity. When the teacher entered the classroom, Zhen and Jingyuhan finally set down their pens, having nearly completed their 20-minute fill-in-the-blank and choice exercises. Their speeds were comparable, yet upon checking their answers, it was clear that a few discrepancies remained. Without a doubt, Zhen recognized her errors. After all, Jingyuhan consistently scored above 140 in mathematics, and achieving 120 was commendable at this point. This highlighted the 40-point gap in their scores, with Zhen trailing by more than 20 points in math. This was the progress they had made over the past month. Otherwise, she believed even reaching 100 would have been a challenge. Zhen felt fragments of her memory stirring to life. During the year of her resumption of classes, she had truly exerted herself. Had it not been for Qiu Yu, she would undoubtedly have been accepted into a prestigious university. The thought clenched her fists tightly. After all, she had ample time to seek revenge. Qiu Yu, meanwhile, was sitting in class when she suddenly sneezed, rubbing her nose. "Sister Qiu, your dark circles have become quite pronounced lately," remarked the girl across from her while applying a generous amount of lip balm. "With my child in her final year, how could I not be exhausted? I practically accompany her to sleep." "Indeed. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. After that, you'll finally have some respite." The other girl smiled awkwardly. "By the way, how is Anan doing? What school can she get into?" "Oh, just average, if she can get into a teacher training college. That would suffice." She elevated her daughter's prospects, knowing well that Yianan's grades would barely allow her to attend a kindergarten teacher program. A significant distinction from a teacher training college. Regardless, Yi Xingming had promised to arrange for Yianan to become a teacher after graduating, and once she secured that position, who would care whether she attended a specialized program or a full-fledged teacher's college? Is that what you call average? What about the young man from the family of the county head? He probably doesn't study as well as your Anan. That's not my concern. Nor do I wish to bother. A few days ago, the early romance teacher at school approached me, which nearly drove me mad, at such a crucial time. They're indulging in romance. In the end, I had to let your brother-in-law handle it. You have no idea how much I have endured from that little girl over the years. They say being a stepmother is challenging, but who understands my difficulties?" Qiu Yu spoke with exaggerated grievance. Of course, this was her usual demeanor. At work, she found her role as a stepmother incredibly burdensome. Once the exams are over, that child will be off, won't she? Yes. Regardless of the results, she will likely head towards her biological mother. Then you will have much less to worry about. Qiu Yu smiled faintly. Whether she would truly find peace of mind was uncertain. But the thought of Zhen excelling and potentially attending a prestigious university in Beijing filled her with envy. Why should her daughter only manage to enter a secondary vocational school while Zhen could attend a renowned university in the capital? Moreover, it seemed Zhen had even caught the eye of the county head's son. Wouldn't that leave her in an overshadowed? Suddenly, she recalled Yianan's suggestion of swapping test papers with Zhen. Perhaps that could work. If not, she would have to consult her cousin. With the office phone free to use, she seized a quiet moment at noon to call him. "Have you lost your mind? That's utterly fanciful." Her cousin replied instantly. "Do you know that the exam papers are sealed, and the names are also concealed? It's impossible to tamper with them." "What about after the grading? Is there any other way?" "There isn't," her cousin replied bluntly. "Qiu Yu, what are you thinking? If you have that time, why not focus on getting your daughter to study properly? If she were studying well, would I even consider these matters?" Qiu Yu refrained from mentioning the idea of swapping with Zhen's papers, instead suggesting alternatives, anything that could help her daughter achieve university admission. Do you believe her performance will convince anyone that she can score well on the college entrance exam? Why wouldn't it? If she performs well, it's plausible. Don't be absurd. Tampering with the papers is nearly impossible, but there are other options. What options? Qiu Yuru perked up at the prospect of alternatives. In our county and your town, each year there are students who gain admission to universities but cannot afford to attend. If you cultivate a good relationship with the teachers, you could potentially buy an acceptance letter, allowing your daughter to enroll under a different name or student record. However, you must negotiate with the other party beforehand. It's best to offer them something to avoid complications later on. Otherwise, your daughter's university admission would be for naught. I understand, thank you, cousin. Qiu Yuru hung up the phone, exhilarated. Isn't this simple? Just swap Yizhen's acceptance letter and student record with an and everything will fall into place. With that thought, she felt buoyant. She was eager to share this good news with her daughter. If this plan succeeded, the county head's son might very well become her son-in-law. As for Yizhen, who cared about her fate? However, first, she needed to ascertain Yi Xingming's stance. She contemplated how to manipulate Yi Xingming. The best strategy would be to conceive within the next few months, then claim that this child was destined to be a son. Using the prospect of a grandson would be the most effective leverage against Yi Xingming and the elder matriarch of the Yi family. As for Yi Zhen, she could simply retake the exam next year. If she couldn't use her own name, she could take the test under NNS student record. Whether Yi Zhen could succeed next year depended solely on her fate. If she were to have a son, Yi Xingming's attention would undoubtedly shift entirely to the boy. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Qiu Yuru felt an overwhelming sense of cleverness. Yi Anan returned home, disheartened after a long day, only to find Qiu Yuru had prepared a feast of her favorite dishes. Pouting, she felt tears welling up. Her mother was the only one who truly cared for her. If not even her mother loved her, what was the point of her existence? Anan, I have a plan. A plan? What kind of plan? A plan that will enable you to attend a prestigious university, allowing you to be with that boy surnamed Xing. Yi Anan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What's the plan? Please tell me. Qiu Yuru eagerly shared her thoughts from that day, igniting Anan's enthusiasm. Though a shadow of concern lingered. But will this really work? Will Yizhen agree? As long as your father and grandmother consent, Yizhen is inconsequential. But you haven't conceived a brother yet. ISNT they're still over 2 months. You needn't worry about anything else or disturb Yizhen, let her study diligently. Every point she earns is for your benefit. Chapter 42, A Departure from the Norm. Yi Anan smiled and nodded. With such thoughts, her heart felt much more at ease. As for that young man surnamed Xing, if Yizhen hadn't been accepted into university, do you think he would have been with her? When the time comes for you to head to Beijing together, with my daughter's beauty, how could she not win him over? Yi Anan's cheeks flushed. And the gloom of the past few days dissipated, leaving her feeling as though the very air around her was sweet. Looking at the dishes her mother had prepared, she found them utterly delightful. Mom, what if Dad doesn't agree? Qiu Yuru gently caressed her belly. Whether he agrees or not depends on whether I can conceive. Mom, then you must do your best. Rest assured. For my daughter, I will certainly strive. Initially, Yi Anan was not in favor of Qiu Yuru having another child, fearing that the arrival of a younger brother would mean she would lose her cherished status. However, now that this potential brother could bring her such benefits, she felt compelled to support it. Moreover, by the time the brother was born, she would be heading off to university, and being favored or not would matter little. Once she secured a place in a prestigious university, perhaps the family would even come to rely on her. Just like her grandmother and uncle depended on her mother. This thought lightened her mood considerably, and she eagerly anticipated the arrival of this brother. Ideally, he would be a sister, so she could succeed in her bargaining without the fear of losing her mother's affection. The next day, when Yizhen saw Yi Anan, she was taken aback to find her smiling, her expression imbued with a sense of pride. Yizhen cast her a cold glance, calculating the time. Surely Qiu Yuru and her daughter had already begun to scheme. At this point last time, when she needed to study, Qiu Yuru's demeanor had shifted abruptly from indifference to an unexpected visit to her grandmother's house to apologize, claiming Yi Anan was simply being unreasonable and asking her not to stoop to her level. When she mentioned preparing for the college entrance examination, Qiu Yuru had even gifted her a pile of reference books for her studies. At that time, even old lady Yi remarked on Qiu Yuru's rare display of conscience. But truly, that was not a matter of conscience, it was manipulation. It seemed the two women had concocted a plan. Yi Zhen scoffed inwardly, letting them dream on. When they woke from their reverie, it would be Yi Nn's turn to weep. Undeniably, Yi Nn's entire mindset had shifted for the better. When she saw Yi Zhen and Jing Yuan together, poring over their studies, she felt no trace of jealousy. She believed her mother was absolutely correct. Every point Yi Zhen fought for was ultimately for her benefit. Ideally, Yi Zhen would excel in the entrance exams just as Jing Yuan would, enabling her to be with him in the future. As for what lay ahead, once she received Yi Zhen's acceptance letter and entered university, she would certainly find a way to win Jing Yuan's heart. Qiu Yuru had remarked that no man could resist the allure of a beauty. After all, wasn't it the case that Yi Xingming had first married Yi Zhen's mother, yet it was Qiu Yuru who grew old together with him? Yi Xingming was equally astonished by Qiu Yuru's sudden change in demeanor, not that she had become gentle overnight, but rather, she had always been adept at feigning. Now simply reverting to her previous self. This transformation felt eerily akin to a divine being descending, only to return to her former state. However, Yi Xingming was unsettled by her newfound gentleness. This softness was unlike the genuine youthfulness and delicacy found in the outside world. The warmth he encountered at home felt forced, as if she were speaking through a constricted throat, and she was not above using her hands to emphasize her points. "What are you doing?" At this age Qiu Yuru shot him a glance before leaning in closer, clarifying that having a son was not her sole ambition, whether for her daughter or herself. Everything was in place, just awaiting the final piece. Enough. Old Zhang is waiting for me to play mahjong. Yi Xingming felt as though he was losing his mind. At their age, engaging in such antics was absurd. In his eyes, Qiu Yuru had aged and lost her charm, no longer comparable to the wildflowers of youth. It wasn't that he didn't want a son, but he simply didn't believe Qiu Yuru could bear one. If she could have, she would have done so long ago. After 10 years of marriage, not even a hint of a child had graced their lives. It was well known that when Qiu Yuru entered the family, she had promised old lady Yi to provide a successor for the household. Yet, a decade had passed with naught to show for it. Old lady Yi had grown increasingly displeased with Qiu Yuru, often lamenting her shortcomings in front of Yi Xingming and Yi Xinglan. "Mom, it's pointless to argue, they've been married for over 10 years. If she hadn't promised to give me a grandson, would I have allowed her to enter?" Old lady Yi had one son and 2 daughters, with the youngest married off far away. She didn't concern herself with her daughters' lives. Even if they bore children, they would belong to other families. Strangely, within Yi Xingming's generation, even his cousins had produced only daughters, leading old lady Yi to fervently wish for a grandson from her son's side. "Mom, what era are we living in? They say women can hold up half the sky. Besides, aren't family planning measures strict now? If Qiu Yuru were to conceive, could my brother even continue working? He'd be sent home immediately. As long as she becomes pregnant, it's certain she can give birth. There are plenty of methods. It all depends on whether her body cooperates. Mom, when my sister-in-law wanted a divorce, you didn't say a word to stop her. Were you secretly upset that she didn't give you a grandson?" Yang Wanning was too proud. She once told me that had she known Yi Xingming would turn out this way, she wouldn't have had any children at all. In truth, when Yang Wanning gave birth to Yi Zhen, there were no family planning policies in place, yet she refused to have another child, which only served to aggravate old lady Yi. If I were Yang Wanning, I'd say the same. What a waste of such a wonderful child. Just look at how much she has suffered over the years. Yi Zhen was just as stubborn as her mother. Had Yang Wanning been willing to relent even slightly, she would never have allowed their separation. Old lady Yi regretted her stance. Yang Wanning was a respectable woman from a good family, a caliber far beyond what Qiu Yuru could hope to match. Has Yang Wanning written recently? What did she say? Is she coming to take the child after the exams? Yes, she'll return for the college entrance exams and take Yi Zhen home once the acceptance letter arrives. She is determined to enroll her in a university in Beijing, perfectly reuniting mother and daughter. Let us go. Old lady Yi sighed. Once she leaves, she may never return. No matter how far she goes, she will always be your granddaughter. Treat her kindly, and she will remember your love forever. Yi Xinglan urged her mother, having noticed the reluctance in her eyes, despite her stubbornness. No matter how well I treat her, can it compare to her mother's affection? Once she is by her mother's side, she will forget all about me. Do you think everyone is like Qiu Yiru? A warped perspective will only breed ingratitude. Yang Wanning has maintained her ties with us, hasn't she? Old Lady Yi scoffed, thinking that was only because Yi Zhen was in their care, otherwise. Would Yang Wanning pay them any mind? Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed commendable that Yang Wanning could accomplish so much. Chapter 43, Such words can be spoken. Yi Zhen resumed her previous evening study schedule, leaving school alongside her classmates. As she returned, Jing Yuan did the same, ensuring they walked home together. Yi Zhen refrained from riding on his bicycle. Instead, he rode slowly behind her until she reached her doorstep. Their relationship was an open secret, nearly the entire school was aware, save for the two of them. Yet, he was an academic prodigy, someone the school dared not challenge. Moreover, County Chief Xing had stated that he was exceedingly busy, unless his son engaged in serious misconduct, such as fighting or breaking school rules. He would rely on his son to manage his studies independently. Consequently, the school could not meddle in what they deemed youthful romance. The crux of the matter was that the two children did not acknowledge their relationship as romantic, they simply viewed it as mutual assistance and shared progress in their studies. Notably, their academic performance had indeed improved, leaving the teachers with little to critique. Their homeroom teacher, who initially found Jing Yuan's English grades troublesome, had transferred him into their class due to his position as the English teacher. The student had openly stated that English was his weak point and expressed a desire to learn from a more capable teacher. Now, with Yi Zhen's guidance, Jing Yuan's grades had steadily improved, as evidenced by a marked reduction in errors during recent assessments. Thus, the two children's primary focus was on academics, with romance taking a back seat, a commendable pursuit, indeed. Old Su harbored a singular wish, that both students could successfully gain admission to prestigious universities. For he believed Yi Zhen had great potential. I will be here waiting for you at 6 tomorrow morning. Don't leave without me. I received new test papers today. Let's tackle them together. Yi Zhen nodded in agreement, turning into her grandmother's alley while Jing Yuan only departed after hearing the sound of her door. Unbeknownst to him, after opening the door, Yi Zhen returned briefly to the alley's entrance, gazing at his retreating figure with a smile. One could not deny that this boy illuminated her heart like a ray of sunshine, providing her with a clearer sense of purpose. The thought of attending Tsinghua University or Peking University, once a distant fantasy, now felt attainable. Of course, alongside her diligence, her aspirations began to crystallize. Perhaps fortune favored her. In recent days, she had intentionally been practicing similar types of questions. Whenever she encountered difficulties, Jing Yuan patiently explained them and reassured her that these challenges often stumped many. And what about you? Yi Zhen inquired playfully. Me? I am unlike anyone else, he would respond, his confident smile radiating warmth. In Yi Zhen's heart, he truly was distinct. Previously, she had sought to avoid any emotional entanglements with him, aware that Yi Enen would never relinquish her hold. However, now she found herself uncertain of her own feelings. In her past life, she had not had the chance to love before being harmed by Qiu Yiru and her daughter. In this new existence, she carried a heart set on vengeance. Yet, until she clarified her feelings for Jing Yuan, she would not draw him into her quest for retribution. He was so radiant, and she wished for him to remain that way. Zhen. Your second aunt left food in the pot, eat before you study. That night, Grandma Yi was unusually awake. Milk, why are you still up? I just fell asleep, she replied from her room, though she yearned to converse with Yi Zhen but could not find the right words. Ultimately, she turned off the light. She believed her daughter's words held merit. If she treated Yi Zhen better, perhaps this granddaughter would remember her kindness. As for whether Yi Enen was truly her biological granddaughter, that remained uncertain. Even if she were, the child, having taken after Qiu Yiru, might not fare any better. Grandma Yi only acknowledged Yi Zhen as her one and only true granddaughter, the rest were uncertain. Recently, Qiu Yiru had become unexpectedly restrained, leading her to suspect that the woman had lost some of her power. She regretted allowing Qiu into her home, attributing it to a moment of weakness, compounded by her son's repeated assurances that Yi Enen was not his child, which had led her to relent. Subsequently, Qiu had sworn before her that she would bear her a grandson, prompting Grandma Yi to agree to their marriage. One could not help but admire Grandma Yi's foresight. The night before, she had pondered Qiu's situation, and the following day, Qiu appeared at her door, looking aggrieved and empty-handed, burdened with complaints. "Mom, you need to keep an eye on Xingming." Grandma Yi, busy with her needlework, did not even glance up. "He is nearly 40, how can I control him?" "Mom, I consulted someone recently, and they said I am destined to have a son, but Xingming is uncooperative." Finally, Grandma Yi raised her gaze. "Having a son? That does not necessarily involve my son." Qiu Yuru paused, then quickly recovered. "Mom, what are you saying? In life, I am a member of the Yi family. In death, I am a spirit of the Yi family. My heart belongs solely to Xingming." Grandma Yi scoffed. "And how is he uncooperative?" He doesn't want me. How can I have a son?" "Oh my heavens! How could you even say that?" Grandma Yi expressed her disdain. "What do women have to fear? Besides, isn't he the one who listens to you the most? If you just spoke to him, wouldn't he?" Grandma Yi frowned at Qiu Yuru, who, it must be said, had visibly aged in just a few short days. However, despite this, Grandma Yi felt no sympathy toward her. To even voice such thoughts indicated a lack of shame, indeed, like mother, like daughter. "I suggest you return home and consult your mother about this matter. She has more experience." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuru's expression soured, but she suppressed it, recalling her original purpose for visiting. "Mom, I'm doing this for whom? It's for our Yi family to have a successor. Have you considered looking for the cause within yourself? Why doesn't he love you anymore? Perhaps there is a little vixen enticing him." Though this was mere speculation, Qiu Yuru had sensed something amiss with Yi Xingming of late. He had rejected her several times recently, an occurrence unheard of before. Previously, even if he lacked the mood, they would still find a way to engage. But now he had been overtly dismissive. Yet Grandma Yi did not take kindly to such talk. "If someone is indeed tempting him, it is your fault. You have failed to capture his heart." Her words echoed those she had once spoken to Yang Wanqing. However, Qiu Yuru was not Yang Wanqing. She had once been a seductress herself. "Mom, I will certainly find a way to keep his heart, but you must assist me. If you don't help, who will give you a grandson?" "Humph. A grandson? You have been saying that for 10 years, do you think I still believe you?" "Qiu Yuru, perhaps you should get yourself checked. Is there something wrong with your health?" Chapter 44, A Mother Knows Her Child Best. What faults could I possibly have? Qiu Yuru said with displeasure. "I have already given birth to an. If there are any issues, they must lie with your son." The elderly lady glared at Qiu Yuru. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that an is not my grandson? If an is not, then Zhen cannot be either," Qiu Yuru retorted angrily. "I cannot say for certain whether an is mine, but Zhen is undoubtedly my son's blood." The elderly lady squinted at Qiu Yuru. Qiu Yuru had promised herself to endure, as her sole desire was to bear a son for the Yi family. Yet it was evident that the elderly lady did not believe her. "Mother, why do you not trust me? And truly is Xingming's biological child." The elderly lady continued her needlework, ignoring Qiu Yuru. "Mother, do you no longer wish for a grandchild?" "I do want one, but given your situation, it seems unlikely." Qiu Yuru took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain patient. "Mother, I know you disapprove of me, but I have been married to Xingming for 10 years. If not me, then who are you counting on?" What she feared most was that Yi Xingming had someone on the side. And she was acutely aware of his flirtatious nature, otherwise, she would not have been so apprehensive about their entanglements after marriage. "Mother, look at how Yi Zhen and an have grown, they are soon to be college-bound. Xingming and I feel so empty without a child. If I could bear another, it would be wonderful, wouldn't you agree? What if you truly become pregnant? Do you not understand that Xingming's current state is against family planning regulations?" The elderly lady finally spoke, and Qiu Yuru felt elated. "Mother, I have thought this through. If I do become pregnant, I will retreat to the countryside until after the birth, and then I will bring the child back, claiming it was found. With Xingming's capabilities, obtaining an adoption certificate would not be difficult, and as long as she was not caught during her pregnancy, everything would be manageable afterward." If that fails, she could always leave the child with someone else for a couple of years before bringing it back. By then, it would truly be her grandchild, and she feared that you might not want to part with it. What if it's a granddaughter? The elderly lady had little hope. Mother, I know an experienced old Chinese doctor who is quite adept in this area. If I go to him at 4 months, he can predict the gender accurately. If it is a girl, I would terminate the pregnancy and try again. You can rest assured, I promise to give you a grandson. Is that so? The elderly lady could not help but feel intrigued. Indeed, it is true. Qiu Yuru's face lit up with joy. But you must help persuade Xingming. I cannot manage this alone. Alright, I understand. You should return home and take care of yourself, do not worry about unnecessary matters. Qiu Yuru was aware that the elderly lady's words held deeper meaning, but she chose to feign ignorance. Regardless, she had made up her mind, once she became pregnant. The admission letter for Yi Zhen would rightfully belong to her daughter, Anan. This was her way of wielding power through her connection to the family. However, the critical concern remained, she must be able to conceive. If she failed, everything would be in vain. Given Yi Xingming's current attitude toward the two of them, how could he possibly agree to transfer Yi Zhen's admission letter to Anan? Yi Xingming originally intended to visit his mistress after work, but this time, the elderly lady had come to find him in person. Oh dear. What brings you here? I was just about to finish for the day. You are leaving? Then come home with me. As her son, she knew him well, a mother knows her child best. She could tell he was up to something just by the way he was dressed so meticulously, indicating that he had someone else in his life. Mother, I have plans to dine with them and then play mahjong afterward. We are short one player. It was true. Yi Xingming had indeed become involved with the restaurant owner's wife, a young, beautiful widow who was also quite charming. They had been entangled for about 6 months. But she had skillfully managed to keep him at bay, although he had undoubtedly benefited from their interactions. During a particularly tumultuous period when Qiu Yuru had been stirring trouble, Yi Xingming had finally succeeded, and now he was reveling in the novelty of it all. Without comparison, there could be no hurt, thus, every time Qiu Yuru made an advance, he found her utterly distasteful. I will go with you. I know how to play mahjong as well. The elderly lady's expression was calm, devoid of any jest. Mother, that may not be appropriate. What business do we have together? Then come home with me, I have something to discuss. What could not be said here? It's not convenient. What is inconvenient? Qiu Yuru prepared to. I will go home with you. Before the elderly lady could finish her sentence, Yi Xingming hurriedly grabbed his coat and headed for the door. This conversation could not occur here. If their adversaries found out, his position as deputy mayor would be in jeopardy, and this was no trivial matter. Are you not playing mahjong anymore? What's the point? Let's go home, Yi Xingming said helplessly. Everyone in the office building witnessed Yi Xingming being escorted home by his mother, and he felt utterly humiliated. Olji, not going to play mahjong today? Not today. Should I inform Xiao Zhou for you? A colleague joked. Yi Xingming shot him a glare, indicating that his mother was still present. The elderly lady pretended not to hear but was well aware of the situation. Mother, I am no longer a child, if you have something to discuss, just call me. Upon returning home, Yi Xingming launched into a tirade. The elderly lady sat on the edge of the bed, squinting at him. Once he finished venting, she directly inquired. Do you have someone outside? Yi Xingming was taken aback. What did Qiu Yuru say to you? Do I need her to tell me? You are my son. How could I not know you? I don't. How could I? Qiu Yuru wants to bear you a son, what are your thoughts on that? I have no thoughts, you know she speaks nonsense. Can she even have children? What if she could? Would you want that? Mother, please do not listen to her whims. I am already at this age, both children are about to enter college. If someone reports me for this, all my efforts over the years would be for naught. Besides, with Qiu Yuru's mentality, what intelligent child could she possibly bear? Look at how she raises Anan, her academic performance is abysmal, not even half of Yi Zhen's. Yi Xingming looked at the elderly lady, knowing well how much she longed for a grandchild. Is there something else on your mind? The elderly lady could see from Yi Xingming's expression that he had deeper thoughts. Are you implying that you do not need Qiu Yuru to bear a child? That someone else could do it for you? Chapter 45, Hurdles at Every Turn. Mother, how can this be possible? Yi Xingming furrowed his brow. It was already a feat to have secured a partner, expecting her to bear children was a fanciful notion. Besides, that young widow earned more in a year than he did. Why would she wish to bear his child? He was acutely aware that their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. The widow utilized his connections to attract patrons to her restaurant, while he was captivated by her beauty. Oh. It seems the one outside cannot give you children, yet you disdain Qiu Yueju. Regardless, I demand a grandchild. No matter with whom you conceive. Mother, are you not making things difficult for me? Are you not afraid that Qiu Yueju will learn about your affairs? I have no such affairs. Yi Xingming obstinately denied, for as long as there was no evidence, he would never concede. Who is this Xiao Zhou? What is his purpose? What do you mean by Xiao Zhou? Do not listen to baseless rumors. How can you doubt your own son? I trusted you too much. Which is why I agreed to your divorce from Yang Wanqing to marry Qiu Yueju. The old lady was incensed at the mere mention of this. What does this have to do with Yang Wanqing? It must be said that Yi Xingming genuinely pursued Yang Wanqing in the past. But her upright character was incomparable to that of a seductress like Qiu Yueju. As a notorious flirt, he was easily lured away by such temptations. Ultimately, the new generation cast aside the old, and Qiu Yueju could not compare to the current one. The old lady sighed. Having resolved not to leave a legacy for the Yi family, it was clear that Yang Wanqing was far more suitable than Qiu Yueju. Had you not divorced Yang Wanqing? Perhaps your position would have ascended even higher. That is a matter for another lifetime. I am only focused on the present. Awaiting Zhen's acceptance into a prestigious university to bring honor to me. Listen to your mother's advice, wildflowers are wildflowers, and home flowers are home flowers. Qiu Yueju mentioned that if she becomes pregnant, she would hide away until childbirth, claiming the child was found. I believe this is a viable solution. What do you mean viable? Yi Xingming was clearly displeased. The old lady glared at him. Are you willing to let me depart this world without a face to meet the ancestors of the Yi family? Listen to what you are saying, Yi Xingming sighed. Fine. I will heed your words, but if Qiu Yueju is unable to conceive, it is no concern of mine. We must at least try. You should return home early tonight. Thus, Yi Xingming was sent back home, yet he found himself utterly disinterested in Qiu Yueju, resulting in failure. Even Qiu Yueju was astonished. She had no idea that Yi Xingming was incapable in that regard. She had prepared everything, having spent considerable amounts on rituals, only to discover that Yi Xingming was not capable. Yi Xingming frowned, his annoyance growing as he watched Qiu Yueju weep. Let us go to the hospital tomorrow, she sobbed. To what hospital? Are you not embarrassed? Yi Xingming, infuriated, stormed off. Aware that it was not a matter of incapacity but rather a psychological block when faced with Qiu Yueju. During this period, Yianan felt more at ease and attended evening study sessions with her peers. From a distance, she spotted Yi Xingming entering a restaurant. She thought she had misseen. But with classmates accompanying her home, she chose not to follow, yet she memorized the name of the establishment, Hongyan Restaurant. Upon her return, she noticed that Qiu Yueju's eyes were still red. Mother, did you argue with Dad? No. How could Qiu Yueju disclose such matters to her daughter? She believed Yi Xingming's condition was not beyond remedy. Your eyes are red. What did Dad say to you? Was it that old lady again? No, no. Why are you jumping to conclusions? Yianan pouted, not believing her mother's denial. However, since her mother refused to acknowledge it, she refrained from probing further. Study a bit, Qiu Yueju urged, contemplating the ramifications if she could not conceive. Given Yi Xingming's current attitude, he would never agree to switch the children's grades. Yianan thought she had misheard. She had not studied at all these past few days, relying solely on Yi Zhen to do the work for her. I meant, you should at least score similarly. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous, and no one would believe it. Yianan understood her mother's implication, once the results were released. It was possible that she and Yi Zhen's records would be exchanged. I will give it a try. I do not know if I can absorb anything. Study as much as you can, Qiu Yueju frowned, still pondering why Yi Xingming had suddenly become incapable. It seemed she would have to consult someone tomorrow. or perhaps even visit a hospital herself. On the other hand, Yizhen was entirely unconcerned about the plans of Yianan and her mother, having meticulously arranged everything since her arrival in this world. Numerous anonymous letters had already been dispatched to the county and provincial education commissions, primarily concerning the disappearance of admission notices. Particularly, the letters highlighted the plight of impoverished students who had been impersonated and lost their chances of attending university. Regardless of the candidate's awareness or circumstances, whether from rural or urban backgrounds, such acts were illegal and a blatant disregard for the college entrance examination system. Initially, the matter did not attract much attention, but as the letters multiplied, the Education Commission was compelled to take action. Xiao Yueju had been preoccupied with Yi Xingming's issues when she received a call from her cousin at work. After hanging up, her heart sank. Her cousin informed her that there would be a stringent investigation into the impersonation of admission notices this year. If discovered, the candidates would have their examination qualifications revoked, and serious violations would lead to criminal charges. Furthermore, past cases were under scrutiny. Any discovered would result in the cancellation of the impersonating students' qualifications, regardless of whether they were currently enrolled in university or had already graduated. Do not hold your breath for this year. Xiao Yueju was dumbfounded. What was happening? Everything had been meticulously planned, yet she faced obstacles at every turn. Is there no other way? What other options remain? You must rely on your own efforts. If all else fails, let your daughter repeat a year. As long as she can attend university, a few extra years are permissible. Very well, I understand. Thank you, cousin. Xiao Yueju was at a loss for words, her mind overwhelmed. Her daughter repeating a year would yield no different results, she simply lacked the intellect, rendering years of study futile. It seemed she would need to devise a more effective solution. For now, the child could not conceive, and the admission notice could not be forged. Which deity had she offended? Xiao Yueju could not fathom why a situation that seemed so promising had turned into an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 46, Where does the confidence come from? Xiao Yuemei indeed made an appointment for Yi Xingming, yet he did not attend. It was she who went alone. She consulted an elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor, who, after taking her pulse, furrowed his brow. You suffer from liver stagnation and qi blockage. Your waist is not in good condition, is it? Your gynecological health is also lacking. You have quite a few ailments. You did not take proper care of yourself after your miscarriage, did you? Xiao Yuemei was taken aback. She merely intended to inquire about her condition and seek advice on how to address Yi Xingming's situation. Why was she burdened with so many issues? Doctor, is it still possible for me to conceive again? The old doctor examined her left wrist again and shook his head. Your body is severely deficient. Conceiving a child will be quite challenging. He looked up at her. At your age, if you truly wish to give birth again, your body must be nurtured for at least a year and a half. Otherwise, it will be difficult. A year and a half? That felt far too long for Xiao Yuemei, who could not afford to wait. Moreover, it wasn't merely a question of her own readiness. Even if she were willing, Yi Xingming would not be in a position to cooperate. Thus, she relayed Yi Xingming's condition to the doctor, who advised that he must also be examined for a tailored prescription, suggesting he likely suffered from kidney deficiency. In the end, Xiao Yuemei returned home with a bundle of medicines. She had to prioritize her own health before attending to Yi Xingming's needs. Meanwhile, Yianan was blissfully immersed in the prospect of attending a prestigious university. The more fervently Yizhen studied, the happier she became. However, when the results of the second mock examination were released, Yianan found herself at the bottom of the rankings, having dropped from the lower 10 to the third from last. In contrast, Yizhen's position had risen into the top 10. Yizhen frowned at her results, realizing she was 28 points behind Xing Yuhan. She was uncertain whether to feel joy or dismay. Those 28 points represented a clear gap, yet for her, achieving this was no small feat, as she had exerted herself to the utmost. Xing Yuhan remained far ahead, surpassing the second-place student by 16 points, demonstrating that everyone was striving hard. However, the overall performance of the entire school had improved, except for Yianan. The teacher called her into the office. Should I summon your father or your mother? With these scores, you might struggle to qualify for vocational school. Rest assured, I will definitely get into university. Yianin replied with remarkable confidence. With just over 200 points, how do you expect to enter university? The teacher was perplexed by Yianin's unwarranted confidence. Let us wait and see. Bring in your mother tomorrow. Yianin was indignant but conveyed the teacher's words to Qiu Yuemei. How many points? 273. Yianin maintained her composure and even excitedly added, Mom, imagine if I write Yi Zhen's name on the paper. When she sees how hard she worked for only 270-some points, what will her reaction be? Qiu Yuemei was uncertain of Yi Zhen's potential feelings. But she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Your uncle called. What did he say? This year, it may be quite difficult because there are strict checks against impersonation. Yianin's expression changed instantly. Mom, what do you mean? What do you mean by difficult? It means our previous plan is no longer feasible. Yianin was left stunned. Then what am I supposed to do? Didn't I instruct you to study diligently? Yet this is the result? Qiu Yuemei had been holding back her frustrations for days. And now they erupted. Hearing her mother's raised voice, Yianin began to cry. How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this? Mom. What should I do? If Yi Zhen gets into university and I can't even get into vocational school, I will be the laughingstock. Don't worry. If you fail to get in, Yi Zhen may get accepted, but she won't be able to attend university either, Qiu Yuemei retorted fiercely. Yianin was taken aback by her mother's demeanor. Mom, do you have a plan? Qiu Yuemei stared coldly at Yianin. There are indeed ways. I can ensure she cannot even participate in the college entrance examination. If she doesn't take the exam, what about me? Even if she does, her score cannot be yours. Do you still have the audacity to claim it? Now go study, do your utmost. What if I fail everywhere? Then retake the course. Qiu Yuemei shouted. The following day. When Qiu Yuemei stood before the teacher, her smile was insincere. After having lost face previously, she was determined to redeem herself. It's my fault. I was afraid people would think I, the stepmother, was treating Yi Zhen poorly, so I focused all my energy on her care, neglecting my own daughter. Isn't Yi Zhen living at your house? Jing Yuhan happened to be delivering papers at that moment. Qiu Yuemei turned and saw Jing Yuhan, the county magistrate's son, whom she hoped might one day become her son-in-law. That child is at her grandmother's house, so I can't care for her there. I do run over there often. She needs not worry about her food and clothing. If you care less, Yi Zhen might score even higher. Under Mr. Lu's watchful eye. Jing Yuhan placed the papers down and said, Yianin's mother, this time, let us not discuss Yi Zhen but focus on Yianin. The teacher had no time for family matters, he was solely concerned with student performance. Yianin's grades are unsatisfactory. As parents, you must assist during critical times. Though her previous grades were average, she could have aimed for a teacher training college with effort, yet this time, her scores mean even that is beyond reach. I understand. I was scolded thoroughly yesterday. How could I not be anxious? I was even contemplating whether to have Yi Zhen move back to help her sister. Upon hearing this, the teacher's expression changed. Well, I think those two children have never quite gotten along. It would be better for them to study separately at this crucial time. Qiu Yuemei chuckled awkwardly, recognizing the teacher's unspoken concern, that he feared Yianin would disturb Yi Zhen's studies. Teacher, you know, both are dear to me. Can I not care for Yi Zhen? Even if she is not my biological child, she is still of the Yi family. The teacher refrained from further comment, recognizing it was a family matter. However, after Qiu Yuemei left, he called Yi Zhen to his office. Teacher. Yi Zhen assumed the teacher wanted to discuss the recent mock exam results, likely intending to encourage her to strive further. However, she felt no sense of progress. The questions this time were not as challenging as before. Though her scores and ranking had improved, the actual enhancement was minimal. Moreover, the gap in ranking between her and Jing Yuhan remained quite pronounced. Chapter 47, Letting Yi Zhen Move Back. Old Su looked at the child with a heart full of pity. How could such a good child end up with such a stepmother? With just over 2 months until the college entrance examination, her grades had improved significantly. Do you have a goal? The teacher asked. Yi Zhen smiled at the question, stating, I want to go to Beijing. Her aspiration had remained unchanged, to find her mother in Beijing. The teacher nodded, understanding that her family situation was somewhat complicated. He expressed concern that she might be affected during this critical time. If there were any issues at home, she should definitely tell him. If he couldn't resolve them, he would seek assistance from the school. No matter what, she should not shoulder everything alone. She must remember that she had both teachers and classmates. Is something going on? Teacher? Did my dad say something? Zhen could already anticipate that Qiu Yuru was likely stirring up trouble again. And that Yi Xingming had undoubtedly surrendered under her influence. Your father hasn't said anything, but your stepmother, that is, Yianan's mother. Teacher, she's Yianan's mother, and has no relation to me. Rest assured, I won't let their matters interfere with my studies. That's good to hear. The teacher nodded, feeling reassured. Zhen, maintain your current state. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Thank you, teacher. Upon returning, as soon as she sat down, Jingyuan approached her, asking, "What did old Su want from you?" "To keep my spirits up." Zhen replied with a hint of helplessness. "But I feel like the upcoming exam questions won't be as challenging as the mock tests. This doesn't feel like progress." Their exchanges had evolved beyond mere discussions of difficult problems. Unconsciously, Zhen found herself sharing more with Jingyuan. At this point, it's all about mindset. If your mindset is stable, so too will be your performance in the examination. Jingyuan appeared unfazed by any challenges. Really? Zhen smiled. Absolutely. With your current grades, a prestigious university is within reach. Zhen chuckled helplessly. She had no worries about that. The teacher's concern was about Qiu Yuru's influence on her. It was likely that the complaint letters had begun to take effect, prompting Qiu Yuru to devise other strategies. She understood the duo of Qiu Yuru and her daughter all too well, from Yianan's recent behavior. It was evident that they believed they had everything under control. However, when faced with reality, they had begun to panic. In her previous life, she had only focused on studying at home before the exams, thus was unaware of Yianan's academic struggles. In this life, she saw Yianan's grades plummet, particularly when Yianan had shot her a resentful glance that morning. If nothing unexpected occurred, Yianan would likely be fixated on her and Jingyuan by now. After all, Yianan had made stalking her a daily routine, which explained her deteriorating academic performance. Her mind was preoccupied elsewhere. At this moment, Yianan's eyes burned with fury. Since Zhen had entered the classroom, her gaze had not strayed from her, especially when Jingyuan sat down next to Zhen. Jealousy surged within her, almost compelling her to intervene. After hearing her mother's words about today's strict identity checks, she felt utterly disheartened. How could she possibly stand alongside Jingyuan? Not to mention aiming for Qingbei, even getting into a university in Beijing seemed daunting. The top high schools had a 5% failure rate, and she currently belonged to that 5%. The student at the very bottom was Zhang Yong, who had never intended to study. His goal was merely to obtain a high school diploma and return home to help his father with the butchery. The second-to-last student had missed an exam, making her situation seem even more hopeless. Watching Zhen smile and respond to Jingyuan only fueled her anger, yet she felt powerless to act. In her rage, she crumpled the textbook in her hands. Let her revel in her victory. If she was unable to participate in the college entrance exam, then the spectacle would be worth watching. After all, her mother had stated that if she didn't perform well, Zhen would have no chance either. Zhen seemed to sense the piercing glare from behind her. Sure enough, when she turned around, she locked eyes with Yianan, who bore a look filled with hatred, as if wishing her dead. Zhen smiled disdainfully. She truly did not regard Yianan as a threat. Upon returning home, the first thing Qiu Yuru did was feign illness. To deal with Zhen, she knew she must first secure Yi Xingming's support, as his attitude would determine everything. How could you be unwell? What did the doctor say? They said it was due to stress. Do you hear what people are saying? They claim I only care for my own child and ignore Zhen, branding me a wicked stepmother. Therefore, I need you to bring Zhen back. Why would we want her back? Yi Xingming would surely disagree. Bring her back to silence the critics? What, am I supposed to poison her if she returns? Besides, with an aunt's poor performance, she could help tutor her. Yi Xingming frowned. What are you thinking? You want Zhen to tutor An? Won't that interfere with her studies? You have two daughters, one excelling and the other struggling. Isn't that embarrassing? Qiu Yuru had her reasons. Embarrassing? Others think in an instant even my child, that doesn't matter to Yi Xingming. And what about an aunt's feelings? If my daughter could think of such things, she would be studying hard. Anyway, bringing Yi Zhen back is out of the question. Not only will I not agree, but my mother certainly won't either. What could your elderly mother possibly object to? It would be quieter without Yi Zhen around. Stop plotting against the children. This is a crucial time. Don't create more trouble. Yi Xingming, tell me, are you seeing someone else? You've been so indifferent lately. For every word I say, you have 100 responses ready. You don't even show interest in intimacy anymore. Is there a vixen enticing you? Yi Xingming was thoroughly annoyed by this suggestion. Can you stop with the wild imaginations? Given the situation, who would be interested in me? I don't care. You must bring Yi Zhen home, or everyone will keep whispering about me. Rest assured, once you bring her back, I will treat them both equally. Yi Xingming stood up, clearly irritated. Qiu Yuru, we've known each other for nearly 20 years and been married for a decade. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? You would treat Yi Zhen well? If you truly cared for her. And then would never have hospitalized her in the first place. What do you mean by an unhospitalized Yi Zhen? Have you not seen the large scar on an ant's head? Yi Xingming, do you even consider An your real daughter? Your heart has strayed too far. Do you realize that? Chapter 48, A change of heart is futile. Yi Xingming glared at Qiu Yuru, declaring that she must be mentally ill if she believed otherwise. After uttering these words, he departed, leaving Qiu Yuru in a furious state, jumping around in frustration at home. Though it was of no consequence, there was no one there to witness her wrath. Thus, Qiu Yuru turned her attention to the elderly matriarch. The outcome of the situation rested with her. If the old lady expressed weariness and wished for her granddaughter to leave, Yi Zhen would have to return, as she would have nowhere else to go. This time, Qiu Yuru made a commendable effort, purchasing some fruit to visit the elderly lady. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Yi Xingming hanging close for the old woman. She furrowed her brow, sensing that she had chosen an inopportune moment. While the old lady was amiable and easy to persuade, the presence of Yi Xinglan complicated matters. With a forced smile, she approached, only to be met with Yi Xinglan's indifferent gaze. Oh! How rare, a visit to mother accompanied by gifts. What do you mean by that? Qiu Yuru placed the fruit down. I've been busy with work. I know you care for the elderly, Yi Xinglan replied, dismissively. As Qiu Yuru attempted to assist in hanging clothes, Yi Xinglan vigorously shook a garment, spraying Qiu Yuru with water, an evident sign of her disinterest in engaging in conversation. Is mother in the house? Knowing their conversation was unproductive, Qiu Yuru ventured inside to find the matriarch. The old lady was perpetually busy, sewing small quilts from scraps of fabric she had gathered. Upon seeing the quilt, Qiu Yuru felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, this was not intended for a grandchild? It seemed a bit premature, given the current circumstances that suggested the arrival of a grandchild was not imminent. Due to Qiu Yuru's promise to bear a grandchild, the old lady had been considerably more amiable towards her. Look, this is 100 blessings quilt. I have collected quite a bit of fabric from others. Mother, who uses such things nowadays? What do you know? This is called Bai Fu. The old lady was wholeheartedly focused on her future grandchild, dreaming that by this time next year, she would be cradling one in her arms, waking up with joy. What brings you here today? I hope there are no more conflicts between you two. None. Qiu Yuru replied, her smile faltering. What is it then? The old lady suspected her son might have been involved with someone outside. There's nothing significant. Merely the matter regarding Yi Zhen and Anan from last time. People are saying I, as a stepmother, am not doing well. Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression turned stern. Do you think you have done well in this regard? Mother, on my honor, I have not been unkind to Yi Zhen. When Xingming and I first married, I brought her here, thinking the children could attend school together, but Yi Zhen has never warmed to me. What can I do? Not warm? That is because you have not treated her as your own daughter. Can you honestly say you have treated Yi Zhen the same as Anan? How can that be? I treat Yi Zhen even better than Anan. For instance, Yi Zhen possesses clothes that Anan does not. Those were sent by her biological mother, the old lady countered sharply. Of course, Qiu Yu was aware they were sent by Yizhen's biological mother. Yet she noted how every time Yang Wanqing sent new clothes, Anan became overwhelmingly jealous. On one occasion, Anan even cut up Yizhen's new dress, leading to a confrontation between the two. Had it not been for Yi Xingming's presence at home, the situation could have escalated further. Fortunately, at that time, Yi Xingming favored Anan, reprimanding Yi Zhen and instructing Yang Wanqing not to send clothes henceforth. Since then, Yi Zhen had spoken less and avoided Yi Xingming. Yet, circumstances had shifted. Were such an incident to occur now, Yi Xingming would undoubtedly side with Yi Zhen, as she had become his favored child, the one who could bring him pride. I'm merely trying to make amends with Yi Zhen. She has only 2 months until the college entrance examination. And once it's over, she will likely leave with her mother. It would be nearly impossible for them to remain close thereafter. Furthermore, her staying here interrupts your rest. She returns home so late, and you, at your age, still have to wait for her. Perhaps I should take her back? The old lady chuckled at Qiu Yuru's words. I doubt Xingming would agree to that. Qiu Yuru paused before responding. He fears I might tire. The old lady shook her head. He is not concerned about your fatigue, rather, he fears you will disrupt Yizhen's studies. Mother, what are you saying? How could I possibly disturb Yizhen's studies? I even thought she could assist in. The old lady finally understood. It all revolved around her own daughter. Forget it. There are only 2 months left. Let Yizhen keep me company. As you mentioned, she will leave soon, and she is my granddaughter. I will surely miss her once she is gone, so let her stay with me. What do you mean? Are you bringing Yizhen back? Yi Xinglan, who had just entered the room, overheard this exchange. Qiu Yu, is this how you choose to be a stepmother? Are you afraid that if Yizhen excels, she will outshine your daughter, leaving you embarrassed? Yi Xinglan was no fool. She had never regarded Qiu Yu favorably. Xinglan, you have misunderstood me. Qiu Yu feigned a pitiful demeanor, but Yi Xinglan was not swayed. Well, I wonder who was ready to strike Yizhen while she was in the hospital. That was because I was anxious about An's injury. Qiu Yu found it hard to justify herself. Listen here, Qiu Yu, cease your scheming against Yizhen. This child has been making rapid progress lately. I've heard she improved again in the recent mock exam. As for your daughter, I've heard she is at the bottom of her class. Do you truly believe Yizhen should tutor your An? What a lofty ambition. When they were at odds, did you ever consider them sisters? It was no surprise that people spoke ill of her as a stepmother. She ought to reflect on her own actions. Yi Xinglan was fiercely protective of Yizhen, and with her present, even if Yi Xingming agreed to Yizhen's return, she would not consent. Yizhen only learned of the situation later that evening. Since Yi Xinglan had not left, she mentioned how her teacher had addressed her that day, revealing Qiu Yuru's intentions. Regardless of what your father says, you must not agree to return, do you understand? Qiu Yuru has no good intentions. Nor does her daughter. They are at the bottom of the class. What help could they possibly offer, unless they undergo a transformation of mind? Yizhen chuckled, wanting to reply, Aunt, you are absolutely right, even a change of heart may not salvage an aunt, I understand. Rest assured. I will not return until after the examination. And even afterward, why would I bother with them? You should focus on enjoying your time here with grandmother until your mother returns. Chapter 49, The 9 Sons of the Dragon, each different. You, who usually remain silent, have something to say, yet you do not confide in your second aunt. Yi Xinglan genuinely feels for Yizhen. Second aunt, I assure you I am fine. I understand the intentions of that mother-daughter duo, they simply wish to hinder my examination success. I will strive to excel just to prove them wrong. Rest assured. With your grandmother and second aunt by your side, they dare not lay a finger on you. Your mother has promised to return and accompany you before the college entrance examination. Yes. My mother told me she would return once her current tasks are completed. Yizhen had shared the school's phone number with Yang Wanqing, who had called a few days prior. Furthermore, the teachers had spoken with Yang Wanqing and were thrilled to learn of their daughter's diligent efforts. You work so hard, is it not for the reunion with your mother? Qiu Yu seeks to disrupt this, hoping to gain some semblance of beauty from the chaos. Second aunt, I will not be influenced by them. Indeed, this time, even your father's words hold no sway. Zhen smiled, contemplating whether her destiny might have altered had she been more resolute in her previous life. Her aunt had always safeguarded her, yet she endured everything alone, reluctant to burden her second aunt. Second aunt. Zhen embraced her, resting like a child in her arms. Thank you for treating me as your own child over the years. As soon as she uttered these words, Yixinglan's eyes glistened with tears. Child. Why do you speak such things? You are far more precious to me than those two rascals in my household. Second aunt, once I establish myself in Beijing, I will bring you there. Very well, I shall accompany you and your mother in business endeavors. I will work diligently. You and my mother can enjoy the fruits of your labor while I handle everything else. While Zhen basked in familial warmth, Qiu Yueru seethed with frustration. Upon returning home, she hurled objects in anger, causing Yi Xingming to frown. He increasingly felt a desire to distance himself from this household. What now? Who has provoked you? That good sister of yours, the way her little hands meddle in matters of her natal family is quite audacious, Qiu Yueru retorted angrily. What's the matter with Xinglan? Moreover, why do you feel the need to visit my mother? Can you assist with laundry or conjure something delightful? In the past, when the matriarch was in good health, she managed everything herself. Now, as age creeps upon her, Qiu Yueru, as a daughter-in-law, ought to comprehend her responsibilities. Instead, she seldom visited, and whenever she did, trouble invariably followed. The last time was due to his reluctance to cooperate on the matter of having children, and now, it could be related to his inadequacies. Such matters should never be brought before the matriarch. The very thought drove Yi Xingming to a frenzy. Your mother has both sons and daughters. It is not my place to care for her. Besides, isn't Yi Xinglan capable? Let her manage. Then why do you go? I intended to kindly bring Zhen back. But your sister scolded me, accusing me of foul play. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingming's expression softened. He had feared it was due to his own shortcomings that Qiu Yueru would slander him before the matriarch. Did I not tell you before? I do not approve of Zhen's return, cease your schemes regarding her. What harm could come from her return? Am I to poison her? She can return. But let it be after her college entrance examination. And what of an N? Qiu Yueru, have you resolved to prevent my daughter from taking the university entrance examination? What grades does an N achieve? What about Zhen? Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? I state this clearly, if Yinan does not pass, she can repeat the year, but Zhen must not falter in any way. Yi Xingming, you resort to this again. Zhen is your daughter. Yet Anan is not? Do not speak such nonsense, the 9 sons of the dragon each differ. How are Yinan and Zhen not worlds apart? Are they not starkly different? What differences exist? Zhen excels in her studies, what harm is there in helping Yinan with her lessons? Though Qiu Yueru voiced this, she was resolute that Zhen would not have a smooth path to the examination. However, she was serious about Zhen tutoring Yinan, believing that even a modest improvement would suffice for Yinan to secure a place in a vocational school. I say no, and I mean it. Cease your machinations. If necessary, I will find a teacher for Yinan, but only if she can grasp the lessons. Yi Xingming's words served as a concession to Qiu Yueru. Really? Yes. I will find a way to secure a teacher for her, tonight, inquire which subjects she struggles with. It seems she struggles with all of them. Yi Xingming frowned. Whom does she resemble? Neither in looks nor intellect does she mirror me. Perhaps she resembles me, Qiu Yueru retorted. Knowing full well Yi Xingming would respond this way, she found it baffling that despite Yinan being Yi Xingming's daughter, she bore no resemblance to the Yi family. In contrast, Zhen showcased the best traits of her lineage, her features reflected those of Yi Xingming, Yang Wanqing, and even Yi Xinglan. Clearly, she belonged to the Yi family, which explained the matriarch's favoritism towards Zhen over Yinan. I shall visit the school tomorrow and speak with the teachers. Yi Xingming was reluctant to face the school due to Yinan's shortcomings, he could not afford to lose face. Thankfully, he had Zhen to uphold his honor, or he would feel utterly humiliated. Qiu Yueru paid little heed to these matters, yet she had not abandoned the notion of bringing Zhen back. Even if that proved impossible, she had devised a plan to influence Zhen's participation in the entrance examination. The idea of tutoring had not crossed Anan's mind, as she felt utterly lost on where to begin, unsure even of the subject matter from her middle school days. Yi Xingming had truly leveraged considerable influence to enlist a few teachers to assist in during her self-study sessions, including her homeroom teacher, Mr. Su, who lamented that Anan had no strong subjects. She claimed her English was her best subject, yet it barely reached 60, while her mathematics was a dismal 9. Yi Xingming scoffed, suggesting that even stepping on the test paper would yield a better score than that. Her physics and chemistry scores were equally abysmal, with physics at 30 and chemistry barely above 20. Hence, her total score of just over 280 was a significant achievement, primarily thanks to her language arts performance. Without it, she would have struggled to attain even that. When the physics and chemistry teachers reviewed Yi and Anne's examination papers, their expressions darkened. Had it not been for the influence of Vice-Town Head Yi, they would have refused to assist. How could it be that despite sharing the surname Yi, the gap between Yi Zhen and Yi Anan was so vast? Thankfully, they were not born of the same parents, otherwise, the teachers might have questioned their very existence. Chapter 50. Even the immortals cannot save. Yi Xingming held considerable influence, yet it did not guarantee that Yi Anan would grant him any dignity. After a week of remedial classes, the teachers expressed their reluctance, fearing that continued tutoring would tarnish their esteemed reputations as some of the most celebrated educators in the county. They had never anticipated that a student from their own institution would bring about such disrepute. During this week, Yi Anan managed only a slight improvement in English, while her performance in other subjects, particularly physics and chemistry, saw no advancement whatsoever. She was convinced that the fault lay not with her but with her instructors, as their teaching methods eluded her comprehension. The teachers, having successfully guided numerous students through the rigors of the college entrance examination, could not possibly be in error, therefore. The issue must reside with Yi Anan. Even she began to entertain doubts about her abilities, contemplating whether it would be feasible to switch to the humanities. If all else failed, perhaps she could dedicate the next 2 months to memorizing history and potentially outperform her peers in those subjects. Xiao Yuru initially held high hopes for her daughter, but after a week of Yi Anan lamenting her struggles, she found herself at a loss. The sight of Xiao Yuru weeping before him caused Yi Xingming considerable distress. What more could he do? He had exhausted all possible solutions. The embarrassment he felt upon receiving a call from Teacher Su was profound, as the teachers had tactfully indicated that due to their busy schedules, they could not guarantee any swift improvement in Yi Anan's grades, suggesting that perhaps alternative methods should be considered. If the teachers were unwilling to assist, then perhaps Yi Zhen could step in. However, if the teachers could not impart knowledge, could Yi Zhen truly make a difference? The reality was that Yi Anan's intellect seemed muddled, beyond even divine intervention. Yet, he proposed one last option, as long as Xiao Yuru consented. Both children could gain admission to prestigious universities. Xiao Yuru's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to rescue her daughter. As long as she did not scheme against Yi Zhen, she was open to any means necessary. Yi Xingming understood her intentions all too well. Even if Yi Zhen were to delay her university entrance by a year, her academic prowess would surely secure her a place in a renowned institution. Perhaps they could switch the names during the college entrance examinations, allowing Anan to smoothly transition into university life. As for Yi Zhen, a year of review would undoubtedly yield superior results the following year. Yi Xingming shot her a disapproving glance. Was this truly a viable solution? Did she not understand the ramifications if they were caught? Both girls would lose their eligibility to take the exam, and for years they would be barred from reapplying. As the deputy town chief, Yi Xingming was no legal novice. Furthermore, was Yi Anan truly worth sacrificing Yi Zhen for? He warned her against entertaining such thoughts, firmly stating that he would not consent, nor would Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen is your biological daughter, do you not regard Yi Anan in the same light? Xiao Yuru began to escalate her grievances, and Yi Xingming knew her next words by heart. Before she could continue, he swiftly interrupted her. Do not bring your past hardships to me as a lament. Those difficulties were of your own choosing. Anan has endured much, and that is a consequence of your decisions. Was it not you who insisted on bearing her despite my suggestion to terminate the pregnancy? Now you seek to place the blame on me? Is it my fault that you cast me aside to marry Yang Wanqing, leading to public scorn upon my return? Xiao Yuru prepared to revisit old arguments, as their disputes often circled back to this point. Is it not normal to break up after a relationship? I pursued Yang Wanqing only after our separation. It was you who sought me out post-marriage, throwing yourself upon me. I was merely young and foolish, led astray by your charms. Had it not been for you, I might have been appointed deputy county chief already. In these times, divorce certainly carried its consequences. Yi Xingming had strived to minimize its impact. Largely due to Yang Wanqing's generosity. Had she clung to the past, his current situation would not be possible. Are you blaming me for hindering your prospects? Do you truly perceive yourself as capable of achieving that deputy county chief position? With your history, how long do you think you can maintain your role as deputy town chief? Regarding your past indiscretions, I have merely chosen to overlook them. Should I reveal your past escapades, I wonder if you would still retain your position. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Xingming's patience was wearing thin. You think I am speaking in jest? I am merely refraining from holding grudges, believing that despite your escapades, you would eventually return. Yet now, you disregard even your own daughter. Why should I continue to spare your feelings? Listen closely, Yi Xingming. You have two paths before you: either allow Yi Zhen to take Anan's place in the university entrance exams, or relinquish your position as deputy town chief. The choice is yours. Do not attempt to intimidate me. Deep down, Yi Xingming was indeed anxious, but he maintained a facade of bravado. Let us put it to the test. Qiu Yuru was resolute, willing to fight for her daughter's future. Yi Xingming had not been idle in recent years. Qiu Yuru knew his character well and was aware of his inability to resist temptation, particularly from those women who sought his assistance. He was often unable to refuse their advances. Even during the year of his divorce from Yang Wanqing, he had not remained idle. Had it not been for Qiu Yuru and the card of Yi Anan she held, she would not have secured a marriage with Yi Xingming. In the early years, she had indeed been submissive, turning a blind eye to his affairs as long as they did not threaten her position. However, in recent years, her status had solidified. And she began to assert herself. Yi Xingming's health had deteriorated significantly, and after becoming deputy town chief, he had grown cautious of his reputation, leading him to behave more conservatively. He hesitated, fearing that Qiu Yuru may possess some leverage over him. Her audacity had grown increasingly bold. Surely she would not speak with such confidence without knowledge of something substantial? Even if I were to agree, both Yi Zhen and her mother would certainly object. That becomes your dilemma. I shall not concern myself with Yang Wanqing, but Yi Zhen is your flesh and blood, you must find a way to convince her. Upon hearing Yi Xingming's tone, Qiu Yuru felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed that if she presented advantageous arguments, he would fully align himself with her. Given that the child could not conceive immediately, this proposal was indeed the most pragmatic solution for the time being. Chapter 51. The heart is cold. Yi Zhen had never anticipated that Yi Xingming would pick her up after school. Perhaps other children would be overjoyed by such a gesture. But when Yi Zhen beheld the forced smile on Yi Xingming's face, her heart felt a chill. She recalled her previous life, when, after the college entrance examination, Yi Xingming, wearing a similar smile, had reassured her that it was acceptable if she did not perform well this time. He claimed he understood her capabilities and that she could simply review for another year and retake the exam. Thus, he suggested she cede her opportunity to attend university to Yi Anan. Yi Zhen couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had been foolish in her past life, believing every word Yi Xingming uttered. Did he not consider why her performance had faltered? If it were not for Yi Anan, the true culprit, how could she possibly have succumbed to inadequate preparation? Yet, at that time, she had blindly believed in the lofty promises Yi Xingming painted for her. Convinced that a year of further study would lead her to a better university, unaware of Qiu Yuru's insidious machinations lurking behind the scenes. Why are you here? Yi Zhen managed a fleeting smile, one that failed to reach her eyes. Yi Xingming, observing the smile on his daughter's face, felt uncertain. I happen to have some free time today, so I thought I would come to see you. Jing Yuhan, riding his bicycle not far from Yi Zhen, prepared to leave upon witnessing this scene, but was called back by Yi Zhen. Jing Yuhan, wait for me a moment, let us walk home together. Jing Yuhan paused in surprise, then acquiesced, trailing at a measured distance behind the father and daughter. Yi Xingming glanced back, recognizing the boy as the county head's son. He had always known his daughter was exceptional, far surpassing Yi Anan. Balancing both studies and romance, she had even attracted the attention of a county head's son. If you have something to discuss with me, feel free to speak candidly. Yi Zhen harbored little affection for this so-called father, whether in her past life or this one. His concern had never been for her well-being but rather for the prestige she could bring to him. Yi Xingming's current kindness stemmed from a desire to bask in the glory of his daughter's potential success at a prestigious university, which would reflect positively on the Yi family name. He would take pride in proclaiming his parenting skills, all while remaining oblivious to his negligible role in her achievements. I have no particular business with you. I merely heard from your grandmother that you seem quite exhausted lately. I thought I might take you out for a meal. He had yet to formulate how to express this offer. Let us skip the meal. I'm not hungry. I could use that time to study more. If you have nothing else, I'll be on my way. Then, I shall bring you something delicious next time, ensuring it does not interfere with your studies. I'll come by another day. You should head back now and not waste time. Yi Xingming forced a smile. Yi Zhen ignored him and climbed onto Jing Yuhan's bicycle. Jing Yuhan was momentarily taken aback but soon grasped the situation. Previously, Yi Zhen seldom rode with him, they would usually walk in tandem, maintaining a distance. Today, her choice to ride with him was evidently for the sake of appearances. Yi Xingming watched as his daughter was carried away by the boy, a mix of emotions stirring within him. He was aware that Yi Zhen would likely refuse his proposal. Yet he remained uncertain about what leverage Qiao Yuru possessed over him. He contemplated returning to assess the situation further. After all, Yi Zhen was not the same as before, particularly following her recent hospitalization. She seemed almost transformed. Furthermore, with her newfound acquaintance with the county head's son, if she were to cause a scene, it could backfire. Thus, he resolved to consider his next steps carefully. Jing Yuhan pedaled swiftly, while Yi Zhen clutched his school uniform tightly from the back. Do you know why my father came to find me? Yi Zhen suddenly inquired as they neared her grandmother's house. Jing Yuhan slowed his pace, sensing she had something significant to discuss. He was the ideal listener. He wants me to substitute for Yi Anan in the college entrance examination. Yi Zhen scoffed coldly. Jing Yuhan slammed on the brakes. You wouldn't possibly agree to that. Would you? How could I ever agree? But just now, he didn't articulate anything, did he? Yi Zhen dismounted from Jing Yuhan's bicycle. That's because he hasn't figured out how to broach the subject, but I want to give him the chance. What plan do you have? They walked side by side, with Jing Yuhan resuming his leisurely pace. Nothing yet, but I will soon. Yi Zhen's demeanor radiated optimism. In her previous life, the year she repeated was also the year Yi Xingming and Qiao Yuru's conflicts peaked, primarily due to Yi Xingming's infidelities. Yi Zhen vaguely remembered how Yi Xingming had been closely involved with a restaurant owner. The establishment's name was quite memorable. Some truths would eventually surface. Why not expedite their revelation? Moreover, if it were to unfold through Qiao Yuru's hand, allowing that couple to tear each other apart would be advantageous. As long as it did not impede her college entrance examination. Yi Anan had once again received assurances from her mother, yet she remained skeptical. Would Yi Zhen really comply? Even if her father agreed, surely Yi Anan would not. That depends on your father's resolve. I've already issued him an ultimatum. Mom, is it really wise to threaten Dad like this? Yi Anan, now 18, was astute enough to understand. Who do you think I'm doing this for? It's all for you. Qiao Yuru sighed, wishing for an alternative approach, but none were currently viable. Yi Anan glanced at her mother's belly, suddenly understanding. Yi Xingming's focus had shifted away from them, making the prospect of her mother leveraging a second child to manipulate him and her grandmother largely impractical. But this could jeopardize your relationship with Dad. At our age, what relationship matters? We're merely cohabitating. If he truly valued our relationship, he wouldn't engage in such behavior behind my back. His heart is no longer with me. Can't you see he is increasingly favoring Yi Zhen? Regardless, you needn't worry about this. As long as you can secure a place in university, I have ways to manage him. He would never dare divorce me, as he prioritizes his status and reputation above all else. As long as he deems his position and image more significant than Yi Zhen, this will be manageable. Do you understand? Also, during this period, avoid provoking Yi Zhen. We'll discuss everything once you receive your admission letter. Once you're firmly established in university, I will handle Yi Zhen. Yi Anan nodded. Mom, I'll heed your advice. Even if you do end up with Dad, I'll take care of you. Hearing her daughter's words, Qiao Yuru felt deeply moved. I knew my daughter was exceptional, far superior to your father. Chapter 52, United in Prosperity and Adversity. Qiu Yu perceived that Yi Xingming was probing her, yet she was unfazed, for she indeed possessed leverage. Yi Xingming. There is no need for your tests. After all these years as husband and wife, I do not wish for us to become adversaries in the end. My frustration stems from your failure to regard Anan as your own daughter. If you truly considered her as such, you would empathize with my perspective and her plight. As she spoke, Qiu Yu produced an envelope containing a letter of accusation penned by a woman with whom Yi Xingming had once been involved. Why do you still have this? Yi Xingming's expression darkened. This document had been acquired before he became deputy town mayor, costing him 3,000 yuan, 2,000 for the letter and 1,000 as hush money. At that time, both he and Qiu Yu found it quite challenging to gather the funds, yet she had gone to great lengths to assist him. Why would I not keep it? I invested so much, even borrowing from my friends to help you. Do you wish to see more? I have plenty. Her tone was icy. Just the other day, you had the audacity to inquire about our family's finances. They have all been squandered on you. Qiu Yu. Is it worthwhile to dwell on these matters from the past? He retorted. Why not? You seem to have forgotten how you achieved the position of deputy town mayor. Without my support, you would not even have secured your role as a department head. Yi Xingming had seen the letters before. Yet their current impact sent chills down his spine. The contents were undeniably true, he had indeed toyed with the woman's affections before discarding her. After all, he had been married to Qiu Yu at that time, and he harbored regrets about their marriage and the promises he had made. It could only be said that Qiu Yu was quite astute to have married him. Yi Xingming attempted to ingratiate himself. We have been married for a decade, is there not a better way to converse? Qiu Yu shot him a disdainful glance. Do you truly remember our decade together? I have never asked for much, my sole concern is for our daughter. Very well, I will speak to Yi Zhen, she should listen to me. Whether she listens to you or not depends on your approach, she replied coldly. At this juncture, she had little hope for Yi Xingming. Previously, she had contemplated bearing him a son, but now, with that possibility gone, she resorted to this method instead. She had held on to this information for many years, never anticipating it would prove useful at this moment. Her silence and endurance during his trial stemmed from a desire to share hardships, believing that in unity, they would rise and fall together. Indeed, since then, Yi Xingming had moderated his behavior considerably. Those letters. Rest assured, I shall keep them safe and secure. I hope you continue to thrive in your position as mayor and perhaps even ascend higher. After all, if you are the deputy mayor, I am the deputy mayor's wife. Should you become a county chief, I would then be the county chief's wife. Her words were clear. Her life was irrevocably intertwined with Yi Xingming's, and he would need to think carefully before considering divorce. Yi Xingming gazed at her, realizing that he had no leverage over this woman. He had never anticipated she would play such a card against him, and he found himself at a loss for how to persuade her. The situation with Yi Zhen posed a dilemma for him. He knew Qiu Yu well, she could not abide Yi Zhen outshining Anan. Yet, Yi Zhen had consistently excelled academically over Anan, further fueling Qiu Yu's disdain. With a heavy heart, Yi Xingming sought solace in a drink, increasingly wary of Qiu Yu. He had always assumed her to be a love-struck woman, willing to follow him blindly. Yet, who could have foreseen that this same woman would keep such a card close to her chest? In the Hongyan restaurant, Yi Xingming felt slightly inebriated, surrounded by charming companions. He had never lacked for such friendships. The proprietress jested that his previous life must have been filled with romantic debts, resulting in this life being blessed with daughters seeking repayment. Yi Xingming chuckled. You are mistaken, my daughter resembles her mother, not me at all. That is nonsense, it is said that daughters are their father's little lovers from past lives. Yi Xingming raised an eyebrow. Impossible. My two daughters seem to embody contradictions, they are not lovers but rivals. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. For Yi Zhen was indeed a good girl. Yet, he hesitated, what if he advised Yi Zhen to abandon her chance at university? Would their relationship remain as it is now? Though not particularly close, it was at least harmonious, what would follow be any different? Meanwhile, Yi Zhen accepted the camera lent by Jing Yuan, assured that the film was new. You can trust it, once you finish, I will help you develop the photos. You can do that? Jing Yuan beamed with pride. Photography is my greatest passion. In a few days, I will ask my mother to send over my albums for you to see. I will hand the camera over to you once I finish shooting. Certainly. But are you sure you do not want me to accompany you? Jing Yuan inquired, aware that she intended to skip evening study for an undisclosed purpose. Perhaps I should take a leave too, then I can wait for you on my bicycle. Once you finish, we can escape together, should we be discovered. We would have a swift getaway. Zhen laughed. What do you think I am up to? Jing Yuan blinked, hesitating to voice his suspicion of infidelity. His own parents had separated amicably, without such turmoil. Do not worry. I will be fine. If I truly need you, I will call upon you. Zhen was primarily concerned about not disrupting Jing Yuan's studies. Photography was merely the beginning of her plans. However, the success of her scheme hinged on Yi Xingming's actions. She prepared everything in anticipation, ready for her father to seek her out for a discussion. Zhen bowed to greet him with a smile, attentively listening to his words. For regardless of what Yi Xingming might say, it would not alter her future. Yet it could significantly impact his. She was now reborn as Zhen, impervious to sentimentality and unwilling to heed Yi Xingming's directives. Nor would she afford Qiu Yuru another opportunity to cause her harm. Chapter 53. I want to attend the same university as you. Zhen was taken aback by Jing Yuan's unexpected arrival. What brings you here? She inquired. Having deliberately changed out of her school uniform, only to find him still clad in it. They stood on the street opposite the Hongyan Hotel, the twilight descending. And Zhen was uncertain whether the photographs would turn out well, considering she was using an old black and white camera. Let me take the photos for you. I worry it might be inconvenient for you, and besides, I run quite fast. Zhen teased, her gaze fixed on his uniform. Jing Yuan chuckled, glancing down at his attire before removing his jacket to reveal a gray sweater underneath. The pants are fine, they won't be noticed, he replied, taking the camera from Zhen. My bicycle is over there, you can ride it home first, and I will catch up with you later. He was inside. Zhen had trailed Yi Xingming before, always watching him slip in with a group, only to be the last one to emerge. Sometimes he was late, on occasions. She left after evening study sessions without seeing him. I know what to do, Jing Yuan declared, sprinting off towards the back street of the Hongyan Hotel with the camera in hand. Zhen chose to wait rather than go home. 3 hours later, she noticed people leaving the building, a signal that it was the usual time for students to finish their evening classes. An hour later, Jing Yuan returned, a bit out of breath, and handed her the camera. Let us go home. This marked the second time Zhen had taken the initiative to ride with him. They sped away, Zhen tightly clutching the camera, aware that it contained the evidence she sought. She noted, too, that when Jing Yuan had rushed back, his cheeks were flushed. Despite the dim light, she could clearly see his embarrassment. With the moonlight illuminating the night, Zhen sat behind Jing Yuan, captivated by the way the wind tousled his hair, a scene she would cherish for a lifetime. Jing Yuan first brought her home before taking back the camera. I will develop the pictures for you, but it might take a few days since I'm currently staying with someone else, he said. Zhen nodded, feeling no urgency. I'm concerned he might hastily seek you out for a discussion. After all, you need to hold some leverage. Zhen laughed. Even if he does approach me, I would likely agree to his terms. Why would you agree? Jing Yuan asked, puzzled. It's less hassle and saves me unnecessary trouble. I want to focus entirely on my studies before the college entrance examinations, without distractions from their mess. I will reveal everything before the exams. His issues will surface even sooner than that. Won't that affect you? Jing Yuan inquired with concern. Not at all, he will be too preoccupied to bother with me then. And what about Yianan and her mother? They have no bearing on me, why should I heed their words? I will protect you, Jing Yuan asserted, his eyes shining with determination. This was the first time he felt such a strong desire to shield a girl. Jing Yuan, Zhen said, lifting her chin. I wish to attend the same university as you. She was unsure whether he fully grasped her words, but this was her first time openly expressing her feelings. Jing Yuan beamed, yes. We will go together, I'll help you choose your major. Zhen nodded, but there is still a 30-point gap between us. That's nothing. I'll be there for you. Jing Yuan replied confidently. Meanwhile, Yi Xingming, after much deliberation, finally decided to seek out Yi Zhen. This time, he arrived with several boxes of takeout from the Hongyan Hotel, waiting at the school gate. Uncertain of her dismissal time, he ended up waiting for an hour, only spotting Yi Zhen and Jing Yuan as they exited at 9:30. Upon seeing Yi Xingming, Jing Yuan's demeanor turned cold. He chose not to walk ahead but instead trailed behind Yi Zhen. Such a father did not deserve a daughter as exceptional as Yi Zhen, and evidently, Yi Zhen held no paternal affection for him. "Why are you so late leaving school? You don't need to push yourself so hard, I think you're already quite accomplished," Yi Xingming remarked. Yi Zhen's smile was faint, she was acutely aware of his hypocrisy. "Let us go. Dad will take you back to your grandmother's otherwise. Perhaps you should let your classmates leave first." There were some conversations that Jing, this boy, would not feel comfortable initiating, and considering the lengthy preamble he had prepared, he intended to return home to address it. At the very least, he wanted to express that he found it challenging to fulfill his role as a father. "Jing Yuan, you should head back," Yi Zhen said, clutching the scandalous photos of Yi Xingming. Jing Yuan had provided enough information for her, clearly. There were many more unsavory details he had withheld. He hadn't intended to keep those photos from her, he merely feared she might falter in her resolve. If Yi Zhen were to soften, he would ensure she gained the strength to stand firm. Previously, Yi Zhen had been bullied by Yianan because Jing Yuan was not around. Now that he was by her side, he would not allow anyone, including her biological father, to torment her. Jing Yuan nodded and rode off first. Yi Xingming, observing Jing Yuan's retreating figure, tentatively asked, "Zhen, what is your relationship with that boy?" "Don't overthink it, we are just classmates. He aims for Tsinghua or Peking University, but my scores 1T suffice. I see he treats you quite well." Yi Xingming chuckled, though he privately worried that if a romantic relationship developed, it could lead to complications, given the boy's formidable background, including a father who was a county magistrate. If he persuaded Yi Zhen to switch places with Yianan for the exams, that boy would undoubtedly cause a stir once the results were released. "It's just a camaraderie between classmates, we are nothing more than that. Besides, I'm not interested in discussing this, my mother is still waiting for me in Beijing." Yi Zhen's remark left Yi Xingming speechless, forcing him to maintain a smile. The two shared very few words on their way home. Upon returning, Yi Zhen found her grandmother already asleep. Yi Xingming, eager to please, had prepared a plate of food for her. "Eat a little, it's still warm." Yi Zhen picked at her food before laying down her chopsticks and looking earnestly at Yi Xingming. "Just say what you need to say. Your behavior is making me uncomfortable." Yi Xingming's smile was indeed awkward. "Actually, I wanted to discuss whether you might consider repeating a year. Given your current grades, perhaps if you studied for another year, you could attend the same university as that boy Jing." The same old tactic. When the acceptance letters had arrived in her previous life, Yi Xingming had donned a similar smile, suggesting that another year of study could yield better results, potentially landing her in a prestigious university. Hence, this year, Yianan would go to college in her stead. Tomorrow, she would take the entrance exam under Yianan's name, merely a matter of changing names. Chapter 54, Understanding Father. Yi Zhen gazed earnestly at Yi Xingming. "My ambition is to reach Beijing, the university I attend is inconsequential. I firmly believe that with my current grades, even if I do not gain admission to Qingbei, the university I do attend will undoubtedly be respectable." Yi Xingming chuckled awkwardly. Yes, you certainly 1T disappoint. Then why utter such words? Do you not wish for us, mother and daughter, to reunite? That's not what I meant, Yi Xingming replied, inhaling deeply, clearly troubled. However, the items in Qiu Yueju's possession added to his discomfort. "Yi Zhen, you must understand your father. I have a blended family to consider, particularly concerning Anan, correct?" Yi Zhen laughed, albeit in irritation. "What do you mean? If Anan's poor grades prevent her from entering university, am I to blame?" "Of course not. I know you excel beyond her," Yi Xingming said, glancing at his daughter with unease. He dared not declare that Yi Anan was also his biological daughter, fearing it would only aggravate Yi Zhen further. "Child, you know that Anan is not my biological daughter. Therefore, I must be more mindful of her feelings. Wouldn't you agree?" Yi Zhen raised an eyebrow. "Yet, as far as I am aware, Qiu Yueju married you precisely because Anan is your biological daughter. Although she is merely a month younger than me, Qiu Yueju insists she is yours. Isn't that just to placate your grandmother? Otherwise, she would never have been allowed into the Yi family. Yi Xingming asserted. I have but one biological daughter, and that is you. You are my cherished one. No one can compare. Yi Zhen chuckled softly. So, what does that make my position in your heart? You are more aware than I, father. If your intention today was to encourage me, I appreciate it. However, with my current grades, an additional year of study is entirely unnecessary. Yet, if your purpose is merely to appease Qiu Yueju and her daughter, you needn't say anything further, as I will not acquiesce. Did you not witness how they treated me? If you chose to overlook it before, I will not hold it against you. But during my hospitalization, she dared to strike me before so many witnesses. You were there to see for yourself. Had this been a previous occasion, Yi Xingming would have scolded Yi Zhen for her immaturity, but now, confronted by her resolute gaze, he found himself unable to do so. Yi Zhen, please assist your father. There is something in Qiu's possession that is crucial to me. If she reveals it, I may lose my position as vice mayor. Not only that, but I might lose my job entirely. Thus, I need you to take the exam for Anan today. Just answer casually. As long as you can secure a spot in an ordinary university, that will suffice. Next year, you can resume your studies and aim for a prestigious university. With your current abilities, I have no doubt you can strive for Qingbei next year. I know you are close with that Jing classmate of yours. Having been young myself, I understand his aspirations for you to attend the same university. Just ask him to wait a year for you. In that time, I will personally escort you to Beijing. Yi Zhen remained silent, observing Yi Xingming, whose heart sank at her unwavering gaze. Father knows this may not be just, but you must assist me. Qiu Yueju has stated that as long as Anan can enter a university, that will suffice. Please, just take the exam. Yi Zhen said nothing, merely turning away to withdraw her books from her bag. While doing so, she felt the photograph Xing Yuan had given her. However, she remained silent, extracting her books and papers, and began her revision as usual. Yi Xingming dared not speak, and upon witnessing his daughter engage with her studies, he stood up. In his eyes, her silence was at least preferable to outright rejection. Yi Zhen, please contemplate your father's words. I shall take my leave now. The food is here. If you grow hungry, simply reheat it. I am not hungry, you can take it all, she replied. I will store it in the cupboard, heat it for breakfast. Yi Xingming hurriedly gathered the items, casting one last glance at Yi Zhen, who was still engrossed in her work, pondering what she truly thought, whether she agreed or disagreed. It seemed he would receive no clear answer today. With that thought, he closed the door behind him as he departed. Upon hearing the door close, Yi Zhen set down her pen. Though her expectations of Yi Xingming had diminished, his words still left her feeling disheartened. She retrieved the photograph Xing Yuan had given her. Though it was in black and white, it clearly presented evidence of Yi Xingming's infidelity. She reflected on how, when Yi Xingming had strayed from her mother to be with Qiu Yueju, it must have been under similar circumstances. She was aware of even more damning photographs that Xing Yuan had withheld, but these were sufficient. She did not wish to know what Qiu Yueju possessed. But she understood that Qiu was merely attempting to intimidate Yi Xingming, for she was more concerned about his vice-mayoral position. She relished the title of vice-mayor's wife. How could she relinquish her hold on it so easily? Had she possessed such resolve, the situation would have escalated long ago. And Yi Xingming would never have attained that position. Qiu Yueju's current actions were solely aimed at securing Yi Anan's university admission. As Yi Xingming returned home, Qiu Yueju approached him. Did you speak with Yi Zhen? What did she say? Yi Xingming inhaled deeply, neither agreeing nor refusing. Really? Qiu Yueju appeared skeptical. She didn't cause a scene? She had expected Yi Zhen to react more vehemently. Do you think she is like you? Yi Xingming replied, exasperated by Qiu Yueju's demeanor. Regardless, I will not relent. Anan must enter university this year. Once she is enrolled, I will no longer concern myself with anything else. You may do as you wish outside. Yi Xingming was unconvinced by Qiu Yueju's assertions. I will speak with Yi Zhen again. After all, both sides are equally important. You must consider this. You think I owe Zhen nothing? I cannot speak to what you owe her, but Zhen has never been raised as an illegitimate child. This was the primary motivation behind Qiu Yueju's relentless pursuit of a future for Yianan. She believed it was a debt owed to both of their children. She completely disregarded Yianan's lack of ambition. Had she shown even a modicum of effort, Qiu would not have needed to worry. Yet, she harbored another thought: Zhen must not surpass her daughter, thus reinforcing her insistence on Zhen aiding Yianan in her quest for university admission. She resented Yang Wanqing for having taken Yi Xingming from her. Had it not been for Yang, her daughter would not have been labeled as an illegitimate child for so many years, nor would she have lived so humbly. She even imagined that had things been different, she might have had a son with Yi Xingming, which would have allowed her to live with dignity in the Yi family. Thus, she attributed all her grievances to Yang Wanqing, and now that Yang was gone, she sought to exact her revenge upon her daughter. Chapter 55. The colorful bubbles. Qiu Yuru never believed that she had intruded upon the relationship between Yi Xingming and Yang Wanqing. Although she had broken up with Yi Xingming first, it was he who unilaterally proposed the separation, which she had not consented to. After all, she had finally found a boyfriend who was not only well off but also handsome and held a position in the commune. How could she let him go so easily? She understood her own circumstances all too well. Given her background, the suitors she was introduced to were far from appealing, and someone like Yi Xingming was simply unattainable for her. However, little did she expect that shortly after their breakup, Yi Xingming would pursue and win over Yang Wanqing. Yang Wanqing came from a good family, possessed beauty and grace, and it was said that many had sought her affections in the past. Yet, none could compare to Yi Xingming's sweet words. As it was her first experience in love, and in contrast to others who were less charming, Yi Xingming easily captured her heart. Moreover, he was the elder brother of her close friend, and his striking looks at the time only added to his allure, leading to a swift courtship. They were engaged after a year of romance and soon married. During the first half of their marriage, they were inseparable. There came a point when Yang Wanqing sweetly thought that choosing a good husband was the wisest decision she had ever made. Little did she know the temptations her husband faced daily. In fact, even during her pregnancy, Yang Wanqing remained blissfully unaware, living in a state of naive happiness. This revelation came when their child, Zhen, was 4 years old. Yi Xingming swore his love for Yang Wanqing. Yet he could not resist Qiu Yuru's persistent visits. She appeared with her daughter Yianan, who was merely a month younger than Zhen. And Yang Wanqing's intolerant nature could hardly bear it. Had it not been for the custody battle over Zhen, she might not have divorced Yi Xingming 2 years later. By then, Zhen had begun to remember, and the image of her mother leaving while crying remained etched in her memory. During the year spent living with her grandmother, despite the latter's constant disparagement of her mother, Zhen never wavered in her belief. Her mother had promised to come back for her. Little did she know that this wait would extend until her 18th birthday. Although her mother did not fulfill her promise, Zhen grew increasingly aware of her mother's struggles. Thus, at 16, she penned a letter informing her mother that she had been accepted into a prestigious high school, assuring her that she would soon join her in Beijing with outstanding results. In her previous life, Zhen had endured silently throughout high school, even ignoring Yianan's repeated provocations, until a birthday gift incident led to a broken rib. Now, she meticulously paired every photograph with a letter of denunciation, intending to dispatch it 2 weeks before the college entrance examination, ensuring that evidence of Yi Xingming's infidelity would swiftly circulate throughout the province, county, and town. This scandal would inevitably become the talk of the town, leaving not just Yi Xingming in turmoil, but also shattering the colorful bubble that Qiu Yuru had built for Yianan. On the morning of Yianan's departure, her mother instructed her to observe Zhen's reactions. Did Dad speak to Zhen? Qiu Yuru nodded. She neither approved nor objected, leaving Yianan uncertain about her true feelings. She didn't object? This revelation took Yianan by surprise. But she also didn't agree, Qiu Yuru emphasized. Just observe her, but do not provoke her. I understand. I haven't spoken to her lately. Yianan spent her days in a daze, fixated on the interactions between Zhen and Jingyuan, every gesture of theirs tugging at her heartstrings. Especially when Jingyuan smiled at Zhen, it felt as though her heart was being pierced. Yet, she reassured herself that ultimately, she would be the one to go to Beijing with Jingyuan, allowing Zhen a few days of pride. Look, those two are close again. Yi An's deskmate remarked, unable to contain her disbelief. Do you think they'll end up together under the teacher's nose? Yi An replied coldly. They cannot possibly be together. Even if Zhen doesn't gain admission to Jingyu University, she will certainly head to Beijing. Once there, who could possibly restrain her? I heard Jingyu father holds a position in the county, she added. Yi An remained silent, though she was indeed aware of her father's official status, the specifics of which her mother had never disclosed. Her mother had assured her that if she and Jingyu pursued their studies in Beijing together, his affections would soon shift away from Zhen. At that moment, Jingyu was inquiring about the previous night's events. Did you agree? Zhen shook her head, stating that even if she were to agree, it would not be so soon. Jingyu frowned, perplexed as to why, with so much evidence in hand, she would not directly counter. Zhen understood his thoughts and replied, I simply wish to buy myself more time for revision. If the Yi family descends into chaos, it will certainly disrupt my studies. If Yi Xingming's infidelity were to provoke public outrage, would the ever-concerned Yi Lao Tai be able to remain calm? Jingyu nodded, as if he grasped the logic behind her reasoning. How much time can you secure? A week before the college entrance exam, my mother should return. At that point, I will move in with her. She had learned from her second aunt about her mother's return, which, though slightly later than anticipated, would suffice. Are you certain you won't be disturbed during this time? At least until I give my consent, they wouldn't dare act rashly. They fear that if they provoke me, Yi An's future could be jeopardized. Zhen turned her gaze and encountered Yi An's eyes, who momentarily froze before shooting her a glare filled with warning. After all, it was Yi An, still lost in her dreams at this moment. She failed to consider the consequences. If Zhen were to change her mind, what would become of Yi An's examinations? With 2 months remaining, if she could focus on her studies, gaining admission to a vocational school should pose no trouble. Yet, evidently, these thoughts never crossed her mind. She simply longed for Beijing and hoped Zhen would take her place in the exams, allowing her to become a student at a prestigious university. Zhen truly failed to comprehend the mindset of Qiu Yuru and her daughter. Even if she were to agree, should they be caught in the act of cheating, Yi An would be barred from taking the college entrance exam for years. Likewise, if Zhen were discovered aiding her, she too would face criminal charges. Knowing well the implications of their actions, why would they still choose to pursue such a path? Chapter 56, A Relationship of Mutual Utilization. Yi Xingming frequented the Hongyan restaurant nearly every evening after work, typically accompanied by 3 others, indulging in both dining and playing mahjong. The nature of his relationship with the proprietress, Zhou Hongyan, was well known among their circle. This establishment had essentially become his social hub. He would sign for the meals and later submit the expenses for reimbursement, a practice that was quite customary. Many officials, including department heads, had similar reimbursement privileges, so as a deputy town mayor, he wielded even greater influence. Moreover, he oversaw a number of individuals, which further inclined them to choose the Hongyan restaurant as their dining venue. Not to mention, the proprietress was young and alluring, adept at playful banter. Men in their 40s, many of whom were married, relished in suggestive humor, to which Zhou Hongyan would respond with ease. Old Zhang made another jest at your expense today, Yi Xingming remarked. Old Zhang was a manager of a company under Ye's supervision, who had long harbored an infatuation for Zhou Hongyan, though she did not reciprocate his feelings. Why should I feel jealous? As a restaurant owner, I encounter all sorts of people. If I cannot handle a jest, perhaps I ought to reconsider my profession. Pouring a cup of tea for Yi Xingming, Zhou Hongyan noted, you seem preoccupied these days, you wouldn't share your troubles with me. It's just my wife, that yellow-faced woman. Yi Xingming sighed at the mention of Qiu Yuanzhu, revealing no secrets to Zhou Hongyan. Does she truly expect your eldest daughter to take the college entrance examination for her daughter? Zhou Hongyan found this notion rather absurd, especially considering Yi Xingming's willingness to entertain such an idea. But she is your biological daughter. Yet the child raised by my wife is not my flesh and blood. You should think this through, he replied. There's no need to jeopardize your daughter's future. You've mentioned she excels in her studies and is bound to gain admission to a prestigious university, bringing you pride, Zhou Hongyan contended, struggling to comprehend Yi Xingming's perspective. If I had a daughter who performed so well academically, I would be overjoyed. Furthermore, Qiu Yuanzhu's suggestion was unreasonable, one could not harm another so. You are unaware of the complexities involved, Yi Xingming thought, unable to divulge that Qiu Yuanzhu held leverage over him. Would your ex-wife consent to this? If she were to find out, she would surely confront you. Yi Xingming furrowed his brow, recalling that Yi Zhen had not replied to him in days. And he feared that Yang Wanqing might discover the situation. Though Yang Wanqing was generally amiable, she was unyielding when matters pertaining to Qiu Yuanzhu arose. I've been considering this matter. Perhaps you could assist in persuading her? Yi Xingming was at a loss for a solution, believing that Zhou Hongyan's charm and eloquence might sway Yi Zhen. Count me out. I would not partake in such a misdeed. If I had a daughter, I would never agree to this. Please, do not press me to intervene, I might inadvertently dissuade her from agreeing. Zhou Hongyan added. Besides, you brought her here. She is an 18-year-old young woman, not a child. Surely she must grasp the nature of our relationship. Yi Xingming chuckled, what relationship do we have? Zhou Hongyan playfully glared at him, we have no relationship, now leave. From this point forward, we are strangers. Look at you, just a jest, he responded. Enough, enough. You should head home, your yellow-faced wife will certainly cause a scene if you linger. Zhou Hongyan urged him. As it was already 9 o'clock and her restaurant had long since closed. I won't return, why should I? Just the sight of her annoys me. Zhou Hongyan laughed. As much as I might not be irritated, I cannot keep you here. Off you go. Bring your little girl here for a meal someday. I won't persuade you. My heart aches for that girl. Sighing, Yi Xingming conceded, very well, I shall bring her over one day, perhaps they will take a liking to one another. Even if she does, I am not her mother. Zhou Hongyan, in her 30s, had not considered stepping into the role of a stepmother to an 18-year-old. Their relationship was based on mutual benefit, Yi Xingming's desire for companionship aligned with her pursuit of financial gain, thus they found common ground. Unbeknownst to Yi Xingming, Yi Zhen had not anticipated her father waiting for her at the school gates again. It had been less than a week since their last encounter, indicating his impatience. Standing there, she glanced at Yi Xingming before turning to look at Jing Yuhan, who was waiting behind her. You go ahead. I need to speak with my dad. She instructed. Jing Yuhan nodded, mounting his bicycle and departing. Fortunately, everything was timely, he had just lent Yi Zhen a pricey portable cassette player. A gift from his mother through a friend, which he knew would be invaluable to her. Yi Zhen adjusted her backpack, then resumed her walk alongside Yi Xingming. About what I mentioned the other day, have you given it any thought? Yi Xingming felt conflicted but realized that upon returning home, Qiu Yuanzhu would pursue him relentlessly. So he might as well wait for Yi Zhen's response. What matter? Yi Zhen appeared oblivious, as if she had forgotten entirely. You didn't hear what I said the other day? I've been quite busy with my studies, I tend to forget things. Could you remind me? Yi Xingming frowned. Suspecting Yi Zhen was being intentionally obtuse. Are you unwilling to take the exam for an N? Ah. I remember. You want me to sit for the college entrance examination on behalf of Yi Nen this year, right? Yi Zhen's voice rose, startling Yi Xingming into pulling her aside. Why are you shouting? Yi Zhen pouted, thinking, I'm afraid if I speak softly, it won't be recorded. Dad, I am your biological daughter. Why do you always side with Yi Nen? She pressed. What did you mean when you mentioned something that Qiu Yuanzhu has over you? Never mind what it is. You are not like Nen, you excel in your studies and will undoubtedly perform even better if you review for another year next year. Nen is nothing. No matter how long she studies, it would be futile. After being married to your aunt for so many years, we've become like an old married couple. She came to me for help, and how could I refuse? You refer to me as your biological daughter. Yet it sounds as if Yi Nen is the one you regard as your own. What a child you are. Why must you be so ungrateful to your parents? And how have you been considerate of me? Do you have any idea how challenging these 3 years of high school have been for me? Knowing that I struggle through my studies, sacrificing sleep for what? Yi Xingming frowned, isn't your goal to get into a university in Beijing to be near your mother? What difference does it make if it's a year earlier or later? You will certainly be accepted regardless. Yi Zhen was both frustrated and amused. What difference does it make? You make it sound so simple. A year earlier or later is significant. Besides, why on earth should I take the exam for Yi Nen? Who is she to me? Chapter 57, Mastering Evidence. Yinan is certainly not someone of your concern. Could you not consider this for Dad's sake? I have indeed toiled to raise you. Yi Xingming's words elicited a laugh from Yinan. Yes, your efforts are commendable. Turning a blind eye while Qiu Ru and her daughter bully me, your hardship is truly remarkable. My dear child, I genuinely had no idea that Anan was bullying you. Furthermore, Anan is younger than you and was brought here by your aunt. I cannot be overly harsh with her. Yet, you are my flesh and blood. The affection I have for you is undoubtedly different. Dad has often favored you. You see, whatever your mother sends, I never allow Anan to touch. Your belongings are yours alone. Indeed, each time Yinan goes into a frenzy over the items sent by my mother, how did you respond when she ruined my clothes? Was it not merely a piece of clothing? Can't we just purchase another? Have you ever bought one for me? A piece of clothing is worth remembering for this long? Tomorrow, I will certainly buy you some, perhaps several beautiful garments. Yi Zhen looked at Yi Xingming, feeling utterly disinclined to speak further. Zhen, you are Dad's cherished daughter. You should just be forthright. What do you possess that is in Qiu Ru's hands? If you confess, I might consider it thoughtfully. If you remain silent, do not waste my time with idle chatter. I am anxious to revise. Having said this, Yi Zhen left without offering Yi Xingming a chance to respond. He hurriedly followed her, regretting having spoken the truth to his daughter during their last conversation. Wait for me a moment. Yi Zhen walked as though she had not heard him, maintaining her swift pace. I said, is that not sufficient? Yi Xingming finally spoke up. Yi Zhen turned to look at him, clearly awaiting his answer. In truth, it's nothing significant, merely a few complaint letters. You know, your father was once a minor official. It is inevitable that some would try to curry favor with gifts. Just as I was promoted to deputy town head, someone envied me and reported me. I managed to settle the matter with a bit of money, and I thought Qiu Ru had destroyed those letters. I never anticipated she would keep a copy. Yi Xingming could not confess entirely to Yi Zhen, for that was his past indiscretion. How could he bring himself to share such details with his daughter? Thus, he spoke partially truthfully. He had indeed done favors for others. But it was not enough to warrant a report, as he only accepted gifts after successfully completing the tasks. Really? Yi Xingming nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, indeed, just that. Please do not mention this to your grandmother. You must resolve your own matters. Why should I jeopardize my future to rectify your past mistakes? Moreover, did Qiu Ru not benefit from your position as deputy town head? Did she not enjoy the gifts she received? Yi Zhen, one cannot speak in such a manner. You are aware that since the last time you were hospitalized, I had a falling out with Qiu Ru for your sake. Were it not for that, she would not treat me this way. She now believes I favor you, that we are no longer united. She has only one daughter, and thus, she resorts to using these matters to threaten me, compelling you to assist in gaining admission to university. In reality, this would only delay your university entrance by a year, would it not? You excel academically, it matters not when you take the exams. It does matter. Do not say that a year's delay is inconsequential. Brother, what are you doing here? What did you mean by what you just said to Yi Zhen? At this moment, Yi Xinglan appeared from nowhere. Her family operated a small eatery near the high school, but typically she would have closed by now. Evening classes draw a few students to buy food, but the profit is minimal, so they usually close around 5 or 6 after dinner. The reason she was still out at this hour was to restock supplies and see what was left to sell the next day. Also, the last wave of diners had lingered longer than usual, which explained her late departure. From a distance, she spotted Yi Xingming waiting to pick up Yi Zhen. And she thought it was quite strange. She intended to greet him, but overheard something she should not have. Brother, what do you mean? Qiu Ru wants Yi Zhen to take the college entrance examination for her daughter? Is she not ashamed? Yi Xinglan's voice was loud, and her anger led her to speak without restraint, causing Yi Xingming to quickly cover her mouth. Be quiet. Yi Xingming warned her. What is going on? What is happening? Hu Shiquan had just closed up and, upon turning, saw a man covering his wife's mouth in the dark. Upon approaching, he realized it was his brother-in-law. It must be said that the Hu family is rather opportunistic. Now that Yi Xingming holds a position of some authority, they are eager to ingratiate themselves. Do not speak nonsense. Yi Xingming released her, though his expression was already grim. What nonsense. This matter must be addressed tonight. Hu Shirquan, you should return home. I will accompany my brother to our mother's place. Yi Xinglan understood the gravity of the situation but knew they could not let Hu Shirquan be privy to it. What is wrong with our mother? Nothing. If I say to return, you should do so without further ado. Will you be returning home later? No. I will head directly to the shop from our mother's place in the morning. You should go home and ensure those two rascals sleep early. You go home. I need to discuss something with Xinglan. Since Yi Xingming had spoken, Hu Shirquan had no choice but to comply, nodding to Yi Xingming as he left. Thus, the three members of the Yi family returned to the elder matriarch's home, seething with anger. As they approached the alley, Yi Zhen noticed Jing Yuhan waiting nearby, evidently uneasy about her returning with her father. Upon seeing Yi Zhen, he mounted his bike and left, clearly having waited for quite some time. Normally, at this hour, the elder matriarch of the Yi family would be asleep. However, the influx of visitors and the heightened emotions caused their voices to rise. The matriarch, donning a robe, emerged to see her son and daughter had returned. Why have you two come at this hour? Mother, ask him. Yi Xinglan was so furious she could hardly contain herself, unable to comprehend her brother's folly. What is it? Mother, it is nothing. Do not heed her alarmist behavior. Nothing? Mother. He wants Yi Zhen to take the college entrance examination for Anan. Is this something a father should say? Yi Zhen taking the college entrance examination for Anan? What of Yi Zhen herself? Is she to forego her own examinations? Of course not. Why would she not take the exam? Yi Zhen can simply take it next year. A year of study should yield even better results. Chapter 58. No one to control her. Madame Yi glanced at her son and then seized the broom from Yi Zhen's bed, ready to strike. Mom, what are you doing? Yi Xingming exclaimed. At over 40 years of age, how could he possibly allow his mother to hit him in front of his daughter and sister? He grasped the broom firmly, imploring, let me explain. What is there to explain? You have been bewitched by that vixen Qiu Yuanshu. Our family has never produced a single university graduate, and now that Zhen is excelling in her studies and has the chance to enter a good university, you pull this stunt. Mark my words, I am the first to oppose this. Don't tell me that Yianan is also your child. I refuse to believe it. I trust only what my own eyes can see. Exactly. Brother, don't let Qiu Yuanshu deceive you, Yi Xinglan added, equally skeptical of Yianan's lineage. The girl's demeanor and mannerisms mirrored those of her mother, exuding a sense of inferiority that could never represent the Yi family. Yi Zhen, however, was different. She had inherited the virtues of her parents, with a temperament reminiscent of Yang Wanqing. All those years of endurance were merely to reunite with her mother in Beijing. Yi Xingming was acutely aware that this child had endured for far too long, and with her impending college entrance examination, he had to intervene. Regardless of Yi Zhen's agreement, this situation would undeniably affect her mood, and the thought ignited Yi Xinglan's anger. Tomorrow, she would call Yang Wanqing and urge her to return promptly. She recognized Qiu Yuanshu's machinations. It was clear that she was intent on sabotaging Yi Zhen's academic prospects. Knowing her own daughter could not gain admission to university. You all don't understand. Yi Xingming had not anticipated that this matter would come to light within the family. He shot a resentful glance at Yi Zhen, feeling that this child was truly troublesome. It was not such a grave issue. Why the opposition? Qiu Yuanshu held leverage over him. If he did not comply with her demands, she would expose everything, jeopardizing his future. Madame Yi, now agitated, demanded, what leverage? What does she have against you? Yi Zhen, having placed her backpack on the table, sat quietly, observing the escalating altercation. Yes. When I was vying for the position of deputy town chief, some envious individuals wrote those slanderous letters. While not all the content was entirely factual, there were details that went unchecked. Yi Zhen stifled a laugh. Certain matters had not occurred to her until now. Upon reflection, the unchecked allegations likely included more than just bribery. They could encompass Yi Xingming's indiscretions. No wonder Qiu Yuanshu had retained such evidence. She must have harbored immense resentment during those years. What do you mean by unchecked? Madame Yi was now frantic. Why would such evidence be in Qiu Yuanshu's possession? At that time, we accepted some funds to settle the matter. I retrieved those documents and instructed Qiu Yuanshu to destroy them. Little did I anticipate that she would keep a copy. Yi Xingming was filled with regret. He should have burned those documents upon retrieving them. How could he have imagined that Qiu Yuanshu would still possess them? At that time, he had assured Qiu Yuanshu that such incidents would never occur again, as he was quite protective of his reputation. Undeniably, Qiu Yuanshu's actions had caught him off guard. Without the threat of those documents, he would never have allowed Yi Zhen to assist Yianan with her examination. Now, he found himself looking askance at Yianan as well. He had never been particularly close to either child. His occasional favoritism towards Yianan stemmed solely from Qiu Yuanshu's influence. After all, she was quite persuasive in her endeavors. You useless fool. How could you allow her to keep such evidence? Madame Yi glared at Yi Xingming. Here is the plan, give me your house keys. Tomorrow, Xinglan and I will go to your home. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover anything. Is that wise? Yi Xingming looked troubled. If she had hidden the documents elsewhere, it would only alert her. Where could she possibly hide them? At her mother's? Go ahead, search there, she insisted. Right, I'll search your home. And you search your in-laws. I refuse to believe that Qiu Yuanshu could carry those letters with her at all times. If all else fails, search her bag in the dead of night. Regardless, Yi Zhen must not assist Yianan with the examination. How dare they presume that their daughter should take precedence? It would be utterly absurd for someone like Yianan, who was unlikely to gain admission to university, to expect such a favor. Yi Xinglan's voice grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. Yi Xingming appeared utterly nonplussed, unsure how to defend himself against the onslaught of criticism. Enough. You may leave now. This matter will be handled as I said. Madame Yi's voice brooked no argument, and she indeed took Yi Xingming's keys as she departed. Yi Xinglan remained in Yi Zhen's room, still simmering with indignation. Zhen, do not fear him, your grandmother and I are here for you. Your grandmother is right. It is no small feat for our family to produce a university graduate. Focus on your studies and ignore everything else. I will call your mother tomorrow. Yi Zhen's eyes brightened. Second aunt, are you serious? Of course. That wretched Qiu Yuanshu clearly has malicious intentions. She simply does not want you to excel in your exams. I will have your mother confront her. I refuse to believe that no one can put her in her place. Yi Xinglan felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Zhen but was also frustrated that the girl remained silent about her struggles. Child, I have told you countless times. If something troubles you, speak to me or your grandmother. Why didn't you tell us about your father's situation sooner? I didn't agree, Yi Zhen replied. Aware that she had erred. She had always believed she could handle the situation independently, which was why she had remained silent. You cannot remain silent, Yi Xinglan stood, fuming. That Qiu Yuanshu is willing to disregard everyone else for her daughter's sake and even expects you to take her examination. She mustn't be allowed to get away with this. If I become enraged, I will confront her directly. Second aunt, it hasn't affected me much, Yi Zhen said, trying to downplay the situation. What do you mean it hasn't affected you? Every point counts. I inquired previously, and with your current performance, you could gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. I know Qiu Yuanshu's intentions all too well. She fears that if you succeed, her daughter will be left behind. And she will lose face. Thus, she will do everything in her power to prevent you from taking the examination. I'll find those documents tomorrow. And then we shall see. Yi Xinglan rolled up her sleeves, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Second aunt, do not be angry. It is not worth it to let someone like Qiu Yuanshu get to you. Am I angry at her? I am upset with you. Why do you keep everything bottled up inside? All right. Let us not argue at this hour, go home now. Come find me tomorrow morning after you finish your chores. Madame Yi interjected, bringing a semblance of order. Before leaving, she instructed Yi Zhen, do not let this affect you. No matter what Yi Xingming says. Treat it as if he is merely passing gas, ignore him completely. Chapter 59, Unconditional Trust. Early the next morning, Jing Yuan awaited at the entrance of Yi Zhen's grandmother's alley. Upon seeing her emerge, he greeted her with a warm smile. Yi Zhen immediately handed him her portable cassette player, requesting him to take care of the tape as well. She had developed an unwavering trust in Jing Yuan. Feeling fortunate to have encountered him, often, she felt she was not fighting her battles alone. I saw your aunt yesterday, he remarked. Yes. Both my second aunt and grandmother are aware of the situation. What did they say? They are all on my side. Zhen smiled, her most radiant expression in days. That is splendid, Jing Yuan replied, genuinely pleased for her. My second aunt mentioned she would call my mother today. I believe my mother will return soon. During this time, Zhen had been counting down the days, not to the college entrance examinations, but to her mother's return. It appeared her mother would be back shortly, and the remaining days would no longer be a solitary struggle for her. Meanwhile, Yi Xinglan had finished breakfast early and entrusted the shop to her husband. Where are you going? Stay out of your brother's affairs, Hu Shirquan cautioned, reluctant for her to get too involved, especially regarding any potential conflict with Yi Xingming. What do you know? Yi Xinglan shot him a glare before removing her apron and departing. The elderly lady had been waiting at the door, and upon seeing her daughter, hurried out. Let us go. At this hour, Qiu Yueju should be at work. Yi Xinglan nodded. Her quest for certain items was not solely for her brother, but also for her niece, Yi Zhen. After completing these errands, she would head to the post office to make a long-distance call. Ensuring Yang Wanjing would come over early to assist Yi Zhen in her studies, allowing her to focus without distractions from Qiu Yueju. It must be noted that Qiu Yueju was quite cautious, having already discreetly moved her belongings to avoid any confrontation with Yi Xingming. Naturally, she was also anxious about her mother's belongings, which she had secured in her office. Yi Xingming, who never visited her workplace, believed that as a deputy town chief, it was beneath his dignity to frequent the supply and marketing cooperative. Although he could have arranged a better position for Qiu Yueju, her lack of education made him hesitant, fearing it might bring him embarrassment if she were to be transferred to a more respectable institution. Thus, each time Qiu Yueju brought it up, he would frown in annoyance, dismissing her concerns. You think it's easy to work at a good establishment? Those people are shrewd. It's far easier here than at the department store. Moreover, with your connections there, we can acquire whatever goods we need. Isn't that satisfactory? After each of Yi Xingming's remarks, Qiu Yueju would begrudgingly acknowledge his point. While she had not attained a formal position at the department store, being a custodian was no small feat. She had managed to procure several items from the store's surplus. Knowing that these were merely slightly defective or mismatched in color but of excellent quality and at a fraction of the price, items not typically available to the general public. Many of their household linens had originated from the store's surplus, including some of her family's possessions. A decade ago, working at the supply and marketing cooperative was considered a desirable job, and after its transition to a department store in 1982, many aspired to gain employment there. Thus, when Yi Xingming expressed his sentiments, she accepted them without question. After all, whether at home or at work, it was merely a matter of sipping tea and reading the newspaper, and she had not been required to exert much effort due to her connection with Yi Xingming. Sister-in-law, you've been arriving quite early these past few days. Qiu Yueju, who generally did not show up until much later, had taken to arriving early. With my child preparing for the college entrance examinations, I thought I would come over. There's not much for me to do anyway, she replied, gleefully promoting her daughter's impending exams, as the pressure mounted with less than 2 months remaining. Indeed, it is the most critical time, the tension is palpable, she continued. Enen is bound to do well. Though Qiu Yueju refrained from openly claiming Yi Enen was Yi Xingming's child, it was an open secret. When Yi Xingming married Qiu Yueju, he was already a department head, and given his advantageous circumstances, he could have easily chosen an unmarried woman without a child. Why, then, did he marry someone with a tarnished reputation and a child? Speculation swirled that perhaps they had been involved before his marriage. And even if Yi Enen were not his biological daughter, their relationship was undoubtedly complicated. The public's perception was astute, and they could easily surmise the truth. As compliments regarding her daughter reached her ears, Qiu Yueju felt a swell of pride. She was no longer anxious about Yi Zhen's potential objections, as she was confident that Yi Xingming valued his reputation. Such scandals would bring no benefit to anyone involved, and apart from Yi Zhen suffering somewhat, there was no reason for Yi Xingming to refuse. Yi Xingming indeed visited his mother-in-law's house that day, where a raucous game of mahjong was underway. Qiu Yueju's mother, who often entertained a crowd, was surprised to see her son-in-law. As the players hastily departed, her mother greeted him with a smile, inquiring why he had come unannounced. "It's nothing serious, just that someone sent me some rice and flour, and I thought to deliver it to you," he replied, noting that they seemed well supplied. "Of course we are in need," her mother cheerfully accepted the items from Yi Xingming's hands. "Mom, has Yueji not been home these past few days?" "No. She hasn't returned in over half a month. I have no idea what she has been busy with. She even asked me to look after some things. Does she not trust me?" As soon as her son-in-law arrived, Qiu Yueju's mother began to chatter, revealing a deep fondness for him. After all, her daughter's marriage to Yi Xingming was indeed a significant elevation, and thus she had chosen to overlook any past hardships. Most importantly, Yi Xingming treated her well, providing for her needs, and with the additional financial help from Qiu Yueju, her life was manageable. It was only the elderly matriarch of the Yi family who held disdain for her, but that mattered little. The two women had little interaction, and their opinions of each other were inconsequential. Chapter 60, Incensed. "My son, consider that you and Yuru are of a certain age. I gathered from her previous visit that she's contemplating having another child. If you both share this aspiration, it's best to pursue it promptly. My health remains robust, and I am capable of assisting with childcare." Yi Xingming was taken aback that his mother-in-law would broach this subject. "Mom, we're both 40 years old, and besides, it's not exactly permissible for me." "Permissible or not, you can always conceive discreetly. Once she's pregnant, I'll send her to her aunts in the mountains. After the birth, she can return. Rest assured, a little money in that area loosens the regulations." Clearly, Qiu Yuru had already discussed this with her mother. Yi Xingming had no inclination for such matters. He was growing weary of Qiu Yuru, and her veiled threats made it clear that she held him in low regard. Were it not for something in her possession, he would have lost patience long ago. "Mom, we'll discuss this later. I must depart for work." "Go on, then. After an aunt's exams, come visit with your family." In the old woman's eyes, they were a family of 3, with Yizhen not even registering in her mind. She had once told Qiu Yuru that Yizhen should be raised by Yi Xingming's mother, as their family of 3 would be much better off without the encumbrance. Not only did Qiu Yuru find her irritating, but Yinan also felt uncomfortable around her. Moreover, the child surpassed Yinan in every aspect. The old woman believed her daughter had mishandled the situation. Whether through coaxing or conflict, she should never have agreed to Yi Xingming bringing the child back. In her mind, it all stemmed from Yi Xingming's mother, who insisted on keeping the child but then neglected her, leaving Qiu Yuru to act as a stepmother. Stepmothers were never good. And even with the best intentions, they could never compare to a biological mother. Therefore, there was no need to treat her well. Yi Xingming was a fine man. Among Qiu Yuru's previous suitors, he was the most promising. Even after his marriage, she had encouraged Qiu Yuru to cling to him. She had been infuriated when her foolish daughter became pregnant, and it had taken Yi Xingming several years to finally divorce and marry her. However, the outcome was favorable. So she let it pass. Otherwise, she would not have forgiven him. During the waiting period, her daughter had explored other options, but ultimately chose Yi Xingming. Now, she felt that the child was the source of all their problems, brought by Yi Xingming. During her last visit, Qiu Yuru had mentioned that Yi Xingming had changed his tune and was now siding with Yi Zhen. Therefore, she was determined to have a son, so that she could rule the Yi family. The old woman agreed that her daughter should bear a son for the Yi family, as a son would make Qiu Yuru a great benefactor of the Yi family. As soon as Yi Xingming left, the old woman immediately summoned her mahjong-playing neighbors. She boasted about her deputy mayor's son-in-law's lack of heirs and how he always thought of his mother-in-law first, and how her daughter had married well. Yi Xingming knew without a doubt that Qiu Yuru wouldn't keep the item at his mother-in-law's place. Besides, his unreliable mother-in-law entertained so many people daily that he wouldn't trust her with it if he were Qiu Yuru. He wondered if his mother and sister had found anything at home. Yi Xingming's mother and sister had been searching for over an hour, even uncovering their bankbook. But they couldn't find the item Yi Xingming had mentioned. "Stop searching. Qiu Yuru has taken it," the old woman said, panting heavily as she sat on the Kong. Yi Xinglan, also drenched in sweat, returned the bankbook to its original place. "Mom, they've been married for 10 years, yet they've only saved this much money. How will he afford Yizhen's college education? Why should your brother pay for it? Can't Yang Wanqing provide?" Yi Xinglan pursed her lips, knowing her mother was biased. Hadn't Yang Wanqing spent a considerable amount of money over the years? Her expenses were also covered by your brother. She's been raised to 18. So Yang Wanqing can support her from now on. Alright, let's pack up and go home. The old woman clearly didn't want to discuss it further with her daughter. Qiu Yuru felt inexplicably agitated at work that day, so she requested leave and returned home early, as she usually had lunch at home anyway. As she approached her house, she saw the old woman and her sister-in-law locking the door and leaving. The old woman was surprised to run into Qiu Yuru. But being the seasoned woman she was, she brazenly continued walking. Qiu Yuru, already on edge, felt her anger flare as she watched her mother-in-law and sister-in-law casually emerge from her house. What are you doing here? How did you get the keys to my house? Yi Xinglan pocketed the keys, leaving her mother to handle the situation. The old woman raised her eyebrows and retorted, What? Can't a mother visit her own son's house? You should have informed me before coming. The house is empty. What's the meaning of this? Qiu Yuru wasn't naive. The old woman and her sister-in-law had brazenly left her house while she was away, which meant something was amiss. It was undoubtedly Yi Xingming's doing, sending his mother and sister to steal her hidden possessions. Fortunately, she had already moved them to her workplace. Otherwise, they would have fallen into the old woman's hands. This is my son's house. Can't I visit when no one's home? The old woman said. Qiu Yuru, have you considered your position when saying such things? This is my house too, Qiu Yuru retorted. Yours? Did you buy or build this house? This house was built by my son and Yang Wanqing. Every brick and tile bears their names. Yang Wanqing made it clear during the divorce that even if she couldn't take the house, her share would go to Yi Zhen. What does it have to do with you? You're just staying here temporarily, so don't get any ideas about being the mistress of the house. Indeed. Yang Wanqing had said this during the divorce, and the old woman could attest that half of the house belonged to her granddaughter. Qiu Yuru was now on the verge of losing her mind. She had lived in the house for 10 years. And now the old woman was telling her that it belonged to Yi Xingming and his ex-wife. Yi Xingming had never mentioned this to her. So how could she not be the mistress of the house? Mom, that's unreasonable. I'm Yi Xingming's wife, so naturally I'm the mistress of the house. How can you say that I have no connection to this house? Did you buy a single brick or a single pane of glass for this house? You merely brought your daughter into this family. You came into this family the same way you'll leave it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Chapter 61, A Couple with Two Hearts. Qiu Yuru was already feeling incredibly frustrated today, and hearing the old lady's words nearly drove her to the brink of fury. The old lady clearly harbored no hopes for her and Yi Xingming to continue their relationship. Was she suggesting a divorce? Mom, what do you mean by that? Do you not want me to have a good life with Xingming? Humph. A good life? Have you even asked yourself if you wish to have a good life? Is this what you call living well? Threatening your own husband, I never realized you intended to spend your life with him. To put it bluntly, you two are merely a couple of convenience, each looking out for your own daughter, but you have no right to meddle like this. Qiu Yuru thought if she didn't want to continue, she should just say so. After all, while my son is still young, he could find someone better. Perhaps even someone who could give me a grandchild. The mention of grandchildren struck a nerve with Qiu Yuru. While it was true that she had neglected this aspect, the old lady's words compelled her to take action. To put it plainly, you do not wish for our happiness. Do you care for my son's well-being? Hurry up and hand over what you have, so I don't have to waste my time. Once the old lady decided to be unreasonable, no one could change her mind. Yi Xinglan stared in disbelief, not expecting her mother to confront them so brazenly. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Qiu Yuru denied it and refused to comply. Did Yi Xingming send you here? What did he say? Don't concern yourself with what he said, just hand it over. If you wish to continue living well, bring it out, or else no one will get to live well. And as for my granddaughter Yi Zhen taking your daughter's exam, you must be dreaming. If you dare let my granddaughter take that exam for your daughter, I will be the first to report you. The old lady had just heard from Yi Xinglan that such an act was illegal. If anyone could take an exam for another, everyone would be in university. Qiu Yuru was furious to the point of tears. Was this old lady out of her mind, shouting so loudly? She had initially intended to intimidate the old lady by threatening to call the police for trespassing. Yet with the old lady's declaration, she hesitated to follow through. If her plan to have Zhen take the college entrance exam for Yianan were exposed, wouldn't it all fall apart? She could only watch helplessly as the old lady and her sister-in-law left, unable to utter a word. Opening the door to her home wasn't as chaotic as she had imagined. Everything was in its place, meaning it hadn't been turned upside down. Yet, despite this, she still cried in anger, for the first time contemplating that she might have married the wrong person. Was it truly her? Or was it Yi Xingming who no longer wished to live well? Could she even share this matter with the old lady? Knowing full well that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had never been on good terms, the old lady would surely send her away after this uproar. After 10 years of marriage. Aside from not giving Yi Xingming a son, what had she failed to accomplish? Yes, she was not kind to Zhen, but then again, Zhen was not her biological child. She had not mistreated her, which was already commendable. Try having another stepmother, and who knows what Zhen would have turned into. What more did they expect from her? In truth, she had once hoped that Zhen would graduate from middle school and find a job and marry early. Yet, Zhen had proven her worth by being among the top 50 students in a prestigious high school, earning a tuition waiver for the first year. How could she possibly deny Zhen the chance to attend high school, especially considering her daughter was a bargaining chip? At times, Qiu Yuru felt she had been too lenient. She should be like her mother said. After all, no stepmother was ever good. She didn't even need to pretend. However, over the years, she had still wanted to uphold the image of a good stepmother in front of outsiders, only to end up with nothing. Thus, this time, she could not allow Zhen to take the college entrance exam properly. If her daughter could not attend university, then neither would Zhen. That evening, Yi Xingming returned home quite late, only to find Qiu Yuru sitting there with several letters of complaint before her. Having just come back from the old lady's, he understood that Qiu Yuru had encountered trouble, and the old lady had shown no mercy. He sensed that this situation could escalate into a full-blown conflict, and upon returning, he was greeted by this scene. He hurriedly picked up a letter, only to discover that the contents had been removed. What do you mean by this, Qiu Yuru? What do you mean? Didn't your mother make it abundantly clear? We won't be together for long anyway. She told me to come in the same way I would leave. Did my mother say that? The old lady hadn't been quite so severe in front of him, but it sounded like something she could say. If she wants to report me, let her do so. I've prepared everything. If Zhen doesn't take the exam for an I will send these letters to the provincial office. Let me be frank with you, Yi Xingming. An's future is tied to yours. If you don't want her to have a bright future, then you can forget about yours as well. I was willing to give you some face, but after your mother's remarks today, I've come to see things more clearly. This house was built by you and Yang Wanqing. The portion she cannot take with her will go directly to Zhen. I've been living here for 10 years, and it's all been a joke. Yi Xingming realized that the old lady's words were likely not few, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so arrogant. Now, he regretted letting the old lady and Yi Xinglan rummage through their things. It had only complicated matters. How can you believe what the old lady said? Yang Wanqing said she didn't want anything but the child. Yi Xingming's statement was not incorrect. Yang Wanqing had indeed said that. But the old lady hadn't given her the child. Thus, Yang Wanqing had received everything she was entitled to, as clearly stated in their divorce agreement. However, he chose not to mention that today. Then why didn't you give her the child? Yi Xingming, in the end. You don't believe that An is your child, do you? You still don't trust me. Whether An is my child is irrelevant. I married you. Which means I accepted An, and Qiu Yuru was nearly driven to madness. Was the implication not clear enough? He simply didn't believe her. No matter how she tried to convince him. Perhaps he had believed her at first, but after all these years, with his mother and sister constantly speaking against her, he had lost faith. Yi Xingming, I swear on the light, An is indeed your biological daughter. If I utter even a single lie, may I perish. As fate would have it, just as Qiu Yuru made this declaration, the light flickered briefly before returning to normal. Both were taken aback, especially Qiu Yuru, who suddenly felt at a loss for words. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I will stand by my word tonight. But taking an exam for someone else is illegal. Yi Xingming finally brought this point up. So, you mean to say that everything you've done up to now hasn't been illegal or against the rules? I don't care about that. You definitely have a way. Just think about it, is your future more important, or is Zhen's? Chapter 62, A Confrontation. Upon return, Yi Xingming tossed the envelopes onto the couch, declaring, "Do as you please." With that, he grabbed his bag and departed. Yianan encountered Yi Xingming at the entrance just as she was finishing her evening study session. She witnessed him cast a cold glance her way before walking off. Almost immediately, she heard her mother's cries from inside the house. "Yi Xingming, come back." Understanding that another quarrel had erupted between her parents, Yianan clenched her fists and took a moment to steady her emotions before stepping inside. "Mom, what is wrong with you and Dad this time?" Qiu Yueyu, feeling utterly wronged, lamented that despite Yianan being Yi Xingming's biological daughter, he refused to believe her. Yi Xingming was her first love. Before him, she had dismissed countless suitors. Her affection for him was genuine, otherwise, how could she have borne Yianan while he was still married? Reflecting on the years of humiliation and scorn she endured, she felt it unjust. She had been the first to meet Yi Xingming. Yet she ended up being labeled as a disgrace. In those days, she nearly faced public shaming. She had claimed that the child's father had passed away and that her pregnancy was unintentional. Coupled with her family's poverty and some degree of protection from Yi Xingming, she managed to survive those trying times. Yet, she was all too aware of the hardships her child faced, often being called an illegitimate child. Although Yianan had a father, she was subjected to such treatment from a young age. In Qiu Yueyu's eyes, the suffering Yi Zhen currently endured paled in comparison to what her daughter had faced. Thus, she felt compelled to secure a future for her daughter, believing that it was a debt owed to them by Yi Zhen and her mother, Yang Wanqing. She was indifferent to whether Yang Wanqing acknowledged her existence, as she was the one who appeared after her relationship with Yi Xingming. It must be said, Qiu Yueyu was not one to reason. Her understanding of truth was solely based on what favored her, dismissing all else as fallacy. Upon seeing her daughter return, she wiped away her tears, not wishing to reveal her vulnerability. "It's all right, don't worry, I will ensure this matter is resolved. They owe it to us." "Mom, is it Dad who disagrees?" Yianan could not discern any expression on Yi Zhen's face today, leaving her uncertain about whether Yi Zhen had genuinely made a decision. However, it seemed evident that Yi Zhen was opposed, or else her parents would not be arguing so fiercely. "Is it disagreement from Dad or Yi Zhen? What difference does it make? They have never regarded us as family." Qiu Yueyu suppressed her urge to explode in front of her daughter. Realizing that she might have to rely on her daughter in the future since Yi Xingming was utterly unreliable, Yi Zhen had left her evening study session early. But it was only after Yianan had departed that she made her exit. Jing Yuhan followed closely behind. They were both past caring about the judgment of others. "Let them say what they wish," Jing Yuhan reassured her. "There will surely be good news." He accompanied Yi Zhen to her doorstep. Knowing she had been eagerly anticipating the end of her studies all day, Yi Zhen nodded at him with a smile before rushing inside, where her grandmother and aunt were present, as was Yi Xingming, who appeared to have just arrived. Yi Xingming was in a fit of rage, berating Qiu Yueyu. "That woman truly is ungrateful. After all these years, she has no idea of my sacrifices for her and her daughter. She deserves this retribution. Because of them, you neglect your own daughter. Now, do you finally see Qiu Yueyu for what she is?" Yi Xinglan showed no leniency toward her brother, ignoring the disapproving glare from the matriarch. "Mother, you needn't glare at me, I spoke no falsehoods. My brother was bewitched by Qiu Yueyu. It is not too late for him to see her true colors." Even at this moment, the matriarch remained loyal to her son. What good does knowing the truth do? The situation is in her hands now. If my brother angers her, he should fear her wrath. She would not dare. The matriarch seemed to hold sway over Qiu Yueyu's fate. If my brother falls, she too will be undone. She fails to realize that her own daughter will one day inherit her heartlessness. Can she truly rely on her? What then shall we do? Yi Xinglan clearly had not contemplated a better solution. She was troubled, yet she firmly opposed the idea of Yi Zhen taking Yianan's college entrance examination. Furthermore, she had already contacted Yang Wanqing today. Yang Wanqing had stated she would wrap up matters on her end and return promptly, estimating a time frame of no more than 3 to 5 days. After all, the college entrance examination was a significant event, and for many years, Yang Wanqing had yearned for her daughter to come close to her, to reunite as mother and daughter. In this critical moment, she would never allow Qiu Yueyu to succeed. Who was Qiu Yueyu? She was the enemy who had shattered her family. There was no way Qiu Yueyu could manipulate her daughter, upon her return. The first thing she would do was tear off that woman's mask of deceit. This woman had been clandestinely involved with Yi Xingming for years. And now she had the audacity to threaten her daughter. Had Yang Wanqing not divorced for Yi Zhen's sake, she would have long since confronted Qiu Yueyu. As for Yi Xingming's reputation, what concern was it of hers? She loathed Yi Xingming now, who had insisted on keeping their daughter from her during the divorce. She had even offered to relinquish the house in exchange for custody, yet he had refused. And what had been the result? Yi Zhen had been bullied for years. She had only learned about Yi Zhen's recent hospitalization today. Previously, no one had informed her. It was only today that Yi Xinglan had mentioned it. Yi Zhen had kept everything hidden, and had it not been for her hospitalization after being beaten, even Yi Xinglan would have been unaware of the suffering the child had endured. This revelation only heightened her urgency. However, she could not abandon her work immediately. She would wrap things up in the next couple of days and return. What to do? Let your brother figure it out. He made this mess and must mend it himself. A son born of her own flesh, the matriarch understood this well. Given Qiu Yueyu's behavior today, it was clear that the report was not merely for financial gain, it likely had something to do with the woman, for otherwise, Qiu Yueyu would not have gone mad. I shan't appease her, let it be as it may. Yi Xingming expressed disdain, believing others should cater to him. He had served as deputy town chief for several years. Accustomed to being the center of attention, being the youngest among his peers to rise to such a position, Qiu Yueyu was truly insatiable. Did she think being the deputy town chief's wife was an easy feat? Over the years, she had enjoyed the fruits of his labor, accepting gifts while her family received plenty from her. Now, she turned her back on him? Chapter 63, a beautiful thought. Qiu Yu possesses the capability to leave me. Yet she chooses to divorce. One might wonder if I would attempt to stop her. Yi Xingming, emboldened only in the presence of his sister and mother, makes such declarations. But the truth remains, her belongings are in her possession. Could she truly leave? Yi Xinglan scoffs, having little regard for her brother. Besides his obsession with appearances, he has achieved little. He holds the title of deputy town mayor, yet wields no real authority, merely indulging in his own posturing day by day. Her brother thrives on flattery, and Qiu Yu is adept at charming him, thus managing to keep him content. Now that Qiu Yu has grown weary of this charade, he finds himself in a precarious situation, unaware of how he has navigated these years with such a compromising hold over him. Deep down, Yi Xingming understands better than anyone that Qiu Yu would never truly leave him. Should she actually go, where would she find someone superior? It seems he must indeed lower himself to appease her once more. Yet, his heart is now occupied by another. And Qiu Yu has increasingly become an eyesore to him. How could he possibly charm her back? One fears that any attempt at flattery would lack sincerity. Yi Zhen, having listened outside for a while, forcefully opened the door, causing an immediate silence to descend within the room. Yi Xinglan emerged from the elder lady's quarters, welcoming Yi Zhen's return. Are you hungry? Your second aunt has warmed up some food for you. I'm not particularly hungry, Yi Zhen replied, pausing momentarily. Please, just a little less. This was merely an excuse as she had questions to pose to her second aunt. Tonight, your second aunt has prepared pancakes and will also make you an egg soup. Yi Zhen nodded with a smile. Inside, Yi Xingming sighed at his mother's words. This situation was rather simple. If Yi Zhen agreed to take the examination on behalf of Yianin, this matter would be resolved. The elder lady, infuriated, struck her son's back. What are you doing? Yi Xingming frowned. Are you foolish? Is this situation as simple as you think? Qiu Yu is testing you. Do you genuinely believe that if Yi Zhen agrees to take the college entrance examination for her daughter, everything will be settled? Son, as a deputy town mayor, if she gets the upper hand this time, you will be at her mercy for life. Do you think substituting for an examination is trivial? It is a significant matter. Do you understand? If you compromise on such an important issue, what will happen when she threatens you again in the future? I see clearly now, Qiu Yu, unable to bear a son, is seeking other means. It must be said that the elder lady had a keen understanding of Qiu Yu's intentions. She was all too aware of Qiu Yu's aspirations, believing that if she bore a son, the Yi family would be under her control. However, since she could not produce a son, regardless of whose fault it may be, that child would not come anytime soon. Perhaps her initial desire for a son was to use him as leverage against Yi Xingming. Now that a son was not forthcoming, she sought alternative methods. In essence, she wished to manipulate Yi Xingming, wanting him to obey her every command. This woman harbored fantastical notions, believing she could control a deputy town mayor so easily. If she were the daughter of a county head or a provincial leader, her words would have weight without her needing to speak further, but what was she, really? You have two choices, either return to Qiu Yu and inform her that she may do as she pleases, even if it leads to mutual destruction. If you lose your position as deputy town mayor, her life will not be any easier either. The second option is to placate her and retrieve what is rightfully yours. Once you have secured your belongings, whether you wish to divorce or pursue something else is no concern of mine. The elder lady had little regard for Qiu Yu. I have heard that Yi Zhen's mother has yet to remarry. Mother, what are you talking about? There could never be anything between me and Yang Wanqing. She despises me. Yi Laotai displayed an exasperated expression. I should never have consented to your divorce. Qiu Yu is a calamity. Mother. It was only after being with Qiu Yu that I became the deputy town mayor. Indeed, had you not been with her, you might have been a deputy county mayor by now. I've heard that Yang Wanqing's business is flourishing, with several stalls in Beijing. Even her brother has joined her venture. Prior to her departure, she had a stable job. After the divorce, she left it all behind to pursue her own business. And look how well she has succeeded. Why dwell on this now? It has been over a decade. After all these years, hasn't she found someone else? Does she still harbor feelings for you? The elder lady always believed her son to be in high demand. Enough, enough. Do not create more trouble for me. I am leaving. Where to? The elder lady had a premonition that her son was not returning home but perhaps seeking the company of another woman. I must warn you. Do not engage in any foolishness at this time. Understood, understood. Do not mention this to Yi Zhen. Yi Xingming left, not even bothering to greet his daughter. Meanwhile, Yi Xinglan focused solely on Yi Zhen, soon bringing over pancakes and soup for her. Here, eat up before you continue your studies. Thank you, second aunt. Yi Zhen accepted the plate, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Rest assured, after I finish my work at noon, I will make the call. Your mother said she would return once she has arranged her affairs. You can rest easy now. Yi Zhen smiled, her heart brimming with joy. Second aunt. I cannot thank you enough. What is there to thank? I am your second aunt. Yi Xinglan's heart ached for the child. You should not concern yourself with anything. Leave it to me and your mother. Even your grandmother is on your side. Have faith, Qiu Yu cannot stir up much trouble. Yi Zhen nodded, enjoying the pancakes more than ever, savoring their flavor after a day of tasteless meals. What is wrong with my father? Do not worry about him, for these years. He has indulged Qiu Yu, and now she seeks to dominate him. Yi Zhen chuckled, and Yi Xinglan joined in. Let us not mention him. Focus on your studies and strive hard to impress them all with your achievements. Second aunt, I still have a distance to cover before reaching my goals. That is of no concern, we will achieve what we can. With your current performance, admission to a prestigious university is assured. Yi Xinglan was constantly attentive to her niece's academic progress, recognizing that Yi Zhen truly brought honor to their family. Second aunt, rest assured. I will not let my thoughts wander, I will study diligently. Not for anyone else, but for my own sake. Precisely. Once you succeed, you will distance yourself from your father and Qiu Yu. Yi Xinglan understood the nature of Qiu Yu well, envious of Yi Zhen's talents. She concocted this scheme to ensnare her. How could she presume that her daughter was worthy of having Yi Zhen take her college entrance examination? What a fanciful notion. Chapter 64, The terrifying resolve of a woman. Yi Xingming, of course, did not return home. He had a haven of tenderness and had no desire to face Qiu Yu's aging visage. Zhou Hongyan was not at all surprised by Yi Xingming's visit at this hour. This man was akin to a cat with a penchant for infidelity. If he did not come today, he would surely find another time to sneak away. However, his audacity was increasing. What if he were caught in the act? I'll have a drink, and let them say whatever they wish, Yi Xingming thought. His mood soured and his mind elsewhere. Sometimes, he sought Zhou Hongyan merely for conversation, as he believed she understood the struggles of his age. At 40, he felt that without striving for advancement, he would remain stagnant in his current position. Frankly, his role held little power, as he was subordinate to a secretary overseeing this domain. As a deputy town head, he merely assisted the secretary. He yearned for elevation. Yet Qiu Yueju's recent actions left him feeling hopeless. Is that woman foolish? He pondered. What does she value more, her daughter's future or mine? If I could ascend further, I could secure a job for her daughter, who has at least completed high school. At that moment, the chef had departed, and Zhou Hongyan ordered 2 cold dishes. Raising a glass to accompany Yi Xingming. You should have a serious conversation with her. She won't listen, he replied, skeptical that Qiu Yueju had not considered these matters. Yet, it seemed she had become obsessed with having Yi Zhen take the university entrance exam for her daughter. As the old lady and his sister remarked, this woman could not bear to see Yi Zhen excel academically, nor could she tolerate the prospect of a university graduate emerging from the Yi family. Yi Xingming had already resolved to exclude Jian from the family. If Qiu Yueju had previously claimed Jian was his biological child, he might have believed her to some extent. However, just after she made that declaration, the lights had flickered ominously. Was it fate? Although the power supply in their area was notoriously unstable, the timing was uncanny. It had never flickered like that before. He realized that Qiu Yueju's commitment to him was not steadfast. A woman like her, devoid of better options, clung to him. Had she found a more favorable path, she would have absconded with her child long ago. This thought fueled his resentment. If not for Qiu Yueju's relentless pursuit, he would not have faced divorce when Yi Zhen's mother discovered their entanglement. The Yang family was well off. Yang Wanqing's father held a prominent position in the county, and she was considered a child of the elite. It was their esteemed high school that had drawn Yang Wanqing to study there. Despite starting school 2 years late, Yi Xingming was quite the charmer during his high school days and had hoped to attend university. Unfortunately, he fell victim to the era's abrupt shift to a recommendation system, which precluded him from any prospects. He had met Qiu Yueju in middle school, a time when she could not have aspired to his level. Yet, when he could not enter university, she felt a glimmer of hope, and thus they entered a courtship. Regrettably, Yi Xingming's grandmother disapproved vehemently. And upon learning that his girlfriend was from the Qiu family, she vehemently objected. Ultimately, their relationship was severed, leading him to meet Yang Wanqing. Yang Wanqing met all his criteria. She was beautiful, from a prosperous family, and her father secured him a position directly in the commune. Starting as a junior clerk, he ascended steadily. As her mother had stated, had he not divorced Yang Wanqing, he might have been a deputy county head by now. Thanks to his capable father-in-law's enduring connections, he had never wished for divorce. It was Yang Wanqing's discovery of his relationship with Qiu Yueju that compelled her to demand it. Currently, the Yang family resided in Beijing, with even Yang Wanqing's brother having abandoned his stable job to join them, seeking better business opportunities. 3 years ago, had Qiu Yueju wished to confront Yi Zhen, she would have had to consider the involvement of Yi Zhen's uncle, who occasionally visited. However, with her uncle's departure, Yi Zhen was left utterly vulnerable. She won't listen. Can't you speak to her properly? Zhou Hongyan urged. Women can be soft-hearted. If you appeal to her, perhaps she will heed your words. Zhou Hongyan had no intention of sabotaging another's family, hence, she encouraged Yi Xingming to return and converse sincerely with Qiu Yueju. To be honest, it was unlikely that someone like Zhou Hongyan would be drawn to Yi Xingming. Although she ran a modest eatery in town, she possessed a certain poise. Waiting for someone who remained incarcerated, hoping for a tranquil place until his release. Zhou Hongyan, if I were to divorce, would you consider marrying me? Yi Xingming, perhaps a touch inebriated, queried. Zhou Hongyan's expression shifted momentarily before she smiled and replied, Deputy Town Head Yi, you've had too much to drink. I'll have Xiaolu see you home. With 2 staff members residing at the restaurant, one a capable cousin named Xiaolu and the other a waitress living upstairs, Zhou Hongyan ensured that Yi Xingming was escorted home by Xiaolu. Though he feigned drunkenness, Yi Xingming was not truly intoxicated, he merely wished to avoid the displeasure of facing Qiu Yueju. Upon his return, he stumbled into the house. Shoes still on, collapsing onto the bed, reeking of alcohol, snoring obnoxiously. Qiu Yueju, filled with indignation, longed to kick him, but ultimately relented to assist him by removing his shoes and pushing him further onto the bed. Unable to bear the sight, she even fetched a warm towel to wipe his face, revealing the genuine emotions she harbored for him. Yueju, you have truly broken my heart, Yi Xingming mumbled, feigning drunkenness and sleep, keenly observing Qiu Yueju's reaction. Who truly suffered heartache remained uncertain. Enraged, Qiu Yueju pressed the towel against his face, nearly suffocating him. Yi Xingming tossed the towel aside and turned over to continue feigning sleep, yet a sense of trepidation lingered. Indeed, a woman's relentless resolve could be terrifying. Chapter 65, Self-interest. Zhen lay awake in her room, not due to late-night study, but because sleep eluded her. She had not anticipated the unwavering resolve of Yi Zhen and her father. She had thought this matter would be easily resolved. The reality was starkly different. Leaving her to witness Yi Zhen and Jing Yuhan preparing for university while she might barely manage to attend vocational school. An insatiable sense of resentment brewed within her, fueled by the thought that Yi Zhen excelled in every aspect. The mere idea of Yi Zhen gaining admission to a prestigious university in Beijing, relying on her affluent mother and pursuing a relationship with Jing Yuhan, drove her into a frenzy of jealousy. It was evident to her that Yi Zhen's mother was wealthy, as demonstrated by the luxurious clothing that arrived with each parcel, garments she had never seen before. Yi Zhen's expensive fountain pen, which she had secretly damaged out of spite, had made Yi Zhen cry for an extended period. The thrill of that moment was bittersweet. If she could not possess something, then neither should Yi Zhen. If she was denied the opportunity to attend university, Yi Zhen should not be allowed to either. After all, Yi Zhen had usurped her father's affection for years. This was a debt Yi Zhen owed her. Her mother had often remarked that it was she who had been with Yi Xingming first, and that young Wanqing had merely taken advantage of the situation, marrying him due to her advantageous background. It was her grandmother's narrow-mindedness that had intervened, preventing her parents from uniting sooner. Perhaps, if not for this, Yi Zhen might never have come into existence. Yi Zhen harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Zhen, once venting her fury by stabbing a piece of paper inscribed with Yi Zhen's name. Yet, such actions proved futile. Yi Zhen continued to excel academically, catching Jing Yuhan's attention and walking alongside him, the very person she admired. She fervently wished to prevent any further developments. She did not want Yi Zhen and Jing Yuhan to attend university together, nor did she wish to see them in a relationship, let alone contemplate their future marriage and family. She was determined not to become a second version of her mother, fully aware that she could never mirror Qiu Yuan. Jing Yuhan was not Yi Xingming, his gaze was solely for Yi Zhen, leaving no room for her. Jing Yuhan had never bestowed upon her even a glance. The first serious conversation they shared had been a warning for her to keep her distance from Yi Zhen. Thus, her hopes of becoming a woman like her mother were dashed. As she clenched the paper with Yi Zhen's name, her resolve hardened. Yi Zhen would not have an easy path to university. Meanwhile, in Beijing, young Wanqing also lay awake. Having received a call from her friend Yi Xinglan earlier that day, she had entrusted her work to her brother and sister-in-law, marking her as one of the early entrants into the business world after her divorce, leaving her former bureaucratic job behind. Although the initial days in Beijing had been challenging, she held on to the belief that she would thrive. With the winds of reform at her back, she now owned 2 clothing stalls. When her brother arrived 3 years prior, she had assisted him in securing 2 stalls as well, and both families were now flourishing. To outsiders, her actions may have seemed like an escape, but in her eyes, she was forging a future for her daughter. She loathed Yi Xingming for having deceived her for so long. Had she known his true nature, she would never have married him. Her animosity extended to Qiu Yuan, who, despite being a mistress, paraded herself as Yi Xingming's first love. She claimed that young Wanqing was the interloper in her romance with Yi Xingming, despite Yi Xingming's repeated assurances that his past with Qiu Yuan was behind him. The existence of their child, only a year younger than Yi Zhen, served as irrefutable evidence of his deception. The realization that she had been misled for so many years was a bitter pill to swallow. Had Qiu Yuan not come forward with the child, she might have remained oblivious. The most infuriating aspect was that her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were aware of the situation, yet Yi Xinglan, her longtime friend, had chosen to conceal it from her. Though she meant well, not wanting to precipitate a divorce, Yang Wanqing could no longer endure such a marriage. In a time when divorce was nearly unheard of, even her parents opposed her decision to leave. Yang Wanqing remained resolute, finding the very presence of such a man repugnant. Yet, Yi Xingming's actions grew increasingly despicable, using their child as leverage to silence her and prevent her from escalating the matter. For the sake of their child, Yang Wanqing endured in silence, yet ultimately, she failed to secure custody. Her mother-in-law's words, "Have you considered the child's future if you tarnish Yi Xingming's reputation?" echoed in her mind, leading Yang Wanqing to prioritize her daughter's well-being over her own grievances. Over the years, she returned home for the spring festival. But the time spent with her daughter was fleeting, hardly more than a few days each year. She yearned to take her daughter away. Yet the elderly matriarch firmly opposed the idea, fearing that once in Beijing, she would never return. After years of longing, her daughter was finally set to take the entrance exam in Beijing, yet Qiu Yuan's ambitions threatened to overshadow that moment. Yang Wanqing felt an overwhelming urge to be by her daughter's side, though the fastest train would take 12 hours to reach her. She could hardly contain her excitement. By tomorrow evening, she would finally see her daughter. On the following morning, Yi Xingming awoke to find Qiu Yuan's face clouded with anger. He inhaled deeply, pondering how to placate her in such a state. Not only was he unable to console her, but even a simple gesture of affection seemed to frighten him. Qiu Yuan had escalated her behavior, refusing to even share breakfast with him, prompting him to change clothes and head to work in frustration. He resolved to give her the cold shoulder for a few days. Considering that the college entrance exam was still 2 months away, a sufficient time for him to contemplate his next steps. Yianin, having risen late, felt no urgency to attend school. At this point, her teachers had all but given up on her. Each day, she attended class without a clear sense of purpose. Merely following along with English exercises and tests, often failing to submit her answers as she was unable to complete even half the questions. It felt as though she had become obsolete, without Yi Zhen to take the exam in her stead. She doubted she could even scribble a few words in the examination hall. Mom, if only, but there were no ifs. She understood her father's character well. In the face of his own ambitions and Yi Zhen's academic pursuits, he would invariably prioritize himself. In other words, had their roles been reversed, and Yang Wanqing possessed leverage over him, he would still have made the same choice. He was that kind of person. Both she and Yi Zhen held equal standing in his heart, and she was not even of significant importance. Qiu Yuan seemed to have an epiphany, regretting that her realization had come too late. Perhaps Yang Wanqing had seen through it all, which was why she chose to divorce. Qiu Yuan had once believed herself fortunate, yet the past decade had unfolded into a farcical joke, leaving her with nothing. Chapter 66, The Innate Bad Seed. Yi Zhen never anticipated such a delightful surprise from her mother. Just yesterday, she had been contemplating her mother's imminent arrival. But as she stepped out of the school gate after evening study, she was taken aback to find her mother waiting there. Zhen. Mom. Yi Zhen rushed forward and enveloped her mother in a warm embrace, tears streaming down her face. This sensation was something no one else could fathom, in her previous life. The time spent with her mother was fleeting, and just a few years after their reunion, her mother tragically passed away in a car accident. After inheriting the clothing factory left by her mother and finally establishing a thriving business, she too faced a fatal accident, leading to her rebirth. Now, she harbored grave suspicions that both her mother's and her own accidents were somehow linked to Qiu Yu and her daughter. And she even began to question Yi Xingming's involvement. Child, why are you crying? I missed you, Yi Zhen confessed, unable to hold back her tears. She longed for her mother deeply, feeling that her own inadequacies had led to her mother's demise in her former life. She believed she should have grown stronger sooner. Had she done so, Qiu Yu and her daughter would not have dared to conspire against her. She was aware that her mother had been disappointed in her for a time, and she too had felt disheartened. Thankfully, fate had granted her a second chance. In this life, she vowed not to let any of those who had wronged her escape unscathed. Yang Wanqing gently wiped away her daughter's tears, her own eyes glistening with moisture. It was then that she noticed a young man standing a short distance behind her daughter, pushing a bicycle and watching them intently. Is that a classmate of yours? Yi Zhen hastily wiped her eyes and turned to Xi Jingyuan smiling at her. To her astonishment, he approached and greeted her mother. Hello, Auntie. I've been looking forward to seeing you, Zhen. Zhen felt a sudden rush of embarrassment as she introduced him. Unsure of why she felt so bashful. Yang Wanqing seemed to grasp the situation, realizing her daughter might have a young boyfriend. A detail she had been unaware of until now. It was likely that Yi Xinglan was also in the dark about this, otherwise, she would have informed her already. Since your auntie is here to pick you up, I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. Wait. Yizhen called out to him. You don't need to wait for me in the morning. Jingyuan nodded in understanding, knowing he wouldn't rush to school if his mother returned. Staying home to enjoy breakfast prepared by her was far more appealing. Once Jingyuan had left, Yang Wanqing smiled and inquired, boyfriend? No, just a classmate. Yizhen replied, her cheeks tinged with red, though it was evening, so the blush was less noticeable. Where are you staying? I'm at your uncle's vacant house. But tonight I'll be at a guest house, and tomorrow I'll sort things out. Once you're settled, I'll move in with you. I'll check if it's worth tidying up. If not, I'll rent a place near your school for 2 months to accompany you while you prepare for college. That sounds good, Yizhen agreed. Feeling this plan would save them considerable time. Why not stay at Grandma's house instead of the guest house tonight? Yang Wanqing shook her head. I'll first drop you off, then say a quick hello before I leave. Yizhen understood her mother's stubbornness, now divorced from Yi Xingming. She would not be returning to the Yi family home. A brief visit was merely a courtesy, recognizing the elderly woman's care for her child during this time. Though she harbored some resentment towards the old lady, a decade had passed, and the bond of family through Yi Xinglan tied them. She knew that without Yi Xinglan's support, her child would have faced far worse bullying. Why didn't you ever tell me that child was bullying you? The two occasionally communicated, but since Yizhen entered her senior year, their correspondence had dwindled significantly. I didn't want to worry you more, Yizhen explained. Feeling conflicted about her past self's endurance. However, I retaliated, so I didn't suffer last time. Since then, Yianan has refrained from troubling me. Your second aunt mentioned you were hospitalized. That was merely to scare that mother-daughter duo. I was fine, really. You can ask Uncle Tan, he's my attending physician. I'll inquire tomorrow. Yang Wanqing looked at her daughter, a mix of concern and anger in her eyes. Mom, I promise I'm alright. Yizhen clung to her mother's arm playfully, really, I'm fine. I even made Yianan apologize publicly in front of the entire school. What good is an apology? You should have hit back. I did retaliate, Yianan still bears a scar on her head. Yizhen replied with pride. So. That woman Qiu Yu is deliberately targeting you, insisting you take Yianan's college entrance exams? Even if I hadn't retaliated. She would have found a way to sabotage my exams, Yizhen said, her expression growing serious at the mention of Qiu Yu. That woman is inherently malicious. Now that Mom is back to support you, I doubt Qiu Yu would dare to touch you. If she lays a finger on you, I shall return the favor tenfold. Yi Xingming, after all, was obsessed with reputation, she would ensure they were left with none. Especially for those who dared to target her daughter. Yang Wanqing had carried a sense of indignation since her divorce, swallowing her pride to take her daughter away. Yet. In the end, she had not succeeded in doing so, so what was there to fear now? Once her daughter finished college, she would leave this place. And whether she returned was uncertain. Yi Xingming's reputation would have no bearing on them. As for Qiu Yu, the mistress, Yang Wanqing had longed to settle the score. If she had enjoyed a decade of triumph, it was time to reveal what she had truly seized. Mom. It's wonderful to have you back. Yizhen couldn't help but feel more confident with her mother's return. Although she had meticulously planned everything and would not acquiesce to their demands regarding Yianan's exams, the feeling of having someone to rely on made all the difference. However, she intended to wait until she moved in with her mother to present her carefully prepared items, leaving the decision of how to handle them entirely to her mother. After all, she had no intentions of letting those people off the hook. Yi Laotai was utterly incredulous that Yang Wanqing had returned. Clad in a stylish trench coat with glamorous waves in her hair, she unmistakably bore the air of someone who had just returned from the metropolis. I express my gratitude for your care towards Zhen during this time. Yang Wanqing maintained her decorum, even in her urgency, bringing gifts for the elder. There's no need for such niceties concerning my own granddaughter. Why have you returned at this particular moment? The old lady sensed that events were spiraling out of her control. Yang Wanqing's return was evidently to bolster her daughter's position. Chapter 67, Guardianship Upon Reflection. She realized that it was her daughter who had sparked this trouble for Yang Wanqing. This reckless girl, despite her age, failed to consider how this matter could tarnish the reputation of the Yi family. Business affairs on my end are being managed. And with just 2 months until the college entrance examination, I intended to return and spend time with her. After all, I had not been able to accompany her properly over the years, and at this critical juncture, I did not wish for her to be disturbed. The elderly lady awkwardly nodded. So, your intention is? I will tidy up my brother's place and bring Zhen over. You see, her coming and going disturbs your rest. For the time being, I shall take care of her. The elderly lady glanced at Yang Wanqing and then at Zhen. Could she possibly refuse? 10 years ago, when she had decided to keep Zhen, she had already made a mistake. Could she afford to make another? Besides, was the Zhen of today the same as the Zhen of 10 years ago? Even if she forbade it, could she truly hinder her daughter from leaving? This way is better. Her own mother will care for her, allowing the child to focus on her studies. The elderly lady understood that Yang Wanqing had returned to confront Qiu Yuanshu, and she was curious to see how this would unfold, though she wondered if her son could endure it. Where will you stay tonight? Perhaps you could share a room with Zhen for the night? No. All my belongings are at the guest house, and it would be inconvenient for me to stay here. The elderly lady nodded. And she had not genuinely intended to keep Yang Wanqing there. Zhen, it is quite late, let your mother return, or it won't be safe. All right. I'll gather my things. Tonight, I'll stay at the guest house with my mother. After all this time, seeing her mother again made Zhen feel that studying was not as crucial as spending a little more time together. Very well. The elderly lady sighed. Realizing that her granddaughter had been raised in vain, once her mother returned, no one else mattered. She wondered why she had bothered to exert herself in the first place. Had she known, she would have let Yang Wanqing take the child long ago. This way, they could avoid the chaos at home, Qiu Yuanshu disliking the child, and Zhen resenting the two of them. If either had been more accommodating, could this situation have escalated? The elderly lady truly felt her age. She should never have meddled in their affairs. Looking at Yang Wanqing now, she appeared even younger than a decade ago. Of course, back then, she had little in terms of attire, but even then, Yang Wanqing's fashion sense was commendable. A turtleneck white sweater, layered beneath a Lenin-style coat, gave her an air of sophistication. Qiu Yuanshu was simply incomparable. Otherwise, how could her son have taken an immediate liking to Yang Wanqing? Now, with Yang Wanqing's current demeanor, she seemed to surpass Qiu Yuanshu entirely. What did Qiu Yuanshu possess? Merely a seductive charm. What else had she contributed to Yi Xingming's career? Despite the investment, Yi Xingming remained stagnant in his progress. Yang Wanqing's father had refrained from sabotaging Yi Xingming before retirement purely out of consideration for Zhen. Otherwise, Yi Xingming would be faring far worse. Zhen quickly gathered her belongings, which were not many, at her grandmother's house. Once her mother confirmed her accommodation, she would borrow a tricycle from her second aunt to transport her things in one go. At this point, the guest house had improved significantly, featuring standard twin rooms with hot water and all necessary amenities. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Zhen squeezed into bed with her mother. At your age, you still behave like a child. Yang Wanqing relished this long-missed affection. No matter how old I am, I'll always be your daughter, Zhen smiled. Mom, you returned just in time. I have yet to decide which school to apply to. I heard from your second aunt that your grades rank among the top in your year. Not quite that impressive, just within the top 20. I lagged behind the top student by over 30 points. The boy you saw today is aiming for Tsinghua or Beta. Yang Wanqing chuckled, understanding her daughter's aspirations. So, you wish to apply to Tsinghua or Beta? I do, but I doubt I can get in. Who wouldn't want to attend the highest institutions? I believe you have no cause for concern. I didn't get to try for university due to its cancellation, otherwise, I would have tested my mettle as well. Zhen recognized that her mother had missed the opportunity, and had she been able to attend university, she might not have married her father. However, had that been the case, Zhen would not exist. Your current scores are already quite impressive. With 2 months left, we should not pressure ourselves. Even if we don't get into Tsinghua or Beta, we can still aim for prestigious universities. Zhen nodded. Her mother was right, avoiding undue pressure was paramount. Moreover, her admiration for Jing Yuhan did not mean they had to attend the same university. The universities in Beijing are all commendable. I will help you with the applications. Yeah. I'll leave the application process to you. The teachers will provide insights into the admission scores from previous years. I'll communicate with your homeroom teacher. And you just focus on your studies. If that child dares to provoke you again, stand your ground, you have your mother's backing. Don't worry, Mom. She won't dare. You. My child, how have you endured all these years? Had you told me earlier, I would have fought to bring you back. Mom. Zhen leaned into her mother's embrace. My student record is here. Even if I go with you, I must return for the exams. I haven't endured much, when uncle was still around. Qiu Yuanshu wouldn't dare act so brazenly. It was only after entering high school that I began to resist her more, and she responded with hostility. Plus, Yianin's jealousy over my academic performance has led to her creating trouble for me. Your uncle may be gone, but your second aunt is still here. If you face any issues, go to her. If she can't resolve it, she can always call me. Yang Wanqing felt reassured about Yi Xinglan, as she was her close friend. My second aunt has her own troubles. Over the years, her relationship with my second uncle has been strained. And I don't want to add to her burdens. Furthermore, her current relationship with Qiu Yuanshu is already fraught. It wouldn't be wise for me to complicate matters. Moreover, I won't stoop to Yianin's level. If she truly crosses my boundaries, I won't let her off easily. I just worry that I've subjected you to undue hardship over the years. Yang Wanqing felt a pang of sorrow for her daughter, regretting her inability to gain custody, which had led to Zhen's suffering. Mom, I'm truly fine. With you as my guardian, I feel more confident now. Yang Wanqing held her daughter tightly. With me around, you have nothing to fear. Those two treacherous individuals had passed unscathed 10 years prior, but this time, she would not let them escape unscathed. Is Yi Xingming so concerned with appearances? Is Qiu Yuanshu so vain? I shall shatter their facade and make them realize that I am no longer the Yang Wanqing of a decade ago. Chapter 68, Mastery of Various Skills. Early the next morning, Zhen and her mother went to her second aunt's snack shop for breakfast before heading off to school. It must be said that Yi Xinglan's snack shop was quite busy. 3 or 4 people were bustling about early in the morning. Zhen hastily consumed a youtiao and a bowl of tofu pudding before rushing off to school, while Yang Wanqing was in no hurry. She intended to first check on her brother's house, and if that proved unfeasible, she would consider renting a place instead. After all, 2 months was not a substantial amount of time, and if a short-term rental was not available, she could simply offer a higher price. The primary concern was not to delay her child's education. Conveniently, since Yi Xinglan lived near the school, she might know of any available properties. Ideally, it would be a stand-alone house. Shared accommodations were unsuitable and would hinder the child's studies. Why rent a place? I recall your brother's house isn't too far away. It's rather similar in distance to my mother's, just in opposite directions. After a flurry of activity, Yi Xinglan finally finished her morning tasks. If you're truly worried about time, I can ask Hu Shirquan to procure a second-hand bicycle for Yi Zhen to ride back and forth. I've always thought your brother was rather miserly. Why can't he get the child a bicycle? However, considering their family's circumstances, if they were to purchase one, they would undoubtedly need 2. Qiu Yuanmei would surely be distressed. So perhaps it was best if no one rode and everyone simply walked to school. Never mind, I'll just pick her up and drop her off myself. Riding a bicycle is even less safe. I was only thinking that if we rented a place nearby, the child could sleep a little longer. At this hour, letting her sleep longer is futile. She wouldn't be able to. Yi Xinglan sighed. It really depends on the child. If it were my 2, they'd sleep soundly at any hour. Yang Wanqing chuckled. Children are still young. Still young? How old are they? They just lack understanding, Yi Xinglan replied, wiping her hands. All right. I'm done, let's go. I'll accompany you to tidy up the house. Oh, no need for that. I simply haven't seen you in a while and wanted to chat. The two of them conversed as they tidied up, which was efficient. Yi Xinglan was indeed a capable individual, never one to sit idle. So you won't attend to this side? Yang Wanqing observed the elderly couple helping out early in the morning. Just moments ago. Whose son and his family had finished their breakfast and departed. With so many people around, my absence for a day won't ruin the snack shop. After exchanging greetings with her husband, Yi Xinglan led Yang Wanqing away. As they left, the elderly woman scoffed behind them. Look at your foolish daughter-in-law. Acting as if she's as close to the former sister-in-law as a sister. Oh, mother, please mind your own business. They were friends before. My elder brother only married that former sister-in-law through Xinglan. Your elder brother is simply inept. Just leave their matters alone. I have no intention of meddling. Your daughter-in-law has lost all sense of herself, getting involved in her family affairs, yet it never ends well. Now that the former sister-in-law is back, she behaves like this. If the current sister-in-law finds out, won't it cause a ruckus? Hu Shirquan remained silent, knowing that once his mother began her tirade, it would be endless. He refrained from interjecting, hoping she would tire of the conversation. Yang Wanqing's brother's house had been vacant for quite some time, although her sister-in-law's family occasionally visited. They never helped with the cleaning, resulting in a fair amount of dust. Checking the time. Yang Wanqing estimated that it would take about 20 minutes to walk from the school gate to the house, which was quite manageable. Renting a place would merely save 10 minutes, so staying at her brother's would also be convenient. Moreover, the kitchenware was already available. She could boil a large pot of water to clean everything up. Renting a gas cylinder would allow her to prepare some delicious meals for her daughter daily. Which was quite appealing. Her brother's house consisted of 4 spacious rooms. Is your brother planning to sell this house? Who knows? If he doesn't need the money, he won't sell it for now. Besides, his in-laws still live nearby. Every year during Spring Festival, they stay for half a month. Indeed, if money isn't an issue, it's wise to hold on to it, at least it provides a place to stay. Both Yang Wanqing and Yi Xinglan were not delicate individuals, and they tidied up swiftly. They didn't need to touch the west room, which was used for storage, just clearing out the 3 rooms on the east side would suffice. Once tidied, the space looked quite pleasant. They took the quilts outside to air them out, ensuring that they would not be too damp for sleeping at night. Yi Xinglan stoked the fire to drive out the moisture, ensuring they wouldn't feel cold while sleeping. It was already May, and the weather was beginning to warm. However, the house had been unoccupied for too long, and it was essential to eliminate the dampness. Yi Xinglan had a reliable contact for gas cylinder delivery. She would call them to arrange for delivery that evening. Look, once the house is tidied up, it looks quite nice. It certainly does. I believe Zhen will like it as well. As long as she is with you, that child will be delighted wherever she lives. Yang Wanqing smiled wryly. It's all my fault as a mother, my child has endured so much hardship, and I was unaware. As children grow older, there are some things they are reluctant to disclose. That vile Qiu Yuemei, I will not let her off the hook. What? You're going to her workplace? Doesn't she have any shame? I will confront her directly. Back then, I held back for Yizhen's sake, but does she truly think I know nothing? How dare she let Yizhen take the college entrance exam for her daughter? What does she think she is doing? Tomorrow, I will ensure everyone sees her true colors. I will accompany you. Yi Xinglan thought there was nothing wrong with Yang Wanqing's plan. Isn't your brother afraid of offending Qiu Yuemei? He's worried she might retaliate. Letting Yang Wanqing deal with Qiu Yuemei was a good idea, otherwise, that woman would genuinely believe she held the power to determine the fate of the Yi family. What are you going to do? Don't involve yourself, this is between me and Qiu Yuemei. Yi Xinglan looked at Yang Wanqing with concern. Knowing that Yang Wanqing was once a refined lady, she feared that Yang Wanqing might not be a match for someone like Qiu Yuemei, who hailed from a rough background and had a mother to match. Although Qiu Yuemei had employed seductive tactics over the years, in a real confrontation, Yang Wanqing might not stand a chance. Rest assured, I haven't wasted the past decade. From humble beginnings as a street vendor to now managing 2 stalls. Do you think it was easy? Yi Xinglan laughed, but that doesn't mean you can win through fighting. Have no fear. I have mastered various skills and am well prepared to deal with a woman like Qiu Yuemei, who is so concerned with her image. Chapter 69, the smile appropriate for this age. Zhen was in exceptionally high spirits today, completely disregarding Yi Anan's sulky demeanor. Yi Anan had already been late. And arriving late resulted in a reprimand from the teacher, who insisted on having her parents come next week. Yianan bluntly told the teacher that it was pointless to involve her parents, as her father was indifferent and her mother was too busy to spare time. She certainly did not want her mother to face a scolding from the teacher. The teacher was baffled, wondering what was wrong with Yianan, who seemed to lose motivation while others were striving hard in the final 2 months. Upon returning from the teacher's office, Yianan spotted Yizhen's radiant smile, accompanied by the admiration evident on Jing Yuhan's face as he gazed at Yizhen. Jing Yuhan's affection for Yizhen was an open secret. Perhaps Yizhen harbored feelings for Jing Yuhan as well. After all, who would not be drawn to a handsome boy who excelled academically? Yizhen's current academic achievements could be attributed to Jing Yuhan's influence. Yianan mused that if she were to sit beside Jing Yuhan and have him explain problems to her daily, perhaps her grades would improve too. As Yianan passed by them, she intentionally brushed against Jing Yuhan's desk, hoping to provide Yizhen a subtle hint, but alas, Yizhen was seated too far away. Jing Yuhan paid her no mind. As soon as she walked past, he promptly straightened his desk and continued to listen to Yizhen explain an English problem. The teacher had noted that Jing Yuhan's English proficiency relied significantly on Yizhen, as they complemented each other's weaknesses, alleviating the teacher's concerns. "I've requested to be excused from evening study tonight," Yizhen informed Jing Yuhan after finishing the problem. "My mother and I agreed this morning that I wouldn't attend, she's taking me out for dinner." Jing Yuhan nodded. "If you need my assistance, just let me know. This Sunday, I can help you move." It wouldn't take long, he and his mother could manage it quickly. Her belongings were minimal, half at school, half at her grandmother's, and what remained at Yi Xingming's was inconsequential. "I have no plans, and it would be nice to see your new home. It would also make it easier to walk home together after school." Jing Yuhan certainly had his own motives. "We'll discuss it on Sunday then." Yizhen thought that by then, her living arrangements would likely be settled. In truth, she did not mind where she lived, as long as she was with her mother. Any place would suffice. Yang Wanqing, having finished tidying up, left with Yi Xinglan. She had promised her daughter to pick her up after school for a nice meal together, marking a long-awaited reunion for the mother and daughter. "I won't join you too, you should enjoy your time together. Come on. Didn't you mention that Husher Quan is at the restaurant? There's nothing you can't hear between us. If it weren't for your presence, do you think I would feel comfortable going to Beijing? Yet I failed to take proper care of Yizhen. This is already quite good. You informed me of her situation promptly, allowing me to return in time. That's enough for me. I now feel a bit anxious. What if I had returned a moment later and Qiu Yuru had set traps for my daughter behind my back, jeopardizing her college entrance examination?" This thought filled Yang Wanqing with resentment. In truth, Qiu Yuru had already been scheming. She did not want Yizhen to participate in the college entrance examination smoothly. And Yang Wanqing would undoubtedly hold her accountable. "Alright, I'll go with you. You know which restaurant in town is good, it's a perfect opportunity to try it out. I know of a restaurant called Hongyan, which seems to be quite popular, and I've heard the chef is exceptional, so let us go there." Yang Wanqing nodded. "Let us meet at the school gate, I promised to pick her up at 5. "Fine, I'll head back to change into another outfit. After tidying up all day, my clothes are dirty." Yizhen found it quite easy to ask for leave, as she was a model student, and her mother's return provided a perfectly valid reason. "This is good news, go ahead." The teacher was quite pleased, having previously worried that Yizhen's stepmother might have a negative influence on her. If not, he would have suggested that Yizhen simply board at school. Now that her biological mother had returned, he could finally rest easy. As Yizhen exited the school gate, she was greeted by her mother and second aunt waiting for her. The young girl's face finally blossomed with the smile that was appropriate for her age. "Mom, Auntie. Where are we going for dinner?" "To Hongyan restaurant, I've heard great things about the chef there." Yizhen hesitated for a moment. "Let's choose another place. I've heard mixed reviews about it." "Mom, I want to eat at the halal restaurant, it's been a while since I had it. The old restaurant in town has authentic flavors." "Alright, then let us go for halal food." Since the child had expressed her preference, they naturally complied. Yizhen smiled and nodded. She knew there would be future opportunities to visit Hongyan restaurant, but today was reserved for a meal with her mother and aunt. Before dining, they returned home briefly. Yizhen adored the place. She had visited her uncle's house as a child, and it had since been renovated. Spacious and bright, perfect for her and her mother to reside in. After our meal, we'll head to Grandma's to gather my things. I'll be moving in tonight. Alright, Auntie will go with you. Yi Xinglan decided to take a stand today, letting her mother-in-law say whatever she wished. As usual. Yi Xingming finished work and headed to Hongyan restaurant with a group of friends. They played mahjong and drank, completely reluctant to return home. Especially not wanting to see Qiu Yuru's face. However, he did not expect Qiu Yuru to follow him to Hongyan restaurant. Seeing him laughing and chatting with a group of men, she refrained from entering. In recent days, Qiu Yuru had been inquiring about any new attractive female staff in town, convinced that Yi Xingming had lost interest in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cold towards her. She was aware of the Hongyan restaurant. Yi Xingming had previously mentioned that the proprietress had an affair with the deputy secretary of his superior. Which is why they had been dining there frequently over the past 6 months. Today, Qiu Yuru also spotted the deputy secretary entering the restaurant with Yi Xingming, leading her to dismiss any other thoughts. She decided to give Yi Xingming more time. She believed he had yet to persuade Yi Zhen, who was as stubborn as her mother. However, she was not afraid of Yi Zhen's disapproval. Yi Xingming would undoubtedly prioritize his own interests over those of his daughter. For Yi Xingming was a selfish man, he cared more for himself than for anyone else, even his own mother. Qiu Yuru regretted recognizing his true nature too late. After all, they had been together for 10 years, and apart from Yi Xingming, she had no better options, none 10 years ago, and none now. Chapter 70, Maintaining Appearances Exhausted. Qiu Yuru returned home to a palpable atmosphere of gloom. Entering the kitchen with the intention of preparing a simple meal, she was overcome by a wave of weariness. She lacked the energy even to cook, desiring only to rest. With her daughter away, she had no appetite. Qiu Yuru felt helpless. Yi Xingming indulged in lavish meals outside, oblivious to her feelings. In the past, even after disagreements, he would attempt to appease her. But now he had been distant for days. She wondered when their relationship had begun to deteriorate. It seemed to start when Yi Zhen was hospitalized. That spiteful girl had injured Yinan but feigned victimhood, securing a hospital stay. The doctor, a classmate of Yang Wanqing, naturally favored Yi Zhen. He even involved the police, leaving Yi Xingming, a man of pride, unable to side with her. Yi Xingming's slap marked a significant turning point. Before, he would never have laid a hand on her, always prioritizing her well-being. But since then, he had struck her multiple times. Had he ceased to care for her? She wondered. Another woman must be involved, Qiu Yuru surmised. Though other women had been in Yi Xingming's orbit, he had never been serious. Especially after becoming deputy mayor. He valued his reputation, engaging only in harmless flirtation. This time felt different. The realization spurred Qiu Yuru to action. She decided to revisit the Hongyan restaurant, suspecting the other woman might be present or have visited after her, unnoticed. Abandoning her meal, she changed into her finest attire. Determined to maintain appearances. If another woman existed, she would not allow herself to appear inferior. She resolved to remain composed, drawing on her experience as a former mistress. She understood the mindset of a third party and knew that hysterics would be her undoing. Instead, she would emulate Yang Wanqing's past approach, calm and collected. Knowing that Yi Xingming valued such behavior. If Yang Wanqing hadn't insisted on divorce, she would have had no chance. As Yi Xingming had no intention of leaving. Yang Wanqing hadn't lost to her, she had simply relinquished Yi Xingming, creating an opportunity for her. With renewed resolve, she applied makeup and meticulously prepared herself before leaving. Yi Xingming was surprised by Qiu Yuru's arrival at the Hongyan restaurant. Fortunately, they were only playing mahjong, and Zhou Hongyan was occupied with business. The others exchanged knowing glances. Lao Yi, what's going on? Didn't you ask your wife for permission? She had to come all the way here. The deputy secretary joked. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We're just playing a few rounds of mahjong. Nothing's happening. Just us 4 guys. And we'll have some drinks before heading back. Secretary it's not like that, Qiu Yuru replied. Xingming drank too much last night. So I brought him some hangover medicine. Qiu Yuru, when dressed up, possessed an undeniable charm, enhanced by her makeup. Oh, don't explain. He said. Sister-in-law. A man can't be watched too closely. The tighter you hold him, the more he wants to run. Come on, since you're here, play a couple of rounds. Yi Xingming accepted the medicine and offered his seat to Qiu Yuru, aware that she would appear beautiful to the older men. Oh, sister-in-law is here. Zhou Hongyan said, bringing fruit and melon seeds. I've heard Secretary He and Mayor Yi mention you often. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Qiu Yuru, meeting Zhou Hongyan for the first time, recognized her as a capable woman. She was surprised by her youth and speculated about her relationship with Secretary He. These women will do anything for money, she thought. I've heard my husband mention you as well, a strong woman, Qiu Yuru replied. Not at all. I'm just trying to make a living. I appreciate everyone's support. Sister-in-law, come by often. You're always welcome, Zhou Hongyan said smoothly. Qiu Yuru was pleased. She didn't care about the woman's character as long as she didn't pursue Yi Xingming. Yi Xingming remained quiet, refraining from sending Qiu Yuru home. He sensed that Secretary He was captivated by her. After dinner and drinks, they left together. Qiu Yuru had shared several drinks with Secretary He, while Zhou Hongyan had not joined them at the table. What is that proprietress thinking, getting involved with Lao He, who's over 50? Qiu Yuru exclaimed as they entered their home. Mind your own business, Yi Xingming said, his tone guarded. Don't go there again. It's just a place for men to drink and play mahjong. What would you do there? If I didn't go, would you come home? Qiu Yuru retorted, her tone unhappy but relieved. She hadn't noticed any signs of another woman during the evening. Where else would I go? Besides, you ignore me when I come home. Why would I come back? They were both seeking reconciliation. I couldn't talk to you when you were so drunk, Qiu Yuru said, her tone softening. Then I'll listen to you and stop drinking. You should have listened to me sooner. Wife, you seem different tonight. How am I different? Tell me. As they exchanged glances. The door opened, and Yianan entered, her arrival abrupt and loud. Qiu Yuru sighed, wishing her daughter had arrived later. Yi Xingming was relieved, having no desire for Qiu Yuru. However, he knew that if he could appease her, there might be a chance for reconciliation. He would endure for now, until he obtained what he desired. Chapter 71, Understanding a person takes time. The matriarch of the Yi family sighed as she observed Yi Zhen returning with her mother to gather their belongings. Yi Xinglan tugged her mother into another room and whispered, Why are you sighing when they're finally reunited? I lament the fact that I painstakingly raised the child. Only for her to leave without a backward glance, the old lady replied. Yi Xinglan rolled her eyes. You should have anticipated this on the day my brother divorced. Besides, your toil was self-imposed, wasn't it? You insisted on keeping the child here, didn't you? Otherwise, Yang Wanqing would have taken her to Beijing long ago, sparing her from enduring Qiu Yueju's grievances. You little brat, are you trying to provoke me? I'm merely stating the truth. I've always said this. But you wouldn't listen. What could I do? You were always biased toward Yang Wanqing. Have you forgotten whom you favored? I stand on the side of reason. My brother is in the wrong, so why should I defend him? Besides, look at Qiu Yueju, do you think she could treat Yi Zhen well? The elderly lady pursed her lips. Though her daughter's words rang true, she remained unconvinced. Deep down, she believed Yi Zhen was her son's and could not be so easily surrendered to Yang Wanqing. But now, the child had grown, chasing after her mother, leaving her feeling like her years of concern were in vain, rendering her a mere bystander. She understood that in Yang Wanqing's eyes, she was merely a wicked mother-in-law. Although there had been no significant conflict while Yang Wanqing was married to her son, her unwavering support for her son during the divorce severed any semblance of familial affection between her and Yang Wanqing. After all, Yang Wanqing was not her biological child. She was simply an outsider who had given her a granddaughter. Moreover, when conflicts arose between her son and daughter, she would naturally side with her son, especially when it involved an outsider. Even when she knew her son was in the wrong, she never uttered a word against him. As Yi Zhen and Yang Wanqing packed 2 suitcases, Yi Xinglan prepared her tricycle, and soon they would transport their belongings back. Yang Wanqing returned with several new outfits for her daughter, as it was her profession to procure new clothing. She wanted to adorn her daughter beautifully, making it clear to Qiu Yueju that Yi Zhen stood behind her mother. If Qiu Yueju intended to bully her daughter, she should open her eyes wide. Zhen was not someone to be trifled with. Zhen. Once you finish your exams, come see your grandmother, she will have a big red envelope for you. The old lady said, still reluctant to part with her granddaughter, whom she had watched grow up. Of course. I'll come right after my exams. Zhen smiled in response. Rest assured. I'll wait for Zhen's acceptance letter before leaving. I intend to stay with her for a while, Yang Wanqing declared. Having resolved to accompany her daughter. To her, business paled in comparison to her daughter's well-being, and she felt a lingering debt towards her. After seeing them home, Yi Xinglan returned to her own house, where Yang Wanqing had prepared a desk for Zhen to use for her studies. Mom. Let us move the desk into the other room tomorrow. I'll be sleeping in there, and it'll be too late for me to disturb your rest. Zhen suggested. It won't affect me at all, I'm still a high school student. Who knows, I might be able to help you. Yet. Yang Wanqing mused that she had forgotten most of what she had learned long ago. Zhen laughed, realizing she was embarking on her third round of studying. Especially with a studious companion like Xing Yuan by her side. Mom, you must believe in me, I can manage on my own. Besides, I have classmates to help. Is it that boy from yesterday? Yang Wanqing inquired with a smile. Mom, we're just classmates. Zhen said, feeling a bit shy. I never suggested otherwise. Yang Wanqing chuckled. You're still young, there's no rush in matters of the heart. Having experienced her own failed relationship, Yang Wanqing desired her daughter to take her time. She had been deceived by Yi Xingming's sweet words and married him after just a year, which was far too short a time to truly know someone. She wished for her daughter to engage in a meaningful relationship, for understanding a person indeed requires considerable time. Mom, I'm not in a hurry, Zhen reassured her, I'm still young, I won't think about these things until after college. For now, I want to focus on studying and prepare for the college entrance examination in the best possible state. Yang Wanqing nodded, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. As long as you can get into a university in Beijing, I'll accept any school. I understand, Mom, Zhen replied with a smile. Zhen's dedication to her studies was commendable. After a late night and the previous evening spent settling in, she quickly immersed herself in her studies. The next morning, Zhen awoke to find her mother busy in the kitchen. She hurriedly dressed and called out, Mom, from now on, I'll eat breakfast at school. You don't need to wake up early to cook for me. You should sleep a little longer. I can't sleep after waking up early. I made boiled eggs and millet porridge. I was worried the porridge wouldn't be filling enough, so I also made some pancakes. Eat as much as you can. The gas cylinder will arrive today, and I can start cooking proper meals for you. Mom, I want to be home for dinner tonight, so don't worry about it. Even if it's just a snack, you need to eat something after studying late, otherwise, it'll hinder your growth. Mom, I'm already 1.65 meters tall. That's enough. You can still grow taller, I'm 1.68 meters. Yang Wanqing replied, bringing the food to the table. Since Zhen wasn't eating breakfast at school, Xing Yuan felt lonely and decided to keep company with the diligent student beside him. They each bought 4 buns, reviewing questions while munching away. By the time they finished the buns, they had made some progress in their studies without wasting any time. Xing Yuan, are you trying to exhaust everyone? You're already at the top of the class, why work so hard? What do you know? Zhen isn't here. If she is not studying, what else is there for me to do? Xing Yuan genuinely felt lost without Zhen's presence. The other student rolled his eyes, grumbling about how Xing Yuan never allowed anyone else a chance. You know, early relationships don't hinder anyone's studies. In fact, they can even help each other improve. It's quite remarkable. Just then, Zhen arrived. Xing Yuan looked up and was instantly captivated by her radiant smile. Are you no longer having breakfast at school? Xing Yuan questioned, a hint of sadness in his tone. Zhen promptly handed him a boiled egg, saying, my mom made me a special breakfast. Is this from your mom? Xing Yuan's heart soared as he held the egg. I can't eat it, it's for you. But it's made with love by your mom. I'll eat it right now. I bought too few buns anyway, a boiled egg will be just right. The other student, eyeing them enviously, felt a surge of determination to strive harder, he couldn't allow himself to be outdone by these two who were in a relationship. Chapter 72, A Slap Without Hesitation. Qiu Yuru was in high spirits today. Primarily because both she and Yi Xingming had extended olive branches to one another the previous night. Although she had hoped for a tender moment with her husband, Yi Xingming's indifference had led her to abandon that desire. This morning, reflecting on the likely persistence of his issues, she resolved to procure some deer antler and bull whip to bolster his vitality. At this juncture, a man's health was often at its nadir, and perhaps with adequate nourishment, she might even conceive. Even if a son were not in the cards, based on Yi Xingming's demeanor last night, she felt optimistic about their prospects. It appeared he had come to terms with the situation. When it came to the future of Yi Zhen and himself, he would surely prioritize his ambitions over their daughter. Moreover, Qiu Yuru believed her success lay in her appearance yesterday. Indeed, a woman must rely on her charm. Thus, Qiu Yuru made a special effort to adorn herself before heading to work, donning a pair of high heels that she had seldom worn, fearing they might be damaged while riding her bicycle. Today, she resolved to walk to work instead, as her long dress was ill-suited for cycling. Just as she was setting off, Yi Xingming was about to leave, only to be called back by her. Wait a moment. What is it? Yi Xingming furrowed his brow upon seeing her dressed so elaborately. Her waist looked rather barrel-like in that dress. I'm not riding my bike today. Could you give me a lift to work? Why not ride? I'm afraid of ruining my shoes. Oh, come on. It won't take much of your time. Please just take me. With a sigh, Yi Xingming relented. All right, but make it quick. I'm almost out of time. Though he did not outright refuse, his reluctance was palpable. However, considering it was on his way, he decided to oblige. Qiu Yuru, feeling elated, thought that her efforts to beautify herself, coupled with Yi Xingming's assistance, would showcase their affectionate relationship to their colleagues. After all, as long as Yi Xingming held the position of deputy town mayor, she would be regarded as the deputy mayor's wife, garnering respect from everyone at the department store, from the manager to the sales clerks. With this thought, she added a touch more powder to her face. Had Yi Xingming not been urging her from outside, she would have taken more time to perfect her appearance. Meanwhile, Yang Wanqing, after seeing Yi Zhen off in the morning, was greeted by the arrival of a gas delivery. With her supplies in order, she was now prepared to cook for her daughter at any moment. However, today she had a significant task at hand. She could not return without asserting her presence to Qiu Yuru, and she would not let Yi Xingming escape unscathed either. Checking the time, she slipped into a pair of comfortable sneakers and donned casual attire, ready to confront anyone who dared to cross her. The current Yang Wanqing was not the same woman she had been a decade ago. After years of trials and tribulations, she had encountered all manners of people. Qiu Yuru was no match for her. She could easily dismantle her if need be. There was no way she would allow anyone to bully her daughter. Arriving punctually at the department store, Yang Wanqing noted that it was not yet 8 o'clock. Qiu Yuru also timed her arrival to perfection, intending to make a grand entrance with Yi Xingming arriving just behind her, ensuring that everyone would notice. The department store was bustling, bicycles overcrowding the front as patrons awaited the opening. Among the crowd, Yang Wanqing's fashionable appearance stood out in the small town, especially her voluminous waves, prompting several women to inquire where she had her hair styled. As she casually gathered her hair into a ponytail, she replied with a smile that she had just returned from out of town. Who is that? Is that Sister Qiu? Is that the deputy town mayor who brought her here? Oh my! Is this what a second marriage looks like? At her age, such affection. Indeed. We could never aspire to that. My husband and I are so familiar with each other that we could hardly stand it. I could kick him out of bed every night with his snoring. Stop it. Your husband works at the slaughterhouse. How can he compare to someone who reads the newspaper in an office? The scents are entirely different. But at least we don't lack for meat. It must be said that gatherings of women were lively affairs, especially in the department store, where most of the sales staff were female. Yang Wanqing smirked. It seemed today would be straightforward, as she wouldn't even need to seek out Yi Xingming. She could handle both Qiu Yuru and him together. As Qiu Yuru dismounted her bicycle approximately 50 meters from the department store, Yi Xingming was caught unprepared. Hey! Didn't you see everyone staring? She was eager to showcase her new high heels and dress to the onlookers. Yi Xingming frowned but paused. They had reached the store's entrance. And it was only polite to greet everyone. He was not one to elevate himself above others. Humility was his guiding principle. Oblivious to Yang Wanqing's presence, Qiu Yuru was entirely preoccupied with her own appearance. With every step she took, she exuded a captivating charm. "I'm not late, am I?" she inquired, walking briskly. She had timed her arrival perfectly, neither too early nor too late, leaving no room for criticism. "Wow, Sister Qiu, you look stunning today." "Well, of course. When has little Qiu ever looked anything less than beautiful? Would Yi, our deputy mayor, be escorting her if she weren't?" But just as the words left their lips, someone rushed past them from behind, delivering a sharp slap across Qiu Yuru's face, leaving 5 distinct marks. Gasps erupted from the crowd as Qiu Yuru, taken aback by the sudden assault, turned to see Yang Wanqing standing there, equally stunned. When had Yang Wanqing returned? Yi Xingming had been completely unaware of her arrival. Qiu Yuru was momentarily dazed from the blow, and as she caught sight of Yang Wanqing, a flicker of fear crossed her face. It was only when the second slap landed that she fully comprehended the situation, but it was too late. Her other cheek bore the brunt of another forceful hit. "Qiu Yuru, that first slap was for the debt you owe me, and this one is for my daughter. I have never encountered a woman as shameless as you, trying to have my daughter take the college entrance exam in place of yours. What were you thinking? Did you believe Yang Wanqing could be bullied? When you shattered my family, I chose not to retaliate then, but now you demand I repay that debt. What are you doing, Yang Wanqing?" Yi Xingming dismounted his bicycle and rushed towards them, realizing that this was not merely an assault on Qiu Yuru, but rather a striking blow to his own reputation. If Yang Wanqing spoke of the past, where would he hide his face? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wanqing turned to slap him as well, for he was the root of all troubles. Chapter 73. You are nothing but a scavenger. Yang Wanqing, have you lost your mind? Yi Xingming was genuinely astonished to see how Yang Wanqing had transformed after years apart. 10 years prior, she was the epitome of grace and charm, and had she not insisted on the divorce, he would have never chosen to part ways. As for Qiu Yueyu, now that she had willingly chosen to accompany him without any regard for status, he believed it would always remain that way. Regarding Yianan, what did it matter if she was an illegitimate child? He no longer even considered her to be his biological daughter. "Yi Xingming, when we divorced, you promised me that our daughter would never suffer. You insisted on retaining custody of the child, forbidding me from taking her away. Just so that this woman could bully her? Truly, the presence of a stepmother is akin to that of a stepfather. What were you thinking? Yi Zhen is your own flesh and blood, and yet you compel her to take the college entrance examination for your illegitimate child. Are you unaware that this is illegal? As a deputy town mayor, do you lack even this basic understanding? Yang Wanqing, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever agree to that? Moreover, Yianan is not even my biological child. Stop spreading such absurdities." Yi Xingming took a few steps back, apprehensive of Yang Wanqing's retaliation. Meanwhile, Qiu Yueyu trembled with anger, yet felt silenced, for opening her mouth would equate to admitting defeat. The gazes of onlookers pierced through her, as Yang Wanqing's actions felt like a public humiliation, stripping her of dignity. "You didn't agree? How many times have you discussed this with Yi Zhen? Disrupting my daughter's exam preparations. I'll have you know that Yi Zhen is currently ranked in the top 20 of her entire grade. If her exam results slip even slightly, it will all be due to your interference." After lambasting Yi Xingming, Yang Wanqing pointed an accusatory finger at Qiu Yueyu. "Listen well, Qiu Yueyu. If you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, I will not hesitate to fight you. Do you remember who brought the child to me and claimed she was born of you and Yi Xingming? My divorce was not a concession to you, but a decision made out of disgust for Yi Xingming. I no longer wished to endure his presence. And it was only because I rejected him that you had the opportunity to be with him. To put it plainly, you are merely a scavenger, and all these years, you have deluded yourself into thinking you struck gold." Qiu Yueyu, already seething with rage, became further incensed at Yang Wanqing's words. "Yi Xingming, what are you doing? Can't you see he is attacking your wife?" "I. What do you mean by I? Did you not hear her? You are nothing but refuse. Retaliate against her." Yi Xingming, however, had no intention of heeding Qiu Yue's words. After all, as a deputy town mayor, it would be unbecoming to engage in violence. Especially with so many witnesses present. At that moment, the doors of the department store swung open, and not a single person entered to shop. They were all merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Stop fighting, you should just be quiet. Yi Xingming wished to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. If it continued, the entire town would soon be aware of the spectacle. Yi Xingming, how did I end up marrying such a spineless man? Qiu Yueyu, regaining her composure, prepared to confront Yang Wanqing. I will not back down. Come on, do you think I fear you? Yang Wanqing had come well prepared, having learned much during her years in Beijing. What are you doing? Yi Xingming dared not restrain Yang Wanqing, but he felt compelled to hold back Qiu Yueyu. Yi Xingming. Why are you holding me back? Did you not see how she has attacked me? We were together first, you only met Yang Wanqing later. Shouldn't the order of relationships matter? Yi Xingming wanted to cover Qiu Yueyu's mouth, such words were reckless. Yang Wanqing scoffed, you are remarkably naive. Have you never considered that he may speak similarly to every woman? Are you still blind to his true nature? It is no wonder you have been deceived for so many years. However, let me make it clear, Qiu Yueyu. I have chosen not to hold past grievances against you simply because I no longer hold any regard for this man. But when it comes to my daughter, we are far from finished. If you dare interfere with her college entrance examination, your entire family will not find peace. I assure you. I will remain here until my daughter's examination is completed. If you have the courage, confront me directly, and let us measure our strengths against one another. Yi Xingming. I warn you, my patience 10 years ago was for my daughter's sake. Now, my lack of tolerance is also for her. I will not allow her to suffer even a moment of distress. Yi Zhen is my daughter too, do you think I do not care for her? I did not agree to Qiu Yueyu's suggestion that the child take an exam in her stead. Why do you not listen? Yang Wanqing sneered. Your words are utterly untrustworthy. I guarantee she will not interfere with the child's examination. Haven't you noticed the child is already staying with my mother? What about when your daughter hospitalized mine? Over the years, how have you bullied her in my absence? As Yang Wanqing spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, realizing that the 2 slaps she had given Qiu Yueyu were far too lenient. For years, Qiu Yueyu and her daughter had tormented Yi Zhen, and today, she would reclaim what was rightfully hers. Yang Wanqing, Yi Zhen also injured Yianan. In a child's brawl, both parties are at fault. Yi Xingming began but hesitated to continue, fearing that Yang Wanqing might turn her ire towards him as well. Oh. When did my sister return? At that moment, a few acquaintances of Yi Xingming approached, clearly seeking to mediate the conflict. One of them, a department head, had known Yi Xingming for over a decade, though his rise had not been as swift. Look at this, you must have returned for the child. With the college entrance examination approaching, it is indeed a joyous occasion. How did it escalate to fighting? The man spoke while discreetly signaling Yi Xingming, who hurriedly pushed Qiu Yueyu away, ushering her into the department store. Sister. It has been nearly a decade since we last met. You truly haven't changed at all, I recognized you immediately. I have no connection with Yi Xingming anymore. Yang Wanqing, right? We are practically old comrades, we have known each other for so many years. We should find an opportunity to catch up. Enough. Everyone disperse. Go about your business. As Yang Wanqing observed Yi Xingming half-dragging Qiu Yueyu into the department store, she lowered her sleeves. It seemed that with so many intervening, she would not be able to confront Qiu Yueyu today. Though she had slapped Qiu Yueyu, the debts owed to her and her daughter could not be settled with just that. Regardless, it mattered little, she had plenty of time. If Qiu Yueyu dared to provoke her again, she would not hesitate to teach her a proper lesson. Sister, Yang Wanqing, why do you put yourself through this? So many years have passed. While we can discuss the past, they cannot continue to bully my daughter. Chapter 74, Losing a watermelon and gaining a fox spirit. At this moment, Qiu Yueyu was on the verge of madness. Why was she subjected to a slap from Yang Wanqing? Yi Xingming actually restrained her from retaliating, why should she endure such humiliation? Half of the spectators were outside, while the other half had entered the department store, hastily purchasing items and leaving, while some lingered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Qiu Yueru was shoved into her attendant's office by Yi Xingming, her cheeks swollen from the altercation. "Don't touch me," she protested, yet Yi Xingming held on to her tightly, fearing she might storm out and confront Yang Wanqing again. It was embarrassing enough already, this situation should not escalate further. "Why stoop to her level?" he implored. "Yi Xingming. I'm going crazy. I was the one who was struck, did you not see? She hit me." Qiu Yueru shouted in frustration. "I saw it, I did," he replied. "But the deed is done. She has lost her mind, she even struck me." At that moment, Yi Xingming felt a dull ache in his jaw and realized he had a slight cut that had begun to clot. "Are you just going to watch her hit me? I am your wife now," Qiu Yueru lamented. She regretted her choice of outfit for the day, her attempts to retaliate were hindered. And the high heels she wore were cumbersome. Furthermore, her makeup, which had initially enhanced her beauty, now made her face appear grotesque due to the swelling and tears. "I only stopped you because you are my wife. You see, I did not intervene with her. Because you lack the courage," she retorted. "As a man, how could you argue with her in public? Besides, few knew about our past, but now the whole town is aware. Let them know, after all, I met you first. She is merely the interloper. Lower your voice." Yi Xingming wished he could silence Qiu Yueru. "She is still my first wife. Who hasn't he had a few romances in their youth? And what about before you? Who did you know? Well, you're my first love, are you not?" Qiu Yueru had always felt a sense of superiority because Yi Xingming claimed she was his first love, which led her to view Yang Wanqing as the intruder in their relationship. Now, she realized how foolish she had been. "Yi Xingming, can you truly justify this?" Tears welled in her eyes again, and Yi Xingming felt an urge to console her, but he hesitated, unsure if Yang Wanqing was still lurking outside. His bicycle remained at the entrance of the department store, and he needed to find a way to retrieve it. Ignoring Qiu Yueru's distress, he called another attendant to assist in moving his bicycle to the back, as he would otherwise be trapped. The office was now theirs alone, as everyone else had voluntarily vacated the space. Meanwhile, those in the adjacent office were engrossed in fervent discussions. The women were lamenting Yi Xingming's poor judgment, claiming his ex-wife was far superior to Qiu Yueru. "My goodness! When they weren't here, I saw that woman and knew she was exceptional. She clearly didn't belong to our side, those glamorous waves of hair and her sophistication. I never imagined she was Yi Xingming's ex-wife. Did you not hear? She left him. Qiu Yueru is merely a scavenger who has clung to scraps for years. Not only that, I've heard Yi Xingming was quite the flirt in his youth. He had multiple romantic interests. After his divorce, he simply chose Qiu Yueru from among many. Wait, do you think that child could actually be Yi Xingming's? Why else would she take his surname after marriage? It might just be true, that child is set to take the college entrance exam this year. Would Qiu Yueru really consider having her ex-wife's child take the exam for her? If both children were to grow up side by side. What a scandal that would be. Your concerns are misplaced, the real issue is the exam substitution, which is a crime. It was evident that the men's discussions diverged sharply from the women's. They regarded Qiu Yueru's audacity with disdain, questioning the integrity of her daughter, who was supposedly an exemplary student. Did you not hear that other woman say her daughter ranked in the top 20? That's what true academic excellence looks like. Qiu Yueru must be envious. Envy doesn't justify having someone else take the exam for her. What is she scheming? Is it any wonder she confronted Yang Wanqing? I heard Yi Xingming's ex-wife moved to Beijing. Whether she remarried or started a business remains unclear. She didn't remarry, she ventured into business. Rumor has it she has done quite well. Finally, one informed individual chimed in, my sister lives in the same alley as her brother. She has expanded her business to the point of bringing her entire family to Beijing. What a substantial undertaking that must be. I heard her parents went along as well. Yi Xingming is truly blind, losing a watermelon for a sesame seed. That is no mere sesame, she is a vixen. There were already individuals at the workplace who had shown interest in Qiu Yueru, and this incident had only added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Yang Wanqing had been persuaded to leave, having accomplished her objective for the day. She headed straight to Yixinlan's snack shop. planning to visit the school afterward to meet with the teachers. Unfamiliar with Qiu Yueru's daughter, she suspected she could not be anything but trouble. She needed to remain vigilant. Yet it was impractical to remain at the school daily. Thus, she entrusted the matter to the teachers, believing that as long as Zhen could study quietly, all would be well. Upon hearing that Yang Wanqing had truly struck Qiu Yueru, Yi Xinglan was thrilled. I told you I wanted to go with you. I don't mind witnessing a spectacle. What spectacle? Yi Xingming is still there. Ah? Why is my brother still around? Such deep marital affection. Your brother escorted her to work, and they coincidentally ended up together to be scolded. Deep marital affection? They were just arguing a short while ago. It was all about letting Yi Zhen take the exam for someone else, and my brother refused. I couldn't tell he was against it. Qiu Yueru must have employed some charm, otherwise, they wouldn't have reconciled so quickly. Your brother falls for such tricks, it's inevitable. It seems all men are susceptible to such allure. My husband Hu Shirquan lacks my brother's capacity, yet he is still no saint. At that moment, things had quieted down. Hu Shirquan was in the kitchen preparing vegetables for lunch. At least he is diligent and uncomplaining. Diligent? He has been beaten countless times before finally coming around. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class and the beginning of the exercise period. You should hurry. I wonder if the teacher is busy. All right. I will go first. If the teacher is free, I'll chat for a while. If not, I'll reschedule. I know the teachers are quite nice. Our Yi Zhen excels academically, just ask them to keep an eye on her. Chapter 75, Settling Old and New Accounts. It was the first time the teacher met Yi Zhen's mother, and she was particularly warm. After all, Yi Zhen's academic performance was evident to all, especially with her rapid progress during this period. Rest assured, with Yi Zhen's current achievements, as long as she maintains a calm mindset, excelling in the college entrance examination for a prestigious university is certainly within reach. The teacher continued. I was quite concerned about how the child would cope during this crucial stage of preparation, so your return is truly a relief. Thank you, teacher. I will accompany her until the examination and ensure that no one influences her performance. However, as you know, our family dynamics are somewhat complex. I heard that the child from that side is in the same class, and I worry she may be affected at school. That shouldn't be a problem. The school has teachers and classmates to support her. I cannot guarantee everything, but within the school, we will certainly not allow such situations to arise. Mr. Su was well aware of the complexities of Yi Zhen's family, hence he was particularly vigilant, especially after the last incident, where even the head of the department had reminded him to pay attention to the situations of Yianan and Yi Zhen. Moreover, with Yi Zhen's current enthusiasm, he could not allow a troublesome student to jeopardize the future of a promising student. Now that Yi Zhen's biological mother had returned, he felt reassured, otherwise, he would have only been able to keep an eye on Yianan at school, while he had no authority over her family matters outside. Fortunately, with her mother present, he believed that Yi Zhen's stepmother would not be able to stir any trouble. Due to Yang Wanqing's unexpected visit, the teacher's schedule had not been fully arranged, and he had even swapped a class with another teacher. Yang Wanqing was particularly grateful to the teacher, considering he had to care for more than 40 students in a senior class. At that moment, Yi Xingming stood in his office, examining the scratch on his chin in the mirror. He had to admit, Yang Wanqing was fierce. She was truly formidable. Though it had not been a full decade since they last met, it felt as if they had not interacted at all during those years. What had Yang Wanqing experienced to seem like a different person altogether? In the past, Yang Wanqing was a refined lady, possessing an elegance that set her apart. But now? Yes, she still exuded a unique charm, yet she was aggressive. The way she struck was astonishing. He could hardly imagine what it would have felt like if those slaps had landed on his own face. Who had emboldened Yang Wanqing? Aside from Yi Zhen, it must be his own sister. It was undoubtedly his sister who had turned against him. Yi Xingming was uncertain whether to breathe a sigh of relief or to feel anxious. Xingming. I just heard the news. Secretary. He entered the room, holding a teacup and chuckling at Yi Xingming as he stood before the mirror, evidently amused. You are quite the figure now. With both your ex-wife and current wife around, you've become a celebrity in our town. Oh come on, Secretary He, please don't mock me. Two crazy women. You should be pleased. Two women competing for your attention? I've heard your ex-wife is quite formidable. Whether she is formidable or not has nothing to do with me. All Yi Xingming could recall was Yang Wanqing's fierceness. The sound of those slaps was deafening. It was the first time he had witnessed this side of her. You're impressive, to have not one, but two, no. Three women vying for your favor. My dear brother, you are not just a typical charmer. Secretary He, who was over 50 and rather rotund, wished to be charming. But no one paid attention to an old man like him. In contrast, Yi Xingming was only 40, still looking good and fit. With an ex-wife, a current wife. And the owner of Hongyan Restaurant, could he not be envied? Oh Secretary He. Would you kindly stop joking at my expense? I've become a laughingstock in the town. You have no idea how many people envy you. You are truly unaware of your own fortune. So. How about we continue drinking tonight? I bet Zhou Hongyan misses you too. Absolutely not. Don't you think my life is chaotic enough? If I go out drinking again today, my family will go mad. You have no idea how my ex-wife has gone completely wild. Those two slaps were something else. If no one had intervened, she might have ended up in the hospital. That raises a question. You've been divorced for over a decade. What enmity could she harbor to strike so fiercely at your current wife? She's gone mad. Yi Xingming certainly could not reveal that Qiu Yuru wanted Yi Zhen to take the college entrance exam on behalf of her daughter. He found some comfort in Secretary He's misunderstanding. At least it proved that Yi Xingming had his charm, but he feared Yang Wanqing might escalate the situation further. The crux of the matter was Qiu Yuru. He understood her well. If she felt wronged, she would certainly not let things go easily. At that moment, Qiu Yuru was still at her maternal home, crying. With her face swollen, how could she return to work? Madame Qiu looked at her daughter, filled with frustration. She hit you, and you didn't hit back? What are you afraid of? When Qiu Yuru returned, the house was filled with people. Those unaware would think they were a couple fighting. These folks were puzzled. Just a few days ago, the son-in-law had brought rice and flour to old Madame Qiu. How could it be that within 2 days, the couple had come to blows? Initially, the old lady thought it was a spat between the couple, but upon inquiry, she discovered it was Yi Xingming's ex-wife who had struck her daughter. The old lady was furious, scolding her daughter for being useless. He stopped me. Otherwise, do you think I would let her off so easily? Qiu Yuru had never suffered such humiliation. Then go hit her back. Where is she staying now? Qiu Yuru hesitated, uncertain. I don't know, surely she is not staying at the old lady's place. Her daughter was there. What? Is your old lady foolish? You are her daughter-in-law, would she keep the ex-daughter-in-law at home? I have no idea. I don't even know when she returned. It must have been Yi Xinglan. Yi Xingming wouldn't he have called her? It had to be Yi Xinglan who tipped her off. She could tell from Yi Xingming's reaction today that he clearly had no idea Yang Wanqing had returned. Apart from Yi Xingming, only Yi Zhen could have known. Yi Zhen was at school every day, working tirelessly. How could she find time to call her mother? So it must be that her sister-in-law, Yi Xinglan, had never regarded her as a sister-in-law. In her mind, she still considered Yang Wanqing to be her sister-in-law. Moreover, Yi Xinglan had never viewed Jianan as her niece. In her heart, she only acknowledged one niece, and that was Yi Zhen. Then go find Yi Xinglan and ask her where that woman is staying. She would never tell me. They are so close they might as well wear the same pants. Then keep an eye on that child at school. If I can't find you, I will go after her. One had to admit, Madame Qiu was quite ruthless. What? She dared to strike you in front of so many people, and you are afraid to retaliate against her daughter? What are you scared of? If she comes looking for you, it's time to settle both old and new scores. Chapter 76, Where to find a non-picky son-in-law during the intermission. Yi Zhen and Jing Yuan caught sight of Yang Wanqing. I think I just saw Auntie, Yi Zhen remarked. Upon returning to their seats, Jing Yuan replied, yes. I saw her too. I suppose my mom wants to discuss my academic progress with the teacher. With a sigh, he added, Auntie is truly wonderful. My mother hardly shows any concern for my studies. It had been half a year since Jing Yuan last saw his mother. Since his parents' divorce, their meetings had become infrequent. though they still maintained contact. Otherwise, how would he have received all those study materials and test papers? If I could secure the top spot for the entire academic year, my mother wouldn't have to worry anymore. Yi Zhen's flattering words pleased Xing Yuan immensely. You're quite remarkable yourself. Of course, Yi Zhen responded, feeling quite satisfied with her current self. Moreover, the types of questions she often dreamt about had become quite familiar to her. She even suspected that the questions she dreamt of were from the college entrance examination of her year. Although she believed she had no recollection of them, perhaps some remnants lingered in the depths of her memory. You are truly fortunate. Every day after school, you can enjoy delicious meals prepared by your mother. Yi Zhen smiled. Then in the future, I shall bring you some delectable treats. Yes. Xing Yuan beamed with delight. Tell auntie that I eat everything. Where can one find such a non-picky son-in-law? Alright, I shall bring you whatever you desire. And what about evening study? Are you leaving at 8? Yes. I worry that my mother will be anxious if I return too late. It's better to go home early to ease her mind. I can escort you home and then return to my place. That way, auntie won't need to pick you up. No, that would be inconvenient. We are heading in opposite directions. It's fine, my godparents are accustomed to my returning at that hour. Besides, it won't take much time, your safety comes first. Yi Zhen sensed something amiss but refrained from voicing her opposition, feeling that simply accepting his offer might not be ideal. When it came to matters of the heart, she often felt somewhat oblivious. If needed, she would consult her mother. In truth, she had considered that 8 o'clock was not too late. If her mother wished to pick her up, they could enjoy a leisurely stroll home, and with the weather warming up, evening walks would be beneficial for their health. However, by the time they finished school at 8, young Wanqing was already waiting at the school gate. After chatting with the teacher, she had returned to buy groceries and had also picked up some ice from Yi Xinglan's place, pondering whether to invest in a refrigerator in the coming days. Previously, her brother had no refrigerator, but after purchasing one 2 months ago, it remained unused. It seemed a bit wasteful. She mentioned this to Yi Xinglan, who suggested that if she had perishables, she could freeze them at the snack shop nearby, or simply buy fresh items as needed, and if necessary, retrieve some ice to take home. With those preparations complete, she returned when the time felt right. In the evenings, the snack shop typically had few customers. But there was usually something to do, frying up some cakes or making meatballs, which students finishing their evening studies might purchase. Generally, it was the boys who bought, as they tended to be hungrier after such a long gap between dinner and study. Mom, didn't we agree you wouldn't come to pick me up? Yi Zhen exclaimed joyfully, running over to link arms with her mother. At that moment, Qiu Yuru hid in the shadows, hesitant to reveal herself. She had considered confronting young Wanqing again, but even though she had changed into a new outfit and more comfortable shoes, she was too fearful to approach. Thus, she watched as they walked away, particularly noting how respectful Zhen, that young man, was when speaking to young Wanqing, which reminded her of the first time he had warned her about keeping an eye on Yanan. That insufferable boy was far too snobbish and utterly unworthy of her daughter. Only after young Wanqing and Yi Zhen had left did she emerge from her hiding spot, only to bump into Yi Xinglan, who was locking up to head home. Generally, Yi Xinglan was not at the shop in the evenings, but today she had sent Hu Shirquan home since young Wanqing was around. They had been chatting while waiting for Yi Zhen, and since there were only a few items left, they quickly packaged them up. A bag of 5 fried cakes or a bag of 4 meatballs, each priced at 1 yuan, would sell out in a matter of minutes and allow them to close up shop. Who might this be? Are you here to pick up Yanan? Yi Xinglan asked, now reluctant to refer to her as sister-in-law. Qiu Yuru Henti anticipated encountering Yi Xinglan and had nearly forgotten that her sister-in-law operated a snack shop at the high school gate. She had never visited, finding such establishments unclean. However, upon seeing Yi Xinglan, her first instinct was to cover her face. Though the swelling had reduced somewhat, her cheeks were still red, evidence of the fierce slaps young Wanqing had delivered. Ah! What happened to your face? Are you not being careful while walking? Qiu Yuru shot her a glare, unwilling to believe that young Wanqing had not informed Yi Xinglan about the day's events. Thus, she considered Yi Xinglan's question to be a deliberate provocation. Yi Xinglan, did you inform young Wanqing to return? Oh? What's the matter? I was the one who asked Yang Wanqing to come back. It's such a significant event for my niece, the college entrance examination. Why should I not inform her mother? What does it concern you? Yi Xingming had returned home early today, but Qiu Yuru had yet to return, leading him to suspect something was amiss. He thought. Surely she wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Yi Zhen at the school. While the chances of her entering the school were slim due to the presence of teachers and students, the likelihood of her showing up when the students were dismissed was quite high. He hurried over. Relieved to find no crowd gathered at the entrance and no sight of Yang Wanqing or Qiu Yuru. Just as he sighed in relief, he turned to see Yi Xinglan and Qiu Yuru glaring at each other. His heart sank again as he rushed over. What brings you here? Brother. Please keep an eye on her. Who knows what madness she is up to this late at night. Is it wrong for me to pick up Anan from school? And where is Anan? Probably around 9, I suppose. Let us go. We have an hour left. Besides, she usually returns home by herself when I don't pick her up, doesn't she? I suspect she is not here to pick up Anan. She likely has ulterior motives. Yi Xinglan was unashamed. She understood what Qiu Yuru was thinking. It seemed she intended to create trouble for Yi Zhen. But now that she saw Yang Wanqing, she was too frightened to confront her, thus choosing to hide instead. Enough, enough. You should refrain from speaking further. Yi Xingming frowned. He hadn't yet settled accounts with his sister regarding Yang Wanqing's return. Why should I hold my tongue? Yi Xinglan was undeterred by Qiu Yuru's feelings. She would speak her mind regardless. Yi Xingming pulled Qiu Yuru away. He had no desire to engage in a quarrel with his sister at that moment. Qiu Yuru, reluctant to leave, realized there was little point in staying. Watching Yang Wanqing and Yi Zhen walk away, she could speculate where the two of them lived. She had no desire to engage with Yi Xinglan, so she followed Yi Xingming. Even so, she maintained a slight sulk, refusing to sit in Yi Xingming's vehicle. It's late, we can discuss this when we get home, Yi Xingming said, frowning. Have you not considered visiting a hospital for your face and getting some medicine? You only remember my face now? Yi Xingming didn't want to engage but felt compelled to respond. I've been thinking about it all day. Chapter 77, an offer delivered at one's door. Qiu Yuru glared at Yi Xingming, having come to understand the nature of this man today. He could only utter sweet words, yet when it came to the moment of truth, he would stand in her way. Otherwise, how could she have suffered such a significant loss today? When had Qiu Yuru ever been treated in such a humiliating manner? Even during her previous encounter with that peasant woman, she had not endured such a great setback. At least she had fought back then. There is a stark difference between being unable to retaliate and simply not doing so. This time, she had witnessed Yang Wanqing slap her twice. And by the time she comprehended the situation and sought to retaliate, Yi Xingming had intervened. Otherwise, they would have been heading to the hospital right now. Surely there were doctors on duty who could prescribe some medication for her. But what could she apply? It was far too embarrassing. Qiu Yuru was aware that the swelling on her face had largely subsided, and it was no longer as painful to touch, yet her heart ached. She lamented her own choice in associating with such a man. In other households, when a husband sees his wife being struck, he rushes to her aid, yet he, on the contrary, had restrained her. What did this signify? It indicated that he still harbored feelings for Yang Wanqing. Perhaps all along he had refused to allow Yi Zhen to take the college entrance examination for fear of having to explain himself to Yang Wanqing. Tell me. You truly had no knowledge of Yang Wanqing's return? How could I have known? Had I known, would she have encountered you today? I knew nothing. When I saw Yang Wanqing today, I was completely bewildered. Look, I nearly got slapped myself. Yi Xingming showed her the scratch on his chin. And Qiu Yuru shot him a resentful glance, regarding his minor injury as unworthy of her attention. Thank goodness I dodged swiftly. If I hadn't, I might have been in a worse predicament than you. Qiu Yuru was growing increasingly irritated by Yi Xingming's words. Let me tell you, Yi Xingming. This matter is far from over. Yang Wanqing may think she can strike me and walk away unscathed, but that is simply unacceptable. What gives her the right to hit me? She was the one who initiated the divorce. How is that my concern? Over a year after your divorce did we marry. So how could I be accused of destroying your family? If this topic had not been broached. Yi Xingming truly was unaware of why Yang Wanqing had suddenly requested a divorce. Nor did he comprehend how she had come to know of his affair with Qiu Ru. He had kept their relationship a secret from everyone, including his sister and mother. How, then, had Yang Wanqing discovered it? As he pondered, he recalled Yang Wanqing's words, who was it that brought the child to her, claiming he was Yi Xingming's. This suggested that Qiu Ru had been the one to reveal the truth, presenting the child to Yang Wanqing. Qiu Ru, I ask you sincerely, did you bring it into Yang Wanqing, claiming the child was mine? Is that why she insisted on divorcing me? Had this been before, Qiu Ru would have likely denied it, but given her current state, bruised and enraged, she chose to admit it outright. Yes, it was I. I brought Yinan to meet Yang Wanqing. Yi Xingming, you promised me you would give an illegitimate identity. Why should they be elevated while my daughter is labeled a bastard? At last, the answer to over a decade of questions had been unveiled. He now understood why Yang Wanqing was adamant about the divorce. It was all due to this woman, Qiu Ru. What's wrong? Am I in the wrong? This was your promise. I never demanded a title for myself, only for the child. Yet how many years have we waited? Do you know how painful it is to watch you and Yang Wanqing display affection? Do you know how it feels to see Yizhen in new clothes? Riding on your bicycle's front, while Anan holds my hand asking why her father carries other children but not her. We were the ones who knew each other first and fell in love first. Don't speak to me of breakups, if it were truly over. Why are you here with me? Is Anan not my child? Damn it, how can you even question whether Yinan is mine? Yi Xingming was truly enraged, and harsh words escaped his lips. Yi Xingming, do you have any conscience? I have been with you all these years. If I had so much as been with another man, what would you do, huh? Speak it. You think I am unaware? When Yinan was 2 or 3 years old, you were with another man. Do you think there are walls that do not let the wind through? I never held it against you for that. How dare you confront me about my identity? What an outrageous joke. That was after Yinan was born. I had no one before that. How could you know what I did before? If you hadn't come looking for me, do you think I would have pursued you? You knew full well I was married, yet you still came to me. Qiu Ru was so enraged that her hands trembled. She had already felt wrong today. And now Yi Xingming's words pushed her to the brink, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Xingming sensed he had gone too far. But he spoke the truth. The crux of the matter was that he had been deceived for so many years. Who could he turn to? Fortunately, the street was not crowded at this hour. No one paid attention to their quarrel. In his anger, Yi Xingming pushed his bicycle forward, disregarding Qiu Ru entirely. Seeing his indifference, Qiu Ru turned and headed toward her family home. She could no longer endure this life. Not a single day more could she bear to see such a man. How could he blame her for being lewd when he could not control himself? Yi Xingming walked for a while, only to realize he had lost sight of her. If you choose not to return, then don't. As if I would care. At school, Yinan was completely unaware of the tumultuous events of the day. She had intended to leave at 8. But a boy from another class had detained her. She recognized him, knowing he often loitered around their class, and she suspected he had an interest in her. Moreover, she was aware that he associated with some delinquents from the streets. At such a pivotal time, a person with a romantic agenda was hardly focused on studying. He likely aimed to obtain a diploma just to say he had completed high school. In their current context, graduating from high school was considered cultured. Her heart was set solely on Jingyuan, thus she had little regard for such individuals. However, she urgently needed assistance, so when the boy blocked her path, she decided to hear him out. Yinan, I like you. Let us be together. One could not deny the boy's audacity. Be in a relationship? I'm aiming for college. Huh. With your grades, you think you can get into college? I could get in too. Yinan regarded him. And perhaps he might prove useful to her. I'll consider a relationship, but I have one condition. Fulfill it, and I'll date you. What condition? Just name it. And if I can manage it, it's inconvenient to discuss here. Let us find a private place. The boy grinned, clearly pleased with the prospect of solitude. Believing he had made progress with Yi, and in Chapter 78, being played, Yinan's demands were straightforward. Her target was Yizhen. If Yizhen agreed to take the college entrance examination on her behalf, that would be the end of it. However, if Yizhen refused, She should not expect to sit for the exam herself. What do you mean? The boy clearly did not comprehend. Are you asking me to harm her or not? She's the top student in our school. I know you two are sisters, but haven't you bullied her enough before? What, now that you can't win against her? You think of me? Let me tell you, I won't engage in anything illegal. Even if I graduate from high school, my father can secure me a good job. But only if it's not illegal. Scaring someone is acceptable, but crossing the line is not. It must be said, this lad was quite perceptive. Aren't you interested in dating me? I have just one request, help me deal with Zhen. The timing of your action is entirely up to me. Perhaps? If I am in a good mood, I might let her off the hook, and you wouldn't need to intervene. The boy shook his head. Zhen. Do you really think of yourself as something special? You may be attractive, but you are nowhere near Zhen's caliber. If I were to share this information with her, what if she happily agrees to date me instead? She has Jing Yuhan, who wouldn't even glance your way. Zhen responded with confidence. That guy who ranked first in the whole year. You must have a crush on him. Just because you want me to deal with Zhen doesn't mean he would be interested in you. He is aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University. You're about as capable as I am. It would be a miracle if we could get into that culinary school in Shandong. Beijing and Shandong are quite far apart. Zhen's expression shifted. She felt as if she had been played by this boy. His professed affection and desire to date her seemed merely lip service, lacking sincerity. If she agreed today, he would gain a girlfriend for free, and if he decided he no longer wanted her, he could simply break up. If she refused, he would suffer no consequences. Perhaps he'd find someone else tomorrow. With a change in demeanor, Zhen declared, I don't want to date anyone before the college entrance examination. The boy chuckled, all right. If you don't want to date, fine. Anyway, I will tell the teacher everything you said today. You. What's wrong with that? He retorted. You're just trying to retaliate against a diligent student. I will definitely inform the headmaster. I know him well, he might not believe me if I said something else. But he would certainly believe me if I say you are trying to retaliate against Zhen. Zhen, I genuinely like you, otherwise, why would I even consider it? If you agree before morning exercises tomorrow, we'll be a couple. If you refuse, the headmaster will come looking for you, and you can't blame me. After finishing his statement, the boy slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked away, whistling with an air of triumph, leaving Zhen fuming and stamping her feet. She realized she had inadvertently placed herself in a vulnerable position. If the headmaster learned of this, she could be expelled. However, upon calming down, she thought, she could always deny it. It would depend on whether the headmaster believed her or that little rascal. When Zhen returned home, she found her father alone. For some reason, ever since that day he visited her school, she felt a distance had formed between them. Previously, she had genuinely regarded Yi Xingming as her father. But now that her biological father had disowned her, what was the point of trying to win his affection? Besides, she was not as academically gifted as Zhen and could not bring him any pride. It didn't matter whether he took her seriously or not. Dad. Where's Mom? I don't know, she probably went to your grandmother's house. You two didn't have another fight, did you? We're fine. Since Zhen was unaware, Yi Xingming saw no need to explain anything to a child. Get some rest, your mother will return tomorrow. Oh. Zhen nodded and said no more. Retreating to her room. She did not dwell on it much. After all, her parents' relationship seemed to have returned to normal in recent days. Yet, she was puzzled as to why Zhen appeared so cheerful lately. She could not fathom the reason. If Zhen had refused to take the exam for her, her mother would have informed her about how to deal with Zhen, but she had said nothing of the sort, leaving Zhen in a state of confusion. In any case, there were still less than 2 months until the college entrance examination. There was still time. Even if only 10 days remained, it would still be sufficient. As Zhen pondered this, she pulled out her textbooks, but was unable to concentrate on a single page, and ultimately decided to go to sleep. However, before drifting off, she contemplated whether to agree to that boy tomorrow or to resolutely deny everything in front of the headmaster. If she consented to him, would Zhen agree to help her with the exam? Could she trust that boy to listen to her? Zhen felt uncertain, given that boy's attitude today. Could she really rely on him? It seemed unlikely. Yet, she was reluctant to stir up trouble now. What if the headmaster chose to believe him? The main issue was that he had already threatened to harm Yinan, which made his claims far too credible. What if the headmaster called Yi Xingming? Wouldn't that create an even greater mess? For the first time, Yinan found herself unable to sleep. Meanwhile, Yizhen enjoyed a sumptuous late-night snack prepared by her mother, which seemed a tad excessive. There was even braised beef. However, her mother assured her it was fine. If they couldn't eat it all, it wouldn't spoil, especially since she had brought back some ice from Yixinglan. Why not just buy a refrigerator? We could sell it cheaply when we leave, it would surely sell. Mom, we really don't need one, those things are quite expensive now, Yizhen replied. In this era, a refrigerator costs around 17 to 1800 yuan, it's not cheap, especially for domestic ones. Imported ones are even more costly. Moreover, aside from restaurant owners, most families cannot afford one. In our small town, only the wealthy buy such items. We won't be living here long enough to justify it. It's probably because Yang Wanqing is used to having a refrigerator in Beijing that she feels something is lacking here. That's alright, we can eat fresh. But, daughter, you're eating too little, how come there is so much left over? Mom, I only have one stomach, and besides, I already had dinner at school. No worries. There are ways to handle the leftovers. Someone is certainly looking forward to your delicious cooking. Who? Yang Wanqing immediately guessed, that Jing classmate, right? I can just bring some over to him tonight, I wonder if it will still taste good by tomorrow morning. Isn't there ice? Her mother reassured her. It definitely won't spoil. Tell me, are you two really just ordinary classmates? Yang Wanqing asked with a smile. More like good friends, I suppose. Mom. You don't have to pick me up from school anymore, he'll take me home first before heading back. That's not something just any good friend would do. Then I won't need him to escort me, Yizhen quickly countered. Let him. He probably won't feel at ease otherwise. How about this, let him come over for dinner on Sunday. Didn't you say he originally planned to help you move? Since we've finished moving, it would be fine to invite him over for dinner. He didn't help with the move, why should we treat him to a meal? Of course. We should thank him for his support during this time. Otherwise, would your grades have improved so quickly? The teacher mentioned that you have shown tremendous drive in the past month, and I believe it's because of him. Chapter 79, Peril Lurking Mother. I am indeed striving hard, he expressed earnestly. I understand, but gratitude is still in order. Let us set it for the day after tomorrow. Would it be acceptable to invite him over for lunch? Yizhen smiled and nodded, certainly, after all, we are merely classmates. If there are any other amicable classmates, we can invite them as well, and mother can host. Let us not overdo it. Just his presence is enough to keep me occupied, he replied. Most of these individuals have been swayed by Yinan, isolating her in the process. The few who have shown kindness recently are merely a handful of top students who occasionally gather to tackle problems together, but the bonds are not particularly deep. Yang Wanqing chuckled, alright then, let's invite classmate Jing just for now. Jing Yuanan, enjoying the beef brisket that Yi Zhen had brought him for breakfast, was in high spirits. Upon hearing that Yi Zhen's mother had invited him over, his excitement soared. Auntie has invited me? I must attend. What does she like? It would be impolite to arrive empty-handed on my first visit. Yi Zhen looked at him helplessly, bemused by his fussiness over such trivial matters. You do not need to bring anything, just your presence will suffice. My mother primarily wishes to express her gratitude for your assistance in improving my grades. That would be too gracious, your progress is not solely due to my efforts. I feel undeserving of such praise. Should I inform my mother that you are reluctant to come? No. I want to go. Why would I decline? I am eager to sample Auntie's culinary skills. Please tell her I shall arrive promptly at 12. Where should I wait for you? At the school gate or isn't it near the Guangming cinema? Just wait for me at the cinema entrance. Alright, I shall be there at 11:50. Hey. It seems your rendezvous is rather public. The bespectacled boy stared in astonishment. Realizing that, unlike others who scrambled to prepare for exams on Sundays, these two were off to enjoy a movie date instead. Perhaps your ears are of no use anymore. Jing Yuanan playfully tapped the boy's head. Aren't you two supposed to be watching a film at 11:50 tomorrow? Is there a good one worth watching? Can't you wait until after the exams? Enough. Focus on your own studies. Jing Yuanan retorted, dismissing the boy's meddling. If the film turns out to be worthwhile, do let me know. I shall catch up on it after the exams. The bespectacled boy, a true lover of the arts, mused that if not for the impending exams, his life would surely be more vibrant. Jing Yuanan rolled his eyes, ignoring him. Your hearing is beyond repair. Perhaps a visit to the hospital after the exams would remedy it. Who cares about movies at this moment? Qiu Yuru had not gone to work but was instead at her mother's home, which significantly hindered Qiu Laotai's business. With her at home, no one could come to play mahjong. Especially after her face had swollen so noticeably yesterday, it was evident something was amiss, resulting in two visitors leaving upon realizing no game was in session. However, the inquisitive glances indicated they had likely heard some gossip. It was undeniable how small the town was, as yesterday's events spread like wildfire overnight. While Qiu Laotai was escorting guests, another elderly woman pulled her aside. I heard your son-in-law's ex-wife has returned. It seems she started quite a scene at the department store entrance. Is your daughter all right? Ex-wife? What does that imply? That means they are divorced. My daughter is now his wife. The ex-wife is merely stirring up trouble. Mother. Qiu Yuru, overhearing from within, was clearly anxious about her mother's indiscretions. Enough. Enough. I shan't say anything more. Call for me if needed. You must ensure she leaves. What right has she to stay here? What if they rekindle their old flame? I heard she is young, beautiful, and wealthy. And they even have a child together. Likely destined for a prestigious university. The elderly woman intended to mention how the ex-wife had a biological child, but refrained, as Yi Xingming had previously stated that he could not disclose Yi Anan as his biological daughter. It seemed to have caused harm to both his daughter and granddaughter. The children of the ex-wife were legitimate, while Qiu Yuru's child was rendered unworthy. Mother! Qiu Yuru called out again from the room. Qiu Yuru shouted, prompting Qiu Laotai to finally enter. What on earth are you doing? Upon seeing her mother enter, Qiu Yuru scolded, do not speak foolishly to outsiders. What nonsense have I uttered? I merely stated the truth. Everyone has heard about your altercation with that woman at work yesterday. You should not stay here. It's time to pack your things and return. I refuse to go back. If Yi Xingming does not come to fetch me, I will not return. Qiu Yuru was stubbornly holding her ground. If you refuse to return, what if that woman is attempting to win Yi Xingming back? Would you be facilitating their reunion? Impossible. Yang Wanqing would never set her sights on Yi Xingming. What if he still harbors feelings for her? He never wanted the divorce in the first place. If it weren't for her insistence, would you even have a chance? I heard that woman is young, beautiful, and especially wealthy. What if Yi Xingming takes the initiative? What if she hasn't found someone yet and their family is reuniting? That is impossible. Qiu Yuru's assertion lacked conviction. For she was acutely aware that Yi Xingming was indeed the type to engage in such behavior. She had noticed Yang Wanqing's attire yesterday, which distinctly contrasted with the demeanor of those in their circle. Quickly pack your belongings and return home, keep a close eye on him. If you wish to cry, do so in the comfort of your home. What good is crying here? It serves no purpose. You are utterly useless. You clearly witnessed the incident last night. Why didn't you confront her? You simply retreated. The elderly woman looked at her daughter with disappointment, sensing that she lacked the assertiveness of her youth. With Yi Xingming and his sister present, even if I intervened, I would gain nothing and might even face repercussions. Here is the plan. Next Monday, you should bring your brother along. You two can confront her together. If that fails, I will join you. I refuse to believe that we cannot handle her. Mother, do you truly wish to escalate this matter? If it is merely a dispute between the two of us, it can be classified as a personal affair. However, if I involve you and my brother, what would that signify? Are you willing to let her bully you? Qiu Laotai was indignant. If not, perhaps you should involve your cousin. Enough. Enough. I shall return. I have no desire to hear your incessant complaints. Qiu Yuru recognized her mother's wisdom. With Yizhen excelling academically, and Yang Wanqing thriving in business, she could not fathom what Yi Xingming might be contemplating. Hence, she was resolute in returning to keep a watchful eye on him, denying him any opportunity. While she might be oblivious to other men, she understood Yi Xingming all too well. In his eyes, she had become a woman of no value, offering no assistance in either career or finances. Yi Xingming had contemplated advancement numerous times, yearning for connections yet lacking the means to establish them. He had often lamented that without a proper foundation, even with connections, financial backing was futile, everything had to be self-reliant. Reflecting on this, the implications of Yi Xingming's intentions became glaringly apparent. Had he not divorced Yang Wanqing? With her affluent background, he would have had at least some support. Now, with Yang Wanqing's wealth, it was possible that Yi Xingming was already contemplating these matters. With this realization, Qiu Yuru hastily gathered her belongings and returned home, acutely aware of the looming threat posed by Yang Wanqing's return. Prior to Yang Wanqing's arrival, she had been blissfully ignorant of these concerns, but now, the atmosphere felt fraught with peril. Chapter 80, Straddling Two Boats. It must be said that Qiu Yuru truly understands Yi Xingming. Last night, Yi Xingming found himself unable to sleep, preoccupied with the events of the past years. Indeed, he was promoted to deputy town mayor after marrying Qiu Yuru, yet what followed? He has remained in this position ever since. He was young when he ascended, but now he is far from youthful. Furthermore, his successor has already been transferred to the county. Had he not divorced Yang Wanqing a decade ago, with her father's connections in the county, it would have certainly been him rising through the ranks. In this day and age, the most crucial element is one's network. Connections outweigh wealth, although money remains indispensable. With the right pathways laid out, one must also utilize financial resources. As for the current head of their town, in Yi Xingming's eyes, it is merely a matter of familial connections, otherwise, how could he have risen so swiftly? He is merely 6 years his senior yet has surpassed him by several ranks. The key is that this individual continues to ascend. The town secretary serves merely as a springboard for him, and as long as he navigates smoothly, further promotions to county or city positions are within reach. Yet here he is, languishing in the role of deputy town mayor for 5 or 6 years. Devoid of real power. Such powerless town leaders may receive some nominal respect, but they likely earn far less than their more influential department heads. The Yi family lacks substantial backing, even the majority of funds for building their home post-marriage came from the Yang family. Thus, he was initially reluctant to divorce, fully aware that without the Yang family's assistance, he would face considerable difficulties. Moreover, he harbored feelings for Yang Wanqing. He genuinely liked her and still believes she possesses the most grace, character, and capability of all the women he has encountered. Unfortunately, a woman of such stature would never tolerate being wronged, and upon learning of the circumstances, she felt compelled to leave. Even when he attempted to leverage their child as a means of coercion, he could not sway her. Ultimately, the child remained with him, while Yang Wanqing took her belongings and departed. The divorce agreement stipulated that the house was marital property, with Yang Wanqing's share belonging to Yi Zhen. This is why the matriarch of the Yi family felt emboldened to confront Qiu Yuru, who indeed had nothing to her name. Yi Xingming contemplated visiting Yang Wanqing. At the very least, to clarify one matter, he never consented to let Yi Zhen take the college entrance examination on behalf of Yi Yinan. Early the next morning, he went to Yi Xinglan's snack shop. Upon seeing him, Yi Xinglan frowned, wishing she had no such brother, finding him a source of embarrassment. "Where does Yang Wanqing live?" "I don't know," Yi Xinglan replied, busy with her work. "I haven't made a fuss about you bringing Yang Wanqing back, so don't be difficult with me." "Why do you need to know where she lives? Are you planning to confront her on Qiu Yuru's behalf?" "Absolutely not. There are matters I need to clarify with her. She must have misunderstood." Yi Xinglan almost laughed. "Brother, you are my blood relative. What could she possibly misunderstand? You didn't imply that Yi Zhen should take the college entrance examination for Yi Yinan? When did I ever agree to such a thing? I have never consented from the beginning. If you truly had not agreed, you wouldn't have mentioned it to me and mother. Nor would you have consulted Yi Zhen about it. Since you brought it up with the child, what does that indicate? It shows you are in agreement with Qiu Yuru's intentions. Yi Xinglan, you cannot distort the truth. I spoke to Yi Zhen, yet I genuinely did not agree. If I had agreed, I would be struck by lightning. What constitutes agreement? You must explicitly say, Yi Zhen, go take the college entrance examination for Yianan. That is what agreement entails. Yi Xinglan rolled her eyes. Brother, search your conscience. Did you not hesitate? Do you not recall what you said to me and mother when Qiu Yueru threatened you last time? Yi Xingming indeed felt at fault. So, you conveyed all of this to Yang Wanqing? I am not that foolish. Yi Xinglan truly had not relayed any of this to Yang Wanqing. Where does Yang Wanqing reside? With her brother? Yi Xingming guessed correctly. Do not go, do not cause trouble for Yang Wanqing. You know what kind of person Qiu Yueru is. If you genuinely wish to speak with Yang Wanqing, let me discuss it with her first. If she wishes to see you, then you may talk. Moreover, Yi Zhen is about to take the college entrance examination, with less than 2 months remaining. Do not let your adult matters affect the child. Yang Wanqing's return is solely to ensure Yi Zhen performs well on the exam. If you trouble her, she will never forgive you. Very well. Please ask her. And if she agrees, arrange a meeting. And you, manage your Qiu Yueru well, do not let her go wild. Enough, enough. Yi Xingming left in annoyance. At that moment, Hu Shiquan approached, having overheard everything exchanged between his brother-in-law and sister-in-law. What does your brother mean by wanting to straddle 2 boats? He asked, dreaming. Yang Wanqing wouldn't look at him. I think so too, Hu Shiquan remarked, noting Yang Wanqing's transformation, especially her glamorous waves, something rare among women in their area. He suspected that upon her return, many women would emulate her hairstyle. A few years ago, when Yang Wanqing returned similarly in summer, wearing a new stylish dress and gifting one to Yi Xinglan, the two strolled arm in arm down the street, sending the women of their town into a frenzy. Hu Shiquan never grasped how his brother-in-law could overlook a woman like Yang Wanqing at home, while still seeking diversion elsewhere. Such man never seemed to be content. He himself was not satisfied, recognizing Yang Wanqing's superiority over his own wife, but dared not voice such thoughts. He understood well that without Yi Xinglan, he was nothing. Despite managing a snack shop, he relied entirely on his wife's efforts. His parents claimed to assist, but their help was limited. Especially with his brother's family frequently coming over for free meals. Yi Xinglan was aware of his discontent, yet what could he do? Mind your own business. Hu Shiquan scoffed. When have I ever meddled in your family affairs? Isn't it you who makes all the decisions? You certainly have a wide reach. Do you think you can still intrude into my family matters? Look at you, how can you not understand simple words? Just then, customers entered to dine, effectively diverting the conversation, otherwise, the couple might have argued further. Upon returning home, Qiu Yueru was greeted by chaos, dirty dishes piled up, the house untidy, as if it had awaited her arrival for a cleanup. Instantly, she felt that the household could not function without her. With this realization, her mood lifted considerably. Furthermore, the pain in her face had subsided, leaving only some marks, which also contributed to her newfound calmness. Her focus now shifted away from Yang Wanqing and toward Yi Xingming. She could always settle the score with Yang Wanqing later. However, if Yi Xingming's heart wavered, reclaiming him would prove arduous. Chapter 81, The Deceiver. How could he face me after everything? During our divorce, he promised to take good care of our daughter. Had he fulfilled even the slightest part of that promise, I would not be so furious. How could he even consider letting my daughter take the college entrance examination for Qiu Yueru's daughter? The thought alone stirs a murderous rage within me. If I hadn't returned, would he have forced my daughter to take the exam for someone else? My brother claims he never agreed to such an arrangement. But he certainly did not oppose it either. I must admit that Yang Wanqing was right about him. After all these years of marriage, I know him well, self-centered, with his own interests reigning supreme. He married me, likely for the opportunities one could provide him. Or perhaps he genuinely liked you. Let us not discuss him any further, as it only infuriates me. Are you still angry because you have feelings for my brother? Yi Xinglan felt guilty for her friend. Many pursued Yang Wanqing back then. If it weren't for their connection, perhaps she would have chosen someone else. My anger stems from his failure to care for our daughter. If he could not keep his word, why did he not return her to me all those years ago? I have returned numerous times over the years. Roughly once every 2 years. He could have allowed me to take our daughter with me, yet he remained silent. I refused to believe he was unaware of the bullying that Zhen endured from that mother and daughter duo. His knowledge without intervention is why I detest him so. Yi Xinglan sighed, acknowledging that he was indeed a poor father, spoiled by my mother. I am grateful I stood my ground during our divorce, otherwise I would be tormented by his misdeeds for the rest of my life. Why have you not sought someone out during these years? You have thrived in Beijing. Finding a suitable partner would be advantageous. I have come to realize that relying on a man pales in comparison to self-sufficiency. Did you think my life in Beijing was easy? The initial years were fraught with hardship, which is why I refrained from returning. Yi Xinglan grasped Yang Wanqing's hand, blaming my brother for her plight. I thought that marrying him would strengthen our bond, allowing us to be together for life. Do not blame yourself. It was my poor judgment that led to being deceived by your brother. When she sought a divorce, her family opposed it, especially her traditional parents, who considered divorce a disgraceful act in their era. Thus, she resolutely moved to Beijing post-divorce. The initial years were challenging, but over the last 5 or 6 years, her business began to flourish, making her one of the first individual entrepreneurs after the reform and opening up. In retrospect, every struggle was worthwhile. Though I regret the impact on my daughter. Today is Saturday, and students typically finish their classes by 5 in the afternoon, allowing time for boarders to return home. Some of these students live quite far and must take buses to get back, while others may bicycle for an hour or two. Yi Xinglan knew the school's schedule well, so she patiently waited for Yang Wanqing. Yianan had not met Yang Wanqing before. She had no recollection of their childhood encounter. Yet, she felt an inexplicable intuition that this woman was indeed Yi Zhen's mother. Yi Zhen bore a striking resemblance to her mother, who was even more beautiful. She had never seen such a stunning woman. With glamorous waves and dressed in a white coat paired with light blue jeans. Although her shoes appeared to be ordinary white sneakers, they somehow complemented her attire perfectly, exuding an air of sophistication. It was no wonder that the clothes she sent to Yi Zhen were always exquisite. That was true taste. In contrast, her own mother, despite her thickening waist, insisted on wearing form-fitting dresses that were clearly uncomfortable, mistaking discomfort for beauty. At times, Yianan wished to advise her mother on contemporary fashion. But she knew her mother would never listen. Yianan speculated about why Yi Zhen's mother had suddenly returned. Perhaps she learned of the exam substitution and came to support Yi Zhen. This thought urged her to hurry home. Uncertain if her mother was aware of the situation, and if so, what would happen next. Upon arriving home, she found Qiu Yuru cooking. "Mom, you're back," Yianan exclaimed, relieved to see her mother, fearing that her parents were still at odds. "Mom, what happened to your face? Did Dad hit you?" Yianan's keen eyes caught sight of the bruise on Qiu Yuru's face, unmistakably a result of violence. "It's nothing," Qiu Yuru frowned, wishing her daughter would not notice it so easily. It seemed she would need to take another day off work. Their workplace did not observe weekends. Taking a break required coordination. "Who did this to you?" "Mom, you won't believe who I saw today." I saw Yianan hesitated, realizing the implications. "Was it Yi Zhen's mother who hit you?" "You saw her?" Qiu Yuru's alarm grew. If she could confront Yi Zhen, what was stopping Yang Wanqing from doing the same to Yianan? "No, she didn't confront me. I just saw her pick up Yi Zhen from school. I assumed it was her." Yianan reached out to touch Qiu Yuru's bruise, but Qiu Yuru flinched away. "If she dares to cause you trouble at school, run to the teachers, do you understand?" Yianan nodded. "Where did she attack you? At work or at home? What right does she have to hurt you? Does she know you allowed Yi Zhen to take my exam? Does Dad know she's back? He must know, right? What did he say? Did he just let her hit you like that?" Upon hearing her daughter's questions, Qiu Yuru broke down in tears. "Don't mention your father, that wretched man. When Yang Wanqing struck me, he was right there, watching as if it were a show. And when I attempted to defend myself, he restrained me." Yianan finally grasped why her mother hadn't returned the previous night. "How did you get home then? Did he bring you back?" "I returned on my own. You know your father well. He likely stopped me out of fear that I would harm Yang Wanqing. He may still be thinking about her. I must return and keep an eye on him. I cannot grant him the opportunity to rekindle his relationship with Yang Wanqing, unless I am dead. Otherwise, I will never divorce him and allow him a chance to reunite with her." Yi Anan suddenly felt a wave of pity for her mother. All of this stemmed from her father's misdeeds, yet her mother was punishing herself. Mom, don't think like that. Dad has been with you for 10 years. He wouldn't have those thoughts anymore. If they could have rekindled their romance, they would never have divorced in the first place. To Yi Anan. Yi Zhen's mother was far too young and beautiful to ever be interested in Yi Xingming. She probably found a better man in Beijing, possibly a wealthy one. Only someone like her mother would hold him in high regard. To others, he might not be worth their time. Do you think your father wanted the divorce? If it weren't for Yang Wanqing's insistence, we would have never had this chance. Your father is ungrateful, a true deceiver. Chapter 82, the former sister-in-law and the current sister-in-law Yi Xingming left work and headed straight to the Hongyan restaurant, where Zhou Hongyan, his confidant, awaited him. In moments like these, he sought solace from her, and indeed, she was already aware of the situation that had unfolded the day prior. Restaurants are notorious for being the epicenters of gossip, and the incident had been the focal point of conversation among patrons during lunch. As Yi Xingming arrived alone, Zhou Hongyan recognized that he was in need of assistance. What troubles you? Is your ex-wife causing you distress? She inquired, pouring a pot of fine tea. How should I refer to them now, as the former sister-in-law and the current sister-in-law? Please, spare me the jokes, he replied. I heard you were present when they clashed. I am particularly curious about how you handled the situation. Handle it? Qiu Yueju hasn't returned home since she went to her parents. Zhou Hongyan pondered. How did such a formidable woman agree to the divorce in the first place? It was her decision, he explained. It was due to this current sister-in-law? Zhou Hongyan seemed to piece together the intricate relationships of the past. I only learned yesterday that she insisted on the divorce because Qiu Yueju confronted her about our relationship. Yi Xingming felt no need to conceal the truth from Zhou Hongyan, his confidant. So, you two quarreled again, and she returned to her family? She accused me of bias. After Yang Wanjing struck her, I intervened to prevent the altercation from escalating, he recounted. Oh. Zhou Hongyan began to grasp the circumstances surrounding the previous day's altercation. Yang Wanjing, what a lovely name. It sounds as though her family must be cultured to have chosen such a beautiful name. Her father was an official in the county. And by the time I divorced her, he had ascended to the position of section chief, using his connections to facilitate the process, he continued. Zhou Hongyan regarded Yi Xingming with an understanding expression. Please, do not look at me like that. It was her insistence on the divorce that left me powerless to change her mind. I even begged her, but to no avail. I assured her that the child would remain with her, yet she remained resolute. Reflecting on the divorce, Yi Xingming did not perceive it as his fault. He believed Yang Wanjing's heart was far too callous. When she stated that she desired only the child and nothing else, he understood that the child was the only bond that could keep her, hence he vowed never to relinquish custody. He thought that as long as he severed ties with Qiu Yueju cleanly, the matter would be resolved. In that era, divorces were rare, families typically endured. Particularly given his promising future. Even his in-laws eventually sided with him, believing the marriage should not dissolve. Yet, Yang Wanjing, in her determination, was willing to forsake even their daughter. Ultimately, she only contested half of the property, ensuring that what could not be taken was allocated to their daughter, a stipulation clearly outlined in the divorce agreement. Thus, Yi Xingming managed to maintain his dignity by relinquishing half of the property, as Yang Wanjing had not caused a significant uproar throughout the process. She had not even disclosed to him how she had obtained the information regarding their situation. The truth was now clear, Qiu Yueju was the root cause, and without her, his marriage to Yang Wanjing would not have ended. What is her purpose in returning now? Is it to secure her daughter's future during the college entrance examination? Yi Xingming nodded. She has never trusted me. Zhou Hongyan smiled. Why would Yang Wanjing trust a man who betrayed her? Isn't it natural for her to harbor distrust? What are your plans moving forward? I am uncertain. Yi Xingming leaned back, his mind in turmoil. How could you be uncertain? Surely you wish to reconcile with your sister-in-law? The possibility of rekindling your relationship with your former sister-in-law seems slim. It is evident she cannot forgive you, for if she could, the divorce would never have occurred. I believe she has returned to claim the child. Once the college entrance examinations are over, she will take her away, Zhou Hongyan suggested. Perhaps she has already found someone new. Not at all. I have heard she has remained single, focusing on her clothing business in Beijing. Though it is a small venture, it appears to be thriving, Yi Xingming replied, unaware that Yang Wanjing's modest income equated to his earnings over a decade. Zhou Hongyan caught on, so. You wish to rekindle your past with your former sister-in-law? Is that likely? He asked. Zhou Hongyan shook her head, smiling. I never realized until now how you had changed. It's fortunate that I have never developed feelings for you. Yi Xingming sighed. I agree it is unlikely, she will not forgive me now. And what of your current sister-in-law? What do you plan to do? I suppose I will have to make do. What else can I do? I fear she may become frantic and confront Yang Wanjing, seeking retribution for the slaps she received. The mere thought of those slaps still sent shivers down his spine. Yang Wanjing was never like this. She would never resort to violence. Ah, my dear deputy town chief. People are often pushed to extremes. A woman striving in Beijing, do you think her path has been effortless? Look at my circumstances, life is fraught with challenges. Are you suggesting that even if she is not married, she must have someone in her life? While that is a possibility, it is not solely men who provide a woman with confidence, financial stability plays a significant role as well. Yi Xingming grasped her point, but still rose from his seat. So, which sister-in-law do you intend to visit? First, I must clarify matters with the current one. At the very least, I need to ensure she does not create a scene. Though he was reluctant to confront Qiu Yueju, he understood that he must quell the impending turmoil at home. Upon arriving home, he discovered that Qiu Yueju had indeed returned. As he left, his mother-in-law had followed him out, imparting a few words of advice. The message was clear: wives must be pampered. No matter how commendable the former wife may be, she is still the past and should not concern him any longer. Mother, what you say is true, we have already severed ties. I never expected her return would provoke such a scene, causing Yueju such distress. This distress is not solely yours to bear. My daughter may be at a loss for words, but her heart is with you and this family. After 10 years together, she endures this for your sake, so you must empathize with her. I understand, mother. If I lacked empathy, would I have come to bring her back? I fear her anger. Return quickly, then, and soothe her. Indeed, I shall. I must ensure she is comforted and that she does not suffer any further grievances. Yi Xingming rode away on his bicycle, though he found the sentiment irksome. How could one prevent her from feeling aggrieved? He could hardly believe that his mother-in-law was unaware of the circumstances surrounding their divorce. Perhaps it was she who had instigated the entire affair. Upon returning home, Yi Xingming found that Qiu Yueju had prepared a lavish dinner, her countenance radiant with newfound joy, a change that left him somewhat bewildered. Is your facial injury improving? He inquired, noting the visible signs of healing. I applied some ointment, she replied, referring to the erythromycin she had used, unsure of its efficacy. Before Yi Xingming could elaborate, Yi Anan emerged from her room, announcing, let's eat. I forgot it was Saturday since the children came home early. Despite the absence of weekend rest for most, Yi Anan's school schedule differed. Previously, Saturdays were reserved for Yi Zhen's laundry duties, but the girl's frequent visits to her grandmother's house had disrupted this routine, leaving Qiu Yueju to handle the accumulated garments herself, driven by maternal affection for her own daughter. The stark contrast in her treatment of Yi Zhen and Yi Anan was undeniable. She felt compelled to compensate Yi Anan for the hardships endured since childhood. The 7 years of paternal affection allegedly stolen by Yi Zhen. However, Yi Zhen's stubborn nature, reminiscent of Yang Wanqing, only fueled her resentment. With Yang Wanqing's return, Qiu Yueju's vigilance intensified, perceiving her as a greater threat than Yi Xingming's fleeting dalliances. Having lost Yi Xingming once due to complacency, she vowed not to repeat the mistake, fiercely guarding the man she had fought so hard to win. The years of hardship and the stigma endured by her daughter as an illegitimate child would all be in vain if she failed. Her disdain for Yi Zhen stemmed from Yang Wanqing's presence, believing that while Yang Wanqing's divorce wouldn't incur societal condemnation, Yi Zhen's parents' separation would merely elicit pity, sparing her the label of illegitimate. In her eyes, Yi Zhen's suffering paled in comparison to her daughter's emotional pain, justifying the plan to have Yi Zhen take the college entrance exam on her daughter's behalf. Meanwhile, Yi Zhen savored her mother's home-cooked meal, her face beaming with contentment. What are you grinning about? Yang Wanqing asked, placing a rib on her daughter's plate. Try this and tell me if it's seasoned correctly. I'll make it again tomorrow. Mom. Don't go to so much trouble. Just a simple meal is fine, Yizhen replied. It doesn't take much effort, and he can't eat that much anyway. It's mostly for us, Yang Wanqing countered. Mom, don't underestimate him. He can probably eat more than both of us combined. Yizhen exclaimed, recalling Jing Yuan's voracious appetite. Yang Wanqing chuckled, don't worry, there's plenty of food in this house. Yizhen nodded, savoring the braised ribs, the seasoning is perfect. Overwhelmed by a wave of emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes as she reminisced about her previous life, when her mother had showered her with homemade delicacies, gradually coaxing her out of her shell. She had encouraged her to pursue night classes, learn English and accounting, and eventually guided her in the intricacies of business. Despite her perception of disappointing her mother, Yang Wanqing had reassured her that she bore no blame, lamenting her own failure to protect her. In the end, it was always her mother who shielded her, while she, oblivious to the wickedness of others, naively focused on mastering her mother's teachings to alleviate her burdens, neglecting the malevolence of human nature. Despite her attempts to let go of the past, Qiu Yuejiu and her daughter had never intended to grant them peace. Zhen, what's wrong? Yang Wanqing inquired. I just feel so happy, Yizhen replied, forcing a smile, it feels almost too good to be true. Silly girl, we'll be happy forever from now on. I'll never leave you again. Wherever we go, we'll be together, Yang Wanqing vowed. This time, I'll wait for your acceptance letter before we leave together. Yizhen nodded, determined to protect her mother in this new life. She yearned for the college entrance exam to arrive, eager to confront Qiu Yuejiu and her daughter. And she hadn't forgotten her good father, whom she also intended to hold accountable, armed with incriminating evidence. Although her mother had returned, her plans remained unchanged. And she was even considering expediting them. She intended to discuss the matter with Jing Yuan the following day, recognizing him as the only one capable of assisting her. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan was brimming with excitement at the prospect of meeting his potential future mother-in-law. Despite Yizhen's insistence that they were merely classmates, he couldn't help but envision a future where they attended the same university, their relationship evolving into something more. Regardless of Yizhen's sentiments, he was determined to pursue her relentlessly after the college entrance exam. He believed that Zhen, a beautiful girl, had been deprived of joy due to her circumstances. He longed to guide her out of the darkness, revealing the wonders of the world. Life was long, and Zhen had only traversed a small portion of it. He wanted to prevent her from dwelling in gloom, envisioning her world as vibrant and colorful, with him as a constant presence. Although he couldn't express his feelings yet, he knew that with just a slight improvement in her grades over the next 2 months, attending the same university as her would be within reach. Yuan. What's wrong with you? Are you on something? You've been grinning all night, his friend teased. You wouldn't understand. Now, show me any questions you're struggling with. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll explain them to you, Jing Yuan retorted. Yuan, are you in love? Jing Yuan immediately covered the boy's mouth. Don't go spreading rumors to my parents. I knew it. The boy whispered, I've noticed you acting strange for a while now. Is she pretty? Of course, Jing Yuan replied. You've only been here for a short time and you're already. If Uncle Zhen finds out, he'll break your legs. If you keep quiet, no one will think you're mute. Even if I'm in love, I'll still be the top student in the grade, Jing Yuan retorted. But that's considered puppy love. Our teacher said puppy love is not allowed, the boy protested. Your teacher is right. For you in middle school, it's puppy love. But I'm in high school. So it's not. Understand? Jing Yuan explained. The boy pouted, unconvinced. He knew that the teachers had repeatedly warned against puppy love, claiming it hindered academic performance. However, it seemed to have no effect on Jing Yuan. Chapter 84, Mutual Affection. Yuan, how is that sister doing in her studies? The boy couldn't avoid this question today and had already asked several times in a short while. Not as good as me, but still quite decent. I'll do my best to help her improve her grades to match mine, so we can apply to the same school. Is she really that impressive? I thought it was said that girls who excel academically aren't usually attractive. Jing Yuan frowned, that's a misconception propagated by your teachers. It's not a misconception, the few top students in our class are quite average in looks, yet they are incredibly diligent. Most of us aspire to attend your prestigious high school. Do you have confidence in that? Of course. While I may not be the top of the grade, I am the best in our class, and I feel quite assured about entering the high school. Does that mean I can date once I enter high school? You can only date if you rank first in the entire year. The young lad blinked. He hadn't even achieved the top rank in middle school yet. And getting into the elite high school would be even more challenging. Is it truly only possible to date if I come first in the entire year? It's not just about dating. If you rank first and help your girlfriend excel as well, the school will overlook your relationship, as that signifies your capability. Do you understand? Yuan, what rank does that sister have? She is probably in the top 20 of the year. I believe she can make it to the top 10 in the upcoming mock exams. You are quite confident, aren't you? Absolutely. She is even more determined than I am. How enviable. What are you envious of? You should focus on achieving the top rank first before talking about envy. Did you understand that problem? I got it, but it seems quite daunting to aim for the top rank. I'm not as confident as you. Then don't even think about early relationships. Who is thinking about early relationships? Xingyuan's godmother entered with a plate of fruits. Mom, godmother. I told Tan not to think about early relationships. Of course, not just Tan, but you too. Once you enter university, you'll realize there are many more wonderful girls out there. Especially in prestigious universities, those admitted are the top scholars from each province. You'll have your pick of remarkable girls. Xingyuan nodded with a smile. That's exactly what I told Tan. Once you get into a good high school, you'll meet many beautiful and academically talented girls, but compared to university, that's nothing. Tan blinked. He had just said something different, but he had no way to refute it. Mom, I'm not considering early relationships. Look at me. I haven't even secured the top rank for the year. How can I think about dating? Oh. When did my son become dissatisfied with merely being the top of the class? It's good that Tan holds himself to high standards. That is certainly due to your influence, otherwise, he would have been content with ranking in the top few of the class before you arrived. Now he knows that there are always greater heights to reach. Alright, I won't disturb your studies any longer. Get some rest early. Yuan has something to attend to tomorrow, doesn't he? Yes, I've arranged to study at the library with classmates, Xingyuan replied nonchalantly. As they watched Tan's mother leave the room and close the door, Tan immediately asked, Brother, are you going on a date tomorrow? What date? I'm going to study. Then I'll join you. I want to see how pretty that sister is. Not now. We'll talk about it after the college entrance examination. Brother, you're not deceiving me, are you? You haven't won her over yet, have you? Who said that? We've merely agreed to define our relationship after the exams. Once we've established that, I'll introduce you to her. Your current task is to study and achieve the best grades to enter the high school. Only if you excel can you mention me as your brother in front of the teachers, otherwise, don't bring it up to avoid embarrassing me. Don't worry. I would never bring you shame. That's more like it. The next day, at 9:30, Xingyuan ventured out, fearing that being late would raise suspicion. Additionally, he pondered that he couldn't arrive empty-handed. He needed to buy a gift for his godmother. He had the money, but choosing an appropriate gift was a daunting task. Given her demeanor, ordinary gifts seemed unworthy. As the ancients said, beautiful flowers are for beautiful women, and fine wine is for heroes. Flowers would be a lovely choice. His mother had mentioned that people in foreign lands often exchange flowers upon meeting. Unfortunately, in their small town, there wasn't even a flower shop. While there may not be a shop, flowers surely existed. Thus, at 11:50, when Yizhen encountered Xingyuan, he was holding a large bouquet of roses. Various colors. Wrapped in newspaper. Looking at him, she asked, Did you steal those flowers? What stealing? I bought them. The lady said I could take some for 2 yuan. So I didn't hesitate. But later, when I saw her displeased as I nearly picked all her flowers, I gave her another yuan. Will your godmother like them? I initially wanted to choose just one color, but she only had a few of each. Yizhen found his animated demeanor amusing. That grandmother was likely regretting allowing him to pick her flowers. Not really, I left her a few blooms. Besides, there are many buds yet to bloom. May was indeed the season for roses. He had originally intended to pick wild roses, but they lacked the grandeur of the cultivated ones. When he saw the old lady's roses blooming beautifully, he devised this plan. Years later, when young Wanqing reminisced about the flowers gifted by her son-in-law, she felt a sense of joy, recalling that it was the first bouquet she had ever received, recognizing that this boy was quite romantic. Initially opposed to her daughter's early romance, she eventually accepted it, considering it fate to meet such a charming young man. "May I see your hands?" Jing Yuan deliberately extended his hands for her to inspect. "It's nothing," the grandmother used scissors to cut them, fearing I might damage her flowers. "I trimmed the thorns off." Zhen smiled. "I believe my mother will appreciate your gift." "Really?" Jing Yuan grinned like a simpleton. "Let us go. My mom has prepared a feast, we've been waiting for you." The cinema was not far from Zhen's uncle's home, just a 5-minute walk. Young Wanqing had prepared a table full of dishes and looked up to see her daughter leading a classmate into the yard. The large bouquet of flowers instantly captured her full attention. Young Wanqing smiled and stepped out to greet them. Jing Yuan felt a bit shy. "Hello, auntie. I wasn't sure what to bring, so I picked some flowers. I thought your elegance deserved flowers. What a charming boy you are." Years later, as Zhen reflected on that moment, she felt that Jing Yuan truly knew how to win her mother's favor. It was no wonder she had not readily accepted his advances, even her mother was speaking favorably of him. Young Wanqing accepted the flowers, and indeed, this gift outshone any other. "Zhen, show Zhen to wash his hands before dinner, I'll find a vase for these flowers." Having such a bouquet in the house instantly transformed the ambience. Jing Yuan's standing in young Wanqing's eyes shifted. Looking at him was akin to seeing her future son-in-law. A young man so adept at charming girls, if he devoted himself wholeheartedly to her daughter, he would be quite commendable. Though she had been deceived by Yi Xingming before, that was in her youth, lacking experience. After many years, having encountered numerous individuals, she could still discern the boy's genuine innocence. Moreover, the way he looked at Zhen was distinctly different. Although they claimed to be just classmates, she could see that the affection they harbored for each other was unmistakable. A mere glance or a subtle gesture reveals the mutual affection between the two children. Young Wanqing, an open-minded mother, embraces her daughter's preferences wholeheartedly, provided that the child possesses good character, she would never oppose her choices. Chapter 85, Silence speaks louder than words. After finishing their meal, Jing Yuan truly accompanied Zhen to the library. However, their discussion revolved around different matters. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Jing Yuan inquired. "Now that my mother has returned, I have no lingering concerns," Zhen replied. "You must comprehend the repercussions these photographs could have on your father." Zhen pondered for a moment and nodded. Should he not face the consequences of his actions? "What if it affects you? At the very least, your future in the military or politics will undoubtedly be influenced. While it would have little impact on your mother, given their divorce, it remains a different story for you. The father-daughter bond is inescapable. I plan to learn business from my mother and pursue a degree in business management," Jing Yuan declared. Zhen gazed intently at him, contemplating that perhaps he was right, but she remained resolute in her decision. Should Jing Yuan choose a path in politics or the military in the future, he would indeed give careful thought to their relationship. This arrangement seemed quite agreeable. Both should approach their emotional dilemmas with rationality. Zhen was uncertain if she would regret her decision in the future, though she felt no remorse at present. This was the price that Yi Xingming and Qiao Yuetong ought to pay. Perhaps it would affect her, but she remained indifferent. "All right, you've made up your mind. Then I shall proceed. Do not let my mother know." Zhen was aware that if young Wanqing learned of this, she would certainly prevent her daughter from proceeding, as she wished for her daughter to be unaffected, especially in matters that could jeopardize her future. Early the next morning, letters appeared in various locations around the town, on the windowsill of the town committee's communication room, in front of the department store, and at the entrance of Yi Xingming's home. The letter contained little more than a few photographs, yet those images spoke volumes. The first to discover this was Jianan, as she was the first to leave the house. Upon seeing the intimate photographs of Yi Xingming with another woman, her hands trembled. She swiftly tucked the letter into her backpack, hoping to shield her mother from the sight. However, news spreads faster than one might anticipate. Although Qiao Yuetong remained oblivious at home, she encountered the images upon arriving at work, evidently placed on her desk by someone with intent. There were multiple photographs. Each captured in striking clarity, albeit black and white and taken from a covert angle, the fact remained that Yi Xingming had indeed betrayed her with another woman. An undeniable truth. Moreover, this woman was none other than the proprietress of the Hongyan restaurant, whom she recognized. Another person who stumbled upon this envelope was Yi Xinglan. She too was unaware of how it had come to rest on the breakfast table. It was Hu Shirquan who first noticed it after finishing breakfast, as he, being avaricious, initially believed it contained money. To his astonishment, it revealed his brother-in-law's scandalous affair. "What are you looking at?" Yi Xinglan snatched the photographs from her husband's hands. "Do you know this woman?" Hu Shirquan shook his head. "If you wish to know who she is, simply ask your brother. There's no need for me to inquire." "Someone will definitely question him," Yi Xinglan replied, exasperated. "You should hurry home and check on your mother. We cannot allow her to suffer any distress." It must be said that the person who disseminated the photographs showed some restraint towards the elderly matriarch, if not for Yi Xinglan's loud outcry. She might never have known of the scandal. "Mother, my brother is in trouble again." "What has happened now?" "He has another woman." The old lady paused for a moment. "Who said so? Was it Qiu Tong?" It was not Qiu Tong, but rather someone captured the images, and by now, it has likely spread throughout the town. Upon arriving at work, Yi Xingming noticed everyone whispering amongst themselves. As he approached, conversation ceased, only to resume once he had passed by. Could it be that he is being promoted? Surely that money he spent didn't open doors so effectively? I thought he would have to invest more to make it happen. But evidently, he succeeded at once. "Brother, you are quite something. I thought you merely had a connection with the proprietress of Hongyan. But it seems you truly won her over." It must be acknowledged that Secretary He felt a twinge of envy towards Yi Xingming. Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. "I am not speaking frivolously. You have been photographed, and you still wish to deny it?" "What photographs? What have they captured?" "Photographs of you and Zhou Hongyan in an intimate embrace." "My goodness! They dared to capture such moments." "What photographs? Where are they?" "Who knows where they have circulated by now? You must quickly discuss with your brother how you managed to win over Zhou Hongyan." Yi Xingming began to realize that Secretary He was not jesting. "You truly saw the photographs of me with Zhou Hongyan? Together? That is an understatement. You were seen embracing her without clothing. Those images are crystal clear, and there are several." Yi Xingming felt dazed, his legs wobbling beneath him. "Photographs? Where are they?" He had no idea who took them, but these images needed to be destroyed. "Deputy Town Head, your letter is in the communication room." At that moment, a clerk presented a letter addressed personally to Yi Xingming. The envelope felt familiar, reminiscent of the one that had contained the photographs. Before he could react, Secretary He urged him to open it, and indeed, several photographs lay within, more scandalous than those he had previously seen. These images depicted a continuous sequence of actions, him kissing Zhou Hongyan, followed by him removing her clothing, culminating in passionate embraces. Yi Xingming sank heavily into his chair. What more needed to be said? At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Moreover, it was clear that more than one copy of these images existed. Potentially reaching the mayor's desk, from Secretary He's words, it was evident that each envelope contained different content. These photographs carried far more weight than the complaint letters held by Qiu Tong. "Secretary He, I am finished." Yi Xingming felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Acutely aware that this time, he was truly doomed. "Xingming, consider who you may have offended recently." Yi Xingming shook his head. "I have not offended anyone. How could I possibly be at odds with anyone? I wouldn't dare harm even an ant, let alone the affairs and people I manage. You know well what kind of person I am. Unless, of course, you obstructed someone's path," he added. Yi Xingming understood the multitude of eyes fixated on his position as deputy town head. If he remained, others would not have their chance, thus he sought to ascend. Yet he had not anticipated the impatience of these individuals. Secretary He sighed, among the deputy town heads, Yi Xingming had the least foundation. So it was entirely plausible that someone had set their sights on his position. "Do not despair, there remains hope. It appears they aim to tarnish your reputation. Perhaps you could spend some money to buy back those photographs? Who would I negotiate with? I don't even know who released them. Just wait." Perhaps the next letter will contain a demand for money. Chapter 86, Sincerely enjoying the gossip Secretary He. Do you think he might send a copy of that photo to my wife? Yi Xingming sat there, his mind somewhat vacant, slowly regaining his senses. Secretary He slapped his thigh, of course. He definitely wants to escalate this matter as much as possible. Hurry home, I'll help you find that photo. Once I do, I'll keep it from spreading any further. Yi Xingming nodded, but as he stood up, he realized his legs felt weak, making it difficult to walk. He attempted to place the trembling photos into an envelope but soon found it a challenging task. He ultimately abandoned the envelope, opting instead to tuck the photos into his clothing. Secretary He, you must help me keep those photos safe, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Go quickly, go quickly. Rest assured, I will handle this. It must be said that old He is a decent person, at least genuinely concerned for Yi Xingming. However, the eagerness to witness the unfolding drama was also sincere. It was only after Yi Xingming had left the office that he realized he should not go without making a call first. With this thought, he turned back. Why are you back again? Old He, could you please make a call and simply ask if Qiu Yuanyuan is there? Secretary He nodded. Making a call was certainly preferable to sending someone to their doom. There was a chance that the photos might have reached her by now. The call was made by Secretary He, and the response revealed that Qiu Yuanyuan had just left, having taken a letter with her. The information was rather cryptic. They did not mention the photos, only the letter, but it was evident that they had seen the photos contained within. Qiu Yuanyuan had been going on about how her husband Yi was treating her poorly, and yet, it turned out he was seeing someone younger and more beautiful outside. Someone recognized her as the owner of the Hongyan Hotel, who was indeed much younger than Qiu Yuanyuan. Did she say where she was going? No. But she left with a kitchen knife from the storeroom. It was easy to find a knife in their department store's well-stocked warehouse. Old He, alarmed, immediately hung up the phone. This is bad. Xingming, your wife has taken a knife to confront Zhou Hongyan. You must hurry, if you delay, this could lead to tragedy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingming fell to his knees. At that moment, he felt utterly helpless. Should I call the police? What for? Do you want to escalate this situation even further? Just go. If necessary, find a few people to accompany you. You must prevent her from causing a scene. If we can contain this, perhaps it will remain just a scandal about your infidelity. But if it blows up, your future will be ruined. All right. I'll call my driver. Let me borrow your car. Secretary He's words jolted Yi Xingming from his stupor, and he leaped to his feet, racing out. Even if Qiu Yuanyuan were to stab him today, he could not allow this situation to escalate. In truth, there was no need for him to call the police. As at that moment, Qiu Yuanyuan had already hurled the knife against the door of the Hongyan Hotel. The hotel, typically closed for breakfast, found itself surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Especially after Qiu Yuanyuan's arrival, it was clear that the drama was about to unfold. The staff had yet to open the doors when a letter wedged in the door caught their attention. Upon discovering the photos inside, they rushed upstairs to report to the owner. Zhou Hongyan intended to leave, but just as she was about to step outside, Qiu Yuanyuan stormed in. What should we do? The staff were terrified and could hardly open the door. If she dares to come in with that knife, we'll call the police. Zhou Hongyan remained composed, examining the angle of the photos taken. It was evident that the photographer had put considerable effort into capturing them. She sat on the second floor by the high wall of the factory. The person must have climbed the wall to photograph everything inside. It was also her oversight. Believing no one could climb the wall, she rarely drew the curtains, resulting in her being caught on camera. The images, while scandalous, were aesthetically pleasing and clearly taken by a professional. While she was on the second floor, chaos erupted below. Qiu Yuanyuan is furious. How could she not have seen it before? Last time she came, she thought that little vixen was Secretary He's mistress, all lies concocted by Yi Xingming. She had wondered how such a young woman could be interested in an old lecher like Secretary He. Little did she know, this woman was actually Yi Xingming's lover. Reflecting on how Yi had been unable to perform with her lately, she realized he had likely been drained by this younger woman. The thought of all her efforts to bear a son, only to have Yi Xingming squander everything on this little vixen, made her feel utterly unappreciated. You filthy wench. Come out. She shouted. You have the audacity to seduce another woman's husband, don't hide like a coward. Everyone. Open your eyes and see what kind of person the owner of the Hongyan Hotel truly is. She was fully aware that Yi Xingming was a married man. Yet she brazenly pursued him. Such women would have been punished severely in ancient times. Qiu Yuanyuan continued to kick and scream, but the hotel door remained firmly shut. As if her every punch was landing on soft cotton. This infuriated her even more. She had already been feeling aggrieved for days, having been beaten by Yang Wanqing, with whom she had yet to settle the score. And now, this morning's humiliation was too much to bear. Just yesterday, she had thought Yang Wanqing was her greatest rival. But reality had dealt her a heavy blow. Her rival was right in front of her, and she had failed to recognize her. Having even shared a drink with her that day. Reflecting on it now, she felt utterly humiliated. Everyone at the table likely knew about Yi Xingming's connection with the hotel owner, while she had been oblivious, foolishly feeling sorry for Secretary He's wife. You filthy wench, come out. Are you too scared to show your face? If you don't come out, I'll smash the sign of your Hongyan Hotel. With that thought, she considered pulling the knife from her pocket to damage the doorframe or the sign, anything to relieve her pent-up rage. However, before Qiu Yuanyuan could draw the knife, Yi Xingming arrived and lifted her up. Startled, she saw it was Yi Xingming. And a wave of resentment and hurt surged within her. Why couldn't she muster the strength to pull the knife out? If she could, she would have surely struck him down. No, not just strike him, but punish him, ensuring he could never again pursue another woman. Yi Xingming, you scoundrel. How dare you betray me? She struggled against him, desperate to vent her anger. I'm sorry for what I've done, but we cannot make a scene. Someone is plotting against me, you must not fall for it, Yi Xingming insisted, carrying Qiu Yuanyuan away despite her struggles, refusing to set her down. He shoved her into the borrowed jeep. Xiao Wang, drive. A crowd of onlookers was left bewildered. Boss, that woman was taken away by Deputy Town Chief Yi. Should we open today? Of course, why wouldn't we? Open immediately. Zhou Hongyan was unconcerned, as she understood that the Hongyan Hotel would be exceptionally busy, with business booming to unprecedented levels. As for Yi Xingming, it remained to be seen whether he could manage his tempestuous wife. Regarding those photos, she was keen to discover who had taken them. What was the motive behind capturing these images? Was it aimed at Yi Xingming? Or was it an attack on her Hongyan Hotel? However, it was likely directed at Yi Xingming, for he was indeed a notable figure in town. Chapter 87, She does not exist in his heart. Yi Xingming truly owes a debt of gratitude to Secretary He, had it not been for the loan of this vehicle. He shudders to think of the embarrassment he might have faced today. Qiu Yu, in a frenzy, clawed and struck at him, tears streaming down her face. Overwhelmed by a sense of unjust grievance. The memories of recent days, when she had worried endlessly about him, and even contemplated buying him gifts to mend his spirits, only deepened her despair. Little did she know that he had channeled all his energy elsewhere, leaving her utterly devoid of his desire. Yet she remained fixated on the idea of bearing a son for the Yi family, only to be met with his indifference. Enough, enough. I've been schemed against. Yi Xingming pondered deeply, still unaware of who had orchestrated this against him or whose path he had obstructed. As he reflected, several individuals came to mind, all of whom bore the hallmarks of suspicion. If you had not done anything wrong, could you truly be schemed against? Qiu Yu receded with resentment, her energy now waning. Just moments ago, she had unleashed her fury upon the proprietor of the Hongyan restaurant, and now she turned her wrath upon Yi Xingming. Overwhelmed by her own frustration, she found herself drained. Pray tell, when did you and that little vixen begin your entanglement? The restaurant had been open for over 6 months. After all, was she drawn here by your presence, or had you two already conspired before her arrival? The driver, Xiao Wang, leaned in, captivated by the salacious gossip unfolding before him. It was merely that one time. Yi Xingming could no longer deny it. The photograph captured their encounter in stark clarity, leaving no room for denial. Are you jesting? Qiu Yu's voice rose to a pitch of hysteria. It was indeed just that once. I had too much to drink that day, and nothing followed. Yi Xingming understood that he must first quell the fires at home. Yet Qiu Yu's emotional turmoil rendered her unyielding. She felt as though the entire world had betrayed her. The return of Yang Wanqing had already placed immense pressure upon her, and now the revelation of the Hongyan restaurant's proprietress only compounded her distress. Ultimately, Yi Xingming had never held her in his heart. All those years had been her unreciprocated devotion. She had believed she was marrying for love, only to discover the bitter truth. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, the matriarch examined the photographs with a discerning eye, maintaining an impressive calm. Who is this woman? Although the images were not overtly provocative, the context hinted at impending turmoil. I do not know, who can say? Yi Xinglan had never encountered Zhou Hongyan. Yet she appeared youthful. The matriarch nodded solemnly, acknowledging the resemblance to a younger Yang Wanqing. Ah? Is there a likeness? Yi Xinglan scrutinized the photograph anew. I cannot see it. Yang Wanqing is far more beautiful. There is a slight resemblance in their features, a certain spirit. The matriarch concluded. Mother. How can you be so composed? Did you already know my brother was involved with someone else? Yi Xinglan's realization dawned upon her. She had rushed home fearing her mother might be distressed by the news, only to find her unperturbed. Your brother's heart has long since strayed from Qiu Yuru. The matriarch sat cross-legged, exuding an air of tranquility. When Qiu Yuru last visited and claimed your brother was uninterested in her, I knew then that he had another. Who has he offended to provoke such a scandal? Yi Xinglan's lips curled in disdain, feeling her brother deserved this predicament. Could it be Yang Wanqing? Unlikely. She has only just returned. How could it be her? The photographs could not have been taken recently. Who could ascertain the duration of their affair? By your reasoning, it should not be Yang Wanqing. She has only just returned and could not possibly be aware of your brother's indiscretions. Then your brother is finished. This uproar will likely cost him his position as deputy mayor. Yi Xinglan, lacking knowledge of political affairs, was uncertain of her brother's fate. There may be a remedy, but it would require appealing to Yang Wanqing. Mother, your thinking is remarkable. Do you truly believe Yang Wanqing could assist my brother now? If I were in her shoes, I might find amusement in his predicament. Unbeknownst to Yang Wanqing, the scandal surrounding the Hongyan restaurant's proprietress had unfolded. Though she had heard rumors of the proprietress facing public reprimand, she was unaware that it was Qiu Yuru. Had she known, she would have relished the spectacle. From the moment she discovered the affair between Qiu Yuru and Yi Xingming, all trust she had in him evaporated. To Yang Wanqing, Yi Xingming was a deceiver who had betrayed her affections. She yearned for a love that was steadfast, not fleeting pleasure, yet Yi Xingming could never offer her that. The very notion of him professing love was unbearable. She would rather forego it entirely. For she understood that a man who cannot govern his desires is merely at the beginning of a much larger chaos. Even without Qiu Yuru, there would be Zhang Yuru and Li Yuru. Thus, she chose to relinquish the relationship, chalking it up to her own folly. The only debt she felt was to her daughter. Meanwhile, at school, Yi Zhen and Jing Yanquan remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Jing Yanquan had greeted her with a simple thumbs up upon arrival, and the rest was left unspoken. The world outside was of no concern to them. For this was merely the first step in their meticulously crafted plan. They aimed to stir public opinion, diverting attention from Yi Zhen's examination substitution. Although Yang Wanqing's return made Yi Zhen's plan nearly impossible, she was intent on avenging her past life. All of this was retribution owed to Qiu Yuru and Yi Xingming. The malevolence of Qiu Yuru was evident to Yi Zhen. Yet the actions of Yi Xingming did not befit a father. Hence, she would target him, fully aware that his downfall would also ensnare Qiu Yuru. Was it not Qiu Yuru who claimed to hold power over Yi Xingming? What could her leverage mean when compared to the weight of these photographs? If only she could escape, she would relish witnessing Qiu Yuru's reaction upon seeing the images. For in Qiu Yuru's eyes, she and Yi Xingming were true love. And Yi Anan was the fruit of that affection. As for Yi Zhen, she was merely an extraneous existence, a reminder of Yi Xingming's failed romance with Yang Wanqing. Now, Yi Zhen was keen to know, did Qiu Yuru still believe that Yi Xingming's love for her was genuine? Chapter 88, What is usurped shall eventually be returned. Yang Wanqing learned of the matter from Yi Xinglan. With half an hour remaining until the end of evening study hall, she usually arrived early to chat with Yi Xinglan. It was then that she heard the explosive news. The proprietress of Hongyan? Yi Xinglan had also learned the woman's identity from Hu Shirquan that afternoon. The news certainly spread quickly, and it had become the talk of the town. Especially after Qiu Yueru's tumultuous scene that morning, reportedly wielding a cleaver, which only amplified the sensation. Did you know? Hongyan restaurant was packed today. I heard the proprietress greeted everyone without the slightest reservation, brazenly allowing the crowd to gawk at her. Can you imagine a more shameless woman? Yang Wanqing chuckled at this. Qiu Yueru personally stormed over? Yes, supposedly with a cleaver in hand. Yang Wanqing's laughter intensified. How dare she wield a cleaver? Shouldn't she be acknowledging this proprietress as a kindred spirit? What she did back then was even more egregious. Not only did she commit adultery, but she also bore a child. Indeed, let her taste the bitterness you once felt. I felt no bitterness. Your brother was nothing more than refused to me. Thankfully, I was lucid enough to discard him. If Qiu Yueru fancies refuse, she's welcome to retrieve it. It's only my daughter who has suffered. But I will make amends in due time. Her reason for setting aside her business to wholeheartedly accompany her daughter was the profound sense of having deprived her daughter over the years. She would compensate as much as possible, as money was inconsequential compared to her daughter. Anyway, with my brother's affairs in such disarray, Qiu Yueru will likely cause a ruckus for some time. However, divorce is improbable. Qiu Yueru's entire family relies on my brother. Besides, at Qiu Yueru's age, how could she easily divorce my brother? She fears that after a divorce, my brother might marry the Hongyan proprietress. Yang Wanqing smiled. If the Hongyan proprietress flaunts a pregnant belly and claims the child is your brother's, Qiu Yueru might be compelled to divorce, regardless of her wishes. Find time to congratulate the old lady for me, perhaps she will finally achieve her long-cherished wish of having a grandson. Yang Wanqing knew that the Yi family's matriarch had always resented her for not bearing a grandson for the Yi family. With Yi Xingming's moral failings, he shouldn't have offspring. Therefore, Yang Wanqing had always considered Yi Zhen to be her own child, unrelated to Yi Xingming. At that moment, the first bell signaling the end of self-study rang. Yang Wanqing and Yi Xinglan tacitly ceased their conversation, refraining from mentioning such shameful matters in front of the children. Yi Zhen and Jing Yuan emerged together. Yi Zhen was overjoyed to see her mother but still feigned protest. Didn't I tell you not to pick me up? I just wanted to chat with your aunt. You're at school every day, I get so bored at home alone. I came early to help your aunt. Yi Xinglan was busy selling her wares, which were few in number, suggesting she would soon close up shop. Second aunt, we're leaving. Yi Zhen greeted Yi Xinglan with a smile. Go home early. I'll be leaving soon. Yi Xinglan and her husband were occupied with their business. Hu Shirquan hadn't left. He was always eager to hear gossip about his brother-in-law from his wife. However, he had never understood who had left the envelope at their breakfast stall or whom his brother-in-law had offended. Jing Yuan slowly followed the mother and daughter on his bicycle, keeping a short distance behind. Yang Wanqing turned around and noticed him. Zheng, you can go back now. We'll be fine. Auntie, I'm fine. Mom, let him escort us. This was something they had discussed, especially during this time. To protect them, Jing Yuan would escort them home before returning. Actually, Yi Zhen didn't think it was necessary. But Jing Yuan felt it was essential. He was, after all, a man, and if Yi Xingming discovered that Yi Zhen was involved, he would surely cause trouble for them. However, Yi Zhen believed that their actions were so discreet that they wouldn't be easily discovered. Moreover, Yi Xingming and Qiu Yueru were currently embroiled in conflict, and it would take them a long time to sort things out. Indeed, Yi Zhen's speculation was entirely accurate. No matter how Yi Xingming explained, Qiu Yueru disregarded any schemes and only saw Yi Xingming's betrayal. At this point, Yi Xingming's future prospects were irrelevant to her. What good was it if he thrived? As he would still replace her, just as he had replaced Yang Wanqing, with someone younger and more beautiful. Are you done yet? Qiu Yueru's tantrums came in waves, leaving one mentally exhausted. When she was too tired to cry, she fell silent, and Yi Xingming assumed she had heeded his words. However, once she recovered, she resumed her crying and ranting, accusing Yi Xingming of ingratitude. She then began recounting how difficult it had been for her to endure the insults while waiting for him and how Yi Enan had suffered the indignity of being called an illegitimate child. In her agitation, she would shout, Yi Xingming, have you no conscience toward us? Yi Enan stood outside their front door, hesitant to enter. As her mother had already learned of the matter, she had just watched Yi Zhen and her mother leave the school gate. And seeing them arm in arm and chatting happily, she felt a pang of envy. When had she begun to envy Zhen? She knew her mother was good to her, but it wasn't the same as Zhen's mother's affection for Zhen. Zhen often received beautiful clothes. But when she wanted them, her mother would suggest taking Zhen's instead of buying her new ones. Her mother had always taught her to snatch things from others, including her father. But now, someone was trying to snatch her man from her mother. She knew who the woman was, as she had seen Yi Xingming going to Hongyan restaurant late at night. In fact, she had long sensed that something was amiss. What is usurped shall eventually be returned. Just like when she and Zhen fought over the dress, and neither of them ended up with it. What about the man? The usurped man? Who would snatch him away? If she didn't want the man to be taken, what should she do? Destroy him? Yianan gripped the ironwork on the gate tightly, hesitating whether to open it. But if she didn't open it, where else could she go? Finally, after hearing her mother's another outburst, she opened the gate and walked inside. Yi Xingming came out upon hearing the noise. Qiu Yueru had cried herself out of energy, but Yi Xingming knew she wouldn't let him off easy that night. Chapter 89, deteriorating further. Yi Xingming attempted to persuade Yianan to talk some sense into Qiu Yueru, yet he found himself at a loss for words. How could he broach such a delicate matter with his daughter? Should he confess that his infidelity had incited her mother's ire, thus imploring her to intervene? Yianan lifted her gaze, coldly regarding Yi Xingming. Did you argue with Mom? She inquired. She refuses to listen to my explanations. Perhaps you could help me reason with her? Her question alleviated his awkwardness. Indeed, a quarrel had transpired, though the specifics need not be disclosed. Father. What your mother desires may simply be a promise from you, Yianan remarked before retreating to her room. Furrowing his brow, Yi Xingming wondered if word of this incident had already spread throughout the school. What else could explain Yianan's demeanor? A promise? What kind of promise? A vow not to divorce? Or perhaps a commitment to cease his extramarital pursuits? Yet he had already made both assurances, but Qiu Yueru had chosen to disregard them. What more could he do? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he returned to his room. Listen to me. And in his back. If you wish to keep this from our child, you must remain calm and at least allow me to finish my explanation. Yi Xingming, are you speaking sensibly? If you fear our daughter finding out, then you should refrain from such actions. I have informed you, I was certainly set up. I only had that one encounter. And it was because I was inebriated. At this moment, Yi Xingming disregarded any thoughts of Zhou Hongyan, focusing solely on extricating himself from this predicament. I assure you, I was truly intoxicated. Qiu Yueru, after 10 years of marriage, if I had intentions elsewhere, we would have long since parted ways. How could we have endured to this day? I genuinely fell into a trap. Perhaps someone has long been coveting my position. For years, he had maintained a steady hold on his role, yet it now seemed he was merely obstructing others' ambitions. Do you not understand what I am saying? I do not comprehend. I can only believe what I have witnessed. This morning, when I saw those photographs, Qiu Yueru went into a frenzy. She had no time to ponder anything else. Presently, every word from Yi Xingming fell on deaf ears. How could he, a mere deputy town chief, obstruct anyone's path? Yes, you witnessed it. But have you considered that this could be a deliberate attempt to frame me? Someone could have intentionally gotten me drunk and taken those pictures. Yi Xingming. Spare me your excuses. I refuse to believe you. If you had no desire, you would not have initiated. You were incapable of even arousal when with me. The mention of this provoked Qiu Yueru's ire, prompting her to strike him. Tell me, do you return only after being intimate with that woman? Is that why I must bear a son, while you remain utterly impotent? I even intended to buy you some tonics. But it seems you have squandered it all on someone else. Yi Xingming's head throbbed. How had the conversation spiraled back to this point? It felt as though a scholar had encountered soldiers. Logic was of no avail, especially as he found himself without any justification. Enough. I shall cease this discussion and retire to bed. If you do not wish for your daughter to know, it would be wise to calm your emotions. I could not care less. Yi Xingming appeared ready to abandon all pretense, realizing that he could not clarify matters since the photographs only reflected the truth. Yianan, listening to the commotion from the other room, covered her ears. She longed to escape this home, yet found herself without a destination. When had her situation with Zhen shifted so drastically? Once, it was Zhen who could not endure this household, while she reveled in her parents' affection. Now, as she faced the pressures of her impending college entrance examinations, her parents only served to exacerbate her distress. It seemed everything had changed after Zhen had inflicted harm upon her. First, their parents had clashed in the hospital over Zhen's actions, followed by a series of unfortunate events involving her mother. Now, while the situation regarding her examination remained uncertain, scandalous photographs of Yi Xingming's affair circulated widely. It felt as though with every step Zhen took towards success, she and her mother were inexorably descending into despair. Moreover, Zhen had even stolen her affections for Jing Yuhan. Why was it that her fortunes waned while Zhen's path appeared ever more untroubled? It seemed profoundly unjust. For they shared the same father, misfortune ought to afflict them all equally. She retrieved the photographs of Yi Xingming's indiscretions from her backpack, as if a resolution had crystallized within her. Each envelope Zhen had entrusted to Jing Yuhan bore distinctive markings, for the contents varied, some more provocative than others. The 3 images Qiu Yuru had seen were deliberately designed to elicit a stronger reaction. Yet, this morning, one of the marked envelopes unexpectedly appeared on her desk. Zhen, upon seeing the mark, smiled. She had intentionally selected these 3 photographs for Qiu Yuru, ensuring she would not overlook them. Which is why she had instructed Jing Yuhan to place the envelopes at the department store and outside the Yi household. Yet now, the envelope had returned to her possession. What did this signify? It suggested someone desired her to be aware of the matter. Today, Yi Inan had arrived earlier than ever. Believing her scheme had been executed flawlessly, unaware that Zhen was the true orchestrator of events. She observed Zhen open the mailbox, her expression quickly morphing into one of shock as the photographs were laid bare on the table. Yi Inan felt a swell of pride, turning away to resume her slumber. Meanwhile, Zhen chuckled, fully aware of her acting prowess, especially in deceiving Yi Inan. Yi Inan reveled in her triumph, feeling she was no longer the sole sufferer of their family's turmoil. Little did she realize that Zhen faced this chaos with a smile. For within her 18-year-old body resided the soul of a 28-year-old. Meanwhile, Yi Xingming arose early, dark circles under his eyes. While Qiu Yuru lay in a state of despair, her voice rendered hoarse from her tirade. Before he could step outside, his mother-in-law and brother-in-law stormed in. Without hesitation, his brother-in-law launched an assault, leaving Yi Xingming with nowhere to flee. At this juncture, Qiu Yuru clung to her mother, wailing in a voice barely audible. Yet this did not diminish the farce unfolding around them. With the involvement of his mother-in-law, the drama escalated further. Yi Xingming found himself on the ground, witnessing the flames in the backyard grow ever more ferocious, while he struggled futilely to extinguish them. Clearly, his mother-in-law and brother-in-law were merely adding fuel to the fire. "I'll kill you for your audacity. How dare you betray my sister like this? Have you forgotten your promises to my mother to treat her well for a lifetime and to make amends for their mother-daughter bond? Only a few years have passed. Have you forgotten everything upon seeing a young and beautiful woman? Very well, if you have such a short memory, I shall ensure you remember it today." With that, his brother-in-law unleashed another barrage of punches and kicks. Thus, the Yi household began a new day amidst cries of anguish. Chapter 90. Crying in another place. Qiu Maoqing was not particularly capable. During his youth, he spent his days loitering on the streets, and engaging in fights was trivial to him. Of course, he often found himself on the receiving end of such altercations, but today, relishing the opportunity to thrash Yi Xingming brought him some satisfaction. He had long harbored disdain for Yi Xingming, an impotent deputy town mayor who acted as if he were a mayor or a provincial governor. Day in and day out, he put on airs in front of their family. Both his and his sister's positions had been arranged by Yi Xingming, but what did that matter? Their family had endured years of scorn due to Yi Xingming, and his father had been driven to his demise by the stress induced by him and his sister. Now, Yi Xingming thought that a few minor favors could erase the past? What a delusion! Moreover, what irked him most was Yi Xingming's audacity to pursue young and beautiful women while his own wife berated him for his ineptitude. "Tell me, are you severing ties with that woman or not?" Qiu Maoqing demanded as he continued to strike. "Sever. Sever. Sever." Yi Xingming could hardly withstand the blows, pleading. "I was set up. I was drunk, and it was just that once, and someone took photos. You must let me explain. Who do you think you're fooling?" I asked around, and you frequent that Hongyan hotel daily, Qiao Maocheng retorted, unconvinced. Even Qiao Yuru, his sister, was not fooled. I only go there to drink. There are so many people. Yi Xingming defended himself, cradling his head to protect his face, but Qiao Maocheng was unsympathetic. All right, let him finish, the elderly lady finally interjected. Observing that the beating had reached its peak. Only then did Qiao Maocheng cease, leaving Yi Xingming battered and bruised. Mother, I've been set up. Someone must be envious of my position as deputy mayor. I must have crossed someone. Yet you willingly walked into the trap. Why not target another deputy mayor in town? Qiao Yuru snapped, furious. My sister is right, why not focus on someone else? Qiao Maocheng kicked him again in frustration. I truly was intoxicated, Yi Xingming lamented. Reduced to using drunkenness as an excuse. Sister, what should we do now? Should I go and smash that Hongyan hotel? Enough. You're in your 30s. You can't just destroy someone else's property without compensation. Is that how it ends? The key is your brother-in-law's attitude. Yi Xingming, we are here today to obtain your stance. She stated firmly. Hearing this, Yi Xingming immediately knelt before the elderly lady, pleading, Mother, I was wrong. I should never have acted recklessly while intoxicated. I have been with Yuru for a decade and have never considered divorce. I swear to the heavens that such an incident will never occur again. With the situation escalating like this, I am uncertain if I can retain my position as deputy mayor. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xingming winced in pain. Contemplating how he would face work in this condition. All right, get up. Mother, are we just letting him off the hook like that? Qiao Maocheng protested. Wishing he had struck harder. The elderly lady exchanged a knowing glance with her son. Their purpose was to teach Yi Xingming a lesson, not to instigate a divorce. What kind of man would Qiao Yuru find if she divorced? If Yi Xingming truly parted ways with her, there would be someone waiting, the owner of Hongyan. Young and beautiful, perhaps even capable of bearing a son. Yi Xingming rose, gratitude evident in his gaze. Mother, rest assured, I will find a way to uncover the truth. Uncover what? If someone truly intends to ruin you, you better think of how to resolve this mess. Yi Xingming nodded, feeling utterly lost. After all, several individuals were eyeing his position, all possessing greater strength and influence, making any investigation exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, this might just be the first step, with the next likely being a whistleblower's letter. Such matters were typically reported to the city, so he needed to quickly leverage connections to suppress this issue. I'll head to work now, he said, heading to wash his face and change clothes before stepping outside. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuru pouted, on the verge of tears. Only to be reprimanded by her mother for crying at such a moment. What good is crying now? Am I supposed to laugh instead? Do you believe he only met that woman once? That's because you lack the capability. A man should be able to maintain his loyalty. Should I shadow him every moment? And you know what kind of man Yi Xingming is, he is lecherous and will never change. How could she marry him if he were a good man? If he were decent, would divorce even be considered? Crying won't help, besides, you're not even shedding tears in the right place. Where should I cry then? Should I go to the town government and weep there? Fool, go cry in front of your mother-in-law. Yi Xingming is in the wrong here. You must hold the moral high ground. For all these years, hasn't she resented you for not bearing a son? Now that Yi Xingming has something to hold over you, you have the upper hand. Why waste your tears at home? Qiao Yuru sniffled. Recalling how she had previously threatened Yi Xingming with a whistleblower's letter regarding Yi Zhen's assistance to Yi Anan in the college entrance examination. However, with the emergence of photos yesterday, her leverage seemed insignificant. If she were to present the whistleblower's letter now, it would only exacerbate the situation, potentially sealing Yi Xingming's fate. And you know my mother-in-law all too well, she could twist any situation to her advantage. Qiao Yuru clearly hesitated, understanding her mother-in-law's nature. If she went, instead of softening, her mother-in-law might urge her to divorce to make way for someone else. I'll accompany you. I refuse to believe we can't handle those two this time. Lady Qiao seemed to anticipate Qiao Yuru's arrival, sitting cross-legged on the bed, calm and composed, showing no signs of her son's wrongdoing. This sight only incensed Qiao Maocheng further. I say, in-laws, your son has caused quite a ruckus, you must have heard about it. What has happened? Lady Qiao feigned ignorance. As an old woman who seldom leaves home, what could possibly have occurred? Are they fighting again? I urged my son to live well. If they can't, they should part amicably. Why create such chaos? It shattered the peace of home. Cho Yu-ru was infuriated by this response, and she threw the incriminating photos onto the bed. Look at the good deeds your son has done. Chapter 91, Playing dumb while knowing full well I now live each day as it comes, no longer concerning myself with the affairs of my children. I must admit, the old lady has come to terms with the situation regarding Yi Zhen. Back in the day, she insisted on keeping her granddaughter, yet now, what has transpired? The girl has turned 18, and her biological mother has promptly taken her away. At her age, she should focus on her own well-being. Cho Yu-ru's mother has not interacted with old lady Yi for many years, and she is taken aback by how unreasonable the old woman has become. Had it not been for Yianin, it is uncertain whether Cho Yu-ru would have even gained entry into their family. Now, after a decade of marriage, it is evident that the old lady has never truly regarded her daughter-in-law as family. The recent incident involving Yi Xingming represents a significant transgression against her daughter. Yet old lady Yi remains obstinate. My dear sister, as someone who has traversed similar paths, do you truly believe that transitioning from one household to another is a simple endeavor? Is divorce truly a solution to such dilemmas? Old lady Yi lifted her gaze. Are you coming to me to seek retribution? This matter is beyond my concern. If you seek someone, go to my son. Furthermore, Cho Yu-ru should have been aware of my son's flaws long before marrying into the Yi family. After a decade together, if she has not managed to amend his shortcomings, how can she come to me seeking blame? Undeniably, if there were a contest for unreasonableness, old lady Yi would undoubtedly take the crown. Cho Yu-ru felt tears welling up. Mother, what do you mean by this? It means nothing. Children grow independent of their mothers. Even if I try to intervene, he will not heed my words. Cho Yu-ru's mother has come to understand why her daughter insists that the old lady is unreasonable. She finally comprehends how much her daughter has endured over the years, especially considering the promise made to produce a grandchild that has yet to materialize after a decade. My dear sister, this situation stems from your son's shortcomings toward my daughter, and your assertions lack merit. No matter how grown he is, he still has you as his mother, does he not? So tell me, what do you expect from him? Now that the issue has arisen, do you wish for him to proclaim his apologies to Cho Yu-ru in the streets? Or should he draft a letter of assurance for your daughter? This matter need not involve me. As long as they come to an agreement, I shall not interfere. I am old and weary, these matters are no longer my concern. In the future, should you encounter any issues, do not bring them to me, as no one listens to my counsel anymore. Alas! At my age, my hearing and vision are failing, and I am not taken seriously. The old lady clearly indicated her disinterest in the matter, and Cho Yu-ru, not wishing to engage further, promptly left with her mother. What is the rush? Why are you leaving without resolving anything? What is there to resolve? Did you not observe how the old lady behaved? What clarity could she possibly offer? Cho Yu-ru retorted angrily. It has been only a few years since I last saw your grandmother, yet she appears to have aged significantly. Aged significantly? She is merely feigning ignorance. This matter is her son's fault. Naturally, she will play the fool. Had I been at fault, you would see a very different outcome. Just as the mother-daughter duo was about to conclude their conversation, Yi Xinglan approached with items in hand to visit the old lady. Yi Xinglan had always held a distaste for Cho Yu-ru, and upon seeing the two of them together, she wasted no time in addressing the situation. Cho Yu-ru, your matters with my brother are your own, do not disturb my mother. Oh. And who might you be? You see your sister-in-law struggling to find her voice? Cho Yu-ru's mother was displeased. While she had no power over Yi Xingming's mother, she had long held a grudge against this sister-in-law who had obstructed her daughter's marriage to Yi Xingming. A meddlesome sister-in-law is the most troublesome of issues within a household, and her daughter had unfortunately encountered both a formidable mother-in-law and an intrusive sister-in-law. Dear aunt, you are not here to seek accountability from my mother, are you? Let me make it clear, my mother's health is fragile, so do not provoke her into illness. If there are genuine issues, who will take responsibility? Can your daughter care for her, or can my brother? The tone of Yi Xinglan was suffocating. And before Cho Yu-ru's mother could react, she turned on her heel and departed, refusing to listen any further. This left Cho Yu-ru's mother infuriated. Look at this. Look at your sister-in-law. I told you not to come, yet you insisted, and now you have not resolved anything and only made yourself upset. Oh, you. Qiu Yuru's mother wore an expression of disappointment. How have you learned nothing from this? This is merely a result of your indulgence over the past decade. If you had asserted yourself from the beginning, would they dare speak to you in such a manner? Including Yi Xingming, had you managed him well from the start. Even if he desired to stray, he would have to consider your feelings. Mother, what does this have to do with anything? Qiu Yuru frowned. What do you mean it has nothing to do with it? You have indulged him entirely, and now he believes you to be easy prey. You are unaware that it was precisely because his previous wife was so domineering that Yi Xingming was drawn to a gentle and soft-spoken woman like me. Otherwise, how could I have won his heart? Your gentleness is contingent upon age. Now, a younger, gentler woman has appeared. And you see how quickly he could discard you for someone else. But the boss lady Hong Yan, she is not gentle at all. Men are prone to change. And you too have aged, you have not been devoid of experiences with men, so why are you unable to see this? Mother, please lower your voice. Qiu Yuru replied, displeased. Qiu Yuru's mother rolled her eyes, reminiscing that perhaps she would have been better off with that man surnamed Qian all those years ago. As her life might have been more favorable. Qiu Yuru, however, had not been limited to Yi Xingming alone in her romantic pursuits. Yet few were willing to bear the burden of her past. Chapter 92, To keep secrets, one must be cautious throughout the morning. Yi Anan meticulously observed Yi Zhen's reactions. Only to find her efforts in vain. Yi Zhen remained her usual self, engaging in conversation and laughter, her demeanor unchanged. As if she had not seen the photograph at all. During lunch in the cafeteria, Yi Anan hastily approached Yi Zhen. How can you still smile after such a significant incident involving your father? Yi Zhen paused, taken aback. At this moment, he has become my father? Did you not always refer to him as your biological father? Yi Anan retorted, astonished by Yi Zhen's response. Yet he does not acknowledge me, Yi Zhen replied nonchalantly. If he does not recognize you, why worry about him? When have I ever worried about him? Yi Anan's impatience surfaced. Aren't you concerned that this incident might affect your relationship with Xing Yuhan? Impact what? Our camaraderie as classmates? You are overthinking it. Yi Anan scoffed, classmate relationship? Do you think everyone is blind? Currently, our connection is merely that of classmates. How others perceive it is their concern, for me. Nothing is more crucial than the college entrance examination. Are you not afraid that this incident will affect your examination? Yi Zhen chuckled. Are you afraid? Yi Anan was momentarily speechless. What was there to fear? She was destined not to succeed. If you are untroubled, why should I be? In the eyes of others, I am not his biological child. Your eagerness to distance yourself from him reveals a striking resemblance to your mother. Whom are you insulting? Oh? Am I insulting someone? Do you not resemble your mother? Who else could you resemble? Yi Zhen. Xing Yuhan, who had just returned with her meal, noticed Yi Anan standing beside Yi Zhen and her expression shifted. What are you doing occupying the table? The cafeteria lacked sufficient chairs, compelling most students to eat standing up or to take their meals back to the classroom or dormitory. Shall we eat in the classroom? Yi Zhen suggested, her appetite waning at the sight of Yi Anan. Watching Yi Zhen and Xing Yuhan depart together, resentment slowly brewed within Yi Anan. Yi Zhen had little to be concerned about. Her academic prowess would ensure her escape after the college entrance examination, rendering any troubles involving Yi Xingming irrelevant. However, Yi Anan's situation was starkly different. Her failure to gain admission to university meant she would remain in this small town. Had nothing untoward occurred with Yi Xingming, she might have graduated high school and secured a job through his connections. But now, what if Yi Xingming could not protect himself? Who would he be able to assist? Yi Anan, are you not getting your meal? I have no appetite. Indeed, Yi Anan felt no hunger. Yi Zhen had Xing Yuhan steadfastly by her side, while she was utterly alone. Earlier that morning, her desk mate had quietly inquired if the rumors about her father's incident were true, which had infuriated Yi Anan to the point of declaring she had no father. What does Yi Zhen want with you? Is she afraid I am unaware of Yi Xingming's predicament and has come to remind me? Yi Zhen answered coolly. Xing Yuhan glanced back at Yi Anan, pondering her intentions. She is unhappy and does not wish for me to be at ease. Yi Zhen understood Jianan's mindset all too well. The person truly suffering today was Yi Xingming. Already tardy, only to be informed upon arrival that the organization department sought to speak with him. Yi Xingming's expression shifted dramatically. He had anticipated this moment but did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. The organization department could have chosen to ignore this matter. Yet a report had arrived early that morning, accusing Yi Xingming of inappropriate relationships and a disordered private life. Curiously, Yi Zhen had not authored this report. Her letter was still in transit, not yet delivered to the town. After all, Yi Xingming had established numerous connections over the years in the town. And it was conceivable that this matter could be suppressed. As expected, those who convened with him from the organization department were familiar faces. Friends with whom he often drank and played mahjong. Olji, how did this situation escalate to such proportions? Whom did you offend? Alas! How could I know? Yi Xingming felt a sense of relief upon seeing these friends. At worst, it was merely a matter of treating a few to dinner. We are indifferent. But you must resolve this on your end. This report has reached us, but if it truly goes higher up, you need to devise a plan. Rest assured. I have connections in the city, this cannot be allowed to escalate. Perhaps you should return home and comfort your wife. We visited the Hongyan restaurant yesterday. Zhou Hongyan was unharmed. In truth, everyone was already aware of the relationship between Yi Xingming and Zhou Hongyan, though they had not anticipated it would become public. As the saying goes, to keep secrets, one must be cautious. There are no walls without whispers in this world. The final discussion with the organization department concluded with the determination that the photograph was unclear, making it impossible to confirm that Yi Xingming was the individual depicted. Furthermore, as the report was anonymous, it bore the possibility of slander, necessitating further investigation. For the next few days, Yi Xingming would certainly avoid the Hongyan restaurant. Yet he yearned to meet Zhou Hongyan. They could not allow this matter to become public, and they needed to maintain a unified front. It must be said that Secretary He was indeed helpful. He instructed driver Xiao Wang to fetch Zhou Hongyan. Unsure of where to meet and wary of being seen, they ultimately decided to converse in the car. Xiao Wang, positioned at the front lines of this unfolding drama, grew increasingly excited. Though they did not allow him to listen in. When the car halted at the roadside, Yi Xingming sent him to buy cigarettes. Yesterday's events did not frighten you. Did they? Zhou Hongyan shook her head, playing with her long, straight hair. I heard there's a new perm style in town. I plan to try the big waves tomorrow. Qiu Yueru is just like that, a shrew, do not take her words to heart. No worries, I can empathize. If I were in her shoes, perhaps I would react even more strongly. Let us agree that neither of us can acknowledge this incident. There are many people who resemble each other, how can it be proven that it is us? If someone does come to speak with you, absolutely do not admit to anything. Zhou Hongyan laughed, you are so eager to distance yourself from me, are you afraid I will cling to you? Not at all. You misunderstand. If this matter escalates, I may even lose my position. Understood. If an investigation arises, I know what to say. Do not worry. Secretary He will continue to visit, but I need to tread carefully for a while. Xiao Wang returned just in time, as the atmosphere grew awkward. He knocked on the car window, handing over the cigarettes. Yi Xingming took the opportunity to exit the vehicle. If anything arises, just inform Secretary He, what I can handle. He can manage as well. Zhou Hongyan smiled, finding Yi Xingming somewhat amusing. Did he consider himself a gift, something so easily passed around? Yi Xingming genuinely believed himself to be someone significant. Did he think the world would cease to turn in his absence? Did he truly believe she could not continue her business without him? Waving goodbye to Yi Xingming with a smile, her expression shifted immediately after the car departed. Xiao Wang, catching a glimpse of Zhou Hongyan's sudden change in demeanor through the rearview mirror, was struck by a chill that raised goosebumps on his skin. Okay. Here's the refined version of the text you provided, with unnecessary elements removed and the language enhanced. Chapter 93, the finest arrangement in the days following Yang Wanqing's return. The local hair salons experienced a resurgence of activity. Several young women had already requested perm treatments to achieve voluminous waves. As Zhou Hongyan entered one salon, the proprietress was preparing to escort a freshly permed client to a photography studio. The intention was to capture an image for promotional purposes. showcasing the salon's proficiency in creating such waves. I desire a similar style, Zhou Hongyan declared. What is the cost? 20 yuan, the proprietress replied. The solution is of superior quality, essential for achieving the desired outcome. Very well, Zhou Hongyan assented. Proceed with that treatment, ensuring an identical result. Scarcely had Zhou Hongyan settled into the chair when Yang Wanqing entered. The proprietress, before even glancing up, recognized Yang Wanqing's coiffure and paused, taken aback. She had previously held a high estimation of her own skills, but Yang Wanqing's presence revealed a clear disparity. Where did you have your hair styled? She inquired. In Beijing. Yang Wanqing responded. Zhou Hongyan, observing Yang Wanqing through the mirror, surmised the newcomer's identity, recalling Yi Xingming's observation that she bore a resemblance to his former wife. Zhou Hongyan herself perceived no such likeness, yet she acknowledged that she could not rival the other woman's poise. I wish to have my hair thinned slightly, but without reducing its length. Due to the warm weather, I often wear it up. Preparing elaborate meals for my daughter necessitates keeping my hair restrained. And its current thickness makes it cumbersome when gathered, Yang Wanqing explained. We have 2 clients ahead of you, the stylist informed her. There will be a brief wait. That is of no consequence, I am not pressed for time, Yang Wanqing replied with a smile, taking a seat. Please, attend to her first. Zhou Hongyan interjected with a kind smile directed at Yang Wanqing. Yang Wanqing, possessed of a keen memory, instantly recognized the woman from the photograph, Yi Xingming's paramour. She returned the smile, harboring no animosity toward the woman, her affections for Yi Xingming long extinguished. In truth, she found the situation amusing, particularly knowing it exasperated Qiu Yueru. Yet, she pondered the woman's motivations. Why would a woman of such youth, beauty, and apparent entrepreneurial success be drawn to Yi Xingming? As the stylist neared completion with the previous client, Zhou Hongyan approached Yang Wanqing. Is Beijing developing at a more rapid pace than our city? She inquired. Yang Wanqing, slightly surprised by the unsolicited conversation, responded, yes, it has improved significantly in recent years. You are involved in the garment trade, are you not? Your attire and demeanor suggest as much. You are aware of my identity, aren't you? Yang Wanqing stated directly, eschewing circumlocution. And you are likely aware of mine. Zhou Hongyan replied calmly, though a subtle undercurrent of emotion, perhaps envy, tinged her voice. He and I have long been estranged. Indeed. Yet he has spoken of you frequently in my presence. Yang Wanqing chuckled. I imagine those were not words of praise. Zhou Hongyan offered a wry smile, tacitly acknowledging the accuracy of Yang Wanqing's assumption. I have heard that you have remained unmarried since your divorce. Why is that? You possess many admirable qualities and must have numerous suitors. Zhou Hongyan admitted to herself that Yang Wanqing was a woman of exceptional grace. My career is of greater value to me than any man. Moreover, I have a daughter, who is more precious to me than any relationship, Yang Wanqing declared. As she concluded her statement, it was her turn to be attended to. The stylist, appraising Yang Wanqing's tresses, remarked jestingly. The results achieved in Beijing are clearly superior to our own. I dare say the cost is also higher. It was reasonable, 50 yuan. There you have it. The expense lies in the quality of the solution, the proprietress exclaimed, feeling vindicated. One cannot expect to replicate a 50 yuan treatment for 20 yuan. She overlooked a crucial factor, the client's inherent elegance. Even with an identical hairstyle, the overall effect would not be the same. Zhou Hongyan, discerning this nuance, rose to depart. Your turn is imminent, madam, her treatment will be brief, the proprietress protested. I have reconsidered. My own countenance lacks her refinement, the style would not suit me as well. Zhou Hongyan demurred. You possess considerable charm yourself, the proprietress countered, vaguely recognizing Zhou Hongyan. Perhaps another time, when I have decided on a different style. Zhou Hongyan replied with a smile, pausing at the doorway to address Yang Wanqing. When your daughter gains admission to university, celebrate her achievement at my establishment. I will offer you a discount. I appreciate the offer, Yang Wanqing responded graciously. The stylist, taken aback, inquired, you are acquainted? Not until recently. Yang Wanqing replied with a smile. What did she say about your daughter attending university? Is your daughter of university age? You appear far too young to have such an old child. Time passes swiftly, she has grown up in the blink of an eye, and I have aged alongside her. You are remarkably youthful. I would never have guessed you had a grown daughter. Yang Wanqing smiled, offering no further comment. Her greatest joy in life was undoubtedly Yi Zhen. Her deepest regret was marrying Yi Xingming, yet without that union, Yi Zhen would not exist. It was a profound paradox. Perhaps this was fate's design, to bestow upon her a failed marriage, yet compensate with the gift of a beloved daughter. Providence, it seemed, granted neither everything nor nothing, offering instead the finest arrangement possible. At that very moment, the finest arrangement was diligently working on a practice exam with Jing Yuan. This was a new set of questions, specifically designed to assess Jing Yuan's recent progress in English. He had been diligently memorizing model essays, as Yi Zhen had assured him that this would prove invaluable during the examination. Their English teacher had also emphasized that even if an essay strayed from the topic, a full and grammatically sound response would still earn partial credit. Furthermore, English composition was not as challenging as its literary counterpart. Complex prompts were unlikely. The tasks typically involved composing letters of invitation or apology. Yi Zhen had even devised a universal template for him. However, their focus today was on completing the initial sections of the exam, leaving the essay for another time. As anticipated, Yi Zhen demonstrated superior proficiency in English, completing the exercises well before the end of the 2 study periods. Jing Yuan, meanwhile, remained mired in the final reading comprehension passage. Sensing that he was about to lose more points, the student seated in front of them was meticulously reviewing Yi Zhen's paper. Whenever he had some spare time from his own studies, he would take their completed papers and redo them. He believed that these papers were the source of Jing Yuan's 20-point advantage over him. Some of the question types were completely novel to him. In fact, even the teacher would occasionally borrow these papers from Jing Yuan to use for tests. Alright, that's it. Jing Yuan put down his pen. He glanced at his watch, noting he finished 10 minutes later than me. Let's compare answers. Yi Zhen didn't even bother checking her answers, confident in her English proficiency. Aside from the composition, she was sure to have aced everything. If she did get any questions wrong, it would be due to errors in the answer key. As expected, Yi Zhen scored perfectly, excluding the composition, while Jing Yuan, not counting the final reading comprehension section, had already lost 10 points. Dejected, he slumped onto the desk. If I lose a few more points on the composition, I'll barely break 100. Be content. Glasses sighed. I just went through it, and I missed several multiple-choice questions. I doubt I'll even reach 100 on this paper. Yi Zhen, I think you might surpass me in the next exam. Zhang Guodong, please don't scare me like that. Before Jing Yuan arrived, you were the top student in the entire grade. Yes, but he's demoralized me. I'm unlikely to surpass you either. For you geniuses who can score full marks in physics and chemistry, I can only rely on English to maintain some semblance of balance. If our school can only send 2 students to Tsinghua or Peking University, it'll definitely be you 2. 2 isn't enough. You have to go too. Even if you choose a different major from us. Don't involve me in whatever you 2 are planning. I'm already suffering enough from your academic dominance. Do I have to endure it in college too? What are you talking about? How have we been dominating you? You crush me academically and mock me romantically. Isn't that enough? I've decided to stay far away from you in college. I've heard that Tsinghua's physics department is the best. Haven't you considered it? Jing Yuan's words successfully made Glasses waver. He realized he should indeed give it some thought. With the answers compared, Jing Yuan had lost 14 points on the paper, excluding the composition. The error rate was relatively high, but Yi Zhen's comment that the paper was particularly challenging cheered him up. That's all for today. We'll do another paper tomorrow. I refuse to believe it. I'll ensure my English score on the college entrance exam is above 110. At this point, evening self-study was about to end. Glasses, being a boarding student, kept the paper to study further. Is your aunt picking you up today? Since Yi Zhen's mother returned, Jing Yuan had been like a loyal guardian, silently watching over Yi Zhen. In the past, they could chat on the way home, but now he kept a respectful distance, ensuring the safety of her and her aunt until they reached home. She probably will. Anyway, my mother enjoys chatting with my second aunt. They used to be friends. So even my parents' divorce didn't affect her relationship with my second aunt. Besides, my mother looks forward to my school dismissal every day. If not for me, she wouldn't have returned so early, leaving the business to my uncle. It still has some impact. Because in your aunt's heart, you're far more important than her business. Zhen smiled. My mom says the same thing. The bell rang, and they walked out of the classroom together. Yian followed closely behind, unwilling to give up. As they waited for Jing Yuan to retrieve his bicycle in the bike shed, Yian stopped Zhen again. Everyone was watching. As the bike shed was filled with students who left evening self-study early. Yian, what are you doing? Jing Yuan dropped his bike and rushed over. Zhen. Your father wants you to come home. Yian made sure to say it loudly. Home? Which home? The home occupied by you and your mother? Zhen retorted. Listen up, Yian, I won't return until you move out. Zhen, don't be ungrateful. My mom is still your stepmother. The one who raised you since you were little. Can you deny that you've eaten food cooked by my mom? Or that you've worn clothes washed by my mom? Zhen chuckled. The one who raised me since I was little was my mom, who sent the living expenses every month without fail. As for how much your mom spent, I don't know, but the money spent on me was pitifully little. As for your mom cooking, are you referring to leftovers? Your mom washed my clothes? I remember every Sunday when I was on holiday. Your mom would prepare a huge basin of clothes for your family and ask me to wash them. Zhen, don't talk nonsense. My mom would never be that kind of person. Of course, your mom did more than just what I mentioned. Your mom even wanted me to take the college entrance exam for you so that I could repay her for raising me, right? You're talking nonsense. Yian never imagined that Zhen would bring up the matter of the proxy exam in front of so many people. Am I talking nonsense? You know best. Yian, that house is indeed my home, because that house was built by my parents together. Half of the house belongs to me. You and your mom are just squatters. Yian's face turned pale because she didn't know about the house at all. When did the house belong to Zhen? What squatters? My mom married your dad, so that's our home. It seems you don't know about the house. Then go back and ask your mom about it. Does this house have anything to do with you? Also, Yian, don't use such despicable methods to affect my college entrance exam. Your little tricks are nothing. You should go back and comfort your mom. After all, she needs comfort the most right now. Besides the failure of her daughter's plan to have someone take the exam for her, she should also be facing bigger problems in her life. As Zhen spoke, she stuffed the envelope in her bag into Yian's hand and left calmly with Jing Yuan. Yian was going crazy. What was going on? She was supposed to be in the upper hand, but after a few words, she was turned around by Zhen. She wanted to maintain the image of her mom being a good stepmother, but why, after a few words from Yian? Did even she feel that her mom was indeed a vicious stepmother? But where did Zhen say anything wrong? Zhen did spend the living expenses sent by her biological mother. Every time her mother nagged about Zhen spending money, Yi Xingming would retort, saying that Zhen didn't spend a penny of his money. That big basin of clothes every Sunday was also true, but Zhen didn't wash many pieces. The second week, she went back to her grandmother's house, which made her mom wash and scold her for raising an ungrateful wretch. As for leftovers, of course, Zhen ate them. If Zhen didn't eat them, she would go hungry. She didn't think there was anything wrong with these things before. But today, when Zhen said them, it seemed like none of them were forgivable. Yian, did your mom really treat Zhen like that? Zhang Yong rode over on his bicycle. It's none of your business. Yian rolled her eyes. Zhang Yong curled his lips. Now I know what they mean by good begets good, and evil begets evil, if retribution is not forthcoming. It's because the time hasn't arrived yet. Chapter 95, Will you divorce my mother? Yian returned home in a huff, determined to clarify the situation. Why was the house they lived in owned by Zhen? Shouldn't it belong to Yi Xingming? Since her mother married Yi Xingming, she ought to have a rightful claim to half of it. As her mother's daughter, wouldn't it be reasonable for her to inherit at least a portion? In essence, this house should be shared equally between her and Zhen. How could it be possible that they, mother and daughter, had no claim at all? Upon arriving home, she was met with an empty and cold atmosphere. No one had returned. It was evident that her mother had gone back to her grandmother's house again. Yian could not fathom why her mother would choose to return to such a chaotic environment. What wisdom could her grandmother possibly offer? And what assistance could her aimless uncle provide? At such a crucial moment, shouldn't her father be the one making assurances? Was divorce truly a possibility? Yianan fervently wished for her mother not to divorce Yi Xingming. Regardless of whether Yi Xingming acknowledged her, he had at least ensured her needs were met over the years, even supporting her education at a prestigious high school. Furthermore, considering her mother's reputation, who would she turn to if they divorced? Yianan was well aware that her mother had struggled to find acceptance in her youth, and now, at her current age, it would be even more challenging. She did not want her mother to experience the hardships of divorce. As long as her mother remained married, she would focus all her attention on Yi Xingming. If they divorced, however, her mother's good days would come to an end. Given her mother's controlling nature, she would likely scrutinize Yianan relentlessly, potentially venting all her frustrations onto her. Yianan could already imagine the hurtful words her mother would hurl at her, blaming her for a life wasted. But who was responsible for bringing her into the world as an unwed mother? If her mother had not sought to bind Yi Xingming with her through her birth, Yianan would not have had to endure the stigma of being labeled a bastard. Although she was young at the time, she had memories from when she was 7, having moved in with her mother. And she still awoke from nightmares where she was berated and stoned. Her hatred for Yi Zhen stemmed from the belief that Yi Zhen had taken everything from her. The suffering she endured was unknown to Yi Zhen, thus, upon entering high school, she sought to isolate Yi Zhen, hoping she would taste the bitterness of loneliness. Yet, even the trials Yi Zhen faced paled in comparison to her own childhood suffering. Moreover, Yi Zhen's beauty and the presence of a loving mother only deepened her resentment. Even if Yi Zhen's mother were to divorce, she would never consider abandoning her. Each month, she received funds for living expenses, and new clothes every season, all of which were facilitated by Yi Xinglan. Yi Zhen's mother had remained single for her sake. In contrast, Yianan considered the unsettling thought: if she were not Yi Xingming's biological child, would her mother simply abandon her? Or, if her mother had borne a son for the Yi family, would there still be a place for her in her mother's heart? Perhaps she would be relegated to the role of a servant, forever cleaning and cooking, overshadowed by Yi Zhen, who had never cost her mother a single penny. Taking a deep breath, Yianan resolved that after the college entrance examination, if she failed to achieve satisfactory results, she would seek employment elsewhere, perhaps in Beijing. Finding any job as long as it meant distancing herself from her mother. The sound of the front door startled her. Yi Xingming entered, pushing his bicycle. Yianan greeted him, "My mother isn't home." He parked his bike, sighed, "She probably went to your grandmother's." With that, he entered the house, burdened by exhaustion. "Dad." Yianan followed him inside. Yi Xingming turned to her, "What is it? Will you divorce my mother?" He paused, reflecting momentarily before responding, "No. Dad. Am I really your biological child?" "That's something you'd need to ask your mother," he replied, uncertainty lacing his voice. "My mother claims I am." Yi Xingming fell silent and retreated to his room. The question of Yianan's paternity seemed less significant to him at that moment. He was too consumed with his own turmoil to dwell on such matters. Yianan was left without an answer, yet somehow, she felt she needed none. The response was implicit. Yi Xingming's reluctance to support Yi Zhen's college entrance preparations stemmed from the fact that Yi Zhen was his true daughter, while she was not. Yi Zhen had chosen not to disclose the events of the day to her mother, deeming it unnecessary, nor did she wish to burden her with worry. As they departed, she noticed her mother's ponytail. "Mom, did you thin your hair?" Yang Wanqing smiled, "Look at my daughter, so observant. It does seem thinner than yesterday. I think you look lovely with your hair down in waves." "Well, I can't always wear it down, it gets in the way while cooking. Regardless, I think it looks beautiful." "Mom, please don't prepare supper for me tonight, I ate well at school." "That's not acceptable. Do you know why studying is called mental labor? It's exhausting too, so you must replenish your energy. You're already quite slender. I doubt you weigh even 90 pounds. It's too thin." "Mom, I'm perfectly fine as I am." Yi Zhen felt content with her current state. Especially compared to her previous life, she no longer felt the same heaviness in her heart. Her spirits were high, her complexion radiant. And she even found the school cafeteria's food palatable. Moreover, her aunt often prepared delicious meals for her and her grandmother, leading her to believe she had even gained a little weight. Before you returned, my aunt said the same thing, and she would drop by occasionally to cook for me. Thankfully, you've moved to your grandmother's, otherwise, the chaos there would have surely affected your studies. Yang Wanqing wished to shield her daughter from the troubles concerning Yi Xingming, fearing it would tarnish her innocence. Little did she know that her daughter was behind these troubles, for to her, Yi Zhen was simply a kind-hearted soul. She eagerly anticipated the upcoming college entrance examination, hoping to secure an acceptance letter that would allow her to leave this place with her daughter. In truth, she would be content with any outcome, as she did not wish to impose undue pressure on her child. However, she recognized that her daughter had a goal now, especially with a young man supporting her. Upon arriving home, that young man rode off on his bicycle. When Yang Wanqing was Yi Zhen's age, she too had several admirers. Sadly, she had made a poor choice in her partner. Now, her greatest wish was for her daughter to have a more fulfilling romantic life, one that spared her the heartache of encountering someone like Yi Xingming. As for this Xing student, she found him quite acceptable. The future of their relationship would ultimately depend on their choices. Chapter 96, What is valuable, what is desired? Qiu Yuru indeed found herself at her mother's house, seething ever since her return from the Yi family's matriarch. Initially, she felt justified in her grievances, yet upon visiting the elderly lady, she was perplexed to find no sign of remorse for her son's betrayal towards his wife. Instead, the matriarch audaciously inquired if she wished to divorce. If she truly desired a separation, why would she need to announce it to the elderly woman? What she sought was a definitive stance from the matriarch. Yet all she received was indifference. Upon returning, she faced a reprimand from her mother, who scolded her for squandering years of her life. Qiu Yuru could not fathom how those years had gone to waste. Reflecting on the past decade, she realized she had gained nothing substantial. The house was not hers, and her son, Yi Xingming, had yet to acknowledge her. She had hoped to secure his affection by bearing him a son, thus claiming authority over the Yi family. But instead, she was left empty-handed. Yi Xingming's other women were younger, more beautiful, and more capable. What remained for her, aside from her daughter, was a sense of utter desolation. If Yianan could excel academically like Yi Zhen, surely Yi Xingming would be eager to proclaim her as his own. Yet, it seemed Yianan might not even pass the entrance exam for a college. Were it not for Yianan, the rift between her and Yi Xingming would not have widened. Perhaps, in Yi Xingming's eyes, her efforts were for the sake of their daughter, while he only considered the welfare of his own child, mirroring a typical blended family dynamic that prioritized their offspring at crucial junctures. Nevertheless, Yianan was undoubtedly Yi Xingming's biological daughter. What had caused him to misinterpret her as not being his own? In truth, Yianan had been quite adept at winning Yi Xingming's favor over the years. Why, then, could she not elicit his genuine affection? To put it bluntly, Yi Xingming possessed no heart. His thoughts revolved solely around himself, as they had in his youth and continued to do so now. Enough, mother, cease your incessant rambling. It gives me a headache. Qiu Yuru could no longer bear it. She felt utterly cursed. She had already endured 2 slaps from Yang Wanqing and had yet to recover from that ordeal. Yi Xingming's blow was far more severe, akin to a powerful strike that left her reeling. She had become the laughingstock of the entire town. Previously, she had boasted to her colleagues about Yi Xingming's affection, and now, she could only imagine the ridicule that ensued. If you cannot bear my words, then leave. I shall not cater to you. Qiu Laotai pouted. Yet her concern lingered. What do you intend to do about this situation? What can I do? You and Maoqing have already reprimanded him on my behalf. He claims he does not wish to divorce, so what else can I do? Is that all? Qiu Laotai believed she had raised a foolish daughter. She had always thought her daughter more astute than her son. What, then? Is divorce an option? With a sigh, Qiu Laotai added, at the very least, secure a promise from him. What promise? What can he offer? Money and property. What can Yi Xingming truly provide? One could not deny the matriarch's pragmatism. At critical moments, she ensured her daughter retained control over her assets. Qiu Yuru began to awaken to this reality. Indeed, at such a pivotal juncture, with Yi Xingming treating her so poorly, she ought to demand something in return. After all, Yang Wanqing had returned, and securing assistance from Yi Zhen for Yi An's college entrance exam was now nearly impossible. Nevertheless, there were other things she could claim. The funds had previously been in her possession, so that was settled, but what of the house? The last time. The matriarch had made it abundantly clear, the house was built by Yi Xingming and Yang Wanqing, every brick and tile inscribed with her son's name. Even if Yang Wanqing could not take her half upon divorce, the property would still belong to Yi Zhen. She had no claim whatsoever. Aspiring to be the mistress of the house was a futile endeavor. Revived with determination, Qiu Yuru resolved, I shall return home and demand that he draft a guarantee, transferring the property into my name. That was the right approach, one should not weep and wail at the slightest provocation. Holding on to money was paramount. What could that woman see in him, if not his position as the town mayor and his inheritance? If he possessed nothing, who would be by his side? Did he truly believe himself to be so desirable that any woman would support him? I assure you, if Yi Xingming ever finds himself utterly destitute, he will return to you. The matriarch seemed convinced that a day of complete loss awaited Yi Xingming, regardless of whether he divorces or not. You must ensure that you secure these assets. Do not act foolishly, do you understand? Qiu Yuru nodded and strode forth with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Yianan remained at home, wallowing in despondence, unaware of her mother's imminent return. Yi Xingming had not anticipated Qiu Yuru would return alone so late in the evening. In fact, had she not returned, he had no intention of fetching her. He had relished the quietude of the past few days, having completed his necessary tasks. He planned to visit the county early the next morning. After a fruitless afternoon of phone calls, he deemed it prudent to address matters in person. You're back. Yi Xingming did not extend a warm welcome to Qiu Yuru. After all, she had not come to his defense when he was confronted by her brother-in-law. Yi Xingming, write me a guarantee. Qiu Yuru got straight to the point. Yi Xingming furrowed his brow. I have no intention of divorcing. What guarantee can I provide? He believed he had already made assurances in the presence of his mother-in-law and brother-in-law. What more was required? That's not sufficient. I need your assurance that such an incident will never recur. Furthermore, I require you to transfer the house into my name. After 10 years of marriage, I deserve some form of security for myself and our child. The house? Yi Xingming immediately realized this was his mother-in-law's scheme. The house is not mine. It was built collaboratively with Yang Wanqing. That is irrelevant, since the property is currently registered in your name, you can simply transfer it to mine. The property is not solely under my name, it also includes Yang Wanqing and Yi Zhen. Moreover, the property title is not in my possession. It is with my mother. This was a stipulation from Yang Wanqing during the divorce proceedings, requiring the child's name to be included. The title is held by the matriarch, effectively safeguarding Yi Zhen's interests. What do you mean by that? Qiu Yuru was exasperated, all she sought was a guarantee. Yet it proved so elusive. I mean no offense, you may desire anything, but not the house. The family savings are all in your control. What further guarantees do you require? Yi Xingming, is this truly your stance? You are the one who wronged me. Do you think not divorcing absolves you of your guilt? Yi Xingming frowned, what do you wish to do? Divorce? Chapter 97, as if I had never existed. Qiu Yuru could scarcely believe her ears. What did you say? Divorce? Have you forgotten what you promised my mother this morning? You vowed not to divorce. I did promise not to divorce, but I don't know how to satisfy you. He exclaimed. All the money in the household is in your possession, and the house was never solely mine, you've known this all along. What more do you want me to guarantee? I assure you I will no longer associate with that woman, I won't even step foot in her restaurant again. I don't even know if I can keep my job. Do you realize this matter has escalated to the organization department? Thankfully, it's only the local department. But if it reaches higher authorities, I will certainly have to relinquish my position as deputy town mayor. I spent the entire afternoon trying to find help. And I must go to the city early tomorrow. And you? Is it not enough that your brother beat me to a pulp today? You tell me, Qiu Yuru. What do you want? Aside from the house, you can have whatever you desire. Besides, the house isn't worth much, why do you insist on it? I'm not fixated on the house. At least having it would guarantee some security for our mother-daughter duo. Is money not enough assurance? How about this, you take that money and buy another house in your name. I have no objections, would that suffice? You wanted a house, didn't you? Just buy another one. That money can certainly secure a property, and you want to provide security for us, don't you? Would that be acceptable? Yi Xingming rummaged through the wardrobe. He was well aware of their savings and how much they had. The current market value of their house was modest, and a similar place could be bought for a little over 2,000. Though they were slightly short of cash, borrowing was always an option. Seeing Yi Xingming's determination, Qiu Yuru felt a mix of anger and urgency. I've taken the money. Yi Xingming paused, offering a wry smile. Since you've taken it, the decision rests with you. Do as you wish. If you wish to divorce, I won't stop you. If you choose not to, we can continue to endure this together. Endure? Qiu Yuru shot back. You think I am merely an object of your endurance? We have been married for 10 years. Yes, had it not been for you, I would never have divorced. Are you regretting it now? Regretting your divorce from Yang Wanqing? Have you considered how Anan would feel being labeled an illegitimate child? Only you know whether Anan is truly my daughter, he retorted. Qiu Yuru, must I spell it out for you? After our separation, did you remain idle? Haven't you been involved with several others? When I married, you regretted it, realizing I was the best option, and you sought me out. I admit I was tempted and had a few lapses, but then you told me you were pregnant. You claimed you sought not a title but a connection. And I believed you at that time. What do you mean by that, Yi Xingming? Qiu Yuru inhaled deeply to regain her composure. What do you mean? You're caught with another woman, and you still believe you have a leg to stand on? She couldn't fathom how he could justify his actions. I have no justification. I admitted yesterday that it was all my fault. Isn't it you who keeps dragging this out? What are you saying now? You regret your divorce from Yang Wanqing? You regret marrying me? Do you even doubt that Anan is your biological child? With a loud crash, Yi Anan burst through the door. If I hadn't existed, would you two still be together? So, I'll make it easy for you, just pretend I was never born. After uttering those words, Yi Anan stormed out, leaving Qiu Yuru in shock, struggling to process the situation. Anan, don't listen to your father's nonsense. What are you still doing here? Go after her. The quarrel ceased, and even though Yi Xingming harbored doubts about An's parentage, he had raised her for 10 years. If anything were to happen, he and Qiu Yuru would never find peace again. Moreover, Qiu Yuru would never forgive him. At that moment, Yi Anan felt utterly hopeless, running towards the river, her fear amplifying as darkness enveloped her. Upon hearing Qiu Yuru's voice calling her, tears streamed down her face. Qiu Yuru was desperate, Anan was her only daughter. If anything happened to her, how could she go on? Seeing Yi Anan crouching and crying, she rushed over, initially chastising her, but then they both succumbed to tears. Yi Xingming watched the two women embrace in sorrow, letting out a long sigh. All right, let us go home. Your mother and I will not divorce. You are my daughter, I've cared for you all these years. Prepare well for the college entrance exams. No matter the outcome, even if you only graduate from high school, as long as I remain deputy town mayor, you will certainly have a job. Yi Xingming, if an isn't your child, may heaven strike you down. This time, fate did not align with his thoughts. And he sighed again. Very well, my daughter, I will take full responsibility. Let us go home, don't make a fuss. Whether this matter would pass or not remained uncertain, but the following morning, Qiu Yuru handed Yi Xingming 200 yuan. If Yi Xingming could not retain his position, it would render An's aspirations futile, even if she got into a teacher training school. Before dawn the next day, Yi Xingming left, needing to catch the first bus to the county. When Yi Anan awoke, he had just departed. Mom, was everything Dad said last night true? Even if I don't pass, I can still get a job? As a deputy town mayor, if he couldn't secure his own daughter's employment, he would indeed have wasted his life. Mom, has Yizhen's mother returned? She can't possibly take my entrance exam for me, can she? Mentioning Yang Wanqing caused Qiu Yuru to feel a pang of shame. That path was certainly not viable, as long as Yang Wanqing was around. She would never allow Yi Zhen to take An's place in the exams. Yi An's expression darkened. What if something happened to Yi Zhen? And she couldn't take the exam? What are you planning, daughter? If I can't do well, I don't want Yi Zhen to do well either. Yi Anan primarily wished to prevent Yi Zhen from taking the exam alongside Jingyu and Mom. If I had been a bit more forceful last time, It would have been much better if Zhen couldn't attend the exam. Regret washed over Yianin, if only she had been more severe. Perhaps a fracture would have kept Zhen from the exams altogether. Don't act recklessly, last time it drew the police's attention. What if she just tripped and fell? Yianin had already agreed to be the girlfriend of a local thug. Feeling she had no choice since he held leverage over her. Her mother had always said that men required coaxing, so she believed she still had time. It was far easier to manipulate a man than to resort to violence. Chapter 98, 3 feet of ice does not result from one day of cold. The young man dating Yianin is named Gao Hang. Hailing from a well-to-do family renowned in the town. However, their wealth differs from that of families like Zhang Yang's, who engage in the butchery trade. Gao's family is involved in substantial business ventures, the specifics of which remain a mystery, but they are undeniably affluent. This fellow had the foresight to believe that Yianin would undoubtedly accept him, so after their initial encounter, he readily introduced her to his circle of friends as his girlfriend. Little did he anticipate the grand gesture she would bestow upon him. He had seen the photograph, multiple versions. No less, and it was indeed quite thrilling. Initially, he intended to tease Yianin about it yesterday, yet her expression deterred him from doing so. After all, Yianin was not someone to be trifled with, she possessed a bit of a temper. Were she devoid of such a temperament, he would not have sought her as a girlfriend. He relished a bit of excitement, yet he was not foolish, he would not involve himself in Yian's affairs. He had little interest in Yian, primarily due to her exemplary student status, which was beyond the reach of boys like him. Furthermore, her aspirations lay with prestigious universities. A goal that individuals from his vocational background might not even attain, so it was best not to hinder her. Although he might be a delinquent, he adhered to certain principles. Who knows, he might very well become Yizhen's brother-in-law in the future. His father had once remarked that in business, connections are paramount. One never knows when they might be needed, thus it is advisable to avoid actions that could cause mutual harm. Yizhen was unfamiliar with Gao Hang. Yet over the past few days, he had taken to frequenting their class, boldly declaring himself as Yianin's boyfriend. Despite the school's stringent measures against early romances, individuals like Gao Hang seemed to evade scrutiny, as there were more pressing matters at hand. If there were to be oversight, it would be directed towards those who still had a chance to mend their ways. Gao Hang was already in a position where even his parents had contacted the teachers, merely wishing for their son to graduate from high school smoothly. This fellow was quite adept at ingratiating himself with Yizhen, addressing her as sister upon their first meeting. Yizhen was taken aback, replying, "I am not your sister." "You are Yianin's sister, so that makes you my sister," he retorted. "I have no connection to Yianin," she clarified, and the mention of Yianin's name only served to chill her demeanor further. Gao Hang, realizing his blunder, understood that 3 feet of ice does not result from one day of cold. At that moment, Yianin entered the room, her gaze slicing through the air as she noticed Gao Hang conversing with Yizhen. Unfazed, he approached her with a smile, dismissing her desk partner to claim his place beside Yianin. "What's the matter? Are you upset seeing me greet your sister?" he jested. Yianin scoffed. "Did she even acknowledge you?" "Of course she did, she said she isn't your sister," he replied. "She isn't," Yianin stated coldly. "You both share the same father, don't you?" Gao Hang pressed. Yianin inhaled deeply, refraining from responding. If they did share the same father, how could they explain the 2-month difference in their birthdays? "So, Yizhen's father is your stepfather?" he speculated. "That has nothing to do with you," she retorted, still maintaining her icy demeanor. Recently, she had not been particularly amiable towards him, making it difficult for her to shift her attitude. "What did you say yesterday about wanting to go out this Sunday?" she inquired. Yianin believed that charming someone required finesse, being perpetually cold was not a viable strategy. Her mother used to coax her father, which had kept the peace in their household. However, her mother's recent reluctance to placate had led to their current turmoil. "Didn't you say you wouldn't go?" Gao Hang asked, surprised by her sudden interest. "Well, if you want to go, I'll arrange it, just wait for my message," he added before exiting through the back door. Moments later, the homeroom teacher entered through the front, casting a meaningful glance at Yianin. She ignored it, choosing instead to rest her head on her desk and feign sleep. Yizhen remained unaffected. Yianin's romantic entanglements bore no relevance to her, and she could discern that Gao Hang was not a fool. he would not simply acquiesce to Yi Enen's every whim. Moreover, she felt secure surrounded by friends who would protect her, doubting Yi Enen's audacity to confront her publicly in front of so many witnesses. As for the possibility of Yi Enen harboring ill intentions, Yi Zhen considered it plausible. After all, she had shattered Yi Enen's dream of taking her exams. And with Yi Xingming and Qiu Yuanzhu currently overwhelmed with their own issues, they could hardly attend to her. Who was that boy just now? Jing Yuhan, having recently transferred, was unfamiliar with many students, knowing only their classmates and a handful of top-ranking students. He is from class 4, they say he is Yi Enen's new boyfriend. Came the response. Jing Yuhan glanced back toward Yi Enen, pondering whether she was seeking trouble again. Who knows who will resolve her problems? Yi Zhen chuckled. It must be acknowledged that Yi Zhen was indeed correct, as Gao Heng was no pushover, he was known for swiftly changing girlfriends. And his previous partners were no pushovers either. During the lunch break, Gao Heng's ex-girlfriend arrived, apparently a student from a nearby vocational school, certainly not one from their institution. You must be Yi Enen? Are you aware that Gao Heng is my boyfriend? She demanded, clearly embittered by their breakup. Yi Enen had once wielded considerable influence, otherwise. How could she have isolated Yi Zhen? I'm not aware, she replied nonchalantly. You're stealing someone's boyfriend, and you have the audacity to feign ignorance? Another girl accompanying the ex pushed Yi Enen. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Enen seized a chair and hurled it at them, her pent-up frustration boiling over. Unfortunately, her aim was off, and the chair crashed onto a nearby desk instead. Nonetheless, it startled the two girls momentarily. However, these were no novices. Upon realizing Yi Enen's readiness to fight, they charged at her, pulling hair and slapping faces. Comparatively, Yi Enen was merely a paper tiger. She could intimidate her peers within her school, but against experienced adversaries, she found herself at a disadvantage. To add to her woes, with her recent streak of bad luck. By the time her classmates summoned a teacher, the two girls had already fled. What on earth is happening? How could you allow outside students to enter the school and start a fight? The teacher exclaimed. You need to go to the hospital, I will call your parents. No need, don't contact my parents, I don't require medical attention, nothing is broken, Yi Enen insisted, her face swollen from the onslaught. Then hurry to the infirmary. The teacher sighed, fully aware that calling Yi Enen's parents at this juncture would yield no results. The entire town was aware of the incident, how could he, as a teacher, remain uninformed? He was relieved, however, that Yi Zhen's mother had returned, ensuring that the family's troubles would not adversely affect Yi Zhen's mood. Chapter 99, not allowing other women to have him. The teacher finally managed to contact Qiu Yu, who was utterly terrified. She was still reeling from her daughter's elopement the night before, and now she learned that a student from outside had assaulted her. What was the school doing? Was it so lax that anyone could just waltz in? This was supposed to be a prestigious high school. Was the management so negligent? Or perhaps it was due to her daughter's poor academic performance that she was overlooked. This was the state of mind Qiu Yu was in as she approached the teacher, ready to confront her. She gave no thought to whether her daughter's actions might have contributed to the situation. When the teacher mentioned that Yi Enen was attacked due to early romantic involvement, Qiu Yu's anger surged. Yi Zhen, you little wretch, how dare you harm my daughter? She exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to storm into the classroom. Ms. Yi Enen's mother, this matter has nothing to do with Yi Zhen. If the teacher hadn't held her back, she might have rushed in. How could it not be related? Isn't it because of student Zhen? All along, she had believed her daughter was enamored with the county magistrate's son. It turned out that it had nothing to do with Xing Yuan, but rather involved a male student from another class. The teacher advised her to discuss the details with her daughter. And what about the one who hit her? Are we just going to let this slide? No. I must report this to the police. Mom. Yi Enen interjected, I was the one who struck first, I hit them too. Indeed, she had initiated the altercation. Though she hadn't gained any advantage. Upon hearing her daughter admit to being the aggressor, Qiu Yu fell silent. If this escalated to the police, the one who threw the first punch would bear the brunt of the consequences. Given their family's current turmoil, it was better to avoid further complications. Yet, she was unwilling to accept that this incident bore no connection to Yi Zhen. And then, tell me the truth, does this have nothing to do with Yi Zhen? She wouldn't have sought revenge on you, would she? Yianan shook her head. She wished she could find fault with Yi Zhen, but the truth was otherwise. Additionally, she noted that Gao Heng had disappeared since the incident. She hadn't seen him at all. She had always known he was unreliable and regretted ever agreeing to be his girlfriend. Yianan requested leave from the teacher and was escorted home by her mother. Qiu Yuru wanted to take her to the hospital for a checkup, but Yianan refused, reasoning that her face was only swollen and would likely heal with a couple of days' rest at home. Now, tell me, what on earth happened? I thought you liked someone with the surname Xing. Why are you involved with someone else and ended up getting hit? They're just a regular friend. We're not in a relationship. It was a misunderstanding on their part. How could someone beat you if you weren't even dating? She must be crazy. Yianan lamented her own misfortune. Are you certain this has nothing to do with Yi Zhen? I wish it did. Then I would have an excuse to confront her, Yianan replied fiercely. The two exchanged glances, each seemingly with words unspoken, until Yianan finally spoke. Mom. If I can't get into college, Yi Zhen won't have it easy either. The best way to ensure she can't take the entrance exam is to make sure she can't participate. They had discussed this topic before. You think I want her to succeed in college? Qiu Yuru snapped. And that county magistrate's son, does Yi Zhen really think she can aspire to him? What county magistrate's son? Mom, are you saying Jing Yuan is the son of the county magistrate? Why didn't you mention this before? What good would it do? You're not even trying. I'm not saying you should be better than Yi Zhen. But you should at least be on par with her. That's why I want to have Yian take the college entrance exam on your behalf. If you both end up at the same university, how could you not win him over? Even if Yi Zhen takes the exam for me this year, she would still take it herself next year. What a fanciful notion. I would never allow her an easy path to college. Qiu Yuru's eyes brimmed with venom. I only care about my own flesh and blood. That wretched Yi Zhen, whether she lives or dies, is of no concern to me. Her demise would only serve to ensure that Yang Wanqing's life is forever miserable. Mom, was it Yi Zhen's mother who struck you? She found out about my plan for Yi Zhen to take your entrance exam and caused a scene in the department store, hitting me in front of so many people early in the morning. Qiu Yuru winced at the memory. Your father was there. He actually held me back from retaliating. You heard him last night. He has always had feelings for that woman. Now he regrets marrying me, viewing both you and me as burdens. And as for the house, he refuses to give me anything. The property deed is with your grandmother. To put it plainly, he has never considered us a priority. And that old hag. Even after all this, she had the audacity to tell me that if I wanted a divorce, I shouldn't bother informing her. It was as if she was certain I would leave your father. At this point, Qiu Yuru was seething, convinced that no member of the Yi family was worth a damn. Mom, that old lady is like that. When she grows old, you won't have to worry about her. Yianan had never regarded the old matriarch as a true grandmother. I certainly won't care for her. She never considered me a daughter-in-law. Whoever she favors can take care of her. So, when you finally attain some capability, you needn't concern yourself with them. They have Yi Zhen to look after them. Yianan remained silent, having no intention of getting involved. However, the crux of the matter was when she would ever gain such capability. Perhaps her future career would still depend on Yi Xingming. Before yesterday, she had always believed her parents were true love, which led her to disdain Yi Zhen throughout her life. She thought Yi Zhen had stolen her happiness, her father's affection. But now everything seemed different from what she had imagined. Yet she remained resolute, believing that what was taken would still belong to her. Whether it was paternal love or anything else, as long as it was hers now, it would forever be hers, much like how her mother had secured Yi Xingming. As long as her mother refused to divorce, he would never reconcile with Yi Zhen's mother. And as for the woman in the photograph, she couldn't fathom why a capable, youthful woman would be interested in her father. What could a powerless deputy town chief possibly offer to a small eatery? Mom, you must never divorce, stay with my father so that those women can never have him. Rest assured, your mother will never divorce. I intend to cling to your father for the rest of my life. He was the one who wronged me, so he must spend his life atoning for it. Yianan nodded, agreeing with her mother's perspective, though she had never considered whether Yi Xingming was a man that every woman desired. For Yang Wanqing, Discarded trash was unworthy of even a glance, so why would she ever wish to reclaim it? Chapter 100, Unsuitable Characters. Zhen took a 2-day leave. And Zhen felt as if the air had become much fresher. However, Gao Heng approached twice to inquire about Zhen's well-being. I have no relation with her. If you truly care, go visit her at home. Isn't it that I am afraid to? Zhen ignored him, but Gao Heng, wanting to say more, was directly halted by Jing Yuan, who had clearly stated that she and Zhen were not connected. From now on, any matters concerning Zhen were not for her to discuss. Gao Heng scoffed, who are you to meddle in my affairs? Jing Yuan's statement was a first. They had never acknowledged any relationship beyond classmates. Yet, his declaration made it clear that he would take responsibility for Zhen's affairs. I say. Are you a classmate of ours? Do you realize you are disrupting our studies? Zhang Yong was not one to be trifled with, despite his poor academic performance. No one could disturb his goddess's studies. Although Zhen would never be his, she would always remain his unattainable ideal. Perhaps in years to come, he would boast about having a crush on a girl who got into a prestigious university, with the news posted at their high school for a month. Gao Heng looked down on Zhang Yong. Although the latter came from a wealthy family, it was evident they were not of the same caliber. Yet, at that moment, he was not the only one casting disdainful glances in Gao Heng's direction. The entire class seemed to reject him. With the class bell ringing, he had no choice but to leave. He was aware that seeking Zhen at her home was an option. But his desire was to connect with Zhen through her. Up close, Zhen's beauty surpassed that of Zhen by leaps and bounds. His father had informed him that their family was affluent, and a wife should be chosen for her beauty. However, he understood that beauty alone was not the sole criterion. Someone like Zhen would likely consider future prospects and capabilities as well. He was aware that Jing Yuan's father was the county magistrate, who had indicated that in this era, power trumps wealth, and he envisioned a political path for his son. Thus, despite knowing Zhen was destined to be with Jing Yuan, he would not vie for her affections. Gao Heng recognized that he was unlikely to win Zhen's favor. Yet like any young man, he still yearned to be near the girl he fancied. As for Zhen, she was never sincere towards him, and given the current circumstances, they might part ways before graduation. Nevertheless, he found solace in the thought of Zhen's plans to deal with Zhen. Perhaps in the future, he could assist her in some way. Even a small gesture of help might leave a favorable impression on Zhen. Yi Xingming had been enjoying a better time lately. Their trip to the county had not been in vain, as the matters that needed to be suppressed were successfully handled. This meant that if no one else reported the incident, he would be clear of any consequences. Henceforth, he only needed to minimize contact with Zhou Hongyan to avoid suspicion. Especially since Zhou Hongyan was not genuinely devoted to him. After concluding his business, he returned to his grandmother's house with a clear intent, no matter what Qiu Yuer said. The house deed must not be presented. Granny Yi scoffed, do you think I'm foolish? With your current situation, who knows how long you two can last? Has Zhen's mother returned? I heard she hasn't been looking for you. Don't worry about it, we are not meant to be, and she doesn't fancy me either. Besides, Qiu Yuer isn't going to leave me anytime soon. Unlike Yang watching, she has no better options than me. What? The world would stop spinning without you. She can easily find someone else if you two divorce, do you believe that? Granny Yi doubted Qiu Yuer's loyalty to her son. And what about that woman outside? Have you sent her away? She has no ulterior motives towards me. Yi Xingming was growing impatient. You should control yourself better, this situation has escalated. And who knows what consequences may arise. If you need money, I can help you out. Just keep an eye on the house deed for me. What? Are you planning to leave it for Zhen? There's no guarantee she will want it in the future. The future is the future. If Qiu Yuer does leave me, I should have something to fall back on. She controls all the family finances, if I lose the house, I will have nothing left. Just remember, if she is asking for money or the house now, it means she is already distracted. If she finds someone better, she will leave you in an instant. At that point, you will have neither money nor children, what will you have left? Qiu Yuer can't leave me just yet. She swore that Zhen is definitely my child. Of course, she would say that. With a daughter like hers, she will need your help to find a job in the future. That child is no Zhen. Zhen is ambitious and diligent in her studies. Fortunately, Yang Watching has returned, otherwise, you would be making foolish decisions. What kindness could Qiu Yuer possibly possess? If she had any goodwill, would she have allowed Yi Zhen to take the college entrance examination for her daughter? You've been completely duped by those two, you will agree to anything they propose. I haven't from the beginning, I never consented, did I? If it weren't for Yi Xinglan calling Yang Watching and spreading nonsense, would she have confronted Qiu Yuer at the department store? Granny Ye's eyes lit up at this revelation. Oh. Is that so? If I were Yang Watching, I would have done the same. Anyone with such intentions deserves a slap. Alright, enough. When I was with Yang Watching, you looked down on her. Now that I'm with Qiu Yuer, you disdain her as well. I see it clearly, even if I changed partners, you would still find fault. It's not that I looked down on Yang Watching, I disapproved of her haughty demeanor and inherent arrogance. But Qiu Yuer is no different, she has her own superficial charms, akin to those who lack substance in ancient times. Yang Watching insisted on divorcing you, was I the one who stirred up that divorce? Now I suspect that Yang Watching's decision to divorce you has something to do with Qiu Yuer. Yi Xingming fell silent, for indeed, there was a connection. Yet, if he were to voice it, the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship would only become more strained. Enough, you've been divorced for so many years, let it be. I'm tired of managing these affairs. Had I known that in the end, the child would be taken away by Yang Watching, I wouldn't have interfered from the beginning, which only led to the child suffering. Chapter 101, Serious Violations. She is not suffering any grievances. With me around, how could she possibly feel wronged? Every dispute between the two children arises from Yang Wanqing sending things over. Yang Wanqing bears half the responsibility for this matter. Men are indeed peculiar creatures. Despite the divorce severing all ties with his ex-wife, he still expects her to consider his feelings. He has always believed that Yi Zhen's hardships stem from Yang Wanqing. If Yang Wanqing is aware that he has a daughter, why can't she buy things in double? This way, it would maintain his dignity, and the two children would not quarrel. He has never contemplated the nature of the relationship between Yang Wanqing and Qiu Yuer. As for Yi Zhen's living expenses, they have increased from just a few yuan a month to 50 this year, all of which are with Yi Xinglan. Even her tuition fees are taken from Yi Xinglan. Occasionally, this money may reach the elderly lady's hands, but it has never been handed to him. Yi Zhen would never ask him for a single cent, including monthly expenses for food, books, and materials, regardless of whether Yi Zhen has enough. She would never approach Yi Xingming. In Yi Xingming's eyes, this is a sign of Yang Wanqing's disrespect towards him. Like mother, like daughter. How could Qiu Yuer raise a good child? Seeing what Yi Zhen has, she covets it. From the very first time she snatched something from Yi Zhen. You should have spoken up. Your silence led Qiu Yuer and her daughter to believe you acquiesced. The elderly lady glared at her son in frustration, saying, Enough. Go back. Don't bother me anymore. And tell Qiu Yuer not to come here to complain, bringing her mother along. What does she expect? That I would be intimidated by her mother? You tell her, as long as I draw breath, the Yi family will never be under her control. As for what happens after I am gone, I won't witness it. You can create whatever chaos you wish. Yi Xingming left in a dejected manner, but he had accomplished what he set out to do. It would not be long before this matter blew over. He would remain as the deputy town chief, and Qiu Yuer would continue her honest work as a warehouse clerk. As for Zhou Hongyan, their meetings could no longer be as conspicuous as before. Just as he thought everything would settle down, a letter was sent simultaneously to the provincial and municipal organizational departments. Although their town is small and Yi Xingming is a minor official, a cadre who misuses his position for personal relationships cannot be tolerated. Consequently, the province issued directives to the city, which in turn passed them down to the county. County head Jing Yi specifically emphasized the organizational discipline expected of party and public servants at a meeting. Moreover, the orders from above were not solely targeting Yi Xingming but aimed to conduct a comprehensive investigation into whether there were many officials like him. In other words, Yi Xingming had barely settled his anxieties for 3 days when county officials arrived to interview him. During these 3 days, even Qiu Yuer thought all was well. Yi Xingming suggested she purchase a house, which she was inclined to do, even considering putting her name on the deed. However, she hesitated, thinking about the financial needs for her daughter's education. She was not young Wanqing, capable of earning a substantial income. And the costs of Yi Zhen's college education were not a concern. But what about Yianan? If she were to enroll in a vocational school or community college, tuition and living expenses would still be necessary. In previous years, they even provided funds for college. Now, not only were they not giving money, but she also had to spend her own. Reflecting on it, she realized she had gained nothing. Qiu Yueru contemplated revenge against Yang Wanqing but recognized her daughter was right. Confronting Yang Wanqing would be less effective than dealing directly with Yi Zhen. The best strategy would be to prevent Yi Zhen from participating in the college entrance examination. Qiu Yueru confided in her mother about this plan, and the elderly Qiu quickly devised a scheme. She had a variety of individuals at her disposal, particularly those unscrupulous characters who would do anything for money. For a few coins, they could handle the job, especially since Yi Zhen commuted daily. They could strike at any moment, but it was still a bit premature. They would have to wait until just before the exams. Even a rickety bicycle could be used to break her legs. Let us see how she would manage to take the exam. As for next year's retake, that was a concern for another time. Qiu Yueru was confident that Yang Wanqing wouldn't be able to stay close forever. Once Yang Wanqing was gone, dealing with Yi Zhen would be a simple task. That day, she shared her thoughts with Yianan, who also found the plan appealing. At least she wouldn't have to placate Gao Heng anymore. Moreover, she noticed that Gao Heng had no genuine affection for her. After such a significant incident, he merely brought some snacks, thinking he could placate her so easily. He even suggested going out on Sunday for a photo shoot at the county park. How could she possibly enjoy herself in her current state? And then, focus on your studies. Learn as much as you can. There are nursing schools in both the county and city. I believe being a nurse would be a good choice. Finding a boyfriend who is a doctor will be quite easy. Although being a kindergarten teacher is commendable, ultimately, it's a job centered around children. My father said he could get me into a school. I think being a kindergarten teacher is also great. Teaching first or second graders should be manageable for me. Fine. Do as you wish. Regardless, you needn't worry about that troublesome Yi Zhen. Leave her to me. I refuse to believe Yang Wanqing can remain by her side 24 hours a day. They had devised their plans well, but Yi Xingming's predicament disrupted their plans entirely. It took half a month for a resolution to emerge. Yi Xingming was dismissed for serious violations. Not only was he no longer the deputy town chief, but he also found himself stripped of his position as a clerk. Furthermore, it was discovered that he had abused his office to provide numerous conveniences to his mistress's restaurant, casually signing off on expenses for dining and other perks, all of which constituted violations. Consequently, he would be required to compensate for these transgressions from his own assets. Yi Xingming claimed he had no money in his name, only a house, half of which belonged to his ex-wife, leaving him with only half of the assets. Ultimately, he ended up signing over 500 in IOUs to secure his release. As for Zhou Hongyan, she was merely an ordinary citizen. Zhou Hongyan asserted that she and Yi Xingming shared feelings, but she had not destroyed his family. Moreover, he was not the only one dining there. Her business welcomed customers. Did they not need to pay for their meals? Her chefs, rent, and waitstaff all required payment, as did groceries. She had not engaged in any illicit activities. Any perceived immorality did not equate to illegality. Those in authority found her explanations reasonable, and the additional charges against Yi Xingming were deemed personal matters, leaving him as the sole target of disciplinary action. Thus, Yi Xingming returned home in disgrace, while Qiu Yueru wept and lamented their misfortunes. What kind of divine wrath had befallen them? Why did calamities strike one after another? If Yi Xingming could no longer hold the title of deputy town chief, what would become of her daughter's future? Chapter 102, Drunken Dreams. The final monthly examination for Yi Zhen and her peers proved to be relatively simple, with merely a month remaining before the college entrance examination. As anticipated, while Qiu Yueru was preoccupied with her own matters, the world around her became noticeably calmer. Although she was frequently subjected to the disdainful glares of Yianan, such sentiments served as a constant reminder that the unresolved issues between them lingered in the air. Yi Zhen, however, was determined not to let the matter fade into oblivion, for her plans for retribution had yet to commence. This time, she had surged into the top 10 of her entire grade, achieving her best results to date. Jing Yuan remained steadfast at the top of the class, while the bespectacled student ranked within the top 5, second in their class. Yet, the gap between him and Jing Yuan was merely 8 points. And the distance between Yi Zhen and Jing Yuan was 12 points, indicating that they were drawing ever closer to one another. The teacher remarked that all three of them had surpassed the score required for prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Beida. But Yi Zhen understood that the questions this time had been rather straightforward. Even Yianan had managed to exceed the threshold for vocational colleges, suggesting that these results might not be entirely reliable, likely intended to provide some solace to the candidates. Yang Wanqing was undoubtedly pleased with Yi Zhen's remarkable performance. As for Yi Xingming, as long as his actions did not interfere with Yi Zhen's preparations for the college entrance examination, she remained indifferent to his circumstances. Meanwhile, Yi Xinglan occasionally expressed concern, primarily regarding the elderly matriarch's ability to cope. Go and talk to your mother, in this day and age. What is there that doesn't involve earning money? Even driving a tricycle to ferry a few passengers can yield a decent income, Yi Xinglan remarked, expressing her frustration over the recent chaos in their household. First, her mother-in-law and brother-in-law had created a ruckus in defense of Qiu Yuru, followed by Qiu Yuru herself, who had gone to their mother to lament her hardships. Don't worry, with your mother's temperament, she won't gain anything from this, Yang Wanqing reassured her, recalling the tumultuous period during her divorce. Although it had been a decade ago, the memories lingered. My mother still says you are 100 times better than Qiu Yuru, she chuckled. But I lack the kind of rapport with your mother that would allow for such comparisons. She is exceptional in every way, except for the fact that no one can compare to her son. You are absolutely right, I have always felt the repercussions of that. Whenever my sisters and I quarreled, my brother was always deemed correct. Despite only having been part of the Yi family for a few years, Yang Wanqing felt the weight of her outsider status. In truth, her well-being was secondary to the well-being of her husband, who had been coddled by his mother, and who believed himself to be infallible. Consequently, this was a significant blow to Yi Xingming, who found himself stripped of his standing. As for his position, no one rushed to fill the void. As it held little power, his responsibilities were reassigned to Secretary He. To this day, he remained perplexed, unable to comprehend whom he had offended or whose path he had obstructed. Yet, he had no time to ponder such questions. As Qiu Yuru had become increasingly agitated since realizing his diminished status, seemingly intent on creating turmoil, he was not particularly fearful of Yang Wanqing's emotional outbursts, but he dreaded her incessant nagging. Her repetitive complaints were tiresome, yet he felt powerless to silence her. This situation also impacted Zhou Hongyan, who had previously enjoyed a stable position within the government. With the provincial and municipal authorities investigating, who would dare to provoke the situation further? The lesson of Yi Xingming served as a cautionary tale against such folly. As for her relationship with Yi Xingming, it was likely at an end. She had never loved him deeply, their connection had always been more about mutual benefit. Now that he held no value to her, it was time to part ways. After all, she had merely been a substitute, and she was perplexed as to why Yi Xingming had not recognized this. If he truly cherished his ex-wife, he should not have agreed to the divorce initially. These days, Yianan found herself in a low period, but after the mock examination, she regained a modicum of confidence. However, she refrained from disclosing her results to Qiu Yuru, knowing her mother would show little interest and instead project her own sorrows onto others. Every day, she returned home to the sound of their arguments, which usually amounted to just a few phrases exchanged. Yianan even contemplated whether her parents' divorce might not be such a bad thing, for the presence of Yi Xingming truly held little significance in her life. After all, no family should be burdened with such a useless individual. Yi Xingming had become that very burden, aimlessly drifting through life. Qiu Yuru could not afford to neglect her job, she was required to work diligently, facing the challenges of her position at the department store. The employees and management were rather opportunistic, now that she was no longer the vice-mayor's wife, and thus no one extended her any favors. The role of warehouse manager was far from easy, and now she finally grasped the reality of her situation. Exhausted from a long day, her mood soured further upon seeing Yi Xingming lounging about with a bottle of alcohol, leading to a series of quarrels upon her return home. Initially, Yi Xingming had indulged her, but eventually, he grew weary of her incessant complaints. Qiu Yuru, let me be clear, if we can make this work, then we will; if not, we should part ways now, he asserted. What on earth have you done to deserve any righteousness in this matter? This is how it is: if we can endure, we shall; if not, you and the children can return to where you came from. I will not take care of you. This was no drunken rambling, rather, it was a genuine sentiment. Yi Xingming had even devised a plan. Should Qiu Yuru choose to leave him, he would follow Yi Zhen to Beijing once she gained admission to university. Regardless of Yang Wanqing's scorn, he would remain, for after all, she was his daughter's biological mother. Does Yang Wanqing not have a business? I could learn to run a business too. It cannot be that difficult. What truly frightened him was the possibility that Qiu Yuru might choose not to leave. Thus, he feigned a life of aimless indulgence, waiting for her to broach the subject of divorce. The moment she did, he would seize the opportunity without a moment's hesitation. Yet, regardless of the noise and chaos, Qiu Yuru never mentioned divorce. You think you can just leave? Do you wish to make room for that woman? What a delusion. As long as I am here, she will forever remain in the shadows. Clearly, Qiu Yuru's understanding was skewed. She assumed the woman in question was Zhou Hongyan. Yi Xingming, do you truly believe that once we part, she will claim you? She is merely using you, you hold no value for her now. Qiu Yuru. During our arguments, can we not involve others? Is that woman not just a stranger? She is a mere opportunist. Chapter 103, Such obvious affection in this environment, Yi Yanin felt as though she were losing her mind. Particularly upon witnessing Yi Zhen ranking among the top 10 students in the entire school this time. She rested her head on the desk, her mind still replaying the moment earlier in the day when Jing Yuan looked at Yi Zhen with that unmistakable smile. Such evident affection was written all over his face. She could not comprehend what stroke of luck Yi Zhen had experienced, leading Jing Yuan to take a liking to her. To Yi Yanin, Yi Zhen possessed no other merits apart from her striking appearance. She lacked social grace, unable to foster a close bond even with her own father. There was an inexplicable arrogance about her, a haughtiness that Yi Yanin had observed long ago, back when Yi Zhen's mother was still married to Yi Xingming. She vividly remembered her own mother taking her to the kindergarten gate, instructing her to remember that the girl was the one who had stolen her father's affection. She could clearly picture Yi Zhen's mother embracing her, kissing her cherubic face, coaxing her to attend kindergarten. When her mother set her down, 2 little boys approached, eager to hold her hand, yet Yi Zhen, with her pride, refused to let anyone take her hand. Yi Yanin still recalled her mother's smile. The most beautiful woman she had ever seen. That beauty was unlike any other. Now, Yi Yanin recognized it as poise. She had spent her life living in accordance with her mother's moods, only experiencing a slight improvement in her mother's demeanor when Yi Xingming visited. More often than not, she was regarded as a burden. Thus, she had always envied Yi Zhen, who had a beautiful mother. Although that beautiful mother ultimately abandoned Yi Zhen, the jealousy lingered, stemming from the affection Yi Zhen had once enjoyed. Now, she realized it wasn't that Yi Zhen's mother had chosen to forsake her, rather, Yi Xingming had not entrusted Yi Zhen to her. Had Yi Xingming agreed to grant Yi Zhen to her mother during the divorce, perhaps there would have been no intersection between their lives. Yet now, Yi Zhen's mother had returned, specifically to accompany her for the college entrance examination. In recent days, Yi Yanin had often seen Yi Zhen walking home arm in arm with her mother, while behind them, Jing Yuan trailed leisurely on his bicycle. Occasionally, Jing Yuan would join them, and the three would share laughter and conversation. Yi Yanin felt overwhelmed by jealousy, to the point of madness. Despite her own satisfactory exam results, she found no joy in them. How could Yi Zhen, with divorced parents, still be showered with affection by so many? And what of her own situation? Despite her mother's relentless pursuit of Yi Xingming, what did it matter? Her mother cared not for her daughter, but solely for herself, as she had no better options than Yi Xingming. Had Qiu Yuru possessed a superior choice, she would never have ended up with Yi Xingming. Their 10-year marriage was merely a fade. Qiu Yuru knew how to placate, while Yi Xingming reveled in the feeling of being adored. However, a single slap shattered this illusion. Qiu Yuru had grown weary, believing her decade had not earned her Yi Xingming's genuine affection. And who was responsible for that slap? Naturally, it was Yi Zhen. Had Yi Zhen not existed, whether they maintained the pretense or lived a mundane existence, their lives would not have reached such a tumultuous state. In Yi Yanin's eyes, The reason Yi Xingming sought companionship outside their marriage lay entirely in her mother's erratic emotions during this period. She had forgotten that it all began with her. Had she not struck Yi Zhen would not have ended up in the hospital. Yi Anan lifted her head, retrieving a small mirror from her backpack. Brushing aside her bangs to examine the scar on her forehead. She intended to tell her mother that this scar must be returned to Yi Zhen. Preferably in a prominent location on her face. Yi Zhen, deeply engrossed in her studies, was suddenly jolted from her concentration. Yang Wanqing entered with some fruit, asking if it was cold and whether the window needed closing. "Mom, it's not cold. The college entrance examination would take place over 3 days in July. Typically coinciding with the rainy season, a phenomenon unavoidable in both the north and south. Even if it didn't rain in the north, the heat was oppressive. A little rain would be refreshing." At this time in late May, the northern weather had already begun to warm. However, this season also brought an abundance of fruit. And Yang Wanqing delighted in buying various kinds for her daughter. "Oh. Watermelons are available so early?" She noted that only one type was being sold. Likely because they had been covered with plastic in early spring, resulting in an earlier harvest. "This is a relatively cooling fruit, you should eat it in moderation." Yi Zhen smiled as she took a bite of the watermelon from her mother's hand. "It's so sweet. I'll cut some into pieces tomorrow morning and pack them for you to take to Jing," her mother said. "Mom, why do you always think of him? One might think he's your son. Who knows, he might be my future son-in-law." Yang Wanqing replied with a laugh, noticing her daughter's ears turning red. "Alright. I was just joking. I bought one, and we want to be able to finish it ourselves. I plan to give the other half to your second aunt as well. Please don't send it, I doubt my second aunt will even get a chance to eat it." Her mother-in-law hoards all the good things for her younger son. She didn't even consider who provided for her daily needs. It made no sense to hide things meant for her older son's family while giving them to her younger son. "Then you should prepare another lunchbox tomorrow. Cut it up, and personally give it to your second aunt, so she can eat it in front of you," Yang Wanqing suggested. "That could work." Yang Wanqing sighed. "Your second aunt's mother-in-law is quite troublesome, but there's no way to confront her." "Why not confront her? A scolding would teach her a lesson." "It's just that my second aunt can't bear to do so. How can that family of hers have the audacity to go over and take advantage of her?" "Your second aunt said she would pay." "Pay? That's simply passing money from one hand to the other, who knows whose money it actually is." Yang Wanqing sighed again. "Even if your second aunt knows it's her husband's money, what does it matter? Do you think they should tear each other apart? What would happen to your second aunt and her husband then? And the 2 children? It's not as simple as you think." Yi Zhen felt somewhat helpless. "Mom. I think you're quite remarkable. You told my dad you wanted a divorce without hesitation, and you didn't back down against my grandmother. Why do you take such a different stance regarding my second aunt's affairs?" Yang Wanqing smiled. "That's because I cannot tolerate anyone betraying their family and loved ones. I had to leave that marriage. As for your grandmother, I had my disagreements with her when your father and I were divorcing. I didn't treat her poorly before that. But your second aunt's situation is different. Her husband hasn't committed any fundamental wrong, how can I urge her to argue? Not standing by one's wife is a fundamental error. Mom, you should reconsider your perspective." Chapter 104, Rapid Emotional Progress. Yang Wanqing smiled, observing her daughter. "You know, I feel quite reassured about your future relationships and marriage now." "Mom, I'm only 18, Yi Zhen responded. Yes, you're only 18. It's a bit early to discuss this." Nevertheless, Yang Wanqing's sense of relief was genuine. "Alright, continue studying. But don't stay up too late, I'll wake you up in the morning." "Okay, you go to sleep first. Don't wait for me. I'm accustomed to staying up late." "It's fine, I catch up on sleep during the day. Haven't you noticed I've gained weight? All I do is eat and sleep. And you won't let me pick you up, otherwise, I wouldn't get any exercise. I'm just worried you'll be too tired. Waking up early to cook for me, preparing a variety of delicious meals, and getting fruit ready. This is nothing compared to the exhaustion of running my business. I used to go to Guangzhou to purchase goods in the middle of the night. Enough chatting, I'm distracting you from studying again." Yang Wanqing had much more to discuss with her daughter, but now was not the time. Her priority was for her daughter to prepare well for the college entrance exam. Zhen smiled as she watched her mother leave. She genuinely enjoyed listening to her mother share these stories. In her previous life, after she went to Beijing, her mother would often recount these events, detailing the initial difficulties of starting her business and how she built up her 2 clothing stalls bit by bit. She cherished that time. Her mother never looked down on her for not taking the college entrance exam because, regardless of what she did, she was her most precious daughter. But now, she would soon have time to listen to her mother's past experiences, as the college entrance exam was only 40 days away. The following morning, as Zhen stepped out of her house, she saw Jing Yuan waiting at her doorstep. Yang Wanqing had intended to take Zhen to school. But upon seeing Jing Yuan, she smiled. "Auntie, good morning," Jing Yuan greeted her frankly. "Young Jing, have you had breakfast?" In Yang Wanqing's eyes, he was still a child. An exceptionally outstanding one at that. "Well, I can eat at school too. There's still time. Come in quickly, I have hot buns and porridge." Yang Wanqing pulled Jing Yuan into the yard without hesitation. "Auntie, I really have time. The school cafeteria will definitely still have food," Jing Yuan said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he pushed his bicycle. He was there to pick up Zhen, not to freeload. "It's better to save time to study more. My mom wants you to eat here, so don't be shy," Zhen said. She had specifically told him not to pick her up because the last time he did, only porridge was left in the cafeteria in the morning. Fortunately, Zhen had brought food for him that time, but it wasn't enough to last until noon. And his stomach had growled. "Then I won't be polite." Jing Yuan did not hold back, consuming 3 buns, a bowl of porridge, and a lunchbox of watermelon in just over 10 minutes. It was undeniable that boys ate quickly. "Alright, with young Jing taking you, Mom won't take you. You two go quickly." It was undeniable that the extra 10 minutes would have to be made up on the road. "Just get on. Time is money. Haven't we learned that since we were little?" Zhen hesitated but still got on the back of Jing Yuan's bicycle. As she turned back, she saw her mother's beaming face, and her ears turned red again. Zhen didn't dare to get off in front of the school gate. She got off ahead of time. But even so, many classmates saw her. Especially Yianin, who watched the scene in horror. When did their relationship progress so rapidly? Dropping her off in the evening could be excused, as at least Zhen's mother was present. But coming on the same bicycle so blatantly in the morning? She clearly remembered that after Zhen's mother arrived, their families no longer lived along the same route. What did this signify? Jing Yuan actually picked up Zhen in the morning? This meant that Zhen had someone to pick her up and drop her off every day. How could she and her mother's planned car accident be carried out? How could they create an accident to prevent Zhen from taking the college entrance exam? Yianin was a bit panicked. She didn't even want to attend class, she wanted to go back and tell her mother quickly. Perhaps they needed to find other methods. Yianin truly felt that her mother had been driven mad by Yi Xingming recently. She was still fixated on that woman, wondering who she was. Her father was nothing now, how could that woman still be with him? She believed that Yi Xingming was mostly drunk because of this reason. As for the relationship between Yi Xingming and Xiao Yuru, she felt there was no true love left long ago. With just over 40 days until the college entrance exam, they needed to figure out Zhen's route to and from school. Even if they couldn't create an accident on the way to and from school, they needed to find out where she went on Sundays. If that were the case, the number of Sundays left before their college entrance exam could be counted on one hand. Yianin didn't want to see Zhen and Jing Yuan flying off together to the same university. She couldn't even accept them going to Beijing together. Why did Zhen have to surpass her in everything? She refused to accept it, not in this lifetime. "Yianin, you'll be late if you don't go in," a classmate reminded her. Only then did she quicken her pace and rush into the school gate. To avoid further misunderstandings, Zhen entered the classroom first, while Jing Yuan entered after parking his bicycle. However, when Jing Yuan came in, everyone still teased them. Jing Yuan's grin stretched from ear to ear. "Don't tease us. We just happened to meet." Alright, we know. You happened to meet on the way to school and happened to meet on the way home. This kind of romance is beyond our understanding. Zhang Guodong, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you do any more test papers. I didn't say anything, Zhang Guodong said, pushing up his glasses. I even saved 2 buns for you. Thanks, buddy, keep the buns for yourself. I came here full today. Just as Jing Yuan was about to say something, Yizhen gave him a look, and he immediately changed the subject. Study, study. Before the college entrance exam. Nothing unrelated to studying should be discussed. It had to be said that Glasses was also a top student. Hearing Jing Yuan mention studying, he immediately took out the set of test papers from yesterday. Come on, buddy. First, explain the last question to me. I couldn't figure it out after working on it for half the night. Here, take it and look at it yourself first. If you don't understand, then ask me. Jing Yuan said, giving him the scratch paper with the answer. Explain it again later. I couldn't figure it out either, Yizhen said, also stuck on the last question. Don't look at it, explain it now. Zhang Guodong pushed up his glasses. He knew that this guy valued women over friends. But he dared not say it at this moment and could only obediently listen to the explanation. Jing Yuan explained and solved the problem at the same time, finally finishing it before the teacher entered the classroom. Zhang Guodong had an epiphany, giving Jing Yuan a thumbs up. You're amazing, I'm completely convinced. Chapter 105, Yi Xingming schemes. This afternoon, Yi Enan complained of a stomachache, a common affliction during a girl's menstrual cycle, prompting the teacher to grant her leave. Given Yi Enan's lackluster academic performance, the teacher readily approved her absence, confident she could return home alone. However, Yi Enan chose not to go home. Instead, she headed directly to the department store to find Qiu Yuru. At that moment, Qiu Yuru, donned in sleeves, was busy checking inventory and documenting the incoming and outgoing items. No longer the deputy mayor's wife, she was without the indulgence she once enjoyed. The task she previously avoided had now returned to her, leaving her alone in the warehouse while another worker had wandered off to chat. She dared not express her dissatisfaction to her superiors, as she had once been the one to shirk her responsibilities. Mom, why are you here all alone? Yi Enan remarked disdainfully, observing her mother laboring with a disheveled appearance. And then? Why aren't you in school? What brings you here? Qiu Yuru asked, noticing her daughter's discontent with the work environment. I need to talk to you. When do you get off work? Can we go to Grandma's after? Yi Enan inquired. What is the rush to Grandma's? Qiu Yuru herself was not particularly fond of visiting her mother. The chaos was overwhelming. She would rather avoid it entirely, let alone subject her daughter to it. Do you miss Grandma? Yes, Yi Enan replied, reluctantly nodding. No, wait. You must have something to discuss, right? Qiu Yuru, sensing her daughter's unease, urged her to wait until they were home, as she was preoccupied with work. It's about. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuru understood what was troubling her daughter. She quickly gestured for Yi Enan to follow her and dashed to the entrance. Fortunately, there was no one around at that moment. What's the matter? Why the urgency? They have someone picking them up every evening now. Our previous plan might be in vain. Didn't you say it was just her and her mother at night? Qiu Yuru's intentions were clear. She had no intention of letting Yang Wanqing off the hook. However, the effectiveness of a bicycle accident was limited. If only they could incapacitate Yi Zhen. That would ensure she could not sit for the college entrance examination. Ideally, they could mar her and her mother's appearances, leaving them unable to face anyone ever again. And that boyfriend of hers? Yi Enan was reluctant to call Jing Yuhan Yi Zhen's boyfriend, but it was the truth. That classmate with the surname Jing? He picks her up every evening? Yes. He comes in the morning and takes her home at night. So our only chance would be to act on Saturday, when it seems her mother won't come to fetch her. However, Saturday was crowded with students, and Yi Enan had not noticed Yang Wanqing, leading her to believe that Yi Zhen would be alone that day. I don't have the time. Why don't you try with the two of you? What if we get caught? That would expose us. Mom, didn't you say you found someone? Let them follow along, and when the opportunity arises, we strike. After all, time is running out. Alright, after work today, I'll go to your grandma's and see if there's someone suitable there. I'll wait for you to finish. I'll go with you. Yi Enan was unwilling to return home, where Yi Xingming awaited her presence. She sat there watching her mother perspire from the exertion, reflecting on how Qiu Yuru's job had once been effortless, merely involving reading the newspaper and sipping tea before heading home, with all the labor done by others. But times had changed. Even if her superiors did not say anything, she should be self-aware enough to recognize the shift. Mom, have you considered divorcing Dad? Qiu Yuru paused, turning to look at Yianin, realizing her daughter had something significant to discuss. Do you think your father and I can't go on? What is the point of enduring this constant bickering? Taking a deep breath, she recalled how he still thought of other women. What woman would want him? Do you think Yizhen's mother would want him, or that restaurant owner? He relies on your loyalty, which is why he doesn't cherish you. Yianin struggled to comprehend why her mother had married Yi Xingming 10 years ago. She understood her mother's desire for stability and a proper identity. At that time, Yi Xingming was indeed the most suitable choice, young, accomplished, and fitting the criteria set by her mother and grandmother. Moreover, Qiu Yuru had always believed that she and Yi Xingming were each other's first loves. Deceiving herself into thinking that Yang Wanqing was merely the third party in their relationship. In reality, Yi Xingming had met Yang Wanqing only after his breakup with Qiu Yuru, and he genuinely loved Yang Wanqing. If not, he would not have pursued her relentlessly, eventually establishing his own family. The truth was that Yi Xingming had never held Qiu Yuru in his heart, otherwise, how could he have turned around and sought out Yang Wanqing immediately after their separation? Yet now, her mother was fully aware of these facts. And with Yi Xingming's current circumstances, Yianin could not grasp what her mother found worthy of clinging to. You don't understand our relationship. Qiu Yuru acknowledged that her daughter was correct, but she felt an emotional attachment. Now, she was unsure if she was reluctant to let go of her family, Yi Xingming, or the life he had provided. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Xingming was loitering at Yang Wanqing's doorstep, contemplating whether there was still a chance with his ex-wife. Indeed, he sought out Yang Wanqing to ascertain if any remnant of possibility lingered between them. He refrained from approaching Zhou Hongyan, fully aware that their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. He was lustful, while she was avaricious. She had come to this place to open a restaurant, seeking a man as a support. He could fulfill that role, leveraging his position to assist her in attracting business, nothing more. He was also self-aware enough to realize that Zhou Hongyan, young and beautiful, would soon find a man with more power and influence to serve as her protector. Yet Yang Wanqing was different. She was his lawfully wedded wife. Despite his unforgivable transgressions, a decade had passed since then. Furthermore, Yang Wanqing had not remarried, which kept a glimmer of hope alive in him. Besides, they had Yi Zhen, who excelled academically, and Yi Xingming felt a sense of pride in that. Although he had never done anything to assist Yi Zhen and had not even covered her tuition fees, he still believed that her success was partly due to him being her father. Thus, he came today to inquire with Yang Wanqing if there was still a chance for them. If so, he would promptly return to Qiu Yuru and initiate divorce proceedings. Once Yi Zhen received her acceptance letter, the three of them could embark on a journey to Beijing together. With Yang Wanqing's magnanimity, perhaps they could even take the elderly lady along. It must be said that Yi Xingming's scheming was indeed quite clever. Chapter 106, Self-inflicted misery. Yang Wanqing typically indulges in a midday nap, rejuvenating herself before heading to the market for groceries. While she can keep her dinner simple when alone, she aspires to prepare something more delightful for her daughter in the evening. Although Yi Zhen often opts for just a piece of fruit, her mother still relishes the joy of preparing a lavish meal, finding happiness even in the smallest bites her daughter takes. Occasionally, she also sends some treats for her prospective son-in-law, aware that this young man has brought an abundance of smiles to her daughter's face. Her life now revolves entirely around her daughter, a routine that fills her with contentment. She believes her decision is sound. Money can always be earned, but the opportunity to accompany her daughter through this phase of life is fleeting. With her daughter now in a relationship and attending university, their time together is dwindling. Soon, her daughter will be preoccupied with studies and romance, leaving little room for her mother. Even the rare moments they share will be scant compared to the present. Yang Wanqing senses her daughter's deep reliance on her, and it is astonishing to witness the previously aloof Yi Zhen now displaying affection. On lazy Sundays, she finds her daughter wanting to snuggle longer in bed. Reflecting on the years, she feels a debt to her daughter, hoping to make amends in whatever ways possible. Her heart is solely focused on her daughter, eagerly awaiting the end of her college entrance examinations and the arrival of acceptance letters so they can venture to Beijing together. Recently, she has begun researching schools, with a preference for the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University. though she is also open to a field her daughter enjoys should those dreams prove elusive. Yet, amidst her plans, the name Yi Xingming does not even register. As she glances at him now, her brow furrows. She is aware of his recent misfortunes, but she cannot help but feel that this is of his own making. "What do you want?" she asks, locking the door behind her, having no intention of inviting Yi Xingming into her home. After all, this house does not belong to her. And she has no habit of welcoming strangers. Indeed, Yi Xingming is a stranger to her, she holds no animosity towards unfamiliar faces. But he is an exception, she harbors a deep disdain for him. "I just realized I hadn't checked on you in a while, so I thought I'd visit," he says, hastily following her as she attempts to leave. "What is there to see?" she retorts, her irritation escalating as he inches closer. "How has Zhen been?" he inquires, recognizing her reluctance to engage in conversation. She no longer has to worry about anyone disrupting her studies for the entrance exams, so things are quite well, she replies, halting in her tracks. "Yi Xingming, your presence is the last thing my daughter needs right now. It would be far more beneficial for you to stay away from us." "I don't wish to disturb her, I merely wanted to see you," he insists. Yang Wanqing scoffs, "See me? For what purpose?" "To witness how I've thrived without you." "You are mistaken, my life has flourished splendidly in your absence." "Yi Xingming, I believe you are doing quite well yourself, living a vibrant life," she adds, a hint of sarcasm lacing her words. "Wanqing, don't jest with me." "I've been wronged," he protests. "Your well-being is of no concern to me, my focus is solely on my daughter," she asserts. "Wanqing, you have always been in my heart, as has our family. Had I not wished to keep you, I wouldn't have allowed our daughter to stay with me," he states. Her expression darkens at his words. "How dare you bring that up? If not for your selfishness, would Zhen have endured such hardships?" "Yi Xingming, I have no desire to argue with you, I lack the energy for such disputes. You know well how you have treated our daughter, as do I. But it is of little consequence now, for she has turned 18, and her life is hers to govern. As for us, we have long been estranged." With that, Yang Wanqing strides away, leaving no room for him to respond. This exchange is witnessed by Qiao Maoqing, who, although unfamiliar with Yang Wanqing, knows Yi Xingming well. Yi Xingming truly has some nerve. He has been cast aside yet still seeks out women, he muses, bemused by the situation. However, it is clear that Yang Wanqing has dismissed him entirely, a fact he feels compelled to share with his sister. One cannot deny Yi Xingming's discerning taste in women. Each one he pursues seems to possess a remarkable allure. Qiao Maoqing recalls visiting the proprietress of the Hongyan Hotel, who is undeniably younger and more beautiful than his sister. It vexes him that Yi Xingming, a mere deputy town mayor without any real power, has managed to attract such women. Meanwhile, Yi Xingming retreats, fully aware of the implications of Yang Wanqing's words. She has made her stance crystal clear, she holds no regard for him, regardless of his position. If he hopes to rekindle their relationship, he must rely on their daughter. But he knows Yi Zhen's temperament well, and with his ongoing marriage to Qiao Yuru, he realizes the futility of expecting her support. Thus, he recognizes that to mend ties with Yang Wanqing, a shift in his approach is imperative. And divorce is the necessary first step. At Qiao Yuru's residence, the atmosphere is lively, her daughter visited earlier, and now her brother has arrived. However, due to Yi Ainan's presence and their shared workplace, Qiao Maoqing remains silent. Yet, his expression speaks volumes. "Why don't you take Ainan to Mom's place? I'll join you after work," he suggests. Qiao Yuru considers this, she may need her brother's assistance in the matter. Meanwhile, Yang Wanqing bypasses her home and heads to Yi Xinglan's, hoping to avoid any potential confrontation with Yi Xingming. "What's wrong? Who upset you?" Yi Xinglan observes, sensing Yang Wanqing's agitation. With a sigh, Yang Wanqing responds, "Is your brother unwell? He stood at my door claiming that he has always cherished our family. It's absurd. Has he forgotten how he and Qiao Yuru betrayed us?" Yi Xinglan regards her sister, "Your anger suggests you still care about the past." "What I care about is the harm he has inflicted on our child. I have long since severed my feelings for him. Upon learning of his relationship with Qiao Yuru and their child, my disappointment reached its zenith. This was the catalyst for my decision to divorce. I felt tainted by his presence. Had he not used our child as leverage, we would have parted ways long ago. Then simply disregard him. He has likely been tormented by Qiu Yuru recently, which may explain his sudden nostalgia for you, Yi Xinglan advises. What terrifies me is the possibility of him disrupting our child's life. With just over a month until the entrance exams, if he dares to interfere with Yi Zhen, I will confront him with everything I have, Yang Wanqing declares vehemently. Chapter 107, Different Family Backgrounds After Finishing Work. Qiu Yuru headed straight to her mother's house, only to find Xiao Maoqing discussing the matter with her mother. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yi Xingming was conversing with that woman, though I cannot ascertain the content of their discussion. The woman was quite attractive, sporting the latest trend of large waves in her hair. Upon hearing large waves, Qiu Yuru instantly recognized who it was. Where did you see him? She inquired. Near the cinema, I delivered goods there today and happened to spot him. Yianan turned to her mother. That woman can't possibly be Yi Zhen's mother, can she? Yianan recalled that Yi Zhen's mother also had large waves and possessed an undeniable elegance. It must be her, Qiu Yuru said vehemently. What did you hear them say? Xiao Maoqing shook his head. I couldn't hear from that distance. However, it seemed like your brother-in-law was the one who approached her. When I saw them, they hardly spoke before she left. He was unaware that their exchange had been minimal, for they had barely uttered a few words. Is that his ex-wife? That Yang something? Though Qiao Maoqing didn't know Yang Wanqing personally, he had certainly heard of her. Yang Wanqing, a name Qiu Yuru would never forget. Back then, she had learned of this name through others, who told her not to dwell on Yi Xingming. For he was involved with someone named Yang Wanqing, whom he intended to marry. Who doesn't aim for marriage? Were Yi Xingming and I merely playing at romance? At that time, she dismissed the notion of Yang Wanqing, confident in her bond with Yi Xingming. Had she not acted with jealousy? They might not have ended their relationship. She still resented the fact that Yi Xingming's words of love had turned out to be sincere. A month later, his heart had shifted. She vividly recalled her first encounter with Yang Wanqing, feeling utterly devastated. Yang Wanqing embodied the image of a privileged young lady. A stark contrast to herself, whose finest garment had been a gift from Yi Xingming. On that occasion, Yang Wanqing wore a red turtleneck sweater beneath a light gray checkered coat, a style that had evidently originated from Shanghai. Even now, such attire remains timeless. Qiu Yuru had never even glimpsed anything so elegant. Yang Wanqing's shoes were leather, priced at 35 yuan, an amount Qiu Yuru had seen at the local department store. She had heard that Yang Wanqing's father was a county official, and she attended a prestigious high school, which later transitioned to a recommendation system for university admissions. Had she not crossed paths with Yi Xingming? Yang Wanqing might have indeed been recommended for university. However, captivated by love, she chose romance over academia, especially with Yi Xingming pursuing her fervently. How could Qiu Yuru ever compare herself to someone like Yang Wanqing? Her own family was a mess. With an alcoholic father who drank himself senseless and a mother of questionable character, often subjected to public scorn. She herself was merely a temporary worker in a garment factory, earning a meager sum by trimming threads. A single garment yielded a mere penny, and cutting 100 pieces a day would only net her a single yuan.